And welcome to Red Bull Instalock. We are coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London, England. I am so happy we get an event here, finally involving some of the best game changer teams in the whole world. I'm your host, Yingsu, and we have the lovely other host who's going to be making lots of appearances in this event, Meg. We've never worked before. This is so exciting.
I feel so lucky and privileged to be on the couch with you, and I'm so excited for today's event. I've been super involved, so I'm hoping you guys love it, and yeah, very excited to crack on.
I'm super excited as well, and of course it's going to be going on over the next 2 days here in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, and we have a very, very fun format. You might be wondering, why is it called Red Bull Instalock? Are you an Instalocker, Meg? Do you do this?
Absolutely not. I am terrible. I'm such a people pleaser, always filling, but I want to channel the Instalock.
Well, I am a hardcore Instalocker, and as you guys can see on your screens today, the format will be a 4-team double elimination bracket. We have best of threes all day today, and then a grand final best of 5 tomorrow as well, alongside a cheeky little creators show match, which I know, Meg, you've poured your heart into. I can't wait to see that.
I have. There's definitely going to be a lot of your content creator favorites taking part in that show match, and it's going to be so much fun. So that'll be tomorrow about 2:45, so do keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, of course. The most important thing about this format is every single match, map, team we see, they are obliged to pick 3 duelists at the minimum. I mean, they can pick 4 or 5 if they feel like it, but 3 will be the requirement, which is why this is called Red Bull Instalock. Haha, you guys get it now? I love the name. But if we take a look at the pricing as well, because there is a bit of cash up for grabs for these teams too. This is the prize pool. I'm going to show you right here. Of course, it's a LAN event. The players are going to be here playing in a LAN environment. And Meg, for a lot of these players, they've been there, done that. They've won world champions. So this is going to be a really, really good opportunity for them to get more experience.
For sure, 100%. And it's so nice as well, because I think speaking to a lot of the girls, this is the first time they've actually met each other. And so it's so exciting to see how happy everyone is and the vibes in the room. So I think it's going to be a really good, fun event, but at the same time, just as competitive as the previous games that they played.
Oh, 100%. There's some grudge matches going on as well, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But first, of course, it's going to be a lot of the duelist battles, a lot of a fiesta with some of the duelist agents we have. Here are all 7 duelist agents that are currently available in the game. Of course, you got the usual suspects. You got Jet in there. You got Raze in there. We haven't seen a lot of ISO, but I heard, Meg, you have a proclivity for some Phoenix shenanigans.
Well, listen, I'm going to put it this way. We're in London, so if we don't see the Phoenix played, I'll be very, very disappointed. And I also think the best way to describe what we're going to see today is controlled chaos. And I feel like Phoenix is just that, you know. His utility is absolutely chaotic, but it allows those plays to be controlled still, so.
I just want to see me some ISO. I feel like we haven't seen
Poor little ISO. I don't know. I think, you know, maybe we'll see ISO being played today, but I don't anticipate it with the rest of the duelists that are able to be played.
I mean, I feel like if it's any time they want to test ISO in a little bit of a more relaxed setting and maybe run some strats they have in their bags today might be the day. But more importantly, you guys might be wondering, you know, 7 duelists. There's also a controller agent that just released. That is also a bit of a quasi duelist. Will Clove be on and available for this tournament? And I'm very happy to tell you guys, dun dun dun, Clove will be available here. It would be the first time we see them in a competitive setting. And Meg, I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. Vanya is in the building.
Genuinely cannot wait to, well, listen, we don't know yet, but if we don't see Vanya on Clove, I will be incredibly shocked. I feel like it's perfect because Vanya is an absolute demon, and to see her kind of coming through with those aggressive plays on Clove, it's just a win-win, really.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense for somebody like Vanya as well. I always say, you know, the player that Angel wishes he was. I'm going to double down on that as we see maybe some Clove action throughout the weekend. So stick with us for that. But first, we have so many exciting things. And I think the one thing I am most excited about, Meg, is Shopify Rebellion. We got them here in London.
I can't believe it. Honestly, when I saw them walk in, I was like, it's real. They are here. They are in the building. And it's going to be incredible because, of course, they are the world champions. They have that title, that crown, and I think it'll be really interesting to see, you know, how they kind of measure up on the stage in this kind of light with the 3 duelists.
Do you believe that they are the best team in this tournament?
I mean, listen, that's really difficult for me to say because I'm an EMEA girly through and through. But of course, listen, they have the roster, they have the title. So they are coming into this as the big guns, the big leagues. But I do think that every single team here today has the potential to take the Instalock trophy home.
I agree. I think competition is wide open, but also I'm going to betray my EMEA girlies a little bit just because I do believe they might be the best team here. Obviously, the other teams, they made changes since the last time we saw them at a global event. Teams made roster changes. They, you know, brought in new players, but Shopify, they've stuck to their guns. There's a reason why they were the world champions. They still are looking incredible over there in NA. And again, if there is any debate about whether they're the best team or not, I think that's fair. But I don't think there's a debate when it comes to Fluorescent.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to mention that G2 are the only team that have played against Shopify. GIANTX, a fairly new roster, of course. They've got the big names who have been playing previously. They have the experience, but they are new to the Game Changer scene. And then you also have Karmine Corp, who they get to play Shopify. So, you know, it'll be really interesting to see their approach. Have they done their sort of prep? Have they done their research into Shopify? And are they going to be able to take them on?
Floor's the GOAT. I'm just going to say it right here. You're my GOAT, Fluorescent. I love you. I'm glad you mentioned G2 Gozen because, of course, they are also here and they've always been the EMEA darlings. No matter what iteration of roster, we've seen them. And, of course, they went and added some serious firepower in the offseason.
Yeah, 100%. I think we were discussing earlier, weren't we, how G2 have been incredibly consistent despite their roster changes. They've always been coming up on top. And of course, they did win this split as well. So, you know, in terms of the EMEA sort of coming into this, they are definitely right up there at the very, very top. So, yeah, I do think they're going to pack a punch. They're going to come into this ready and aggressive and ready to play the Instalock format.
It's funny how we show some clips of them playing against Shopify, which is a different Shopify, by the way, because obviously the current Shopify, you know, the Cloud9 White thing and however many teams they went through V1 and so on. But this is, of course, when G2 did end up pick up their world champion title. But it is a different roster now, Meg. Do you think they still have what it takes to maybe go all the way once again?
100%. I think, you know, G2 for me, they are like a family. And I think what it comes down to is they have real chemistry. You know, I've watched the girls kind of like interact with each other and they get on so well. I think all the girls to do from all the teams, but G2 for me just have that kind of family bond. I can't explain it, but I'm sure some of you guys will understand what I mean at home. But yeah, I do think they have all of the kit, all of the talent to kind of come into this and take away the trophy.
I mean, of course, the Instalock format is interesting for them because they were the ones that came out with Yoru and Reyna when nobody else was playing these agents. So I feel like they might also be the ones to pioneer maybe even further. The Clove is on and ISO as well in there. But let's talk about two more teams, the last two competitors we have. I'll start with Karmine Corp. Of course, on the other side of their competitive journey, they didn't do this whole kind of world champion tour. Of course, Glance did. She was there. But this season, they had to play contenders, Meg, of all teams. I could not believe that they had to do that, but they won.
Yep. So, I mean, they've proved themselves. And I think, you know, it's kind of, for me, similar, I guess, to the sort of starting event in VCTs as well. I think, you know, to kind of come from the very bottom and play tons of games and prove yourself and work your way all the way to the top, it definitely says something. They definitely have the resilience to kind of come into this and stick with it and keep going. I think, you know, with Karmine Corp, you know, you can't count them out, and we're going to see some really close games from them as they definitely have played lots of games already this year.
Yeah, I mean, Glance, a world champion. I will have to mention, though, Glance is not here in London. She will be playing remotely, something she's done a bunch of times before. You know, I have absolute full faith in her. But of course, she was one of the players that people were most shocked who became a free agent in the offseason. Nobody thought that, you know, G2 were going to part ways with Glance, but she's found a new home. She's on an upward trajectory. Of course, Nello, for those of you that know her, if you don't, then what have you been doing for the last 3 years? She is an OG. She was there to win one of the first Game Changers tournaments we have ever had in EMEA. And it's just nice to see this group of players alongside, like you said, players that haven't really been to these lands before.
100%. And for me, like, I've spoken a lot to Nello already the past couple of days, and I think they are so wonderful. And for me, it's really wonderful to have a chat with them because they really are like the pioneers of Game Changers for me. So I definitely think Nello's going to come into this with that experience. They know what they're doing, and she is going to absolutely tear the stage up.
Yeah, and speaking of tearing the stage up, last but not least, we have GIANTX, a GC as well, in the building. I mean, Ness and Smurfette have been together for the longest time. These are, funny enough, both made their mark in the Game Changer scene by playing Duelists because, you know, the Turkish jet, the Turkish rays, Meg, we're very, very familiar with it. But what do you make of this team?
I absolutely love GIANTX. Again, I think, you know, they're kind of coming into this as maybe the underdogs. I don't know if you can say that because, of course, they definitely have a lot of wins under their belt. But for me, GIANTX, you know, they are the newbies. They're coming into this. They're all quite young, so it's very fresh blood, and we've seen that come well through in games before because they're super enthusiastic. The adrenaline is pumping, and that is perfect for playing 3 Duelists and running it down and being absolutely chaotic in the best kind of way.
If there's anyone that's going to be able to make 3 Duelists work, I feel like this could be the team. Sarah also, you know, made her mark on the scene by playing a Duelist. They already have 3 Duelists. I feel like they might as well just put out 5. Why not?
Yeah, I feel like it would be really interesting to see Smurfette maybe not on Jet or Raze. Like, I know that they definitely dabble in a few others.
You won't see that, Meg. You won't see that today.
Maybe.
Oh, actually, do you know? Yeah, I'm with you. That would be very, very interesting. And again, like, why not just bring it out here? You have time to practice.
It's time to try.
Let's take a look at the schedule and what we're going to see over the next 2 days, because obviously the teams have been seeded. We know who's going up against who on this first round. We are going to start the day with G2 Gozen versus GIANTX, and then followed by the Clout match, which is Shopify Rebellion versus Karmine Corp. And then we're going to have the upper bracket final as well, and the lower semi-final too. All today, all best of 3s. I feel like, Meg, obviously the seeding, the way that these teams were put into the bracket, are we going to get like an early days G2 Gozen versus Shopify right off the bat?
I'm not sure. I feel like we might have to wait until the very end of the day for that, because I do sort of see them kind of coming home with the wins. But you never know, honestly. Like, it's Valorant. Everything is to play for. Sometimes this game is just the most unpredictable, unexpected kind of outcomes. But I am really, really excited to start with G2 GIANTX, because purely for me, I feel like Sarah, again, it's kind of like Karmine Corp and Fnatic, right, with Magnum. Sarah's coming into this with sort of
a grudge. A grudge, yes.
I want to beat G2. I want to show them why did you let me go? You know, I think that's going to be really, really fun to see Sarah kind of come through and prove herself in that way.
I completely agree, and of course, the loser of the lower semifinals will be eliminated today, and you don't want that to happen this early on. We have some stats here for you guys. For those of you guys who aren't super familiar with these players, Smurfette, of course, the OG Turkish Jet, but Vanya, these numbers, Meg, it ain't come from a duelist. She's not out here playing Jet or Raze.
Vanya is the controller main I wish I could be. And I swear, if we do not see Vanya on Clove, I think a lot of us will be disappointed, because Clove is so perfect for kind of bringing in that aggressive kind of play style alongside that controller role. And I think Vanya could potentially become, I mean, again, first tournament we're seeing Clove played, but I think they could become one of the best Clove players if they do play them today.
No, I 100% think. Honestly, no, you're not. I think you're being very reasonable. This is a very, very reasonable take, because even when Clove came out, the first person that came to my mind when I watched the abilities and the trailers was Vanya. I mean, a controller player that can also shoot heads and has the ability to like smoke when she's dead and stuff. I think it's going to be absolutely perfect for her. But also at the same time, they do have to play 3 duelists. They have to make room for that as well. And we already discussed on the other side, Smurfette, Ness, and Sarah, these are going to be kind of second nature to them. But speaking of these players and teams, I believe they are ready, and it's time to bring out G2 Gozen. Take a look at this. Oh, they are here in the building setting up right now, and they are here to compete. Like you said, Meg, this is a more relaxed kind of setting, but it doesn't mean that they don't want to win a trophy. They won a lot of trophies already, but what do you think they should be doing here in terms of their duelist distribution? Do they just maybe stick Vanya on there, get Petra on there as well?
Again, kind of speaking to the fact that they can play Clove, I'm not sure if we will see Vanya on the duelist. I would love to see Vanya play a duelist, and then maybe somebody else pick up the Clove. I think, of course, we're definitely going to see ResQ and Petra kind of leaning towards the duelist roles. Mimi, not a fan, though, so I don't think we'll catch Mimi playing any duelists this weekend. But you never know. Like, we could be pleasantly surprised.
I mean, this is the thing. Mimi has never played duelist ever in her professional career. Again, it'd be a very nice time for her to bring that out. And speaking of bringing something out, here's GIANTX. Well, they're going to be facing G2 Gozen today. They have already played against them. You know, this is a bit of a rematch. Last time they faced each other, a little bit more one-sided, but this is the thing. We can theorize what we can see on the side of G2 in terms of duelist distribution, but we don't even need to do that on the side of GIANTX. They have one of the greatest duelists we have ever seen in the league in Smurfette. Ness made her mark into the scene by playing that Jet, and as we take a look at the map vetoes here as well, what do you think of this? Are you surprised by anything?
I think this is going to be amazing. Of course, we know that G2 are amazing on bind, so not shocked that they have started off with that. And then, of course, we will be going into Ascent, which is kind of classic. Yinzu was saying
Turkish map, yeah.
And then I'm so excited. I hope it goes all the way to Icebox, because, of course, not just because we're in an Icebox-themed sphere, but also because both of these teams are incredible on Icebox and have really proven themselves. And they both have a 100% win rate, so in sort of the last split. So it will be interesting to see who the queens of Icebox are.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they've left the map that they're both most comfortable with towards the end. I'm a little bit surprised that G2 left the Sunset open in here. GIANTX, they could have picked into it, but I guess they didn't want to fall for that trap there. Bind is going to be very, very interesting. This is where ResQ previously did play Yoru. They were running Reina Yoru already, which is a little bit unhinged in itself.
Is going to be the third duelist, though, on Bind?
I mean, I'm not sure, but I feel like they have options for sure. Again, for once, I am leaning more towards GIANTX here just because it's so easy just to slot Ness back on the Jet, let Smurfette play Raze. Sarah can also fill into this as well. I was a little bit surprised that Sarah didn't play a lot of Yoru back on G2 because I know they've traditionally leaned into that even when it wasn't meta. But again, they have played Bind already against each other. That Yoru Reyna was already whipped out. What do you think will go well synergy-wise if they already play Yoru Reyna?
Well, I feel like you don't need any more flashes. You could.
You don't want to say Phoenix?
Maybe I'll say Phoenix just because I can.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe we might see a Raze coming in there with the satchels on bind. Definitely a great addition to entry onto site. You also have the nade as well and the boombot for damage. So all kind of really good kit there. But it literally could be anyone played. You know, that's the fun of this. This is the first game of Instalocked. Who knows what duelists are going to be brought into this?
I'm down for the ISO. I think the ISO could be a fun option here, but I think my curiosity lies in what they don't play in its place. So obviously, if you play 3 duelists, you have to sacrifice something. There's such a heavy Gecko meta right now on bind. I feel like this is what everybody is leaning towards. So if you want to go maybe something like Gecko, Yoru, Reyna, and then throw in the Clove there just for a bit of bans, then what do? Like you play the Cypher maybe, you go for a Sentinel to try and actually win some rounds on defense. So I feel like the one thing I don't want to see is them leaning, not kind of involving the Gecko. I feel like they need to catch up to the meta of everybody playing Gecko.
Yeah.
So I feel like as long as they have something that works well with the Gecko, with the Yoru, with the Reyna, I wouldn't be too mad. But on the other side, we're going to see something more traditional. I think with GIANTX, it'll just be the Raze Jet and maybe one little bit of funky funk. Maybe Phoenix if you want to go Raze Jet.
Now listen, I'm a Phoenix fan. We know that. I've already made that abundantly clear. I don't think we're going to see a sort of the Sentinel role being filled. We don't traditionally anyway on bind, right? So we're definitely going to see, I think, a lot of Geckos coming in. Kind of a very easy addition to entry onto those sites, and also, you know, play post plan as well. And again, great on defense too. So, you know, my boyfriend's a Gecko main. I'd like to think that...
Wait, who's that?
So Marcus.
Oh, of course.
But,
Yeah.
I definitely think
we know So
a lot
Marcus.
of these girls are going to show Marcus up and kind of show them how
it's
should
done,
be played.
how it should be played. Yeah. And Reyna too, you know, it's time for them to show him how you should actually play Reyna. The map that I'm very, very curious about is the second one, because Ascen has been the place where teams haven't been that kind of proactive in terms of changing things up. I know obviously Gentle Maze, they were running the Phoenix. Some people kind of take it or leave it. Loud, they're also trying a bunch of different things as well. Paper X. But outside of those teams, it's kind of been the bog standard. You know, you don't really want to take away the Jet. You need your Sova, you need your Killjoy. So what are we going to see on Ascent? What are they going to sacrifice?
I think this is actually great for Ascent because usually, like you said, it's one of those very predictable maps where we see the kind of same comps being played. And this is really going to force the teams to change this up and really pick and choose what is essential alongside the duelist role for a map like Ascent, where you usually see those kind of bog standard agents being played. So again, who knows? This is the thing with this sort of kind of format, is that it is all unknown until we see what duelists are being brought into it, who's playing them. I think then we'll kind of get an idea as to where the teams are leaning with a very traditional map like Ascent.
I'm glad you mentioned the Yoru, because I forgot that Liquid were running the Yoru. They actually looked really, really good on that. I'm a really big fan of their comp. But again, having to put 3 in there for Ascent, you're going to have to just go flash heavy, because how on earth are you going to get onto a site on attack side? It's already hard enough as it is with usually your opponent having a KO knife or something and a Cypher trap, but maybe nobody plays KO and nobody plays Cypher today, and we just 5 people run on site. I
do wonder if we'll kind of see that initiator role being dropped, because there is somebody like Yoru who can gather that information. However, you know, I feel like for me anyway, I'm just a humble Ascendant rank gamer, but I do feel like a Sentinel role is maybe a little bit more important on a map like Ascent. So maybe we'll sort of lean into those kind of like controller, Sentinel support agents alongside the duelist, and then a Yoru ram for that information.
One thing I'm excited for is obviously these teams have known about the format for a while. They're very prepped for it. You know, I spoke to some of the coaches as well. They have some things in their locker. They want to try different things. They want to be able to show some geeky little setups, some traps, some set plays. And I think this is a great opportunity to see if this is something that could be even implemented going further, because as you would know, once upon a time, the meta has been very, very different. It's been different, I feel like, almost every single split we've had of VCT. Everybody's kind of running the double duelist. Why not the triple, eh?
This is the new meta, baby. We're about to create it here today, right now. Also, again, to speak to Phoenix as well on Ascent, you know, there's definitely a lot of Molly lineups that have been cooking on Phoenix. And again, as you were saying, for that site entry, the wall is massive. We've barely spoken about Neon, to be honest.
Oh, yes.
Do you think that she'll be played?
100%.
I don't think so.
I think so.
You do?
Oh, yeah. I think Mini Boo Neon has set such a tone in kind of the world of the meta that's happening right now. Although maybe not these maps. I think Sunset for sure. I think they could throw a Neon Breeze. They can throw a Neon in there as well. For Bind and even Icebox, I don't hate it. I actually don't hate it that much for Icebox. It'd be interesting to see what comes out. I do really quickly want to talk about Vanya again, because we theorize who could potentially go on the Duelist. This is a player that doesn't need to be on the Duelist, but let's take a look at the agent select. Mimi's gone straight for the Gecko. Vanya's on the Reyna. I knew she was going to do something like that. This is absolute god tier, and Smurfette has given you that Yoru. Smurfette has never played Yoru in an official before. This will be her first time.
This is so interesting as well. To see GIANTX completely opting out of that initiator role, running down the 3 duelists and double controller, I think is going to be absolute chaos in the best kind of way, and is really going to allow them to entry onto those sites easily and defend too.
Yeah, of course. Petra has played Duelist before, but this is very, very interesting. I cannot wait to see it. Please show some love, everybody, as I throw this over to your casters for this first match. It's Cairo and Hazza.
Thank you so much, Yinsu and Meg. It is an absolute pleasure to be here in Shoreditch, the beating heart of East London, and known to many as the birthplace of English theatre. So let's see if these duelists can bring the drama.
Well, I certainly think they'll be able to, especially with the quality, the amount of firepower both of these teams have. You've also got to be thinking about the last time that these two faced. It was 13-7, 13-7, and this is actually a repeat matchup, a repeat map that they have played last time. And obviously, well, GX are going to be starting on the defense.
Yeah, there's plenty that you can already pick apart here. And in terms of similarities to the previous time that these two faced, of course, March 7th, only just over a month ago or so, right? This is very recent memory that it'll be lingering in for GIANTX. G2 have picked into Bind, and they were playing 2 duelists here already. I was looking over the comps, and you've got, what, a Reyna in there, a Yoru already. So I don't think it should come as too much to surprise to people as to what they've opted for, what they've elected into. It's that slight variation, though, where you've got to pick up the pieces. And the biggest thing for me is not just the duelists that have been picked, but what have you not picked? What foundations are you really lying upon?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to be looking like Bind historically has a lurking agent. You think of that Viper or Cypher that generally plays across the map. We're not going to be having that. Is it going to be the Reyna or Vanya that tries to work their way through the map? And you're playing solo through a Brim as well. You've got to be thinking about that in the back of your head.
100%. I mean, both of these teams as well, we're kicking it off with 2 EMEA teams. It only makes sense. This is the second ever international LAN played in this region domestically, right? Something you've got to be thinking about. G2, they won the previous back in 2022. There'll be bragging rights as well on both sides of the server. A player like Sarah with, you know, so much to prove back against her former employers, and the fact that she was on the duelist role back when she was playing on G2, now under the banner of GIANTX, what a difference it's made. She made that pivot towards controller towards the end of the 2023 season, and coming into this one, you've got to be thinking as well about now her sort of on an initiator more than often than not.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think like generally how GIANTX's season has gone so far, I mean, we're only in April just now, but we've already had one split of game changers, and GIANTX, they got put down into the lower bracket pretty early and made a really long run to that lower bracket final where they were really unlucky to find themselves at a loss to actually not get that rematch versus G2.
Yeah, it's 5 maps that we ended up seeing, a 3-2 result in favour of Falcons. You can see already getting a bit of a look around the venue. It is starred like Icebox, and you can see Coach T-Boss maybe dressed for a different occasion, pair of sunglasses, but yeah, I don't know if we have any lip readers, making sure that nobody's peering over the side to see what the other's up to.
Yeah, it feels as if they're in for like a 1v1 or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's the twist. Maybe we throw the coach in and say that they have to play a duelist too.
That's the decider,
that is my question as well. Do you think at any point we will see teams just go balls to the wall and say, you know what, we're going to commit to Duelists, we're doubling down 5 times across the board, let's just bring them all out?
Listen, we have history. We do have history of that happening. Team SMG, remember
Close.
back in the World Championship?
Yeah, 4-1. There was still a Cypher in play there. And that's something to think about for G2, right? More than anyone else here, they will have experience. Sure, it wasn't the composition that they went up against, but if you want to dust off your notes and potentially see what the preparation would have looked like there, then you could think about it. But that was on Lotus as well. So again, so little similarity to really pick apart. The only historical usage of 3 Duelists that I can personally think of would be Paper X. And they did use it for a little bit towards the semi and grand finals of Pacific earlier this year, into Masters. But after that result against EDG, that's when they tossed it in the bin, and we haven't seen it since.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously know that Paper X are going to come out with funky comps and stuff like that. But I think like the difference being is that you look at Split and the geometry of that map, how choke heavy it can be, how defensive sided it can be, and that's why the Duelists I don't think are really at a detriment at that point. But when we start to move across the maps, you think of Lotus, for instance, that we were talking about earlier, and how hard it can be to like really maneuver around that map, get the information that you need. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how that those triple Duelists will really affect that map.
Yeah, I think it's important now that we start to look down the line at some of the names that we've got here as well. Not just this matchup that we're already speaking about, having played each other in GC EMEA, but some of those names. I already touched on Sarah, but you can see on your screen right now Smurfette. And the reason why I want to mention her is that she was part of that guild team, which ended up taking away what would have been G2's 4th successive domestic title in as many finals that they ended up playing. The whole of that year was entirely dominated by the 2 of them, but maybe we're going to see now them start to close the gap a little bit in a tournament like this, because I was speaking to a few people around the venue as well, and the general sentiment seems to be that if there's a time that you're going to catch the domestic champions off guard, it would be with something that features a little twist like this.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got to be thinking, like, with a tournament like this, the little twist, the GC championship, the next split of GC coming up has these teams will be wanting to try and get some prac against each other in an official environment. That's the big thing. Sure, scrims are happening every single day, but there's nothing like the real thing. And against GIANTX getting to test against the best, there's no better opportunity.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I mean, on the G2 side of things, it's a bit of a change for them as well. When you consider GX to be this amalgamation of different players who have had their time being so close to really reaching that elite level, or at least gain elite results, because we know there is silverware on every side of the server, whoever it is that's ending up playing. There's so much experience across the 4 teams. For G2, it's just strengthening what they already had. Just such a strong core that you already had pre-existing with Mimi and Petra between the 2 of them. The amount of campaigns that they've featured in, 20, between the 2, 10 each, every single series so far, they've been there. And you look at the amount of titles that they've taken home from all of that as well. It is the vast majority, 6 out of those 10.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And then you just think of this, like, you look at the longevity of that roster as well, Hazza. Like, you'll get such a young players coming in, like Amy's 19, Rescue's 17. You start to add to what is already a very experienced roster. And I think this is happening all across Valorant. You just see the sheer firepower that they have when they're going into games.
Yeah, man, we've reached the new generation. When I was doing the prep here and I see that Rescue was born the same year the Nintendo Wii came out, I'm feeling very, very old when I think back to myself controller in hand in my mate's living room. But here we go, 30 seconds on the clock. We are ready to dive into the action now. We've chalked it up already. It's going to be GIANTX versus G2. The best way of looking at G2 in my eyes, Frankenstein's monster and EMEA's worst nightmare. G2, they've come back from the dead. They've transplanted some young firepower in the pre-existing foundations that they have here. For GIANTX, can they shift the balance with a twist? 3 Duelists in the server.
Yeah, already, just to note, there's a Euro TP being sent towards the B side of the map in GX. They're walking down short here, Hazza.
Well, they are. Amy's already received contact, and the rest of G2 look to be catching wind to this idea. It's a quick reaction towards the B side, and only one player stationed there to deal with this threat as the flank is fast approaching with 3 players.
Yeah, this is almost like Interceptors has a way on TV, but this time it's GX trying to catch G2 before they hit the site. It's not going to be the case. Ness has played this well without getting picked off, and still holding on to elbow will only be good for 1.
Good trade, really nice. No hookah control for either team. Mimi starts to go on a discovery mission. Petra elsewhere, pushing the limits and finding the kill onto Jolina. Now they can guard the back line.
Yeah, look at this. The retake coming straight back in through Octagon, and there's so many 1v1s being taken, but it's been brought to a 2v1. GX in a great position on the spike, and Amy having to try and get them off. Has a molly, but has to swing and misses out. GIANTX will take the first round.
Oh, and by the skin of their teeth, Sarah on 6 HP, but that is what will get them through in the end. You look at some of the reactions there as well on the G2 side of things, taking space towards spawn. They concede hookah, and yeah, it was through the long side eventually where the push came in. But something else to mention as well, it's not just going to be that raw firepower, it's the trades that you have in place. You have to look right to the bare bones of how this matchup will be on Bind.
100% already on rifles for Sarah. Good to see that they're starting to invest heavy on this anti-eco, but again, G2 start towards the B side of the map, start towards long.
Early Dizzy coming out, long control taken beyond the high tide. And already starting to build into some ults as well. We've got to see what the prioritization looks like, because you'll be missing out on some of the heavy hitters. What do they think is best suited to task with their opponents?
Yeah. I've already used a lot of the Harbour utility on GIANTX as well. You've already seen Cascade and High Tide being used.
They do have the toxic screen here though, so that can be quickly replenished. There is a gate crash placed.
Oh.
Possibility to disengage and a rotate calls. G2, they cut the noise, but now is their time to hit the site.
Yeah, they're going straight out. Hazard have waited and they've baited GIANTX into rotating towards the other side of the map. Spike finally going down. And look at G2, how far they're up elbow.
Yeah, we've got Brim Smokes to try and play around. Petra only on a classic, Rescue the same. Trying to get something done. Quick upgrades. Sheriff now, the sidearm. Shots missed though, and that is going to be the bottom line for a round like this. You need to try and find something if you can, and the Cove already on the spike means that Mimi's position is devalued entirely. 5 players left alive, a near flawless, in fact, as the spike gets defused.
Yeah, there you have it. I mean, I think at the same time, it was nice that G2 were able to bait the rotate, but it all came down to firepower at the end.
Big thing is that the plant goes in as well. Yeah. So coming into this next round, it's a well-stocked attack side which will be able to face up against GX. And in terms of the map control that they've already taken, very heavy towards the B long side. You have to look at the pieces that remain. That Gecko, for example, regenerative utility, very good at clearing those open spaces.
Yeah, I mean, you look towards what GIANTX have as well, and the compositional differences has. It's that Harbour and Viper, which is going to be so hard to try and break through. And again, GIANTX walk down short with 4 players.
Looking to frisk the G2 side for all they're worth, and again Amy will send that through the chain of hierarchy. Needs to stand on her own 2 feet and find the kills to go with it. A quick 1-for-1. Rescue falls in line. Brilliant trade and a double up, which now lends the advantage to Gozen.
Yeah, Ness is trying to look for something and is actually going to get traded out. It's very unfortunate being the solo anchor. They needed to get numbers back on their side, but not going to work out. G2 immediately position themselves on towards the site as we see the Harbour making their way through hookah. Already a 1 versus 1 versus Petra, but obviously there's only going to be one winner in that aspect.
Yeah, there certainly will. Petra, no stranger to the Duelist, filled in towards it during champs at the latter end of last year, but Jolina, the last remaining player there, yes. And the key piece ultimately in how this GX team is going to function, given so many new pieces after having such a successful run with Ascend, it's going to be a question now of what she can get out of it. And as well, looking at it on a map like this, when you're playing defense with 3 Duelists, you can already see the proactivity that they've opted for, but G2 have their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, G2 have adapted. They're wanting to hold for this short push again, but it's not going to happen. Both controls towards this side of the map, and immediately the pressure being put on. Looking towards the other side of the map, though, just momentarily, Hazza. GX, the leave and raise out on long as G2 hit the A site.
Petra already closing the gap just a little bit. This is where you'd want a reveal or something over the top to give you a little bit of help. Instead, it's pure firepower that they use to make their way through. 3-on-3 situation. Spike will be going down thanks to the wingman. Vanya's a difficult clear here, and with the Empress available, could be a serious threat.
Yeah, they're positioning the Brim on Showers as well, just to get that molly lineup. Oh, big kill as well. Vanya getting out there. I mean, GX, they don't even have a chance to get back in realistically here. Having to try and fight Showers, and with 2 players sitting, it's an easy trade. 2v1. Again, that Brimstone of Amy playing from Showers is a position that we see so often, and Miori's baited them out with the tap of the spike. Gecko out on shot, waiting to see if they can beat out. No, it's just going to be a thrash straight in, taking them off the spike, wasting time. Miori knows that they have to try and get the kill. And there you have it, Mimi being able to clutch out the round.
Some really important 1v1s which we've seen so far within the rounds, coming out of the rounds as well. Some clutch situations. Mimi gets the best of them in that endeavor. But the big thing for me is Vanya feels so comfortable to just play bench with her ult, take the 1 kill, and then dip out where you've got your teammates with covering your back, right? Like absolutely no stress. And again, just as soon as G2 dip their fingers towards the A side of the map, they switch things up. But this time they will be running into some trouble.
Yeah, the trouble well and truly being set a trap. Only 1 player to take contact, and it's Miori with a judge.
It is a trap indeed. You can see Sarah has the leer there. It is a blindside right in the face, and position revealed, but the shot lands. Cascade in the face to try and disengage, but a pin pulled on the play. A bit of aggression back in. Oh. Miori has put herself off the cliff with the paint shells.
Oh, that's a disaster, Hazard, because now there's only 1 player on the site. It's Jolina having to hold it only down with just a sheriff. What? There's no way. The wingman's still trying to get the spike down to give Mimi a chance, but it's a thrifty round.
That is unbelievable stuff from GIANTX. Something to be said about this team is the X factor, their clutch factor, right? No pun intended. You look at some of the players here being able to pull the rabbit out the hat. Some of the names that we have, for example, Jolina is joint second for clutches in GC EMEA that we saw last time around with 12 of them. And I think you can probably add on to that statistic with how clean those shots were in the moment of need.
I mean, Hazard, it's absolutely insane. You're thinking there's absolutely no chance that they're able to bring this back. As for this round, though, Ness trying to beat out with hiding in the corner. That's a horrible situation for G2 to try and deal with. And Ness peeks out, doesn't get much from it, and escapes with no damage either.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. As the Viper player, you're not going to be expected as the one to take those kinds of fights. Ness equally as capable as any in the server right now. Boombot coming out, starting to clear towards the shower side where they lost that first pick. Seeing if the operator's in play, if they can maybe bait out a shot, something, anything. But nothing given up, and Miori nested in heaven, just waiting for that first contact to come through.
The silence is deafening between the 2 pings going out to the G2 site.
Sarah is going to get first contact on this, though. It is a jump from spawn, and I'm not sure whether it's in audible range, but it matters not because the util will follow it out.
Yeah, well, here we have it. Showstopper. If Petrol or if Miori wants to come back into it, Mavira popped. It's Sarah at the back of sight, though, that ends up picking up the kill. Ness still holding on towards shot. This is a disaster for G2. Not even getting a chance to get in towards the site. Spike dropped in shower. Amy, absolutely no chance.
Yeah, you can see the smokes that they opted for there as well. It was very heavy towards the shower side. Late play coming in through short, but it's made redundant by the time you get into that position. So GX being very good now at responding to what G2 is doing. They haven't shown a second facet to their game plan. It's been pretty straightforward as to how they've played, unless they've been corralled into doing something when GX are the ones setting the pace.
Now towards the B side of the map again, has a G2 really starting to lose a grasp on what was a good start, a good kind of rounds after that bonus win. As for now, though, it's the same sort of default that we saw in the pistol.
I think this op has certainly broken the balance just a little bit as well. And sure, it's stationed towards A for now, but G2 don't know that, and they're using quite a lot of utility to clear out this space, whereas before, they just walk up off the back of one Dizzy and say, yeah, job's a good one.
Yeah, but you've got to be looking at the dimensional drift that the Euro can use for G2, get so much information. Sure, Smurfette has it on their side as well, but it's all about that information economy, which G2 are trying to build up by clearing that space.
Do still see G2 with presence across the map, Mimi towards short, showers as well. And the captain will just be looking at what pieces lay on the board for now, seeing what exactly they can manufacture, and it seems to be a pretty lopsided fake here, but Petra made vulnerable and quickly dismissed.
That's a massive kill. G2 are now trying to repause in towards the A site, where the op is now ready to rain down fire. Hell is now starting to be created, but just a momentary break in the engagement, so you thought. G2 just holding down, but it's Ness on the re-entry. 3 on the round for them.
You can see what the idea was there as well. Just try and fake out the site. Vanya clambering back to claim an advantage for them, but they've lost it all, and now it falls down onto the sole shoulders of Mimi to pull them out of this hole.
Nice first. Oh, but it's the second Hazard. It was first. The first one was clean. Second one wasn't. And well, yeah, I mean, the round was realistically made by Ness.
Yeah, that it was. And I think just shutting down that fake nice and early, Petra not allowed to break between the lines, the utility, the wealth of it that GX are holding pretty close to their chest, not showing too much as G2 go quiet in the mid round. It has been really, really nice to be a lot more effective in those situations where they do look to just explode on site, because that's the expectation that we have coming in, not that we had too many with 3 duelists in play.
Yeah, already we've seen a couple of stingers, a little bit of a force coming through from G2, try and upset the balance, get up close and personal. This is probably the best round to do it. Only 2 players on the A site, fair enough, it is the 2 controllers.
There's nothing that you can do to stop Rex once she's set in motion. And oh, I'll tell you what though, halted immediately, hits the brakes. Jolina, Ness, Petra, Rescue out of the server, and there's a shorty up in the face to make matters worse. But G2, they're saving face. They find 2 kills back for a 3v3 where they hold the advantage in ultimates.
Oh yeah, that's the big aspect, Hazza. You've got the orbital strike and the thrash, and we've already seen G2 play them in a post plan.
How exactly do they want to try and stagger them? The big issue is that both of those players are towards lamps. Vanya's really got to hold down the fort from the cubby. Amy already thinking about getting this one used as Entertain right on the edge, and now Amy in the zone for the clutch, but quickly pulled out of it. Kicking and screaming. GIANTX find their 6th round on the board, and that will be the half broken even at the very least.
Yeah, but you've got to think of how expensive that actually was for G2 in terms of the ultimates. That was 3 big ones used on that round. Fair enough, the Empress maybe not as much, but Orbital Strike has it, and the Thrash. I mean, you're still going to have to rebuild them back up, and you're towards the latter stages of this first half.
Yeah, not exactly a good look there for G2. So far in this game, GIANTX have been responding to what's going on around the map pretty well. And I mean, if you even want to talk about a combination of agents here, Harbor and Reyna, something that we've seen a team like Paper Rex do before, right? If that's what you want to go down, if that's the road that you want to walk. And just that replenishable utility, and this Viper's Pit, which is going to cause so many issues. Payshot's coming out as well, so again, a lot invested to achieve this aim.
Again, the dimensional drift not available though for G2, which is usually what we see being used to try and spam me, get rid of the Viper, but instead they're going to repause and go across into showers.
I mean, look at the same time, the push and pull. Yep. GIANTX taking all of that space, posting up Sarah right outside of the marketplace. Getting ready to see if she can cash out any damage. It is a dual-pronged defense towards the center of the map. Nessa's gone walkabouts, but won her kill. Straight back into the fumes. And Miori forces Vanya to cough up blood. Kills all across the board. It's a 5-on-2.
Ness has been insane for GX. Holding on to short is massive. Being able to make sure that G2 have absolutely nothing. And Amy stuck in the corner. Wow.
Miori pulling a little bit of style out with a no-scope to close. Smurfette should get on this defuser, at least make it half. There is prioritization here. The devil is in the details, and right now, GIANTX looking flawless. Every single I dotted and every T crossed.
I mean, Hazza, when it comes down to the engagements, it's just all GIANTX at the moment. That's how it seems to be. I mean, you think towards the last round with Ness's triple, this round now, Miori's triple, they are absolutely fragging out.
That they are. And wondering if we're going to get a timeout of any sort. Yeah, you can see it active on the screen. In terms of what's being said, from a coach perspective, not too much on G2 side. You can see Mimi pulling the strings, trying to get something done. here to turn this one around. And, you know, as a fan of the Michaela Vlogs channel myself, I can say that, you know, she was excited coming into this tournament for what it's going to bring. And just personally as well, you know, broke her silence and said, you know, she had been going through a bit of a slump recently. So it's events like this, I think, that really help give you that boost, right? Being in person, next to your teammates. I know G2, they're pretty well known for boot camping most of the Game Changers online events that we see. And again, a big important factor about this team, and something that Petra also mentioned, is that they feel taken very seriously by the organization. You know that they have the backing that they need for those kinds of moments. And just professionals from front to back.
Oh, of course. I mean, you just think of the G2's investment across the board they're such a massive organization, and this roster deserves to have that backing, especially with the accolades that they've accrued across many seasons.
Yeah. And the players that have come in as well, the statements of intent always being made. 7-2 is the scoreline for now, though, and GIANTX, with former opponents and teammates alike against G2, certainly making this twist work and immediately increasing the pace. Smurfette takes a hell of a load of damage on the opposite side, but they are able to disengage.
That's like a peek through the blinds, seeing what everybody's having a scrap outside and say, nah, I'm having none of that. Dip straight out, but Petra, they don't even know.
Sarah behind the screen, looking to pull the wool over their eyes. This is what you missed out on. Ooh. Smash and grab stuff. Mimi gone. A quick slap across the cheek, and flying in will be Petra. The response is resounding from G2. They get all the kills that they need and then some. Jelena perhaps plays her hand a little too early, and that is the advantage lost.
Yeah, how's it? They've not taken a note of where the spike is, and Miori taking note of G2. Both players split up, both 1v1s. I don't think Ness knows about behind.
And the spike drops right at her feet. A golden opportunity to make something out of nothing for Ness. Walks around to the edge of the smoke, and Rescue is there, ready and waiting. So G2, out the back of the timeout, things start to go their way.
Yeah, just to note, the last time that these two played on Bind in the last matchup, it was 7-5 on the half, and then it went 6-2 on both maps, actually. So maybe we're getting more of the same, history repeating themselves, but it will be GIANTX to take the advantage into the next half this time.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, history is a flat circle, and my head is certainly spinning with some of the rounds that we've already seen. Ultimate invested there by Miori, which gave you the thought that we were within the realms of possibility, but no dice this time. G2 splitting B for second round in a row, and Miori again there to greet them.
Yeah, Miori on the op has been absolutely insane. Holding down the angles, punishing G2 if they peek out.
GIANTX do rotate into this, but to speak about the Raze pick as well, we've seen a dramatic increase in her play rate as well. You compare it to Jet, for example, how often we used to see a map like this dominated by an op in the hands of the Korean duelist, but no. It is Raze has captured the headlines most of the time, and you know, the util damage goes with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the big aspect is the fact that you get the paint shells, etc., and especially the agents that can aid in doing so.
It's the best of both worlds, really. GIANTX locked out of this one for now, though. The wingman should be able to get the plant. Smurfette's got to sacrifice her life to try and deny that, and goes a moment too late. Shows herself, but not taken down, and support has now arrived.
Yeah, everybody's ready to go here. It's a 5 versus 4 retake in favour of GIANTX, and continuously seems to be the case, although G2's retort seems to be sustainable in this moment in time. Vania under siege, under fire, maybe having to peek out and check the spike, hiding in the cove in a 1 versus 2, 48 points of HP, and look at this, the reckoning, forcing them back. Can't even get on towards the spike to deny it, can't even win that first engagement in a 1 versus 2. GIANTX they've got a really good lead.
Now they do. 8-3. It's a substantial lead which they sit on, like you say. And for Mimi there, it's really tough just trying to take fights between the angles, the Harbor utility on spot, down to her last 2 bullets with 2 players in the face. Reckoning invested, but again, it shows that GIANTX are happy to throw these abilities at the round if they get the result they're looking for.
I mean, that's it. You want the end result here, especially now heading in towards the latter stages. Sarah won off that Empress, and well, you look at G2, they've got so much to work with.
Just trying to build around the rifles that they do have. G2, Amy and Mimi, the ones left on a Sheriff at either end of the scoreboard.
Oh yeah!
Held at arm's length towards short for now, but that mighty utility won't last too long.
Oh, big entry from Petra, but it's Smurfette out on bench. Thought they could TP out, but can't. Wingman now starting to get to work. Spike now puts G2 in a post plan.
Oh, a really important duel for Amy to try and win there. Flankers now
Cutting their vision.
been taken away from them. That position is no longer available. They've got to fight for Lamps, and that they will. Rescue, in fact, finds 2 kills, a third on the round. The Thrash will chase Miori to the ends of the earth, and they've got a one-way ticket to cash in on a free kill. Melee drawn, there's not quite going to be enough time for the Detain to fully outlast it, but there we go.
Yeah, has a 8-4 half in the end between these two. I mean, and you think about everything that's been going through so far, like GIANTX and the engagements that they're taking, they've been getting the better of them. And I mean, look at Miori, 17-6 so far.
And I mean, looking at the names in the server as well, Miori usually on the Sentinel, not exactly chalked to be your heavy hitter, your one on the Duelist, dictating the map as she has been, but fully unleashed now her potential on that Raze. It's a 8-4 scoreline, which favours the hometown heroes. While they may have a Turkish core, it only takes 9 minutes on your bike in the direction of northeast London from the gaming sphere to get to the GX headquarters. Just a turn away off Old Street, and not too far now from closing in on a first map result on their opponent's pick.
Yeah, this is almost deja vu. I feel as if we're starting the first half again. Here has a G2 doing the same as what GX did with 4 down short. And they've all split up. I'll look at towards GIANTX. They've already got a B site for free. They're just yet to try and attempt to get the spike down.
That utility to close the gap. It's only a fake from the gate crash this time around. Already Elbow under their banner, and now Ness has a lot of work to do on this Sheriff. 2 players in her face. Can stagger the fights long enough to get out of trouble, but they know about this now.
Yeah, the response though from GX is just to go and fight Elbow, and they've won both the engagements that they needed to. They've gained the extra space, the extra firepower that they needed to get, and it's Mimi that's going to take out Jolina. This kill feed is flooded. The site no longer going to be in. Mimi having to try and get a move on here. The spike's getting lower and lower, time ticking away. The wingman going to be the one working the spike, but it's Sarah working the kill feed with 3 on the round.
That's insane, man. Mimi has the Dizzy take a bullet for her. The wingman nearly does the same, but the result ends up being a GIANTX pistol round. So from this position now up 9-4, they are looking in strong contention to take what would be a shock first map for some. But as I was saying before, the general feeling around the place is that if there was a place to do it, it would be now. They can learn from the mistakes of the previous series and bring it to a battleground which is much different to what you'd usually expect.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you think towards what the matchup was last time has, I mean, the general feeling was that G2 dominated GX, and it seems to be the same case right now. The rifles get to work, and Sarah able to dismiss out, although has a, wait a minute, G2, they can found themselves in a really good spot.
Question of whether they can get these upgrades or not, though. That wingman may have sold the illusion that Miori was stunned. She isn't. At range, the judge will poke and prod and finally pick up the kill.
But the big aspect here is Amy has picked up a rifle. There's a lot of chip damage being done to the last 2 remaining players on GIANTX.
Again, another player who is a new face in the server, a LAN environment like this. When you look at the experience that they have, she is no stranger to it. Did win Rise to Supremacy during the off-season. But things a little different here. What can she do coming in back through spawn? GIANTX have no idea as to what the positioning is, and again,
Smoke's down.
no HP on both players.
Smoke's down.
Finally onto the spike. Utility being used up. Amy find themselves in a perfect spot. Miori's using the blast packs, delaying the time, making the tick work for them. That's the biggest thing, but that last blast pack didn't work. The judge will this time. But for a minute, Hazza, you think that Amy's got a chance.
Amy made that look dangerous. Could smell blood in the water, knew that there were 2 players stacked up together from lamps, a common way to play that kind of post plant. with the lack of information that they had. But still, G2 able to bring it close, and you look at the weapons they've managed to take off of their opponents here as well. It's only the Judge that was kept through the round.
Yeah.
I think maybe during the celebrations there was no real chance to recollect that one.
You've got to be thinking though, like how Rage works across the map. How many times have we seen blast packs over truck and taking engagements deep in towards Lamps? This Judge can still really work for GIANTX here.
Maybe not quite full coverage from that boom bot. Lamps is a no-go, an unknown as it stands. There's no players there on either side of the server. Fiori, again, just trying to disrespect the players on the opposite side with this Judge, but the retaliation from G2 is enormous. Both Petra and Vania will quickly see that one off, so they get on the board for their defender's side.
Yeah, that's the big thing here though, Hazza. You try to disrespect a well set up site and you will get punished for it. G2 are going to be able to bolster their economy off the back of that.
They wanted to try and overload the backside, but with the utility that they had and the placement of it, more importantly, no Lamps control, as I mentioned, for either team, it's an interesting way that it ends up playing out, and through the open is where that one concludes. So 10-5, twice the rounds here for GIANTX, but G2 starting to get back into things.
Starting again, overloading towards the B long side. 5 players here from GIANTX, and those thundering footsteps are being given away to the 2 players that are inside. Hooker dropping back, a quick TPO put over, and now this is where the heavier side of the forces are for G2.
Vanya getting ready to go off of her teammates. It's a Thrash, the catalyst, which will engage this one. Paint shells on top, but not quite enough damage to finish off the job. Sarah with a fake out through the wall. There is an absolute brawl going down on the site, and Mimi is thriving in the chaos. 3 kills for her before the captain goes down with her ship. G2 still standing in this 2 versus 2.
They are still standing, Hazza, but they've brought themselves back to a 2v2. This isn't as good as what they think. Spike finally has been recollected though.
And there is a chance for this to go through the TP. Only issue is that Petra is the last guardian of that crossing. Vanya plays off of her teammate, but it will not be enough. And just like that, GX reach 11.
I mean, 2 off of winning this map, 1 off map point and guaranteed overtime here. If you're G2, you're maybe starting to sweat and you're thinking about that second timeout.
Potentially. There's not too much more time to involve it now, but they've got to feel comfortable about their game plan at the very least. I mean, again, like we say, it's about those foundations, and G2s have been able to stand the test of time over and over again when you look at the changes that they've made, but more importantly, that duo of Petra and Mimi that they've kept. Spelled for success! Vanya waves her magic wand to find 2 kills.
Now you're taking away the majority of the forces here, the last 2 remaining out on short. G2 can really start to relax on this round, that's for sure, and Petra puts on the style and piles on the pain.
It's rounds like that as well, which just give you the most swift and brutal reminder of what a team like G2 can do to you if you don't give them the respect that they deserve. It was such a nice flash across the back wall of showers there, the supportive utility of Yoru, something I think we expected to see in place of those initiators quite a bit throughout this tournament, and a trend which is in vogue from the start here.
Got to remember, this is G2's pick in the best of 3 Hazza as well. This is where they've decided to put up the fort. You're moving on towards Ascent next, which is G2 have been known to be playing really well at, but at the same time, you're going to miss out on a key opportunity. GIANTX putting themselves in the perfect front seat.
And we're just trying to watch on towards Hookah. Miori was hoping that there would be a player in close proximity, but still 2 blast packs which she can call upon. Kind of acrobatics perhaps, but a rotation called preemptively here by Mimi. G2 can sense that something's up.
Look at the ultimates that are on board for GIANTX Hazza. That's going to be the biggest point. Reckoning to get in. They're not even used it. Miori out of nowhere.
In over the top, an aerial assassination, but that's all they're good for now. In terms of taking stock on the round, it is a G2 trajectory with quite the velocity. An upwards trend. Oh, big headshot, Sarah, up in the face of Petra. Both down below 5 points of health, and she'll in fact win out. A quick replenish, but swiftly taken down by her counterpart.
Yeah, Ness now looking to hit that
30
TP. There you
seconds
go.
left.
Straight away, trying to get the spike down. That's the priority right now for GIANTX. They've got to try and get this in towards a position where they've got extra economy for the next round, but also put Ness in a point of nearly winning it.
I have to know whether Ness has any snake bites. No, it is confirmed now looking at the hotbar. Only the poison orb towards spawn, and with that first gunshot off, 2 players revealed, there was a chance for a reposition, but it was a fleeting one, and G2 chomp down at the bit to find their 7th round.
Yeah, I think as well, like, I mean, you're going to face in towards 2 rifles. There's a chance, like, you think maybe with the sheriff shots, but nah, it's not to be.
Ness is an absolute sheriff demon as well, and for those who watched her time recently on Guild as well, it would have been literally moments away from us if you go up the set of stairs here from beneath in the gaming sphere. Yeah, she was always known for a crisp 1 or 2 of those, and yeah, there's a world where you see that panning out differently, but for now we have to take reality of the situation. The scoreline is 11-7. G2 are beginning to close in, and that is where the timeout comes through.
Yeah, I mean, GIANTX again, like, has been more G2 favoured for the past few rounds, so they're maybe thinking, like, just stop the momentum and sit down and talk about how things have been going for them.
And you even look at the player screens there as well. It was a red timeout from the G2 side, which means it's their opponent. So therefore, I would be inclined to believe that it was actually GIANTX that called both of the timeouts that we've seen.
Yes, I mean, that could have been the case, has it? I mean, we're back towards looking at the first half and how good Miori's impact was on the AWP. And the question that you start to think about is, I mean, how good is the AWP on the attack for them, perhaps?
Yeah, or do even G2 want to try and work that into their own game plan from the defensive side, or is that not something that they have really thought about bringing in here? Again, find the map that we're playing, and the one deviation in terms of composition for G2 is the fact that they go without the harbour here, and that's where GIANTX pick it up.
Towards this Viper wall that we're seeing on the A site as well, you know, that is going to be a hit the way that it's set up. It's not really a luck wall at all, and that's exactly the case, although Petra takes Miori out the sky.
Elevated angle now for her to prowl that kind of position. Ness behind a cascade, but it's a candy-painted surface. You can see straight through it, and Smurfette will remove the illusion. It's only a kill that she gets. Again, Mimi and Petra doing so much work, and Rescue baits out with the utility as well to nail that final one into the coffin. So again, back within 3.
The gap's closing and closing. If you're GIANTX, do you think that this could be your opportunity missed, has it? I mean, we saw a great comeback last night with Fnatic on behind. It could be the same case here.
That's true. I did walk over the threshold of Fnatic HQ when it was at 11-3, and then wondered what on earth happened by the time that game ended. But of course, this being less of a gargantuan gap, yet at the same time, you've got to be thinking in the back of your head, if you're GIANTX, that G2, that Frankenstein's monster I was speaking about, it's the hand bursting out from underneath the soil that you're starting to see. The pulse is still beating. There is life left in them yet.
Yeah, you look towards what G2's priority is to hold on towards this site. It's keeping control of elbow. 2 players placed towards there. I don't think they even want to take any chances. We've even got 1 player trapped in Hookah. Miori with absolutely no chance. Viper's Pit, though, will try and sustain the hold.
Utility does the heavy lifting early on, but there's still plenty to be cleared here. Viper's Pit on spot. Smurfette needs to be careful that she doesn't get caught, but this is where Rescue's going to be screaming down the comms, revealing the position of the Viper player, and with all of them hyper-fixated on what's going down in the crux of the site, Vanya gets to work. All sides of that retake coming together, a meeting of the minds, and another round put to the sword.
Absolutely fantastic there, and not only that though, Hazza, you also saw the dismiss coming through from Vanya to also ping out where people were. Like, there was so many ideas from G2, and it just worked in unison so well.
They look incredibly calm in those kinds of situations. That's the biggest takeaway. It has to be the fact that you can't stress out or overcomplicate it. You know what your win conditions are and you play to them successfully. Brilliant utility usage, but again, the individual's always something we have to highlight. Vanya now 19-5.
Yeah, and you've got to be thinking, if GX lose this round, Hazard, they're going to be back on an eco with G2 guaranteed to get, or almost guaranteed to get 11. then things start to look bad, because that's going to be the last rifle round before they're going to have to be playing on an eco. Look at Long here, and it's GX to come out on top.
For some reason, it feels like whoever instigates the fight is the one who ends up with their ego bruised. G2, the ones to start things off, and Mimi could finish it here. Sarah known about and quickly schooled her former teammate. Thinking caps on for GIANTX. What space can we take now, knowing that this is a flank-heavy retake?
Finding a lot of space successfully, all the way towards CT.
They have an idea. How much further do you take it?
That's the thing. Miori all alone on an island. Good for the first, and a paint shells to deny any further space. The other players decide to go through the middle of the site, and it's worked out successfully. Vania knowing that there's at least one player towards CT, and an idea about Ness in heaven. Seeing those snake bites come out will give away their position, and now you know both players are disconnected. You can take that 1 versus 1, and both players have. And look at this, Hazard. It's down to a 1 versus 1. The orbital strike will force Jolina on towards the spike, and a right click of a classic will push GX on towards map point.
Clutches are what she does, and dealing a blow which may just have done enough here on Bind to see this one through. Another timeout being called, but as I theorized, this time it is on the G2 side. They finally made the decision to say, yeah, we need to call a break in play, and a quick burst inside the smoke finishes off Amy and finds that 12th, so map point on their opponent's pick.
Yeah, guaranteeing overtime is a massive feat for them, Hazard. You've got to be thinking about missed opportunities, perhaps, and allowing G2 into the game. If GX hadn't won a single round since that rifle round, things could have been disastrous for them.
I mean, you can see there even as well, both coaches not exactly engaged in the dialogue, just making sure that they're subsidiary to what's going on with the players in the server. The game plan is enacted as they had hoped. Yet again, we've always got to be circling back to the idea of the fights being taken, because we have seen some decent rounds with utility used, but a lot of the time, it's been very isolated engagements. It feels as if the players are almost embracing the fact that this is a change of pace to what they're used to.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard, the thing is, when you think towards like the general round as well, like there's a lot of open sites, and being able to take that extra space, they're working a lot in packs, and I mean, obviously we saw it in the last round with GX towards that long fight. A lot of chances being taken, and obviously you don't have as much searching utility like intel that you can use, especially on the GIANTX side. I mean, you've really got the Roomba, and that's about it.
Up towards Long. Only Amy on this side of the map. There is a gate crash available, and quickly elected for. Rescue arriving in play, as is the Yoru on the other side. Smurfette knows about it now.
Smurfette does, but I don't think they want to take the engagement. Look at Amy though, Hazard, on a little bit of a wonder, and has found a lot of space towards the flank.
But the longer that she lays idle in this position and doesn't choose to activate, then surely GIANTX will have an idea as to what's going on. They call their ultimate instead down from the heavens to try and take that forward fight. Amy still yet to make her reprisal.
Yeah, but Hazard, they know there's only 2 players towards CT. This is the time where Amy activates on towards the spike and on that flank.
Coming straight in, no Gecko available, no defuse. You've just got to get down to work and roll those sleeves up. Vania, again, being the saving grace, the silver lining of this suffering G2 side. Back within touching distance now. It's another round on the board.
It's a disengage from GIANTX that allows G2 onto the site there as well, Hazard. There's nothing wrong with the engagements towards CT. They're putting pressure on and not allowing G2 towards the site. It's just a disengage that ends up costing them and giving up that site.
Muscled up, shoulder to shoulder. Difficult to make your way out with that kind of tag damage. You have to live and die by the play that you call. Jolina versus Mimi in the server. A battle of the minds in many ways. Simplistic as the status of this game may say.
B split. Only Amy here. Got that gate crash as well for any support that needs to be called. Again, priority from G2 towards elbow and holding on towards CT as well.
Time to jump.
Rescue is here. very quick off the mark, but how do they want to respond to this kind of execute, G2? GIANTX haven't pulled any punches, no fakes, they've gone straight for the jugular every time, and Smurfette instead is the one that draws blood first.
Still holding on, Rescue supported by Amy, but Amy doesn't even go for the trade and gets completely caught off guard. But it's the CT fights that G2 win, still at an advantage and still able to get on towards the spike. Oh no, those numbers are dwindling, those fights are being won by GX, but it's Petra at the end that pushes G2 to 11.
Brilliant work from Petra, put in the hot seat, and again, it's that never say die attitude on this team that we have. The eldest leads by example, and G2, just like that, take us down to the final round of regulation.
I mean, that's it, has us. The fact that, I mean, we are going all 24 rounds between these two. I mean, that is going to be rifle versus rifle. The fact is, though, G2 have the ultimates on their side to finish this out. One off a Thrash for Mimi as well. I imagine they'll probably fight for either Showers or Long, and already with the Gecko out on Long, you know exactly where it's going to be. GX, though, they've thought about this.
Again, a powder keg is crammed into the confines of Long, and whichever way this one goes could just settle the fate. First kill picked up by Mimi. Miori gone straight past. No idea. A stab in the back, and Mimi finishes the job.
Miori's trying to take a time and a chance, and on that note, the Thrash is back online. A swing off the back of that, and Jolina's picked up too.
They've overstayed their welcome, G2. Rescue wants a little bit more, but could put herself on a platter in the process. Sarah certainly thinking about it. The angle is taken, and the fight lost out. Sarah, the former duelist, now against her counterpart, wins.
Yeah, but you've got to be thinking about Jolina here. Hasn't opted for the ultimate orb, but is one away from the reckoning if we get there.
Spike planted.
Vanya on the way back through, 2 versus 2. High Tide goes up from the attacking side, but it's left a slight gap for them to maybe sneak in behind the spike. No, not to be the case. Sarah doing it against anyone that dares face her now in the server. Not to be replaced. There is no substitute for the success that Sarah's serving. GIANTX, they take the first map 13-11.
Yeah, but has not without G2 fighting tooth and nail after the half switch and after the pistol and anti-eco win. I'm thinking to myself, GX are really taking us towards G2. They're really putting themselves in a position where, honestly, I think they're going to like really win by a large advantage. I mean, it was what, 11-4, 11-3 at one point as well. You've got to be thinking about like how well GIANTX put themselves at 11 for such a long time.
Start to see the first embers of that revenge story here in the all EMEA first matchup in the upper bracket as it stands. And there are a few key moments in that game, like you've already started to unpack there as well, that I think, you know, we have to be considering. Some key 1 versus 1s, some duels, the way that post plants were being played. Or more often than not, we were down to the final few members for both teams by the time it reached that stage. And even to look at the final round there as well, it felt like we were headed towards overtime, that G2 had done everything right, but then they just kept on going, and the scorch earth that they left behind was the one that ended up burning them.
Yeah, exactly, but I think as well, though, you would be thinking, like, at the end of that first map, that you've started to warm up in towards this series. The next map being Ascent, fair enough, it is GIANTX's pick, but we've known G2 to play it well, have good results on it, so I don't think they'll be feeling too disheartened by this result, and looking forward to the next one and just reset.
Yeah, I mean, you look across the board here at some of the players as well, the experience that they have. It's a fun fact, actually. The only one that hasn't been in this kind of position before and maybe doesn't have that to fall back upon would be Miori, but no questions left unanswered as to her performance, especially on the attack side at the start of this one. So perhaps a comfortability thing for G2, getting their minds back into this one. Because, as you say, they were on the warpath towards the end of it. They just didn't leave enough time in the process.
Yeah, I mean, GIANTX started off so well, Hazza. The way they were starting to string those rounds together, and as you've already mentioned, Miori then starting to bring through different options like the op, which we actually didn't see much of from G2, if not at all.
Yeah, and I think as well, for the other compositories, really, of what the comp looks like, the fact that we did see GX commit to playing double controller, rather than being like this pseudo double initiator with the Yoru off the back of the Gecko, which we saw from G2, and it circled around what a lot of their game plan was in terms of taking the site, faking the site even in a couple of instances on that first attacking half, but not the start that they would have wanted. That is for certain. GX, that's a surprise victory for some, but again, with a format like this, anything could happen. It's your best guess as to where this one concludes.
Yeah, exactly, Has. And you've also got to be thinking about Clove not being introduced just yet. I know this is a really Brim-centric map, but we've got to be thinking about it. Clove could come at any time.
I mean, look, it goes without saying that their inclusion for the Scottish caster in the talent group, it makes sense, right? It makes perfect sense. And maybe we will see them later on. In fact, there's plenty more action coming up. So we're going to head to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we'll have map number 2 for you in just a moment.
One enemy remaining. My ult's ready.
As a streamer, I'm blessed to have a really good PC and play all these games at the highest settings, but a lot of people are not that lucky. Today, Red Bull challenged me to win Valorant games with a limited computer. And what I mean by that is that I'll be starting at 240 FPS, and every round I win, I'm gonna lower it by 40. And on the last round, I'll end up at 10. And on top of that, every 3 rounds, I'll be getting a new challenge. Let's see how I do. It's game time, people. If we win this round, my FPS gotta go down 40. I have to throw the round. Turn up, my boy.
One enemy remaining.
All right, that's round 1, baby. Down to the next 200 FPS. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Also, you can see it on the top left of my screen, so you know we don't have cheating you here. I think that if I had to guess, it's gonna get real hard at around the low 100 mark is what I would say. Let's see here. What's up, my bro? What's up, dude? Come on, bruh. Oh. Oh, sh! I actually died. Wait. There's no way that guy killed me. All right, we lost a round, so we don't get to move on to the next level.
One enemy remaining.
Where you at, my boy? Get his. Knife him, bro. Get him. Get him. Ugh. All right. Second round done. 160. Here we come. All right. So I got to challenge this round where I got to half my sensitivity. I don't know exactly what that is. So I'm going to just go 0.23. So let's see. This is the challenge round right here. Okay. That's real cool, man. You're real cool for that. Bro, look at my teammates. What the hell is this elo? I will bet $1,000 he does not win this round. They're believing him. What? All right, we won the round. I don't know how he won the round. All right, 120 FPS. Let's go. This doesn't feel that bad. I'm not gonna lie. 120 is not that bad. This is playable, low key.
Spike planted.
There's a gun. You're kidding me. All right, well, we lost that round. Oh. All right, so now we're on to 80. All right, here we go. 80 FPS to start. Let's see how we do. Smoked. Okay, 80 FPS is not that bad. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it'd be worse. It'd probably be harder versus like better players, but I think you can personally hit Radiant with this. What the? Bro, what are you flashing, my dude? Bro, my teammates are working against me. Oh my god, they're so lost. Who are these people?
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Shoot him. All right, round win. 40 FPS. Now it's starting to look pretty bad. And we've got a challenge as well for this round. Double my sense. Double 47. That's got to be like 94. I'm guessing. Pretty fast. Act alive, bro. Oh my god. Wait, this might be my FPS. What if I'm just better on this? Oh yeah. Damn it, my ace. Oh yeah, baby. Round 1, challenge continues. 10 FPS. Okay, now that's the challenge we're looking for. Okay, if you can hit rating on this, then you deserve a medal. All right, if anyone actually watching this video is playing on this, no joke, don't play the game. This is wait, hold on, this might be my, oh my God, hold on, I can do this. Hold on, watch out. This is quite the experience. Oh my God, he's chasing me. No. Also with this gun, it's hard. Oh my God. What am I watching? Good half. Oh, a shorty. All right, see if we can win around with this. Should be able to. Low key, just hard with this gun. Oh, they're coming to me. Are they just grabbing the orb?
Get out of my way.
Dude, oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say 10 FPS is the cutoff.
Last player standing.
If you play on 10 FPS, kindly quit. Whoa, it's impossible. No, there's no universe, bro. And they're so bad too, and it's still impossible. They're just doing the same thing every round. I can't stop them. It's time, bro. It's time. All right, I'm about to lock it down. I'm about to lock it the hell down right here. Here we go.
Spike planted.
That was a bad idea. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I cannot move them if they move. I cannot shoot them if they move.
Last player standing.
I should have just waited, low key. We lost. All right, guys. If you are playing on 10 FPS, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but I think it's time for you to find like a new hobby or something like that because it's just not possible. But if you want to keep trying, who am I to stop you? Good luck out there. Get a better PC. May the games be in your favor.
Welcome back to Red Bull Instalock, where we have just seen the first map of bind between GIANTX and G2 Gozen. GIANTX taking the result 13-11, pushed to the maximum of regulation, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm Hazard, joined alongside Cairo, and your main takeaway from that map, having seen 3 duelists in action for what would be the first time, I imagine.
Yeah, actually the thing that I take away, Hazard, it's not too crazy. I mean, we saw the thought processes from the team, the Euro, which we have seen across all of Valorant and the current meta being used as an initiator. You know, we're seeing like the Reyna and the Race and how they're implemented into the map, but that's for bind. We're now moving in towards Ascent. Hazard, you're thinking towards that second map and what could potentially be brought there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see as well some of the agents that the players are picking that aren't duelists, the Gecko, up on Mimi's screen, and on yours now at home as well. The map veto for this one. You can see what the bans look like, bind where this one started out, the same as when these two teams played against each other in March. The next one that we have heading into is going to be Ascent, and I find this one to be quite interesting, Cairo, because it's the default map. We know how it works. Yeah. The bog standard comp is so far away from 3 duelists. I'm really curious to see what the teams are going for.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be thinking of like what the roles actually are in general, though, Hazard. Like in terms of like the KO, that's your flashes. You've got the Sova, which is your intel, the Jet, the duelist, blah blah blah. You get the idea of what I'm going for here. I guess you could automatically shoo Euro in towards like the flashes aspect, or maybe even the Phoenix. I mean, we've seen that being implemented by Gentlemates as well in VCT for a big one, or like down towards like the tier 2 level. You're thinking of like the old wild comp and stuff like that that gets mentioned. But as for like how you replace that Sentinel, how you replace that intel, that's the big question.
Yeah, and to be honest, Cairo, I said about the default comps, but are you familiar with what G2 happen to play on this map?
Yes, I am well familiar.
So, double duelist already straight out the gate. Mimi on a Sky, which has really fallen out of fashion in recent times. There's a Reyna, a Raze in there. Yeah, this one for me, I think is going to be interesting because there's a question of, do they stick similarly with what they've got? They add an extra duelist on, as they did with their bind comp, or do we get something completely different, like a Phoenix? Meg was talking about it a lot on the desk, but a map like this, you can really farm up those ultimate orbs, and it's exactly the reason why we've seen it played before.
Yeah, exactly, and the geometry of the map actually suits those curveballs that get thrown. You're thinking towards, remember, like, there was, I don't know how to call it, like, but you know the, we see the kind of play towards tiles, etc. That's always been played. We've seen certain differentiations through B main being used the exact same way with the Phoenix Phoenix, there is a history of strategy to be used with that Phoenix and initiating off the back of it.
Yeah, there's multiple variations of what you can do. A strategy made famous by Vision Strikers.
There we go. I couldn't
That's
think.
the one that you were looking for.
Yeah.
It's with the KO flash over the top
Yeah,
and the
exactly,
jet dash,
yeah.
right? I think where we didn't see any jet played in the previous map, Ascent is one which complements her kit really nicely. You've got some verticality towards the A side of things for the extra movement, and naturally the dash plus op equals a kill. Miori even did that without needing one, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise to anyone as to some of the ideas that we get here. G2 just getting locked in now, and even just walking through the lobby there, you could hear them getting fired up with one another.
Yeah, 100% already, though. You're looking to see that Phoenix being locked in by Vania as well. It's actually the Raze which they've opted for. There's not what we thought was going to be the case, so it's a Raze and Jet double, and then you look towards the other side, it's Miori bringing through the flashes through the Euro, so already a differentiation when it comes towards the flashing portion of the agent pool.
Yeah, it was always going to be a question of whether Yoru was that supplementary initiator type duelist player, or whether it was going to be a Phoenix. Phoenix is a lot more up close and personal, but as I've already alluded to, there are lots of good ways to find value from him on this map, and as you have as well, in terms of set strategy, set pieces, I'm not too sure what we see get pulled out by the teams here. Again, they're not going to want to exhaust their playbook, but since they're against familiar opposition, there's definitely a credibility to do so.
Oh, I mean, 100%, and it's also, you think towards the ultimates and how you take space off the back of them, and you've always got that kind of, I guess, temporary life from the Phoenix, and then as for the Euro, you've essentially got a walking owl drone as well, so there's different aspects to what you're going to be able to do, but the key aspect for me, Hazza, is what's being taken outside of the Duelist department. Both teams picking up that Cypher and picking up the Omen.
G2 with the Phoenix pick will be on the attack first, and A main is where they begin their assault. Very quickly, though, the pace does change on the drop of a pin.
Aware that Cypher could be here, especially why the Ray's been picked up, being able to destroy that utility. The players break out. No clear engagements being taken, and it's Vania that will win the first. The iconic Smurfette Jet being introduced, and Amy taking that advantage. There's no chance. Smurfette thought they'd been flanked, but no, Spike goes down easy enough.
Oh, 3 versus 4, but the retake is swift. Smurfette straight in from heaven, water falling down, but the players will fall in a similar fashion. One at a time, they're put to rest. Petra finding 3 of those to give G2 their first.
I think as well has sent the map that you put fundamentals for a team under a magnifying glass, and you think towards what G2 have at the very core is going to be those fundamentals. It's going to be playing off one another, and that's exactly what you see at the very beginning on the pistol.
Also the first pistol round that G2 have picked up so far, and with the previous result being 13-11, the difference of 2, it can make all of the difference.
Oh, I mean, massive. Just going into quick tech pause just now while we get our map underway. But I guess we've got so much to talk about in storylines between these two that we can start to bite our teeth into.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I already mentioned and fleshed it out a bit, you have that core of Ness and Smurfette going up against Petra and Mimi, the current G2 Gozen players versus those of Guild that we've seen previously, and other organizations. It feels like the pieces that Jolina has had to work with really all do sort of figure themselves out.
Yeah.
They were both at foot at a point in time as well. More recently, you've got names coming in like Miori from Na'Vi Celestials. She was right on the cusp of breaking that mold and making herself a top contender. But at the same time, when we were in what felt like a 3-horse race, they just couldn't quite pip any of the others to the post.
Already the footsteps being heard out on B main, and Miori's trying to get at least one. Gatecrash is positioned for sight if they're able to do so. But that's ifs, buts and maybes as G2 look to head elsewhere.
Just playing a full retake towards the A side of the map, GIANTX. The game plan is a heavy stack on the left-hand side. You can already see that G2 doing their due diligence, clearing for the information. The cam is placed, and typically where someone would be getting that audio cue, There's no information to go with it, and Ness only just back into the cam now is starting to get a semblance of what is going on, but not before it's too late.
Yeah. I mean, next to no utility being expended by G2, I mean, sure, we've seen some blast packs and some dashes, but that's about the all that's being used, has it? Got to think what's still in the pocket for this post.
GIANTX able to get into position very quickly here. G2 still with enough to set up their post plant, and you can see they're trying to go on the offensive towards Heaven. Amy has first contact, and there is a flash ready to go.
Yeah, already, look at that. The trigger being pressed, and, well, a gun being pulled. I mean, that's just at the end of the GIANTX. They've had no chance, and they're going to be swinging out in towards a trip as well. The spam's perfect. The round is perfect from G2, and yeah, we're going to be going in towards the next one, 2-0.
Very well set up by G2 there. Understanding how the Phoenix flashes work as well, how you can find ways to bend them around the curvature of the map, like you say, to set things up. Ness will be going down to the spike. So, no damage dealt for what it's worth.
Yeah, suffocating the ultimate orbs that's potentially there to be picked up. As you say, how many times have you seen that flash being used by a KO to set someone up? So again, you're seeing that implementation of a Phoenix, which again, there's multiple variations to do the same flashes that a normal KO would do.
Again, though, it's that more intimate positioning that is required to really relieve anything off the back of it, find similar levels of profit. First excursion towards middle made by G2. Jolina quick on the uptake, but the reaction is there. Both Paranoias played.
Oh, and it's Vania to get things going. Remember, that is the run it back being used. That's the first ultimate that we've seen being introduced. And Sarah getting right into the kill feed. It's unreal. It's gorgeous. And now down to a 2v2. Has fought their way back into this one. But GX, they've split up.
The only UK player in the server walking the walk on home soil. Ness already puncturing the back lines and confirming to her teammate Miori that there is nothing left of this push. They now sit within the site. The cam clears it. And the wall will only prolong this affair. There's not much utility left to be spoken of for either team.
Still a flash from Vania. Set player up, Ness showing their presence and caught out. The flash is being traded by either side, and Vania's hand is actually just being seen by Miori. Unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for GX, the fights do not go their way. G2 isolate perfectly, and they convert their bonus round.
It's hard to tell what G2 were playing around with there, but one thing that we can confirm is, you know, that the hot hands that we saw, great at staggering the push. Flash came in at just the right time to counter the utility, which Miori was putting out. And G2, having converted the bonus round now, are in particularly good stead on this map. The question we have to pose, Cairo, is how far have the goalposts moved in terms of side favorability? Because this is typically slightly more towards defenders. Where do we go from that extent? Because Bind would be an attacking map, and it was an 8-4 half, the opposite way.
I mean, that's the aspect that you've got to be thinking about. And for this round, Hazza, more specifically, it's GIANTX already on the flank. G2 are forced into hitting this site.
Early probe, that is what G2 elected to go for. This utility from them so far has been pretty resolute in stopping things from expanding any further, and they do. Couple kills GX, now a Vandal in the hands of Miori, but the Q taken perhaps a moment too soon, wide of the dice box, and won't be coming up clutch this time.
Yeah, I mean, you like the idea. G2 see the three players that are on the flank and immediately try to hit the weaker side of the map, which was the site. Forced into doing so, and you respect the play at the end of the day. And it just came down to the gunfights, and unfortunately for GIANTX, G2 are just so good in swiveling off one another.
It's a maiden op in play for Smurfette. Her calling card usually comes through the most expensive gun in the game.
G2 prioritising those ultimate orbs, has it, trying to get Vania up and on towards the run it back.
But Smurfette will be in close proximity of this push, and she's already found the first of the heads. Maybe another of the most experienced left, and G2 have got to rely on their laurels that this push can come to a plant.
You've got to be thinking of that Cypher setup that's still online here for GIANTX.
You're going to struggle to backtrack any further towards main once that was said and done. Spike going down. Thought that Mimi had maybe been caught off guard there, but instead it's Ness.
Has a rescue's been able to take them off. Vania as well. It's just going crazy. G2, when you think they're in a bad spot, they're able to fight their way out of it. GX almost in a perfect position. Sarah still holding on though. And I think at this point, it's resignation handed in for this round anyway. Just going to back off and save this rifle.
Sarah has looked white hot so far in this map, in this series, but on the controller this time, a roll more comfort for her than not. G2 locking in their 5th round. We thought that maybe Smurfette's op could make the difference, but apart from that first kill into the retake is where they struggled.
I mean, that's the thing with the Cypher setup still there. You're thinking it's still going to be able to go any further, but G2 respect the trips, respect the setup, and not only that, Hazza, I think the biggest detriment to GIANTX there was having their cam destroyed so early.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the retake, it's the first port of call in terms of utility that you're going to be looking towards in that kind of situation. It's interesting even to mention the Cypher on the GX side of things. It's not an agent that they'd previously played with. Miori is well known for being more of a Killjoy player than not. You know, Viper is where she flexes in terms of anchoring utility. We've even seen Chamber pulled out more than we have the Cypher by her. So another timeout being called now, a chance to really set up the rest of this half, because you don't want things to spiral too far out of control. G2 learned that lesson the hard way on the first map. Yeah,
they've gave it 2 rifle rounds, GX, and while they've had good ideas on what they want to do, at the same time, you've got to, after the not, I don't want to call it a disaster, but how bad that last round went.
This one comes with 2 aspects to it. It's a momentum blocker for G2 and it's keys in the ignition for GX. They need to get themselves going. As I said, it's a couple minutes in the car and you'll be straight at the front doorstep of their facility. They have all of the home comforts that they could ask for in a LAN environment like this. And again, I think you could certainly see that coming into the first map. But now G2 have brought them into their own sparring grounds where they feel best equipped. And Petra on the prowl, first of many players spotted on the other side of that cap.
On site by themselves as well. Oh, trips, but still not able to actually get the kills off the back of it. Ness completely taken off and site being taken for free.
And if Ness had landed the shots as well, you even saw Sarah wagering that from the shadows. So an ultimate got none the less and all the same.
I know exactly where you are.
Already, Vina, you can see ready to try and tee up someone as the retake tries to come through. GX, though, still haven't got onto site.
3 players ready to make this hit happen. Vanya is the last mistake you'll ever make by not clearing her. And out from logs comes the Lumberjack, cuts them down 6-0.
That's insane, Hazza. Like, the way that G2 immediately come up with the plans and what they want to do, given the time as well by GX to do so, there wasn't any floods. GX wanted to set themselves up correctly, and I mean, even you saw the paranoia come in like a couple of seconds before GX even got out onto the site. A little bit of disconnect there.
It doesn't feel like G2 have had to complicate this or anything at all. You know, a pending rematch in stage 2 is not going to have too many takeaways from this, despite what was said by Petra. You know, if it works well, maybe we'll copy stuff over. But for now, hey, there's a case to be made. Vanya just about clinging onto life itself.
Cover going out.
It's the fact that GX have came out off the worst off the back of that. Still utility to get back in. You're looking towards that raise belt that's still there for GIANTX.
You've got to draw that line in the sand somewhere. When is enough? Sarah gone. Only Jolina here on the site, and Ness quickly following suit. So now 7 for G2. That's the advantage on the half, and sure, while we see the Euro ult towards the end there, perhaps surplus to requirements, it's the kind of expense that you're happy to write off.
It's incredible how quickly the map can change, the series can develop. G2 in such a powerful driving seat, and this is after GX have already timed out. I'll get Smurfette Blades to pose a different issue in terms of the firepower on the Thrifty. But generally, Hazza, when you look at the ultimate game, GIANTX don't have anything that can be round winning.
Get out of
I
my
mean,
way!
since Vanya burst onto the scene, everyone knew her to be an incredibly mechanically gifted player. But maybe we've got the wrong person on Duelist for G2 in their officials, because she's looked so clean so far. 11-2 as it stands, but revealed by the spy cam, little information trickling its way back through. GX were proactive at the start, and they're not really rewarded for it. Fury down, and the Blades of Petra are instead the ones which find most value.
It looks like, for a second you're thinking it could be an ace for Petra. Not the case. Again, has that aspect of the ultimates that you're seeing being invested in little to no value at the end. G2 just overpowering them on every front when it comes to that firepower, especially in the Duelist department.
Yeah, and just looking again at the server, we have to remind you, GIANTX, it's a Turkish core, but it's interesting to mention, Mimi perhaps knows her opponent well. The first time that she was on an international roster was with Besiktas back in 2019, before she made the jump to Valorant. So there's a decade of experience in dealing with the threat in front of them here. Just another day in the office. Vanya the same. Petra with her. And those are all the openers you could ask for.
They make it look so easy. Miori not even anticipating where Petra's dashes went. Still keeping that advantage. Sure, there's a showstopper for Jelena. Instead, they're just going to dry swing out towards Marcus. Petra's lying in wait. Look at this.
Spike planted.
The blast pack does throw her off balance just a little bit, though. And that now sits Jelena in a familiar situation. That feeling of being in a clutch scenario. Boom for early info. That will confirm Amy's position, and sure, well, it doesn't deal any damage. It all circles back to her. A high rocket, which does deal the damage, but not before she finds the kill.
Yeah, but the key word though, Hazza, is value, value, value. Like, there's no value at the other end of it. Fair enough, they use it to try and get back in. And that 2v1, but all it is good for is one kill post-mortem, and G2's already won the round, they're on 9, looking to make 10. GIANTX, their economy being on this defensive side has been absolutely torn apart.
Woeful. You just go from round to round, wondering when you're going to stumble upon that next bit of luck, and well, they may have come close. It doesn't quite cut it. Variation of that push that you were talking about from the defender's side. Mid has been a given for them in a few of these rounds, but when G2 fight back, they win.
And G2 have gone investigating. The shots are not looking good at all for GX. Smurfette trying to peek in as well, at least come out with something positive. And there's nothing but G2 in the kill feed. This Phoenix has been so good, and it continues to be so.
So damn good from G2, and even while Jelena can get a single kill, she is clattered at the cost of it. 1 versus 4 for Ness. How do we feel about this one? With a door in her face, I think that's pretty symbolic. Symptomatic? Look, we're making up words as we are making up formats.
Yeah, G2 just keep making up rounds on a whim, just already on 10. Snap at your fingers, and before you know it, could be 12 has it. And perhaps we could be looking at the map already being done.
Yeah, I mean, then the biggest question for me is, if we do see this one as a write-off and we head to a third, how far off the pace are GX? Because we've seen them play in series against G2 before, we've seen them test them, but never really take that next step. Yeah. We thought that this was the chance, and coming out of that first map, it certainly seems to be the case. Slow start, and all of it is just to get Smurfette on the angle, one which she gives up.
Change of pace. Make GIANTX think about what's going on, and it looks like it's going to be a fake towards the A side of the map, and they can do that. It's the run it back. This is for free, Hazza, and they're giving away so many, I guess, fake information.
Oh, it's a fake, but then a double down. Rescue is up close and personal. There's a showstopper in her pocket, but doesn't need it in this situation. Happy to give over the rifle at the cost of 2 kills. An advantage for G2. They've read the map well. They've gutted it at the center. Rolled out the red carpet for a B plan.
GX have to re-clear everything on their way back, though. G2 have taken so much space and they're holding in really awkward positions. Vania, for instance, down in deep mid.
Yeah, with the amount of space that they've lost now, GX have so much left to clear. Vania could be the backstab, which makes it 11 and effectively closes out the half because there's no cash in pocket. They are falling apart at the seams with G2 holding the scissors.
I mean, this is the thing. The only misstep that G2 did in the round was actually a TP from A main all the way towards A main to double down on what was already a successful take of the site. This has been a waltz for G2 so far.
And as soon as I said that GX were maybe out of it in this last round, they have responded with a buy and 3 ultimates to go with it. You have Miori's Dimensional Drift, and something I can say so far is we've not seen the maximum value of this Yoru pick. If you're heading into a retake with it available and the neural theft, it has to be a priority.
Yeah, it does. I mean, especially you've got to be thinking about what value, again, that word coming back through that we're actually going to see from GIANTX. The showstopper in and Jolina already taken out. We're seeing GIANTX trying to suffocate G2's taking the site by taking away the space in mid, make sure that there's no late flanks. Spike will go down easy enough, and advantage being taken still for G2.
Miori gets one, but the information is almost preemptive. The battering ram comes through, but the door was already open. G2 invited the aggression, and in that fashion, they will be taking the final one of the half. So 12-0 is the scoreline that this one wraps up with.
Yeah, time out as well, just to sit and talk about what that was. I mean, what else can you do, Hazard?
They don't exactly look dissuaded. There are still smiles on the face, and I think you've got to be. And look, we get confirmation here as well. It is G2 that bring it through, and perhaps that is the reason for a couple of the grins on the GIANTX side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something that Meg was talking about, that seems as if the girls are really enjoying being down in London, you know, and really having a time like just to kind of sit and chill out and actually just enjoy themselves before they go into this next split of Game Changers.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, I feel as if it's almost a little more sadistic in this sense.
Yeah.
You've called a pause after a half like that. In many ways, it feels like G2 are standing over a lifeless body of a GIANTX side.
The Simpsons clip.
Stop. He's already dead. Yeah. But look, life in them yet. GX, I don't want to exactly say that they're going to find 12 rounds in a row, but there's at least 12 or more to play by the time we reach that decider.
What was it I said to you when you walked into Fnatic?
Fnatic Watch Party, they would be the most generational comeback you've seen. And what was it?
No, it was a generational throw that we're about to see from Koi. And I mean, if that was the case, it would be a generational throw from G2 if they lost at this point.
See, you've chalked it. You've not really committed. You're sitting on the fence here. I've got to know, is there something in the Red Bull, perhaps?
No, not a call. No, definitely not Hazard.
No, that you don't think there's a chance? Something in the water
Hazard
would be a better way to say it.
I mean, we'll see after the pistol round, but the odds are very much in G2's favour.
Okay. I think that does go without saying. But as you say, this is the Hunger Games, not everyone will survive. And right now, GIANTX are offering themselves tribute.
Well, I mean, G2, they've respected everything that GIANTX have done.
Yeah, they've given them the site, so that's a start. The spike will be going down. It's a 5 versus 5. How much longer will we see those players left standing? It may not be for long.
Definitely not. They've not cleared in towards logs though, so there's at least a trade back in this aspect, and they've still not cleared out Miori, which allows GIANTX just to trade off one another. Up to Mimi, and while they've been good before, it won't be for the pistol.
Can't quite cut it, and can't quite close it, G2. So the 13-0 sorrowful scoreline has narrowly been avoided by GIANTX. The bare minimum being done. How much further do they take this now? I think if you're G2, you want to min-max it. Absolutely no reason to put pistols on payroll here and just wait a moment longer for your chance to cross that ticker tape to a third and deciding map.
By the way, I mean, the only thing that GX can do is win every round that's in front of them, so they're off to a good start here.
All classics. Something to mention that both of these teams do have their bundles, as do Karmine Corp. So I'm wondering if we're going to get, any added value from that. And, for Yinsu's sake, I hope that if she does interview any of the players, that she can get a proper answer out of them, and it's not just another plug to go and buy the in-game skins.
Yeah. Again, though, an easy sight for GX to get the spike down. Little to no util as well. It's now has it all about the sight hold, how they trade off one another. And I think G2 are just enjoying themselves here. I think they're going to die to the spike.
It's a party on short, and I don't think we've got the invitation. It's all G2. Showing off the sprays, showing off the classic, and the social media manager is loving it. Vanya here with some utility. Okay, yeah, sure, man. I don't think it really matters. They're going to be walking into trouble, though. This could be quite a few ultimate orbs tossed over, but for who? 2 rifles taken. And the rest should just go with it. Yeah, you know what they say? We don't care. I don't play Phantom, I play Vandal. I'll be walking my way to the shop to make a purchase of my own.
Yeah, GX have absolutely gifted them as a way to punish themselves. I can't believe that they've given that to G2. And yeah, I mean that's big pieces being lost off the board.
You
expect
back in one of those lanes to be overloaded.
Yeah.
You just have to play that guessing game. And like you say, look, 2 kills may not go too much in the way of changing the dynamic of this game, but you've got to look at the fact GIANTX have 2 rounds. It's only going to take a quick minute 40 seconds, and G2 with the possibility of seeing us through onto that decider.
Yeah, this time it's G2 not playing as 5 at one point of the map, at one lane, and it's just Rescue playing by themselves almost. Vania getting in on this one as well. As it's now up to the 2 remaining out on B main. They've not got a chance, they've not got a look in with those traps just waiting.
All the G2 need is a gun in their hands, and GIANTX backed into the corner now are up against it in every sense. They need to dig themselves out of trouble, and while Ness may have started that, she has also swiftly, in effect, stopped it because it's given Rescue the opportunity to get in behind once again. Paranoia in her own face, blinded up. But Sarah here is going to struggle to do much more from the corner. 2 kills, all she takes. 2 rounds for GIANTX. It is 13 on G2's side as they take us to the 3rd and final map.
What did I say at the end of Bind there, Hazza? I said that G2 were starting to warm in towards this one and that GX should be scared moving on towards Ascent. And G2 proved that they are definitely the queens of that. I mean, fantastic way to respond after a first map loss.
Again, just looking all too easy on that second map. And when we went right back down to the core, that we were heading into Ascent, the most default map that you could have looked for. Many people calling for its scalp to be removed from the pool because it is that vanilla. We get a little bit of a sprinkle on there, right? A flake in the side, something with a bit more flavor. 3 duelists. How did G2 take up that opportunity with both hands?
Oh, 100%. And it has you think about like the fundamentals, the magnifying glass that we were talking about earlier. G2 answered every test being thrown their way by GIANTX. We've seen it many times on the retakes, on the flanks, everything that was going on. And G2, the composition looks so well thought out. You think of that Phoenix and how they were playing off the back of it.
100%. It's been a real testament of, you know, the highlights, the high points of this G2 team and how good they have, a demonstration, an exhibition, if you will, of their quality. And sure, while GX looked quite far off the pace here, they're not without their moments. We know the quality that they have. The first map was the perfect example of that. My main concern now is where do their heads sit heading into this final map of the upper bracket?
I mean, Hazard, the last map being that of Icebox, you know what it's like. There's a lot of long-range gunfights. I mean, a lot of people chalk it down in towards these one-on-ones. The gun skill, almost like Breeze in an aspect. So that's something that you've got to be thinking of GIANTX and G2 moving into this last one in this triple duelist setup.
I mean, the interview that Petra made coming into this, she said that we need more game changers, LAN events like this for them to take their moments. And that's exactly what we saw G2 do here. They march forward into that final map of this upper bracket semi-final. We'll have it ready for you after the break.
How much better is a pro Valorant player than your average rookie? Be honest, do I have a chance of beating you? No.
Well, because of that, I've given myself a handicap, you fool. The handicap is we're playing gun game. We got 17 total guns. You win with the gun, you get to move on to the next one. The final gun is a knife. And I get to start at level 5 with the sheriff. What's your starting gun?
I'm on a classic.
Pathetic, tiny, baby. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's just run it.
You nervous?
I'm not nervous at all. Now, for everyone watching, we're playing Ascent mid only. I'm allowed to spawn top cat or cat.
Oh, where you at? You all yet?
I'm a... Okay, all right, you baited me.
All right, go back.
Wait, I died?
Yeah, you died. Go ahead.
Oh my
That's 1-0.
god.
Okay, that's 1-0. That's 1-0.
Go ahead. Wait, I think my game's. Wait. I can't move.
That's crazy!
Oh my god, wait.
You're camping, bro. That's crazy.
But you know what's crazy? That you tried killing me when I told you I can't move.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah,
I was
go
just
ahead.
trying to, I was trying to
I'm
check
ready.
it.
Go
All right,
ahead.
all right, all right. Put it up, put it up, put it up.
That's 2-0. Where's your head start?
You're jiggle peeking in this, bro.
I have a frenzy. What happened?
Come on, peek me.
Okay,
Oh!
okay.
Oh!
You're on a stinger now. Go ahead.
Ready.
Are you cat? I can smell you.
No, I'm not cat. I'm top cat. Oh! Oh!
Wait, how'd you kill me so fast?
I went. What
gun are you using right now?
Spectre. Dude, you're gonna be stuck on this for a while.
Go.
Wait, this is gonna be hard.
What? No ability? What? Alright, you'll be stuck in that one for a while.
This is gonna be
I'm catching up,
miserable.
I'm catching up.
Okay, alright, alright. You gotta peek me at some point.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, baby.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Wow! Oh my god, you're cringe. Okay.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Alright, go.
Wait,
Dude, this is impossible. This is
wait.
actually stupid. This is a stupid game for stupid people. What am I supposed to do? I have a judge. Go. I thought you were. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Wait, I thought your like game sense was like immortal. What happened?
Okay, alright.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Hold up, give me a second to spawn where I want to spawn.
Alright, go.
Sorry, hold up. No!
Go back a gun.
No!
Wait, this is scary. You're like hiding in a corner now. What if I hide in a corner like no one's getting a kill?
What are you on right now?
I'm on a Spectre. You're on
Alright.
a Bulldog, okay.
Let's do an honest aim fight. I'm in.
Alright, done. Go.
Fuck!
No! No!
You're gonna be on this forever. Forever. It's GG. It's a wrap.
That's not GG though. I'm not moving, so good luck finding me. You're never gonna find me. Go play hide and seek. I see you. You're in a corner right now, mid. There we go.
Dude! You're. Oh my god, okay.
You gotta, yeah, like, give me a fair fight, you know?
Come on. Oh my god, I almost lost that.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Here's the thing, I got nothing to lose. You got a lot to lose.
You have to come chase me then.
Dude,
Right.
wait, no! You started cat!
You started tiles. You started tiles.
Bro, you're crazy. You're crazy. You started cat. So you're on Bulldog now?
I'm a Bulldog now.
Dude,
Alright.
no, hold
It's
up,
over,
hold up.
it's over for you. You have no chance.
Peek me mid, peek me mid.
Why are you cat?
You're so lame. You're so lame. Bro, you're jiggling.
Did you start cat?
No, I cheated a bit.
Oh, wow. 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 Oh, wow.
Yo!
Wait, you're on an off now. Wait, I have no chance.
Yo! I actually think it's GG for you.
Where are you starting?
I'm starting where I'm supposed to start.
I'm like walking around and I don't see you.
That's not where you're supposed to start! Bro! You're so cheese!
Hey, leave me alone. Hello?
Oh, I knew it. Swing me, bro. You're a pro. What? No, you ghosted.
I didn't. I did not.
Swear.
I swear. I timinged you.
Fight me mid like a goddamn alpha.
All right, you ready?
Oh my god, of course he jiggles. No! No! You say start and then you do nothing.
I'm here.
Jiggle.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, you're playing so lame. You're playing so lame. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win.
Apparently.
Don't be
No,
nervous.
no. I'm not nervous. I've never been nervous around you.
You're holding with him. I see you.
You can't see me.
I literally see you.
Oh, you can't because I'm not there. I'll let you walk out. I'm off. I swear.
Wait, where are you?
I'm right here.
Now you're like looking around all scared. And
No, okay, you ghosted.
I didn't.
No!
No.
Where were you?
I just heard you, so I just was playing with you. Oh wait.
Yup.
Wait.
Yup.
Wait, I think you won. Where are you?
Oh, you're saying that you haven't peeked. I'm out mid. No! Wait, you're on Odin or knife?
Odin. I forgot there's a knife. Don't waste all your bullets now. Don't waste all your bullets. Wow.
All right, that means I have to knife kill you.
All I'm saying is you're supposed to go back a gun because I knifed you. Ready? Hey, what is this? What is this?
That's a knife kill where I'm from, kiddo.
What are you doing?
No!
All right, you ready? How was your knife game? Is it nice?
It's actually nice. All right, knife only. Come on.
I'm lagging!
Yeah!
I'm lagging!
Come on! Scooby's ragging? Ruh-roh, baby. Come on, that's an easy win.
I hope the people see this.
Well, thank you all for watching. You too can beat a pro. All you have to do is play against them. That's it. They're just people who get paid to play the game. They're not like especially good or something.
I only play 2 hours a day, guys, so if you guys can put more hours in that, you guys are gonna be better than me.
Welcome back to Red Bull Instalock, live from London in the Red Bull gaming sphere. The Duelists have certainly been delivering as we are heading now to a deciding map between G2 Gozen and GIANTX.
Yeah, it has. The first 2 maps have been completely different stories. The first map, GIANTX took the initial half by storm. G2 come back into it, and then that second map, I mean, they completely destroyed GX out the water.
Talk about rolling with the punches.
Yeah,
the
man.
hand wraps came off and G2 were bare knuckle boxing their way through that first half. An attack side which finished 12-0. The first of the pistol rounds that they even found in the series so far, kicking things off. So the tone and the manner in which this one begins on Icebox, to me, is paramount. Which version of these 2 teams do we get?
Yeah, I mean, and you can tell that G2 were up for it after that first map, Hazza. The team huddle, the way they came out it loud and proud and ready to fight. We could even hear it ready for that third map. I mean, Icebox, what a map to do it on as well. They're sitting in it in the studio, you know. So, I mean, whether they can try and translate that is something different entirely.
Cairo, let's get historical here for a moment. Cast your minds back a couple years ago before Chamber existed, when Icebox first hit the pool. Jet, Reyna, double duelist. That's what this map was famed for. A few teams even working in that new Sentinel to the comp by the time it happened. A couple of consistent points here when we look at the compositions for both teams. G2 will be maintaining, well, no, in fact, they won't be maintaining the Sage in their comp. It was GIANTX that would usually bring that out, but they've patched it over here, and perhaps it's a necessary function for what they've got on the duelist front.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the other aspect of that, Hazza, is that GX are bringing the Gecko, something else to note as well from the initiation front, whereas G2 are very happy to use the Phoenix and use the Yoru to get themselves going. I mean, when you think towards the Phoenix historically, it's not something that we've seen, but as for the Yoru on Icebox, we've seen that quite a few times across like the likes of VCT and Tier 2 and the other circuits.
Sure, I mean, I remember a time a while back when you had your Optics of the world running Neon all over the place. Another Duelist which would work on a map like this. You've got the gap outside of A belt where you can bounce the stun.
Yeah.
But in terms of the Phoenix, I don't massively hate it. I think those orbs can be pretty huge to pick up, at least towards the B side. Of course, they've opened up things a little bit more since we saw this map played previous. It is a question again of which version do we get of both of these teams heading into the final map of what could be their time in the uppers done.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking about G2's post plants in general here, Hazza. That Sage is going to be huge for the barrier orbs, the walls to sustain the plant spot, and not only that, the post plants.
Very early utility used by Sarah. The stopping power on the B site is solely sitting through this Viper, as there is a flank hot and ready to go.
Flank Hazza, that's the main take. 4 players are on there. And again, you're talking about the barrier orbs that we mentioned. It's a deep plant spot for G2.
Less about the flank, more the response. G2 now taking the snowman space, and you can even see Vanya going walkabout. Not until the first kill comes in, there is a response.
Yeah, there we have it. The trade in G2 and straight away pivot towards that back site. It's almost like a switch in roles here.
You can see the flash lineup coming through. The blind side blocked by the toxic screen. GX not quite able to bust through just yet, but the kill's starting to go their way. 4v2.
Yeah, it's the mollies that have been really working for G2 here. Onto the spike. It's up to Smurfette to try and hold things down. GIANTX, Hazza, are taking this pistol once again.
Oh man, 4 from 5 in the pistol department, and Smurfette the one to see it through. Amy against low HP opponents very nearly managed to convert the 3 versus 1, but not going for her this time. And it's those kinds of situations you can't exactly rely on. While they read the map well, GIANTX made the most of the flank that they developed.
Yeah, and I think as well, having the Gecko from Ness is going to be so great for these retakes. You think of like the Dizzy Flash combined with the Smurfette blindsides. Not only that, the wee man, the wingman, being able to get onto towards spikes and defuse.
You could see the idea as well there. It was actually G2's own wall which blocked the flash. They were just trying to clear the close space in front of them rather than be open to all of the angles at once. This time, running blind straight into Miori, but quick on the uptake. The trade is there. Only a ghost given over to Petra.
So you've got to be looking towards Sarah on site by themselves, holding down B, and does so well. Again, I mean, realistically, you've only really lost a ghost there, so it's not really a massive loss for GIANTX in the end of the round.
Bulldogs purchased by a couple of players, and as they yap away, it is a one-sided discussion. This should be a pretty healthy bonus that we get from GX coming into round number 3. And G2 converting their own bonus was a big stronghold in the game state as to how they were really able to run this one out of control. When you look on the opposite side and where GIANTX were able to find their success in that first map, it was the 8-4 half which they then began to build on from the defenders' side. So both of these teams immediately put in positions of power, but GIANTX dealing those first couple of blows and could certainly hit the weak spot and make it worse.
I think as well, like the cool thing is already in the first 2 rounds, we've seen a lot of how these compositions are wanting to be worked, like especially with like the Sage and how G2 are using the flashes to actually initiate and then the Sage to sustain the post plants and exactly what they want to do on the site.
And it's not drastically different from how you'd usually play the map. I think when you bring it down to its roots again, and as I'm saying once more, when you look at brass tacks, it's always going to be about how you play off your teammates, what kind of synergy you have with one another. Utility is a part of the question, sure, and Duelists do offer something a little bit different there, but still, foundations that can stand the test of time, and G2 now needing to roll back to Ascent and start putting rounds on the board.
Sarah again left all alone on B site and has caught wind of something and does not want to be anywhere near it, dipping all the way out.
And again, Sarah using that utility so prematurely. They really don't have the space closing, G2, to be putting you in peril that quickly. But there are players still here to make issues of their own. Smurfette with that first.
Yeah, only on a Marshall, did not have a chance, although Miori all the way up in kitchen, just not getting a chance to get anything more than the initial pick. Spike picked up, and still G2 haven't gotten it down.
G2 do cast a wide control over the B side of the map. It's that deep wall that we're talking about. GX finally take the fights through the midst of things, but it goes both ways for now, and that's a 2 versus 2. Vanya quickly taken out of her ult, could be in hot water, and that's exactly the case. Jolina, 3 frags, 2 kills collected on the scoreboard, and more importantly, a 3rd round dotted in for GX.
Not just any 3rd round though, Heiser, it's the rifle round of G2. Bonus being converted is absolutely massive for the defender's side here. And you know how hard Icebox can see, we talked about side biases in the last round and how that's going to skew. How does that skew on Icebox?
As I said before, it felt like Jolina was given all of the tools, the Swede in her sandbox, yet she puts it together by herself. Now, up against the pick and mix of guns, GX the ones with the rifles in their hand, and they are feeling hungry to try and collect some early kills this time.
Yeah, the proactivity across the map in general has been really good from GX for a few rounds.
It has left the A side weakened though, and that's where G2 make their entry. Smurfette just on time to find the first kill, but there's more to be found in this 4-on-4.
Now finally the spike getting down, which will give a little bit of an economy booster, but it's more about GX getting back on site, and it's not been working out at all. The lesser weaponries have been better.
Another 4-on-2 situation, this time favouring G2, and it's Amy, the point woman of this situation. Jolina, another clutch, and nearly lines them up, but even then, you needed the stars align for that to go any different, and it didn't.
Yeah, Hazard, but that's the thing. Like, you do so well to win out the bonus round, and you're like, wow, that's them. They're going to be in such a great spot to just keep cycling through G2's rounds, and then you go and lose in the round like after. Big for G2 to come back into this one.
A real gut punch, and it's rounds like that as well which will take you out of the flow state, where it felt like GX had the read on everything when they were choosing to play aggressive for the first round really that we've seen in a set of 4 of them so far. G2 knew exactly what they were doing to respond, and it's early utility here which will make life difficult for Ness, but she doesn't find that too much of an issue.
Life difficult, but manoeuvred perfectly. Still G2 hanging around to try and get something back, and well, it seems if it could be. That's the res online as well for G2, but it's not a round you really want to invest it in.
While we are here on Icebox, the map that the Sphere has taken a likeness of and modelled after, we are still very prone to players overheating, and it feels like as soon as they get a couple of those kills, it's time to find a couple more. We've still not found an ace so far in the 3 maps that we've shown, but we've pinned damn close.
Yeah, we certainly have. And on top of that, I mean, you've just seen a lot of these players really, I guess, grow into the roles of the duelist and how they're being playing. I mean, Vanya has been absolutely insane, and not only that, Hazza, I think as well, like, Sarah has had a real good couple of maps against the next team.
Early B long play, Miori, Smurfette combining, GX in the early round. It's ultimately decided their fate in the previous couple, whether they've given up space or taken it for themselves. They live and die by it, and Jolina hits the sword. Mimi able to bring Vanya back up on their feet, and it's an advantage lost after very quickly being gained.
GIANTX so far have been playing this in a retake so often, and look at the mid. They know exactly, they know that G2 haven't crossed just yet. Well, there's 4 of them. Sarah might be just pushing this a bit too far.
It's a question. It's a 1v1 on the back lines. The footsteps heard, getting dimmer and dimmer, quieter and quieter. Smurfette caught out in the open. Vanya with a takedown, 3-on-2. Time left to be played, but the B execute being committed to. Vanya already clearing out the backside. It has pushed Ness further forward into the waiting arms of Rescue. And while Sarah's flank had finally given us something to talk about, out of the ultimate, the support network was there.
There was actually a lot of good decisions being made by G2 there. They actually, after they committed the res, they threw the spike to the Phoenix to try and build up that ultimate, try and get the run it back online. That was the objective from the get-go, but it was actually the kill that got it back online.
And it's not about, you know, taking too many fights as well. As I mentioned before, a little bit of overheating perhaps there from GX, taking their ones against a gun like the Guardian in the hands of Amy. Quick squeeze of the trigger and you're gone just like that. Lights out in this round, and as fast as an RB19 out of the starting grid, it's G2 taking fights on A and winning them. Miori responding, replying, but not yet out of nest.
Still, Miori overstays the welcome. Fair enough, it's going to be traded out either way, and GX actually the ones taking the advantage. Jolina continuously committing that, and now Amy's left scratching her head. Where's the rest of my team gone?
It has to be one or the other, and this time GX fully flood. It was a supported Miori and Nest with no way to disengage that helped them clean things up. Now Amy, a clutch for her again. Yet the result remains the same. GX, 5 rounds now for them on the defensive half.
Yeah, Amy's such an interesting character as well, has been playing in the scene for so long. And I'll actually give you a little bit of a stat here, something that's a bit of a weird one. Do you know outside of the GC circuit, Amy has not actually lost a tournament?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Other than official events, it's insane. And you even look at the dynamic of this team as well, being one of the youngsters coming in under Petra. I think she'll definitely see some of herself in a player like Amy, you know, a young Dutch promising talent from the same region that is requiring perhaps a little bit of mentorship to get to the level we expect of her. Smurfette, that's a rookie error. Vanya 2 kills capitalizing, and sure, while Miori's been ever present in the kill feed, it's not enough to stop the lead.
Yeah, again, it's flashbacks towards that thrifty round on the 4th one. GIANTX need to be wary of how they maneuver themselves through. Miori
dives out of the window. Felt like she was in a shop window, right? A free kill to be cashed out. No chance there. Petra on the Sheriff. They know about one of the G2 players, but the rest have slipped around the back, slipped the net, planted the spike with it.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking that the rifles haven't been picked up yet by G2, so somewhat GIANTX have a good chance here. The only issue being, you've got to be thinking the utility that's still sitting there, and of course, what's just been invested, a Viper's Pit.
A big call made by Amy. Regressive positioning, but the pit will add spice to the situation. A flash coming through. Sarah caught in no man's land as Vanya has tripled up. 3v1 now for Jolina. Again, the clutch queen, but with the multi-kills that she's made, you make a little too much of a situation like this, and caught blindsided by it. In fact, Vanya, 4 kills for her, a quad that picks G2 back up off their feet.
It's just we see players overstaying their welcome, wanting to overfight in mid. Fair enough, we see a couple of the players, like the Reyna getting caught in transition towards the site. But at the end of the day, I mean, you should be wary of someone up on top of tube.
Yeah, if you updraft and dash through middle, it is literally cookie-cutter Valorant at its very core. It's what we see the Jet player do so often. I've known of Jet players on this map traditionally which have pivoted to other agents because they don't want to be, you know, doing the dirty work in mid every time. But Petra gets the reward of it and may just have a second successive kill on Miori here if Vanya hasn't already filled her boots.
Yeah, you're just seeing the run it back again to scale more and get more space for G2. The wall, though, is going to stop that shot. And you see G2 maybe playing a bit further back once again.
They know where the player numbers lie. There is an anomaly in Sarah through middle, but Petra should start to be aware of that. Now it's the death cam instead, which will divulge that information to the rest of the team. 4 versus 2 G2, not for the first time, and maybe not the last. They should be converting this. And they will. Rescue sprays it down. There's not even a chance for us to really even chalk it up to be any different. G2 in their post plants, which you heavily critiqued on the desk, has been the one thing that they've rectified so far.
I mean, that's it, they're just continuously I guess, developing, evolving, and throughout this series, throughout this map as well. I mean, you look towards how the round count has been going. It's now slowly starting to get more and more G2 favoured. And this comp as well, they're suiting this so much. You see the way they're building Vanny is out every single time. Dimensional Drift available for a rescue here.
It's going to be another early scrap. G2 not exactly taking like a duck to water, but they've got webbed feet on this attack side now. And walking their way towards it. 4 players on the B side, 4 now towards A for G2. A quick pump fake and they're away to an A plant.
Yeah, you see Sarah's awareness. No, there's been no contact on B long, so Sarah dips out the site. GX again have been playing retake after retake, Hazza, and even a dimensional drift just to make sure there's no one nearby.
It's not just the post plants as well, Cairo, which G2 have improved, but it's also the fact that they've been able to set up in them. Off the back of the dimensional drift, they're ready for it. Thrash coming in, quick detain.
Yeah, I thought it got 2, but no, it's just the one. Sarah will double up though. Amy so far back and Spike not in sight. Time to work with. I mean, is there going to be enough health to it by the end of it? No. Fair enough, you get 2, but what more can you say about that?
GX very quick to converge on those player positions off the back of the Thrash into the retake. And as I said, it felt like G2 had more than enough time to set that one up. The spike hadn't been set in motion either. And they end up with plenty of casualties on the GX side. It's as clean as you could probably ask in a situation such as that. 6-4, very close cut in this first half. You have to wonder whether GX will have done enough on the defense.
I mean, that's what we're going to find out as we move to the next half, and whether G2's comp, I mean, especially with the Sage, you would think that they'll have more to stop and delay. As for mid, though, Amy's got no chance of delaying and has to take that fight. At least got one and is now out. No smokes for G2 in this round.
Phoenix kill.
It was a brilliant combination of flashes in mid. Now Miori left to her laurels, her own devices. 2 kills collected. And while Petra can walk Snowman, it's a concession they're happy to make. Spike's still not planted and players close by.
If Mimi gets a spike down though, Hazza, that's the res available. Look at Petra on the swing, can't get the fight, but Mimi will. Can bring another player back online if they can. And there it is, Petra back in. Oh, sorry, it's rescue, but Mimi does it all themselves anyway.
She was fully blind, but not dead. And as long as Mimi survives in the server, then there's still half a chance. G2, pen to paper, yet another round, when really it shouldn't have been.
It should not have been. Miori does so well, and again, you talk about overstaying, overfighting. Fair enough, they maybe could have dismissed, but it's the res that comes back online that forces the fight out from this. There you have it.
Some nice combination utility as well.
Yeah.
It's not for the first time we've seen the Dizzy go up and the blind side as well. You either have to look away or break, so you're going to get flashed. Only good for a single kill here now in the fight early doors.
Oh man, it's a brawl. A bloodbath. Not as much blood as you would think in the water. Well, maybe there is now as G2 look to have won the round. A 1 versus 4 for Sarah against the reformer team. Oh, what a tough ask.
You're dead!
Former club servant to the Gozen. But now she has to try and do something to dispel these samurai, which have swiftly taken the A site for themselves. Even look at the angle that Petra's on. You take a single step back and you're in her crosshair. I hate to be that guy, but I feel as if we could see it in just a second. The snakebite does keep Sarah in place. There should be a rough idea as to where she is right now. And yeah, G2 able to confirm that in the end. 6-6. It is all even coming out of the half, but that ice must be broken in the second.
Well, Hazza now moving on towards that second half. Is it advantage being given to G2 or GX? How does the half swap look like? I mean, in general, when we look towards this, you'd always favour the attacking side. And GX, I mean, they almost played the defence like that. Always playing at the retake. At the initial start, it looked great. But G2 have that Sage. They have that delay. You have the slow orbs, the barrier orbs. Everything looks to be decent for G2 and GX on both sides. You're thinking of that Gecko as well, Hazza?
On the surface, right? It doesn't look like there's a single thing out of place, but we probably could have said the same going into Ascent, and everyone who was here about half an hour ago knows how that one ended. 13-2 in favour of G2. Not quite the 2-0 for them. And Petra spotted. Little 360. Bit of flair as she zips out of trouble.
Yeah, Mercurial. Petra though, maybe not Mercurial in the gunfights. Didn't get the best opportunity. Will do this time. Off screen, there goes Smurfette. Exit screen left. And Jolina will be also being forced to that situation. G2 just so much better when it comes to the gunfight. But the spike being down will give GX no chance. And G2 their second pistol round of the series.
Not only do G2 continue to fight, but it's the damage that they deal in the process as well.
Yeah.
It gets to a 3 versus 2 where you think maybe they've overplayed the hand just a little bit. But then you look to the health bars and it was already done. Lopsided in that sense. So guns on the board for them here. Another defender's side that can make a mark. A seems to be the play, and I'm wondering whether this is just going to be a conveyor belt of numbers out on A round after round, if it really does get that cliche.
Oh, the Outlaw introduced and Petra strikes twice, almost like lightning, but not in the same place. Still being able to dodge, dip, duck and dodge. Oh, there you go, your 5Ds. Petra teaches you how to do it.
Brilliant stuff from Petra. What a way to get started in a round like this. Little cost for collateral, sure. Rescue goes down. It's a gun to the wind, but nothing more. Well dealt with by the Dutch woman, and there you go. Second on the bounce. How does the bonus look? Because we have to remind ourselves, GX picked theirs up and then lost the one that came after it. Every is important as the next.
It's the fact like Petra just has the game sense to hold on to the angle and then press the trigger when needed to. Even from hip fire, the Outlaw's not as accurate as the Martial or the Op has. You've got to remember that from hip.
Yeah, a couple players with light shields here as well. The fact that the spike couldn't get planted. So working with bare minimum. Mimi out in middle. Looks to be an early wall, and as the Outlaw's gone off, it is a Yoru who could get out of play. Still wants to stand her ground and look for this kill, which she takes. Miori scalped.
Well, there's still a player actually taking a boatload of damage, has it? It's actually been body shot. Jolina getting taken out, forfeiting their life. Maybe forfeiting the round. You look how far back GIANTX is.
Yeah, Petra was given so much space without Outlaw to just ring off shots. Finally, the wall came down and she was overexposed. Now a 3v3, but the ult is in play. Denied by a snake. Bite at the feet. Vanya one of her own. And a 3 versus 1. Everything skews back the opposite way. As soon as Smurfette tries it, the towel will be thrown in. Vanya, her hat in the ring. 3 kills as she brawls them to pieces.
Unreal from G2. You just see the building blocks from the early round stacking up and stacking up. Stuff like the snake bite on towards the common hold on yellow. Not only that, Petra's Outlaw being able to do chip damage and also get a kill before dipping out. So well fought in general from G2. Multifaceted. And I mean, a complex round that has been won outright.
In the core of this G2 team, between them, have third place from 2023 in GC Champs. If they're able to make it through this matchup at the very least, then that's third place in the competition already secured. You've got to be thinking about going into the uppers, the lowers, and giving yourself the best possible run, because for many heading into this, they would have instantly written it G2 Shopify, but the rules of which this battleground we find ourselves in being so different, you want to give GX more of a chance, and they're doing it, but it's a couple of those key moments where, not shutting down a player like Petra, allowing her to have that freedom of movement, that you're going to find it to come back and bite you.
It's not like that. I mean, they're allowing G2 in general to have like a good opportunity in this round. You're thinking towards, like, again, not to bring the conversation back to Ultimates, but you're thinking about Vania being so close and already having the run it back used. I mean, the op now finally being introduced by Petra. I mean, Vani's nearly 20 kills, mate. We're not even in double digits yet.
Yeah, the controller player before. We know that Clove is enabled, but we haven't seen them yet. I mean, the first thing that Mimi said after that Creator Show match in Madrid was, I love this new agent so much, and the first thing I want to do is put my controller on it. And as aggressive as they've been on the Phoenix, it's like the next level. Yeah. Man, more potential unlocked.
You talk about aggression, look at the map, has it already. G2 are starting to make that smaller and smaller. GIANTX have no way out. If they go back, it's Petra's up. If they go to mid, well, you know who's lying in wait.
Petra already on the angle. Sarah thinking about it, tossing up the chance in her mind, but it's the last thought that crosses it before she's taken out. Players moving on to the site here, making inroads, but Rex burning bridges. Jolina 2 back. It's a bit topsy-turvy in the kill feed. Petra the only one left remaining. Blades available if she so chooses.
Fancies their chances. Spike still not down for GX though. And while Petra has seen the Reyna towards Kitchen,
Spike planted.
is worried about the positioning perhaps of Jolina and where that Spike's actually went down.
Got to be looking for the right moment to strike. When does the penny drop that she's going to push for this? The Blades would have done it and not quite able to slice that one. A difficult situation to dissect for G2. They are back within a couple of rounds.
You've got to be thinking of what was pushed to the middle of the field there when it comes to the table. Has a G2 sent not only an AWP, but the Blade Storm. I mean, that's the expensive stuff. And you're seeing that, the results of that actually falling in. And the purchases that's been brought forward, Petra picking up the Spectre, I mean a Sheriff for Amy, pistols on the boards.
And G2 as well on the defense, while they do have all of the tools that we spoke of, it's that perilous economy state which will constantly come back to bite them. A rogue rifle for Rescue. Standing on hallowed ground behind Yellow right now, just waiting.
Yeah.
A well-supported player with an opportunity to disengage.
GX staring in through the window, but can they climb in? That's the question we ask, and it looks to be the answer coming through. Smurfette opens it up. G2 though, actually starting to fight back tonight, despite 2 kills. Advantage still in their favour.
Nothing more than a classic in her hands, but it will suffice. The spike dropped out in the open. The wingman nowhere to be seen. Neither is its creator.
Spike retrieved. Look at the players, they're actually wanting to fight through that smoke. Fight G2 on the front lines, and it looks to be them winning it. Smurfette, absolutely huge. Petra though, stopping it momentarily. It's still going Smurfette's way, an ace on board. A chance for GX to close the gap. And that's exactly the case. Even though G2 posed to be a threat.
Ah, GX, they're building bridges, but the bricks feel brittle. At any moment, they could collapse. Brought down so close. Vanya's classic hitting different. Plenty of propaganda to those bundle purchases, I'm certain. But the big thing for me there as well is just forcing the issue sight on Petra as well, putting her in hot water, forced to take a fight on 2 fronts, making sure they maximize the space they get once the disadvantage was plotted against them. Now a chance for both teams to come in with rifles.
Vania already dissuaded from going any further, the Dizzy doing the work, but will go higher up. And those drops will be held by the players that are just out of 410.
I mean, you still have your Viper towards the opposite extremity, so you can stall out a B play, all eggs in the A basket. And all-inclusive in terms of utility, it stopped both in their tracks.
Yeah, it's crazy already. You see the stall coming out from G2 on the A side, and they've even got Miori to boot. What's that? Hollands?
They're weakened up by the snakebite, I imagine. And the wingman also going down means the spike is out in no man's land. The stalemate quickly blows over into a 2 versus 2 situation. Nade should be Amy dead to rights, and she is. Another Mimi clutch situation. Everybody in the server low, but she'll be the lowest. Jolina, a quad kill from the captain.
A fantastic Jolina has been frequent in this kill feed. The Rays looking excellent, it has to be said.
And a controller player on every map in the pool that we've seen from her previous. So definitely not a situation that you may have expected, but the captain takes it on her own terms. And just like that, we seem to be in another moment's downtime. One where G2 now begin to find themselves on the back foot after what looked like a brilliant streak from carried all the way from the second half of Bind through Ascent into this one, cover to cover, yet still they are missing those final few pieces and fluffing their lines at the key moments.
Yeah, it feels as if G2 Gozen were really starting to flex their muscles coming into Icebox. I liked everything that they were doing in terms of the comp. They didn't need an initiator, they had 2 flashing agents. That's where the Sage on the defense, you start to see really look good. But GX though has it. As this map specifically is growing on, they have been fighting back. And I think as well, that's maybe G2 allowing them in, opening the door, giving them the opportunity after losing out that thrifty round.
I suppose so, but, to no fault of their own,
yes,
if that makes any sense. G2 still competent in this clash, but they need a moment of magic, really, to instill any extra faith that we may have in them here. A low purchase. The purse straps are tight.
Look at the aggression already though, and it's Mimi who's struck first. Starting to fire volleys off at one another, and G2 still continue at the advantage. The spike down, GX can't retreat at all. They have to fight, they have to win, and they're not going to get a chance to as Miori has to try and get forward. Spike still down.
There's Reyna, the raid boss. No guns that you can collect in those long-range duels. The reason being, the Thrash just so strong. And I believe, thrifty round. It has been shut down and confirmed. Double digits for G2.
Yeah, that was a well-needed round. G2 needed to stop the flow of blood, needed to get a bandage on it, and they do. That's the thing. They actually are able to stop that, and they've even got Petra back on the op, a key piece of their defense so far.
We're back into rifle versus rifle, and as you say, just when things were looking good, Petra brings in the op, invested the Bladestorm to that clutch, couldn't win it. That was the last time we got an opportunity of looking at this one. It'll be towards the other side of the map where the first fight is taken.
Belong is the place of the engagement, but no fight. The delay again from G2, the stall that they have just through the Sage alone.
Phoenix Hot Hands also coming through from Vanya. The bite back will be there for them. Blaze Wall goes up and it is layered with the barrier. Flash ready to take a fight, and just as soon as GX thinks that they're disengaging, G2 want a little bit more of this.
Yeah, this is a position that Vanya has taken up a few times, looking to play around 90-degree corners. GX, though, are still sticking around.
They want to try and take this fight together if they can. Mimi and Vanya both on an island. Support close by from ResQ. The clone comes out, attracted to the boom bot. Perfect timing of utility to just set a ruse so that they can take these kills from right underneath their nose. G2, they clamp down on the site defense. And between the players that they had, they muster up a big moment.
Hazza, when it comes down to it, what did we say? From Ascent, G2, when you put the fundamentals under a magnifying glass, they look good. When you go towards Icebox, they just put it into a simple play of just forcing up the Sage wall and using the curveballs to play off one another.
It's an area of isolation, but one where they had perfected how they wanted to address it. And now into this one. The fact of the matter is, GX nowhere near as healthy in terms of how they can contend here. Just the one rifle this time.
Yeah, I was about to note the hero rifle that is being brought out. Miori is the one on it. It has to go up against an op. Don't know if they want to.
Petra's finally brought the dash in play, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Miori, jump peek after jump peek, just reconfirming her presence here. Petra on the prowl, moving closer. A more open angle, but as soon as it peters out, she wants nothing more.
So much information, but it's only the Reyna that's been seen. G2 will have an idea, and still it continues to just be Miori. And it's actually pinned 3 players to the A side of the map.
I mean, I don't know what kind of radar they have. The mental timer is just magnetic, but both players off the angle. Amy spotting out the fake. But the real deal is in close proximity. The players on the B site, they conceded at G2. They have ults to retake, a run it back, a dimensional drift, but a pit in the face.
Yes, it's taking out Amy, and look at this. It's actually the Marshall that's beating out the op. G2, they're stuck in CT with not even a key to open the door to their site. Not even a key to get to Snowman. It's going to have to be the running back that gets the work done, and it is. There's even going to be a res.
But how much time is there left on the clock? The site yet to be defumigated, and Miori right in the middle of things. Wall goes up, defuse coming in. Petra still on it, but the snake bite should stop things dead in their tracks. The decay down to 1. Amy next up, but next to fall to her grave. The Forever Box is where she finishes.
Yeah, Sarah that locks G2 out of their sight has a... Still, the Viper have an impact through utility as well, not just the pit. It's the Snakebites that won the round, not anything else. Sure, Miori gets the kills. Unreal stall though in towards Snowman.
A means to an end, and like you say, GX took the fight to them when they had the tools to sit back, put the deck chair up, and while it may be freezing on Icebox, they held their cool there. Now G2 again trying to be proactive towards B-Long, and finally they get the fight they want.
Down B.
Still the fights continue. Petra can't get out. Shula trying to use the smokes, and well, there's the dash, but they're shot in the back. Falling flat on their face. GIANTX look to hit 11.
It leaves a sour taste in the mouth after what looked to be an appetizing opener. Twice the numbers. Mimi has got to hold on from yellow again, but with only a Sheriff at her side, there is no chance. Around here should be getting picked up, and with that, it means that we once again find ourselves at the extent of regular play.
Yeah, has a regulation. The full extent of it is guaranteed. 24 rounds to decide between these two. This is what happened in map number 1. It has to be remembered. Unbind, Icebox continues to be the same.
I mean, look, you close the book, but the story goes on. That is exactly how this series has looked. You bookend Ascent, a memory to forget, not something to be written down in GX's history in this tournament. Both of their times could have expired in the upper bracket, not for Petra's positioning. Unable to be spotted by the Dizzy. It's just perfect from Petra. She's potent in attack. And just like that, they have the numbers, G2.
That is insane. Dodging the showstopper, and G2 just completely obliterate GIANTX. Thanks to Petra.
A masterstroke in positioning, and now Miori's turn to try and flip things on its head. Give G2 the shakedown, offset the balance as they are currently poised for a series point. That Empress is going to run out before she can find a jewel, so left down to the bare minimum here.
G2 just stand in place. Not wanting to move, not wanting to give a chance. You respect it. It's a Reyna that you're going up against. I mean, Jules is what they want. Jules is what makes them stronger. And Miori has to ace here.
And look, with the re-clear on A, now G2 know that spike has not been picked up. In fact, it has. The precious cargo already carried to the other side of the map. Miori already, though, repositioning more towards mid. Open spot that she can look to try and challenge here, and may just hear the footsteps of G2 making their way back through.
Can actually escape towards the upper part of the map here as well, has her.
She's going to catch them coming up the rope. This is brilliantly played by Miori.
Yeah, she can hold on here. Not wanting to move, not wanting to give it away. A dismiss out for extra info, and now you look at this. Mimi on towards the spike and gets it half. Oh no, it's not even close. No. She has to swing out and does so. It's an ace for GIANTX, even after Petra does so well. GIANTX are the first ones to get a chance to win this map.
A masterstroke from Petra, but the rug swiftly removed from beneath their feet. They saved the best till last. Miori with an ace on the Duelist, the Sentinel player. Reyna able to do it all off their own back, and even here when it looked like there was a golden window for Mimi to steal it away, she gets shut out just in time.
Miori putting Mimi in towards a decision. Does she stick the spike or does she come off at half? Being so far on, no wonder Mimi chances it.
And the decision they make on this round is to go for the A play yet again. Thrash on the opposite side. Very early, yellow is contained, and the utility can be recycled. There is no cause for concern.
Oh, the site will be given for free. G2 respecting what GX have had. Rescue giving away so much information, trying to flash out.
She doesn't have her TP to get out though, so the dimensional drift will just be a hard cancel and a fight found.
Spike is down. G2 continue their onslaught, continue their fighting. It's the two players of GX that have to try and hold on to this. In fact, it's just Ness all alone against two.
Things can take a moment of calm because the spike is not yet planted. Ness needs a moment to just restore and collect herself here. A 2 versus 1 and the wall would finish her off. Kept at bay for a moment longer. All duelists in the clutch situation. A double up on the angle from G2. They're ready to take this fight.
Yeah, but they could go in one go. Ness knows exactly what she's up against.
Not going to line up for her this time, though. And Vanya will close. Overtime on the cards. We've had max rounds on map 1, and now in the decider, overtime is the only exception that we have to rule who it is that will be moving forward in this series.
Yeah, that has both teams deserve overtime here. They deserve to have a chance at giving a go at one more bout. 31 kills from Vanya. That is absolutely insane. Almost a 2 KD on this map alone. And Miori is also up there in 30s as well. That's insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, GX, we have to give them their flowers for keeping this one competitive after a map 2 like what we saw. 13-2. When you suffer a deficit of that many rounds, it would be easy to take the knock and struggle to carry on. But a full reset, which we've seen here, which is a credit again to them and the coaching team. The first play made in this extension of play.
The Viper, the only stalwart of the A side, and as for GIANTX, they're just going to have to rotate and play the retake, as we've seen them do so many times.
They did struggle before with dealing with G2's post plants, but when they had the players there for the retake and the abilities, I should say, of which they've not used yet, was good. Only issue for me, Jolina's very far away from this.
Yeah, Smurfette though gets the entry. Petra gone off the board, and the Dizzy, the flashes, is actually getting them in towards the site and even getting them 2 players to the good. Miori still sticking around, but it's Rescue that takes out the opposite number. 3v3 and G2 just fight all the way back in. G2 in a 1 versus 1 and just trade their way down to the end. Advantage towards them and a chance to win out this full series.
Pinstriped kill feed in the end, and it almost feels unfair to GX. They have 1 round left from which to fight to keep themselves in the upper bracket of this competition. Timeout coming through, replenished for both squads. They have a couple moments longer to make of it what they can. I mean, if you're in GIANTX's position right now, how do you approach your attacking round?
I mean, that's it. I guess the thing is, though, Hazza, the key thing is not to doubt yourself. Realistically, GIANTX had a good attacking half, and I mean, how many thrifties did we see? How many rifle rounds they were getting the read on G2?
I think it also sort of spins back to what does the defense look like? Yeah. How airtight is it? Are they giving you scraps that you can latch onto, or is it a complete impossibility?
I mean, the other aspect, we're talking about this being GIANTX's timeout and posing it and kind of spinning it towards them, but this is a chance for G2 to review exactly how their half went, and it's the more recent of the two.
Yeah, like the first real break in play that we've had, non-stop, noses to the grindstone. But 60 seconds goes a long way, and hopefully we'll see that reflected in the server. Not to invite the possibility of, you know, an extended overtime long into the night, but for sure, these teams toe-to-toe. But who's going to take it? G2 within 1 now.
That's the typical 3-1-1 default that's towards the B side.
Yeah, and I'm liking the read here from GX as well, because Smurfette's going to be able to disengage with the TP if the A pressure is put on, which it is. They are fast and off towards B.
Yeah, but Hazza, when you look towards this retake for G2, they're going to have so much map space, especially more towards the flank. You've got to be worried, though, about the GX being able to take the CT space.
That's exactly what they're doing. The floodgates are down, and just like that, they do take the space for themselves, but it's the kills which happen to be a little more important in this instant. Rescue blinded up maybe even by her own flash there. Jolina 2 kills. Finally, a bit of established order about this one, but G2 not out of the woods just yet, and there you go. GX, they converted eventually.
Well, Hazza, sometimes the most well-made plans have a hole in the middle of them, and GX are going to punch right through it. Fantastic stuff. I mean, the mid-round call or the mid-plant call just to straight away head towards CT.
From front to back, it was so well read. Just the Yoru player being the one that's testing the limits of A. As soon as they saw that G2 had players there, they flipped to the other side of the map and took the extra space that they could. Sure, G2 the first players to find kills on the way back in, but as soon as they knew what their game plan was, it was well structured enough to be sought through.
Well, there's one player with a chance to hit a 40 bomb. It is Miori's Reyna. Feels as if I'm back in my ranked games, man, but watching a Reyna go 40 and 40 kills.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I don't usually pick Reyna when I queue with you, so I don't know what that would be from, but
there we go.
Amy with a chance to get a bucket load of frags here as well. The first fight taken is an isolated one, but Smurfette will win out.
Yeah, Mimi now responding to that backing off, but the players of GX, they're going through mid.
Both teams are doing pretty much the same thing that they did in the previous round. The only exception is this time, the move is made through middle. That is where GX are going to be looking to retake this from.
Oh, look at the trigger discipline from Petra. So clinical in the key moments, but it's next to get the differentiation between the two, and Rescue's already out.
GX have the numbers, but G2 deep positions. A decoy used, but not bought into whatsoever. It is, in fact, couple players blinded. Needs to take the timing here, Mimi. Brings the wingman off the defuse. There is life left in this one yet, but kills to be collected, and the crosshair just an inch too far away. GX, they are able to draw first blood in the second overtime.
Well, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. Pros don't fake, and they just held on towards the defuse. G2 again let GX in towards this one. Advantage towards them. I mean, this time, G2 are the one timing out.
Hey, look, we've got a timeout for as many overtimes as there are, but as soon as we head into the next, if play can be prolonged any further, then they are left to themselves in the server. So right now, G2, they'll know it. This is the final time that they get to talk to Coach Thibaut before we are back into this one.
Oh, is this where we get the sluggy pen out? We're like, 2 chances.
2 chances, yeah. No, it's right down to the wire this time. And, I mean, for GX, they've got to be feeling confident. Yeah. They got the complete correct read on the previous round, and then when G2 tried to do the same thing to them, they were aware of it. They had the players in the right place. So I think this is a really good on-the-fly calling, really good setup into the rounds. How exactly do G2 now play the mind games? Do they want to keep the A pressure on their defense?
I mean, there's so many questions. I mean, do you want to change it up, hit mid, hit B? Do you just sit and wait and play the retake? I mean, that's the question. You'd think with that Sage, though, Hazard, that you'd be wanting to hold sights more.
Or play to the retake, right? You look at what the strengths of this are, and Mimi has certainly shown them. 16 assists and 16 kills. It's not been the best outing from her so far, but the impact is there. That's undoubted. Wall goes to mid early, so possibility of a lurk is cut out, but nobody's watching it. It will demand their attention if there is player presence.
4 players for G2 towards the B side of the map. They have gambled with Petra to hold down A by themselves.
It's the Viper wall which calls your eyes immediately towards it, right? For GX, though, it's barely even presence shown because G2 are so far back, they don't even have an idea. This is a full gamble as to whether it's correct or not. Petra is your first line of defense, and as soon as that mid wall goes, you have so many more angles to be thinking about.
Yeah, and Petra doesn't have much longevity here, has it? It's a glass cannon op. I mean, 3 bullets from a Vandal and she's done.
Position can still find value. First shot of the op rings off. GX, now they know, into this retake could be a struggle point. That shot would have alleviated so much pressure. The raid boss, the Reyna, Miori, still left standing and could make them pay.
That spikes an open plant spot. This is good for GX in the post plant. That's a big fight from Mimi on the flank.
Petra looking to get up close and personal. Shorty in hand. They have the toxic screen, but no wingman. The defuse has to be stuck, and it needs to start sooner rather than later. Sarah's dealt with the flank. The front line's now focused on GX coming into their own. We thought that in this tournament, the foundations that G2 had would be enough to stand the test, but given a different chance, a second chance, a new lease of life, GX win out in the mirror matchup.
I mean, Hazard, that is a massive win for GIANTX. You think of all the storylines coming into it, it pointed towards G2, it pointed towards their win. I mean, the last time these two played, it was 13-7, 13-7, with G2 absolutely blowing GIANTX out the water. This time round, though, it's a different story. It's GIANTX with a chance in the upper bracket final.
Absolutely huge scenes from them. While on paper, it would have been first versus third in stage 1 of VCT Game Changers EMEA as of the previous stage that we've just seen, and skewed for many to the favor of our former world champions. GX have brought such a turnaround in that final map, and you have to look to the timeouts as well and the value that those had in making them series winners.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had the chance as well towards the end of the map, Hazza. You're thinking that 12-11, the fact that they took the advantage, I thought that was their chance missed moving in towards overtime. And then again, they just proved that the off-the-fly calling, I mean, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference a month makes, if you want to say that, not just the Duelists as well, because down to its very core, it was just what basics do you have set up? How are you structured? How are you playing off of one another? And just some of the reads of the GIANTX were able to bring out there ultimately were what won them it, because I think both teams, both players on either side of the server had their moments individually.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we even got our first ace from Jolina as well. Not from Jolina, from Miori as well, Hazza. Yeah, I mean, this series had it all. That 13-2, that was a nice way to get us back on track. Yeah, that was just a blip on the radar for GIANTX.
The side of waiting room, if you will, right? All things end at Icebox, of course, with that being both the studio and in the server as well. And look, I think G2, we know that they'll bounce back from this. Whoever they end up playing in the lowers, we still tip them to find success. But at the same time, you've got to wonder, where exactly is their head going to be at after a loss like that against an opponent which you previously beat in the replay with its technicalities? Still, they're not able to get the result that they would have been looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, as the saying goes, it's not about the fall, it's about the bounce back. And I mean, let's be honest, the height of G2's bounce is so high individually as a team. What's the average age again? Has a something like 23 or something? Like, they are absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean, G2, 22 average years of age. They're one of the older ones in the tournament. It goes from 20 to 23 when you look across the 4 different rosters, which I find so funny. We've got a crop of elite players, and GX there showing that they are the elite in East London, the hometown heroes, if you will, defend their turf. It's an EMEA LAN series loss for G2, which we are, yet to see since way back when, a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, fantastic. And then you look towards what is upcoming next, Hazza, and we do have Shopify up against our contenders, crowned winners, is Karmine Corp.
Yeah, Karmine Corp, you speak of bounce backs, they are on an upward trajectory, but that is as hard as it's possibly going to get. The Rebels in your face up against the blue wall. Before we head to that one, though, of course, there's still plenty to talk about, and we're going to pass it over to Yinsu with Smurfette to decompress and decompart all of that.
That is right, you two. I am now joined by not just the Turkish Jet and the Turkish Rays anymore, but the Turkish Yoru. Smurfette, hi Smurfette, welcome. Congratulations on that win. You guys got your revenge. Of course, the last time you played against G2, it was a little bit more one-sided. So how exciting was that to beat them after what happened on Ascend, but also overtime on Icebox too?
Yeah, I mean, we were like trying to have fun as well, which was kind of hard for me because like I'm feeling really sick, and like thank God like my team like they're just cracked and they're so good and they just carried me, so like I'm glad for them.
Smurfette, you're also cracked. You're also very, very good as well. But I do have to ask, you haven't played many agents. I feel like you've really stuck to the things that you're best at your whole career. And Yoru today, I really wasn't expecting that. I honestly thought coming into this for you, it would have been the easiest thing because you can just play Jay, let your teammates flex. So why did you choose the Yoru today?
I think like I want to start playing different agents to like get better individually, and I don't want to like keep playing Jet all the time because like I already like played so many Jets. So yeah, I just want to like get some new taste.
I mean, it looked great. So is there any other agents that you have your eye on maybe?
Yeah, but I don't want to tell.
Okay, you can tell me later. You can tell me later. Speaking of new agents, Clove, of course, is available this tournament. What do you think about Clove right now? Do you think it's viable yet?
I think they're really strong. I will let Jolina play. Because Jolina is like a really good smoker as well. So I think she will do great. So yeah.
I think that suits her, right? Because she can, you know, go in as well and get her entry kills too. Now, this tournament, of course, the format being having to choose 3 duelists. How do you prepare for something like this? Do you kind of approach it just to do something new, see what works, or do you try and practice the comps you already like and then maybe tweak it a little bit?
Some maps we're playing for duelists actually, and we just pick like whatever we feel like and try to have fun.
Have you pracked much for
We
this?
practiced like a few hours, not much.
Oh, and what was the approach for this? Is it like everybody try any duelist, or it's just whoever wants to play it?
Sorry, we picked comp and we tried and we liked it, and we can't even keep it, to be honest, because I think like this kind of fits us. This 4 duelists, 3 duelists, I don't know.
Yeah, it works. I mean, you guys all have pretty cracked aimers, but Ness, I thought maybe we would see, you know, the return of the Jet, and because she was such an iconic Jet player back in Game Changers in EMEA. So are we gonna maybe see her back in the Jet at some point?
She's insane. She can play whatever. Like it doesn't matter which agent she plays, but she's playing Jet on one map. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hope you guys pick that map. I hope you pick it.
Yeah, so too.
Yeah. And also looking at the rest of this tournament, I think a lot of people maybe didn't expect you to pick up this win right off the bat and knock G2 into the lower bracket. Is that something that you guys expected?
I mean, we didn't think about it, to be honest. We just want to have fun and enjoy this like great tournament that like Red Bull gave us. So yeah, we just like got in the like flow and like just like lived it.
You're not surprised?
I mean, not really.
I love the confidence. I do have to ask, obviously, you guys, GX as an org, you know, came into Game Changers a little bit later than some of the other orgs, and the team is very unique as well. You have a great coach. Is this IGLing kind of vibe still happening? For those of you guys don't know at home, you don't have an IGL, right?
Yeah, we don't have IGL. We still keep that way, and I think we did good, and we had like some stuff that we couldn't like do it last split, but I think like this no IGL thing just kind of fits us, you know, and we don't, of course, like some rounds we get like, in trouble and not having IGL. Well, we are trying to focus on that and fix that, and we just want to keep this way.
So who does the mid-round call then?
Like everyone is doing it. It's like depends on the like round and like the strat we're doing.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting. I mean, we don't see that very often. Lastly, before I let you go, you'll play the winner of Shopify versus KC. So how do you think that game is going to go?
I mean, Shopify is just like, they're insane. So I think they will win. But I hope like it will be a close match and they have fun as well.
Is there a team you prefer to play?
Shopify.
Yeah? Yeah,
Because,
why?
Because they're from NA and we never played against them.
Oh, yeah, we don't see them very often. But thank you so much, Smurfette. Congratulations once again. And we'll see you in the upper bracket in a little bit. For now, we're going to go to a break. But when we come back, we're going to be bringing you Shopify versus Casey.
Over the last 6 months, I've been building a fully functional Valorant Killjoy turret. Today I get to finally unveil it and test it out. Keo, a well-known Valorant streamer who is best known for his fun streams and some insane trampoline jumps, has been interviewing me throughout the build, and I'm excited to finally show it off to him in person.
Alright, so we got the turret set up right here. Keo's gonna be walking through those doors any minute now. So the goal is for him to walk in, the turret detects him, and shoots him.
Where are we going?
Just put him up. Let's go! Power down. What's up, man? Nice to meet you in person.
Sick. This is insane. I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it was really cool.
Yeah, sorry about shooting you before, but you know, had to be done.
Hey, you know, I respect it. This thing is massive. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7 months of engineering work, but finally we're here. We got the final product done.
Oh, let's do this. Well, thank you for shooting me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Happy to.
Yeah, so 6 months we've been talking about this and you've been building this creation. For some of the people that might not know what's been going on, why don't you walk them through this whole project?
Sure. My name's Danny. I'm a mechanical engineer, and last year I built Raze's Boombot from VALORANT, and that was a big success. A lot of people were paying attention on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And then from there, Jake Lucky found my project and tweeted about it, which was really cool. And then Red Bull found the project and collaborated with me to make this awesome Killjoy turret.
What exactly is your background as a mechanical engineer?
I have my master's in mechanical engineering. My entire project experience and work experience is involved in like product development. So what that means is basically like you come up with an idea or concept for a product, and it's like the full cycle from like designing it and prototyping it and testing it until it's like a manufactured product that's like sold on the shelf.
Can you run us through all of the details that are inside this turret? You did so much in 6 months, but let's see how much is there.
Sure. All right. First is the shooting mechanism. It's powered by a out-of-darts Jupiter. So that's what's firing the Nerf rival rounds, and it's powered with a proton pack. So basically the proton pack is this thing that you see in the back, and it can store a bunch of Nerf rival rounds. It's like jostling and agitating rounds inside this container to make sure they're like freely flowing. And then there's a brushless motor here that's sucking in air, creating a vacuum, forcing those rounds to go from here through the vacuum tube to the shooting mechanism. Towards the front, there are these super fast spinning motors attached
really
to
fast.
flywheels. Yeah, like 30,000 RPM is how fast they're spinning. And basically they just like propel a Nerf rival round out. The recoil mechanism that allows this whole shell to move forward and back as rounds are fired. In the front of the barrel, there's NeoPixel purple LEDs that will shine and flash, just like the tracer bursts in the game when they like shine purple when a shot is fired. You have motors in each of the arm to move up, and then there's a motor under here that allows the turret to swivel left and right. In here, this little dome structure, there's a Husky lens in here, which is a smart vision sensor. And through machine learning, it like understands like, okay, this is a human. This is not a human. Basically, that's talking to a board that tells all of the motors like where to move the turret in order to get it to shoot. Oh, and then the wristband is like maybe one of the coolest features, I think.
Yeah, this is awesome.
So there's an automatic sentry mode where it's like looking for people, right? And it's like scanning around. And then there's the manual mode, which is, I'll power it on for you.
Oh yeah.
Get the lights going.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this is the RC wristband. You got the antenna
Nice.
sticking out. Basically, yeah, I hooked up like a GameCube controller stick, and then you got the big red button to shoot once you're locked onto the target that you want to fire at. So a lot of features. Took me a lot of time, but yeah, I did get most of the things that I wanted to be in there.
You didn't cut any corners in terms of like trying to be like, nah, I didn't want to do the recoil's a lot of work, or like anything like that. You just were like, no, this needs to be exactly as close as I possibly can get it. Mad respect for that, because this is impressive.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, so have you built anything like the Killjoy turret or Boombot in the past, or is this like a new passion in mechanical engineering for you?
Yeah, I'd say no. I think my passion lies in like 3D modeling, and then in college I got really into 3D printing as well. First thing I tried to make was I tried to 3D print my own Iron Man suit, and then from there I tried to teach myself about robotics because I had this like engineering background, but I never really did robotics or anything in high school. VALORANT has like really good projects for that between the Boombot and the Killjoy turret.
Combine the passion and interest together.
Exactly, yeah.
Works out. What exactly inspired you to build the Killjoy turret out of all the things at VALORANT? I know you did the Boombot before, but what made you pick the turret specifically?
First off, I'd say because I'm a Killjoy main. I play Raze a lot too, but I'm a Killjoy main, just like Keo. I'd say the Raze Boombot is like a pretty small scale project. You know, it's like something that will like bump into walls and like back up and turn around. Like I was thinking in my brain, like how do you graduate from that and like still challenge yourself to like learn new things?
How long did this take to build, and how much did it cost?
It took me about 6 months, and I've spent like, I don't know, like $1,500 or $2,000. There's a bunch of different things that like add up over time, like shipping, like all the hardware. There's a bunch of screws on this thing that like really add up.
This project is incredibly impressive. Did you build it mostly by yourself, or did you have any help?
Yeah, so for all my projects, I build it like entirely on my own. It's like sort of a challenge of mine. And on top of that, I have to thank my community, because a lot of times I don't know how to solve this. I don't know what to do. And a lot of times in engineering, it's really good to brainstorm with other people and just like kind of feels like I have my own little like team helping me behind the scenes to like tackle all these problems that maybe I haven't encountered before and they have seen.
All right, now, were there any ideas or concepts that you came up with that didn't make it into the final build that's in front of us now?
So in the game, when the Killjoy turret sees something or someone, like a little exclamation point like pops up above it, and I was like, I wonder if I could get somehow like a hologram to do that.
AR thing? That'd be
Yeah,
so cool.
yeah, that would be so cool.
What are you like most proud of or most happy with the result of this?
I'm not that great at painting, and I think I did a pretty good job with the paint job, specifically the face.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
So what's your ultimate goal with creating inventions like this?
So I think I sort of like found my niche in content creation, and like it's really cool to show people how cool engineering can be. Like I feel like not a lot of people realize. I get a lot of comments on my videos that are just like, this is so cool, like how do I get started? I want to do exactly this. And like I've kind of shown them that engineering can be cool, and then like now they kind of have their path to pursue.
With the Killjoy turret complete, do you have anything on your mind for your next big project?
I got a few ideas cooking. If you have any cool ideas about what I should make next, make sure you comment it down below.
All right, this thing is awesome, and I'm wondering, when do I get to shoot you with this?
Oh, it's so fun to control. You can definitely try it out after.
Sweet. It's so scary.
Wait for the...
Good. We're in. We're in.
Oh!
That's awesome.
Uh-oh.
Ah, this is great.
Yeah.
Danny, thank you so much for walking me through everything. It is awesome.
And thank you guys for watching. See you guys later.
All right, peace.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Red Bull Instalock. We are still coming to you live from London, from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, where GIANTX have just taken down G2 in the upper bracket. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Meg. Now, Smurfette said she wasn't very surprised. You know, she felt like they could do it. Are you surprised, Meg?
Not really. I think after the first map and we saw them take it to OT there as well, you know, I kind of definitely had faith, and then we went to Ascent a little bit dominated by G2, but then it started to go well for them again on Icebox, and I kind of just knew that maybe this was possible.
Yeah, I'm glad we actually got Icebox. You know, both teams' best map as well, so it was a proper fair fight. But let's talk about Bind real quick, because G2, they've been so dominant on Bind. They haven't really lost this map this entire year. What did you think happened? What went wrong?
I don't know if it was coming up against those double smokes, because I think that they really played a massive part in like those fast retakes, and then also being able to entry onto the sites. Like again, it was a very, very close game, but I just feel like maybe they found a little bit more from the double smokes than maybe we did with Mimi on Gecko. So yeah, I think it really came down to that for me. However, again, a very close game, and it was all to play for.
It was a fun one. It was a fun one. We actually have a round that I wanted to pull up again. I'm glad you mentioned the double smokes, because when I was kind of theorizing in my brain what could work in the scenario where you have to play a lot of duelists, the Viper Harbor, it's a smart move.
100%. And I think, you know, having both walls and then of course the cove as well to kind of get that plant down and then also defuse the spike too, I think it really found a lot of value in most rounds as well. So it was a good shout.
Yeah.
GIANTX.
They won a lot of retakes as well, given the fact that they won the ones running the Gecko. They didn't have little bro, you know, coming in trying to get a free defuse for them. But I agree with you. I think this map kind of set the tone, being able to actually get their revenge, because the last time they played this, they lost, I think, 13-7 pretty heavily. But moving on to Ascent, I think we should talk about it purely for the sake of that Phoenix, because you are such a big fan of the Phoenix. You were talking about it in the pre-show when it started. Vanya was just farming on that
She
agent.
was. And I did say to Yinsu, I was like, you know, I feel really, really happy with Vanya popping off on Phoenix, because it means that I was right. Phoenix is up there.
It's not Phoenix, Meg. It's Vanya. It's Vanya.
Literally, it is just Vanya. I feel like whatever Vanya does, you know, she seems to do very, very well and perform, and is just a star player for me. But yeah, I'm so glad to see this Phoenix being played to their true ability. Those flashes obviously being used so successfully by Vanya.
I mean, she had so much success with the ultimates. She was farming the orbs. I feel like she had an ult in round 3 and then round 6. It was every 3 rounds, Vanya would get the ult, which on a map like Ascent and also Icebox as well, you know, it's kind of a freebie.
100%. Like, I definitely think, you know, that's one of Phoenix's strong suits is the fact that you can farm those orbs up. Orbs? It's the new way of saying it. But yeah, you can farm them up, and then it's the easiest site entry you've ever seen, or for a fast retake too.
Are you happy with the duelists that have been played so far? You think more they should play more Phoenix maybe?
Maybe. I mean, we did see Phoenix on Icebox as well, right? The only thing I would say is that I'm kind of not very impressed by the Yorus. I feel like maybe, of course, we do have some sort of rounds where they did pop off, but I think in general, I don't know if it's whether Yoru's being played like we kind of suggested as an initiator in a sense and finding that information and then using the flashes, or if it's just that they're not finding much success with them.
I honestly think it's because you don't have a lot of the other agents you would usually pair Yoru up with, which is a little bit awkward for them. But what's not awkward is Miori, because my goodness, she was going crazy. I think in overtime, I think just before overtime or during overtime when she got that ace, for me, sealed the game for them.
100%. And I think that's the great thing about Reyna. And we saw it a little bit from Sarah as well. Like, if you aren't afraid to swing and take those fights, then you will win them on a agent like Reyna. And again, of course, we have to talk about the Miori ace because she played it so well. And anytime I'm in a clutch situation against a Reyna, 1v3, 1v4, whatever it is, never 1v1 a Reyna because it's very unlikely you're going to win out.
My Reynas don't do that.
No, not in mine.
I'm not going to lie. Like, you put me in a 5v1, I probably still won't be able to do this. This was so hype as well. I think we got to remember this was against G2 Gozen. It's not like she got an ace, willy-nilly. It was against one of the best teams in the world. She's cold in these moments.
And around like this as well, 11-11, like this is when mental is so important. And I feel like this was such a booster for GIANTX to really then come through in overtime and take the win. So yeah, a really, really good round from Miori.
It's funny because I've seen G2 Gozen do this. I've seen them do this like a million times where they just win these unwinnable rounds, get a title out of it as well. But unfortunately, G2 Gozen have found themselves in the lower bracket after one match. They're not usually the team that drop down this early. So this is going to get real interesting, mate.
I feel like they just want to play more games.
Yeah, the reps, get the reps in.
100%. And I think, again, we did see G2 dominate and both other maps were incredibly close. So I think this could have gone either way. And I think G2 have unfortunately found themselves in the lower bracket. However, it still is all to play for. They can still work their way back up and find themselves in that grand final.
Honestly, I'm just really happy to see Vanya on a duelist because we always say like, oh yeah, Vanya, she's got the crispiest aim ever. She's wasted on a controller. She needs to play something more aggressive. We've seen it now, and I'm a bit afraid that it's confirmed everything that everyone thought already, that she's just born duelist, the Turkish aim.
Exactly. I mean, I would not want to go against Vanya in a 1v1. 100%. I would rather many other things.
We'll talk about that's for another stream. That's for another stream. That's for another stream. But what we do have for this stream is, as you guys can see, a cheeky little tier list. Now, are you ready to have some controversial opinions?
I am very ready for this.
Are you ready for people to get mad at you?
They do anyway. So this is nothing new. This is nothing new. I'm ready.
Amen. Okay, the way we're going to do this is, as you guys can see, we have 7 duelists to tier list. I'm a little bit afraid that we won't even get to do ISO by the end of today. But after each match, we're just going to start to place like a couple of them. We're not going to do them all in one go. And I want you to kind of place them based off of some of the performances and some of the comps we've seen so far. So obviously, your boy Phoenix, I know you're a big fan. This is your moment, Meg. It's just you. I don't get to weigh in on this. So where would you
just
put?
Me?
Just you. It's all you. Where would you put Phoenix?
Rifle some feathers here. There's going to be people in the chat being like, who is this ginger woman and why is she on this broadcast? Because I did this yesterday as well, and I might spice it up a bit because I think in hindsight, I definitely did some of it wrong. I'll admit it. I'll put my hands up. But I did put Phoenix as my S tier.
There's not even S.
Well, there was an extra little pedestal where Phoenix was placed as my holier than thou.
Okay,
duelist.
So after seeing Phoenix today, where are you going to put in?
Now, I think I'm not going to maybe put Phoenix as high as I did yesterday, because if we're basing it off today's games and not just my personal preference.
Not even after Vanya's Phoenix. Not even after
I'm
like 25,000 ultimate kills that she got.
Yeah, but I just feel like maybe, like we said, that's Vanya, right? That's just Vanya. And I feel like Vanya could play literally any duelist and maybe not ISO and do well. So I'm trying to take that into consideration. What I need your help.
Honestly, I felt the opposite way as you. I think before today, I was kind of like, I mean, only like the tank likes Phoenix, Existence is out here rocking the Phoenix. I've never been super convinced by it. Not really for me. So before today, I think I probably would have gone C tier, not gonna lie. But after seeing Vanya on Phoenix, I feel like you just need to get the right person on it.
Yeah.
I would put it in B purely for the sake of, today tournament-wise. But I think if it helps, maybe we can make a rule because, we're the boss here. Nobody's going to tell me how to change the rules of this game. Ask for forgiveness later. Maybe for the next time, for the next game, after the next match, maybe we can have like a one-time reordering if you feel like it kind of vibe.
We have like a one change. We both
yeah. Why not?
Okay, well, let's do B tier for now because I think we might see Phoenix played a little bit more later on, and I have a feeling maybe not to the same level that we've seen Vanya. So if we do B to be safe now, or maybe better.
That's what I thought. I thought you were going to say the other way. I thought you were going to say it's going to be even better.
All right, B. There he goes. B for boss.
That's a mild take, I feel like. I don't think anyone's going to be mad at you for that.
Okay.
Next one, however, is the agent that is a little bit more meta right now, the one that actually works in the current game. So where would you put Yoru?
Oh, this is really difficult because, again, if we're doing this based off the performances we've seen today, I feel like Yoru hasn't really been played to the highest level that Yoru can be played. But like you said, I feel like it's so difficult with a composition like this because you don't have the usual supporting agents that would help Yoru kind of come to life. So I'm feeling C. I don't know if that's harsh.
C? Whoa, okay. I think that's quite controversial. I would have put it in A. Yeah, I really would have.
You would? Yeah, even if we're basing it off like what we've seen so far. Because I guess you could say like that Yoru is being played in a different kind of way and they're still finding good things from him.
I feel like the ultimates haven't kind of been as rewarding as some of the other comps we've seen, but I feel like the flashes have been pretty good, the double flashes, the sneaky little plays you could do, the TPs. I think I'm also a little bit biased just because, I mean, we're in 2024. If you asked me last year, I would have been like, are you good? Like, I wouldn't even have this on my list. But now everybody's making it work and it doesn't feel as out of place.
I think I'm stuck in like 2020 Valorant, like pre-Yoru, pre-Neon, where it was
when Raze had like 2 nades. Oh my
God, those were the days. But okay, if we're basing this off the current meta, and I think what we're going to see a lot.
Oh no, it's your list. You do you, mate. It's your list.
Stressful.
You do you. I have zero responsibilities for what you guys going to see.
So my issue right now is, do I go C and make everybody really mad, or do I go A and then everyone's like, oh my God, she knows what she's talking about?
Do it. Make everyone mad.
I'm gonna go C.
Make everyone mad.
I'm going to spice it up. Again, we do get one take back.
Yeah.
I'm going to put him there for now. Nobody get mad at me. If you do, only say very mild negative things about me. Okay?
No, don't say anything negative. Just let you have your spicy takes. I think what might happen as the day go on is they might just swapsies. I think these agents might do a little swapsies in terms of the B and the C switching it around. Again, we've got a few more, but the issue is, we've seen Raze, Jet, Reyna, they're all coming in. No Neon, no ISO still. Do you anticipate that we might see them?
Maybe. I feel like because we've spoken about it so much and there might be, a couple of people who want to bring something new to the table and try something new. For me so far, the top performing sort of duelists that I have seen are the Raze and the Reyna. I still feel like we haven't really truly seen Jet come to life.
Yeah, that's true.
Because like we had Raze on the op as well. I've not seen like any insane like Jet plays apart from maybe like Petra when she had Bladestorm on Icebox. I saw a couple of good bits and bobs, but I still feel like Jet is still somebody I want to see pop off now.
I feel like they're almost playing the Jet too safe, which is crazy to say, right? Crazy to say. But thank you, Meg. I think this is looking all right so far. It might change, not the final list. Don't worry, everybody. But if you guys didn't know, I have a little surprise for you because we're not the only person. We're not the only people even that's been tier listing the duelists in this game. In fact, the players in this very tournament have decided what they think how the duelists should be placed right now. So take a look at this and see if they are smarter than Meg.
B? Yeah. I think a C. First, we have ISO. D. D. Wait, it's D for duelist. Woo!
Yeah, D. It's pretty useless.
I actually agree with you. D. I'm gonna say D. You cannot do anything. We have Neon. I will give it a B. B? B? Yeah. I think a C. Yeah, sure. Let's get it. Hold on.
So like B or A?
That's fine. It's just
A or B?
B, bro. Bro, no way it's the A. High up B. We can change it later.
Yeah.
B or A? B or A?
B, right?
Yeah.
Like she's played on like boom maps.
Raise, bro.
Raise.
Of course it's A, bro.
Say, come on.
A.
Yeah.
A. A. Damage and Woombot, where you go. 3 against 1, so whatever. This is surely the S tier. Like if we can only have one, this is the S tier. Sure.
The maps both work
So,
raise.
yeah. So based on vibes, yeah. We would put it in A?
Sure.
I'm down to put it in A.
If you have a good Euro,
Yeah.
you will always get outplayed.
You know, like it's like
I would give Euro an A.
Sure? Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Do you think he's better than you?
For sure.
You think?
Okay, so we can change it.
It's Euro now, guys. It's time to decide.
I feel like we can't put a character in S that pro teams don't even play.
We can put him in A and put Raze in S.
Yeah. We can put him in A for now.
Now we have Phoenix.
I think Neon is better than Phoenix though. I put him on C.
I would also put Phoenix on C.
So like, so you put Phoenix on C. I think. Yeah. I would do that.
What? Bro, in the childish. B, bro.
Yeah, B is fine.
Not A.
He doesn't create any space. I'll put him with C, sorry. Which S?
That's probably the S tier.
Close.
You don't want.
I would put this on top, bro.
What?
Of
Nah,
course.
there is nothing.
Jet.
A. A, for sure.
Next up, Reina. We do that. Yeah. C or D. Can go.
I would put Reyna on
I mean,
C, I think.
then I would put Phoenix on B and Reina on C. Oh wow, now we can change Phoenix.
Okay, like this.
Yeah.
Putting Reyna on C, I guess.
I'll probably C.
Really funny rank. More neutral than
Okay.
I saw, at least.
Can I play in a Radiant lobby? Do I have the skill?
I've never seen you play, so I doubt it.
What do you think my rank is? Just look at me.
I'll say plat.
What the f? We're gonna boot into a game on an almost Radiant account, and we're gonna swap every single round. To make it a little more interesting, we have a bingo board, and we're hoping to complete one set of bingo. All right, I'm first.
Wait, this challenge is looking hard. Did you even try?
Everyone's blinded. The deadlock doesn't push with me.
I got us. Relax. No, please!
Dude, you actually fed. All right, saw me.
Not bad.
Did we hit anything on bingo?
No, we did. Lose 2 rounds in a row. There might be a mid.
I gotta dip and play mid. Check my movement.
Okay. You have a nade? Oh!
Yo! Put it down! Mark that sh. Oh! Nice clutch. Win around. Bang. Look at that.
I mean, technically, hopefully we do good enough for our teammates ask for our ranks.
Wait a second. Yo, I got a kill. Yo, this Radiant sh ain't nothing.
Alright. Is there anything we can go for, technically? Or no?
Pick up an enemy weapon, yeah.
Okay.
Or just get an ace, bro.
My deadlock's just mid fighting.
Ooh.
Alright, there you go.
Okay, alright.
We got anything crazy?
Okay. I mean, nothing there.
Oh my god. Your movement was looking like a jellyfish for a second, but our team won.
Pick up a weapon.
That's one. I was gonna ult.
Dude, don't use my ult.
Get your guarantee kill.
That was good. Okay. I mean, you're doing what I'm doing out there. Jack.
2 mid. Raise your room. You can ult.
No, I can't go through
right now.
the wall. I can't go through the wall.
You go over. You can go over.
No, you can't.
Trust. Go. They broke it anyways. You not clearing corners?
Let me be me.
You lost a round again.
Is that an award though?
Maybe terrible team rotation from you. Alright, is there anything we can knock down? Anything I have to go for?
Yeah, get aim punched. Alright, this round, too much with the talking, okay?
Alright, I'll let you play your game.
Let me play my game.
No words.
Check this out.
You know what they say about this gun?
I play right here. What do they say?
No skill.
There's a lot of skill to positioning.
Let's see.
No!
So give me your thought process there. What happened? You just whiff?
I didn't whiff. Here's the thing. I'm playing excellent.
I don't think so. I think with you alone, we could knock off terrible team rotation.
I didn't even rotate.
Exactly.
Oh, stupid.
Okay,
that was stupid swing. Get a 3K,
Okay.
win the round without walking. That's a 2 for
Win
me.
around without walking.
And get a 3K.
Okay. Hopefully we win this round.
You have to win the round, by the way. Oh, what a throw.
Wait.
This deadlock's actually feeding. Oh.
It's okay.
This game's going bad.
We can definitely get clutch around, plant spike, fake a plant, next round, next half. Damn, I'm small. I'm telling you, the higher ranks doesn't get any better.
Alright, Zeppa, get a 3K.
Alright. Nobody B? Alright, I haven't stopped running yet. I don't think. I did.
You don't have to stop running. You just don't. You can't walk.
Okay.
Woo! Okay. What do we go for?
We have fake a plant, We're gonna go straight across.
You're not carrying your own weight.
Okay.
Can I say that?
Well, you're changing everything. You're
Bro,
changing my
9,
seconds.
I'm not gonna change it. 9 rounds,
All right.
5 kills. Yikes, bro.
Grab the spike.
Was there even a trip there?
I don't know. You tell me. Did you hear anything break?
Dude, what do you mean?
I should have played pistol.
Oh my. I broke the trip.
Was there a trip there?
I don't know.
Okay, look.
It's looking bad.
We lost, okay?
We did lose, but
Win.
you need to get bingo.
Okay.
We can do over rotates.
I can fake a plant and win attack without planning. Okay?
Okay, that's
That's
what we
2.
gotta
That's knocking 2 down. Okay,
That's
I need
what we
the ball.
gotta
I need
do.
the ball. I need the ball. What is the sense? I can't even turn the corner.
Dude,
I can't even turn the
it is
corner.
crazy that your job is to play this game and you're flaming me.
Did you not see? I tried turning the corner. It didn't even turn.
You know what I might have learned is we're both not radiant.
Do you think you can technically hang in this kind of level?
Can I say it? If my team was better.
You honestly think?
I'm gonna play for me this round. I'm gonna get a couple kills.
Are we playing for kills or for the challenges?
I'm playing for kills right here. 3 kills is one of the challenges.
Okay.
Wow!
2 more kills. You did it yourself.
I'm gonna play for me this round if my team was better.
I think.
Dude, admit that was kind of nasty. This is our last round.
This is our last round.
Fake a plant, win attack without planning. So just frag out.
Okay.
There's a whole mid now.
Please lose. Guys.
Fake plant.
That's 1.
And don't plant the bomb.
Wait, this is bad. We have 40 seconds.
You can't
Is
plant.
it worth? Okay.
I mean, just wait.
Yeah. Where did he come from? I got jump scared. We won. Okay, that counts.
Wait.
Wait, did we do it?
That's bingo. That's
Whole team
bingo
over
right there.
rotates.
Come on, man. That's bingo.
We count. When was the whole team over rotate?
What do you mean? Every round.
Okay, I agree. Wait, we actually got bingo. That's crazy.
I'm getting targeted.
Alright, at the end of the day, we hit bingo.
How did I play, and what rank do you think I actually am?
3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds, you died instantly. By the way you're moving, I'd say easily bronze.
That was a nice try from Ludwig. I think you should tune in to this next match. You might learn something here at Red Bull Instalock. Of course, we are just minutes away from the second game of the day, and that is Shopify Rebellion versus Karmine Corp. I'm Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Meg. We got to talk very quickly about Shopify, because I honestly cannot believe we managed to get them all the way from NA here in London as well. I think everybody is excited to see them.
It does feel so special, the fact that we have the world champions here in London, and they've flown all this way. So, you know, I'm so excited for you guys to see them on stage, because it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, they look confident as well. And here they are. Let's take a look at Shopify Rebellion. Oh, they are so ready to play. You could just tell. And Fluorescent might go. I love the new hair. It looks amazing.
It really does. I mean, I love a bob anyway, but a platinum bob, I feel like, you know, she came to serve.
Yeah, she really pulls it off, and she's about to, I feel like, dunk all over everybody in this tournament, potentially with this new look as well. Obviously, the first game, we didn't expect maybe G2 to drop into the lowest, but out here, you have to say Shopify are just the heavy favorites.
100%. And I feel like, you know, with a confident duelist like Fluorescent, this is literally the perfect situation to kind of have Fluorescent on your team. But again, she is one of 5. Why did I question that? I was like, 5? She is one of 5, and every single person on Shopify Rebellion, they hold up their own, and they are all strong, strong players.
I mean, you have to respect them, but you cannot underestimate the underdog, especially when that team is Karmine Corp. And of course, this team, they recently grinded their way all the way from contenders back into the main circuit of game changers. And for those of you that aren't familiar, some of these players, they have also won titles of their own. Nello in the beginning of this game was winning everything in EMEA. Glance, of course, who unfortunately is not here with us in the venue today, who will be playing remotely, is also a former world champion herself. Honestly, this team, I don't think anybody should underestimate them.
No, and I mean, as we're coming into seeing the games that they will be playing on which maps, I'm actually shocked to not see Sunset or Lotus in there, as they are 2 maps that, you know, these teams are both strong on.
Yeah, they are indeed. The bans are pretty standard. They've been perma-banning both of these maps pretty much all year. It feels like they don't maybe want to try anything on there, but Breeze is going to come in first. We will get Ascent and Icebox again. I feel like every team in this tournament just loves Ascent and Icebox, but Breeze is going to be interesting because we spoke about some of the agents that could work and couldn't work as we take a look at agent select here. Phoenix, your boy, I would not like to see it here.
No, I really wouldn't. I mean, we were literally speaking earlier about where Phoenix sort of comes through and where they're strong, and Breeze is not particularly one of those maps, although we have seen them played quite recently on this map. But yeah, I mean, talk us through a little bit about...
Yeah, I mean, Noya is going to be playing the Jet. She put out a tweet earlier saying, you know, which agent should I be playing today? I see it's the Jet here, and Fluorescent is going to be on the Yoru. I know you weren't so confident about Yoru in that tier list, Meg. I think Fluorescent is going to prove you wrong.
Fluorescent on Yoru is probably going to be a little bit different, so we shall see.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And it's time to jump into a Breeze with your casters. Show some love to Twiggy and Billy.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. And yeah, I mean, we set it up a little bit there, and there's no getting around the fact that Karmine Corp are not the favorites to win this match. I don't think it matters what team you're supporting. It's going to be difficult to go into this one going, yeah, Karmine Corp have this one locked down.
Yeah, I mean, you have Shopify Rebellion, obviously defending Game Changers Championships champs. And if you look at the Karmine Corp roster as well, this is a team that has a lot of potential and maybe haven't been able to find their footing just yet. As Yinsu said, they're the recent winners of the contenders. So being relegated from the main stage and then having to go on and win contenders to get back into that main stage, yeah, I think we've got a lot of things to see from this Karmine Corp team that we've just not quite seen of them yet. And what better test than Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're taking a look at these comps, nothing is surprising to me, obviously. When we're going with something interesting, you know, a kind of interesting format like this where you're forced to pick 3 duelists on Breeze, not a weird thing to, well, I mean, a little bit of a weird thing to have 3 duelists, but at the same time, it's kind of the map where you'd expect that to happen, and it's not surprising, I think, if we're looking at the other two agents that we're seeing, Sova and Viper. These are very regular ones to have. You need that info across long ranges, open sites, and obviously you need that wall going down here as well. It's a little surprising to me that we're not seeing Phoenix as one of the picks here. The use of a second wall, we saw it in map 2, I think it was, winning on Ascent for G2, would have been absolutely massive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a mirror matchup as well is going to be interesting because we're going to be able to see, you know, what kind of teams have their fundamentals down. Having that sort of communication is going to be really important when you're playing 3 duelists because you don't necessarily have those usual initiators or flashes to be able to set you up. So, yeah, no, I think it's definitely going to test these 2 teams' fundamentals in that respect.
Karmine Corp are the team that take away the pistol round here. We saw the same kind of thing happen in map 1 of Series 1, where Giants actually won that series, and I think surprised quite a lot of people. Honestly, you know, obviously with the format of the tournament, there's a certain amount of, okay, everything you've prepared in your scrapbook is thrown out the window, and now we're going with just kind of let's play. We're all just and look, the teams have known that they're playing in this tournament for a little while. They might have prepared some fun, goofy strats with 3 duelists. And obviously they'll put some time and thought into their compositions as well. So, you know, I do think there's a certain amount of this is that how quickly can you prepare for an interesting format like this in a short amount of time? And it might just be the teams that surprise you that take things away, but Neuer is going to try and start things off here on their eco round with a pick. It doesn't quite work out. A couple of shots through the box takes Yoru down to a low health, but does not get that kill.
I love that from her though, because what Karmine Corp aren't really doing here is making any sort of A main pressure, but they are cautious of the fact that Shopify can be up tube there, and they are going to pick that out. But Fluorescent straight onto this Marshall, despite losing the pistol round, and is going to pick up one, but Curie trading that right back out again onto Sarah.
Obviously, another thing that you have to think about when you're going, okay, we can only have 2 agents other than duelists on this one, which means we're going to be cutting out one role completely. A lot of the time we have seen it be Sentinel, but obviously on Breeze, where there is tube, there is so many ways that you can go for weird and wonderful flanks. Nice shot from Alexis. Getting rid of your Sentinel is actually a massive loss, especially having a Cypher in that tube can do a lot to get this one, and Shopify Rebellion somehow bringing this round back here. This eco could work out nicely for them. Alexis getting the spike down, and it is only a Sova and a Reyna to try and take this one back, but Nello hits the first shot. Down to very low HP though. Alexis is going to have to do a lot of damage here and doesn't quite get the shot off before Nello can get it done with the Bulldog. So the defuse will come on through. It got a little hairy for Karmine Corp, but they got it done in the end.
Yeah, seeing a couple of force buys come out from Shopify there, but again, like just that creeping up tube, like Karmine Corp so aware of what Shopify could be doing there, despite the lack of Sentinel. You know, they know that they need to go and re-clear that and make sure that they've not quite got up there. But yeah, no, it was really lovely. Obviously, there's not too much we can look into that round with a couple of force buys coming up. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of adaptations or any early pressure as well coming into this one. I know that Karmine Corp not really looking to take that A main space, and even like this round, look, we see players kind of just leaving that A site open for the moment.
Yeah, I think this is the thing as well. We see on some maps where Sentinels aren't really as kind of used, right? You'll see some things where you have a double controller and a double duelist, or a double controller, double initiator, something like that, and you do sacrifice a Sentinel for it. You have to be really hyper aware of flanks, of plays through areas of the map that you don't have a lot of control in, and that's what I think is going to be tested here. And so far, everybody's been quite aware of things. Shopify Rebellion now bringing things back on their buy round, and Karmine Corp not able to soak up the pressure this time around. Very difficult. three Sheriffs against 5 Vandals. On Breeze, so much open space, so many long sight lines, and Shopify Rebellion taking full advantage of that so far, but it was 2 quick picks from Neuer that opened up the round for them to start things off from elbow. Kuripoya brings one back. That might be all she wrote for this Mel. In that advanced position is going to be able to finish things off along with Alexis, and Shopify Rebellion start the long trek of the comeback from 2 rounds down.
Yeah, Neuer showing absolutely no fear there, going in and getting, I believe it was 3 entries to get them into the site there. And Neuer, some EMEA viewers might actually recognize from competing in early EMEA Valorant. You know, she competed in Hunter's Trials, in Birds of Prey, before actually moving across to Exit in 2022 and making that NA change. So from someone that plays the Sentinel role in Shopify Rebellion, usually, it's really nice to see her come out onto this jet and have that sort of fearlessness going into this one. That was a really nice round from her.
Despite the fact that Karmine Corp played a nice eco on their second round, or a nice, buy on their second round, not having a lot of economy moving into this one, mostly half armor for these players, and Shopify Rebellion looking to take advantage of that. Mel almost gets that spray transfer down, does a little bit of extra damage, but not able to stop the trade from happening. Brings it to a 4v4, but they're already on site down here on A, and it's going to have to be a good retake here from Karmine Corp to bring it on back. Trades come through left, right, and center. Can Glance get that final kill onto her old teammates, mostly from this one. Aldrone is going to be used out. Superior health advantage. And Alexis has to do a lot to grab that spike. Will not get it done. Glance with the 3K takes it to 3.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Glance there. And of course, that's one teammate that's been on this Karmine Corp roster that's actually played up against Shopify Rebellion before. So really nice.
I said ex-teammate.
Yeah,
I don't know why I said that.
I
meant ex-rivals is what I meant. Sorry.
Ex-rivals, yeah, nonetheless.
Why did I say that?
It's okay.
I get a little silly and a little...
A little silly, a little goofy. It's totally fine.
My third Red Bull event.
I know what you meant.
They all blur into one. But again, really nice clutch there to get things done. Obviously, Glance not playing from the same LAN environment as the rest of the players, but still doing a lot of hard work for the team. Hunter's Fury is going to come out on this one. Fury does go down. The sole controller for the team means that Shopify Rebellion can take a little more here. Sarah shoots the flash, does not shoot the actual Euro of Matrix, the primary duelist for Karmine Corp. It will be a 4v4 retake for this team. They made it work last time around, but this time Alexis round the corner, able to find the first kill, not able to find the second. Again, trades are great from both teams. 2v2 in this final situation, but Glance is in another good position, takes down one, does not know where Neuer is. And the Bladestorm will finish it off. It's looking to be a much closer start to map 1 than I think many people will have anticipated, especially looking at the most recent results for these two teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. And even a Viper's Pit invested into that round, like way towards CT, despite Karmine Corp kind of funneling in through main. I guess Shopify just kind of wanted to make sure that they kind of got that round down. And we are going to see Karmine Corp come into an eco round now. And although they were kind of making adaptations there of coming down tunnel and funneling through main, it will be interesting to see what they do now that they're on an eco. But Alexis and Sarah are just going to completely punish that early aggression on B main and just give them a free sight, because Glance is only just starting to make her way over now.
The information was there immediately from Window that two players were going to make that move there. The team flash might not have worked out so well in the end, but it's fine. There is no push coming from CT here. Mel, you're definitely using the right gun model there as it covers up the enemy's position. That wouldn't have happened to me. I would have got that kill. Left gun model enjoyer. But it is now just Glance once again. Has done so much work. Cannot find the shot through the wall before Alexis plays bodyguard and manages to even up the scoreline. Shopify Rebellion on even terms since the start, for the first time since the start of the map.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to see come out of Shopify a little bit more, is a bit more confidence, right? Because realistically, like, this should be a little bit of fun for them. It should be, I mean, it's a little bit of fun for all teams, right? But I think for Shopify in general, they should be going into this with full confidence because they are the reigning world champs at the moment. So, of course, playing that 3 duelist as well, it kind of plays into that extra overconfidence, I suppose, where players might start overheating. But yeah, just going to see them, again, funnel into A main.
Yeah, the shots through the wall there does a lot of damage. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Fluorescent obviously using the ult to get in close. Get the first pick there with the Judge. Nello is able to take out Mel using control of Tube there once again. Shopify Rebellion going to find it hard to get any control of this site here. Fluorescent now stuck behind Orange. Judge in hand, trying to do damage, control, but it's left down to her. Versus 4, a great shot to start things off, and you could have seen that going away, but it does not quite. The mirror matchup of Matrix, the other duelist in the other hands of the Yoru there, able to close things out and stop the blood flow.
Yeah, if there's one player that you don't want to be in a 1vx, then it's definitely Fluorescent. We've seen her do it time and time again, not only in NA, but at international events as well. And maybe not seeing her full potential on this map so far, but, you know, there's time to warm into it still, I'm sure.
I think what we've seen so far, especially over the last series, is that Yoru is actually very difficult to play without the support of supporting utility, right? Kind of being used in this setup as a pseudo-initiator. And while I think the game has been brought down to very much bare bones by this format with the 3 duelists, you do still have to use flashes. You do still have to take space and get in towards sight, and generally that's going to be your initiator's role. If you don't have a flashing initiator, which is the first thing you're going to sacrifice, you're going to replace it with a Yoru, maybe a Neon, but Neon hasn't been favored by the teams, maybe a Phoenix. So, in a sense, the duelist players from both teams have been brought over to a supporting role, as opposed to playing more like a duelist, I feel.
Yeah, I completely hear what you're saying with that one. Like, I don't know what the reason behind that pick are. Maybe we'll get more information when Yinsu goes to interviews with either of these players. But yeah, I completely agree that the agent that you think would be used as initiator is
last player standing.
Main.
Oh, there's no way, not with the Sheriff in hand. The 1v3, the reload, 24 HP. That's one body shot from the Vandal. But all you need to find is one headshot. Not quite able to find the first around the corner there. Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. Looking for half his Matrix, will get off the spike there, but the shot is there from Fluorescent. She is inevitable. And in the 1v3 situation, the worst health, the worst weapon, still able to bring it back for her team.
I mean, I don't want to say it was a little bit of foreshadowing, Twiggy, but literally the round prior, I did say that if there's one player you don't want to be in a 1vx, it is Fluorescent, and she does go out to clutch up an eco round for Shopify Rebellion. It's just, again, seeing that real confidence and that real firepower that we wanted to come and see from this young player.
Yeah, I mean, now climbing up the leaderboard in terms of the ACS, the kills in this game, bringing things to 4-4. And for Shopify Rebellion, I think obviously frustrating that you're not able to get a clean length of rounds against a team that you are definitely kind of, you know, pegged to win against. But for them, still able to bring things back later on into rounds. Fluorescent has moved on into sight, not able to find a clean shot so far, but Alexis is there to the rescue. Nello finding kill onto the Jet player of the opposite team here, but Spidovka doing a lot of work there with the Blade Storm as well. Alexis gets her second, using that Empress to get out of dodge, get back behind the corner. Matrix
Last player
finds one the other way, but it's down to a 1v1 once again. Mel doesn't know quite where Matrix is playing, and Matrix has done a lot of work so far. Going to use all of that Yori utility to be able to win out this duel, but it is not to be, as once again Shopify Rebellion, brought down to one player, are able to close out the round.
Can we just rewind back a bit? Like, was Matrix sat on site that whole time with a Bucky? Like, just sat on backside the whole time with a Bucky?
Mostly.
Incredible.
I mean, look. You know, maybe not the map that you would expect
Precisely.
to play around.
Frenzy this round, I mean,
there are a lot of corners in the map. You can definitely sit on site and wait for that. You know that, you know, Fluorescent is going to run on in with a Vandal, so it's just delivery, you know, delivery service.
This is true.
Yeah. Once again, now in the driver's seat are Shopify Rebellion. They have the better weaponry, and this time now ahead in terms of the round count as well. Some confidence might be able to be brought from this one. Spike not going to be fully planted from that one, and Karmine Corp get that information. They're going to move on through, but the positioning is good from Shopify Rebellion players. It's just Karapuya left. It won't be enough. Shopify Rebellion make it 6. Get the, at the very least, even half, if not better.
Yeah, we've seen that defensive default come up from Karmine Corp for a couple of rounds now, where they just kind of hold on to that tube push and are expecting that aggression up tube and leaving 3 players towards B, and each time they're still consistently losing those 3 players towards B, and the 2 tube players are having to rotate round instantly. So it'd be nice to see them switch it up and maybe just have a gamble stack or something. Like, there needs to be some sort of adaptation coming out from Karmine Corp to really delay Shopify getting into this B site so easily and just running it down and getting it for so free, essentially.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, the thing is with this map especially, where, you know, a double duelist is not really outside of the realm of normalcy here. You know, double initiator, yes, but double duelist can be put on as well. It is definitely kind of a comfortable situation for Karmine Corp, who do like to play a second initiator a lot of the time. You'll see Spidovka is going to be moving on to the operator on the Jet there, and often does fill as a second duelist for Karmine Corp, usually being the initiator player, but filling onto the Jet every now and then when they do need a secondary duelist instead of something else, and Glance will move then onto the initiator, being part of the regular fill role for the team. Whereas Shopify Rebellion, generally a lot more, how would I put it, kind of by the book, right? Like to play your usual kind of, you've got your duelist, you've got a sentinel, you've got a controller, and then as well as an initiator. You have a fill that will go on to the secondary role of the initiator or the controller, or on Icebox, the second sentinel. And there is that operator for Spidovka getting the first onto the mirror jet. She can move back and take control of B site. Make sure that Shopify Rebellion aren't moving on through to that one, but that is just going to set their sights on A even further, knowing that that anchor is down there. And send them right into Kuripuya, who manages to get one, but no more, and it's going to have to be a retake attempt here from Karmine Corp, as sooner or later Shopify Rebellion should get control of the site, but Fluorescent cannot cross the border of Spidovka's sights. Moves the dimensional drift from Matrix, and that just turns around Alexis enough that they can isolate the duels.
Yeah, really nice. Really nice seeing the just Karmine Corp just giving them sight there and having a sort of protocol for how are we going to play retake. We have the Yoru ult. Let's invest the Yoru ult for when we would like to retake this A site. We know that they're hitting B pretty hard and pretty heavy, so we have our protocols for A site, and that's what we see come out there. And Spidovka as well on the op, having a lot of impact playing on the op that round. And I'm glad that you mentioned Spidovka earlier, because she is one of those players that can flex onto different agents. You know, we've seen her on the Jet this map. She does play Jet usually, but we can also see her on Initiator and Sentinel. So a really, really flexible player to have on your team. And Karmine Corp having an answer yet again for Shopify Rebellion for this early B pressure.
I was really certain we were millimeters from a triple collat there. I was going to scream. You were midway through a sentence. You were not going to finish it. You were not going to. But either way, for Shopify Rebellion, that is not a nice way to start the round where you've invested so much economy once again. And again, the Viper for Karmine Corp is going to do so much work in just holding down this side of the A site. The Viper's pit has been utilized on the other side. It's quite a big site, and you can plant for a lot of positions here. Two Shopify Rebellion players taken down means that Alexis is in an impossible position. And in a 1v5, it was never going to happen.
Yeah,
so for Karmine Corp, an even half.
I mean, they'll be pretty happy with that, but the fact that there's two Shopify players taken down whilst that pit was up,
I mean, that
they're
is...
going to be pretty unhappy with that and be thinking how...
See, yeah, I think obviously they had to use the pit last round of the half. Yeah. You got to go in and do something. They were already in a very difficult position, knowing that, you know, the operator was waiting for them in CT. They had to cross that area. The only thing you can do is put down a pit and hope. But the aggression from Karmine Corp has looked really, really good. And, you know, again, we'll mention it so many times over the course of this series. This is the team that is not really expected to win this series, that has nothing really to lose, can put everything into this game and maybe use the triple duelist kind of setup to be able to do something a little different, do something a little quirky, a little goofy, a little silly.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this is a team that's probably still finding their footing. You know, they've definitely played plenty of games, but of course, still relatively new if we compare them to Shopify Rebellion, who have been a core for over a year. You know, they'll still be finding those team dynamics, that team synergy, and still being able to build that up together to have that experience together as a sort of core unit.
Yep. Well, for them, once again, down a player to start this one off. The 4v5 statistics are going to be going crazy as we enter the rest of this one. And so far, not looking so good for them. Sarah now in a 1v4, make it a 1v3. Sends out the shock dart. That's going to go over to nowhere. Two quick headshots, but stuck in midair. There's only so much you can do from that position, and Glance will go clay pigeon shooting. With a ghost.
With a ghost, of course.
I feel like you know you do have the perfect weapon for clay pigeon shooting now with the outlaw added to the game.
I mean,
kind of the.
I can't say I know too much about clay pigeon shooting myself.
I've never, you know, but from what I've seen.
We'll roll with it. It's fine. We'll roll with it.
You say pull, you crack the barrel open, and then you do the thing.
Oh, so now you're mansplaining clay pigeon shooting to the viewers at home, yeah?
I am NB-splaining.
Apologies, yeah, NB-splaining.
Which is
you know
really,
what I read.
I know. But I really just had to get that one in. Gotta get that one over you on this one. But for Karmine Corp, they're just going to use all of this tempo to get on through. Obviously, the better weaponry move on through on this one. Alexis has somehow found something out of that one. Fluorescent finds 2 headshots, of course, with the Sheriff, and they can move on through onto site. And for Karmine Corp, they're split apart. The spike is not in their hands. The shock dart does a lot of damage. 2 more shots with the classic from Alexis. And it's 3 classic kills for Shopify Rebellion to bring things back to 7-7. A thrifty round in its most... I mean, there's no... I don't think I've seen a more thrifty round than that.
Yeah, I mean,
combined, what, 500 credits of weaponry was used to find kills there. Amazing.
I love that from them, though. You know, they took the gamble of, okay, let's just stack a site and let's do something with our pistol round. Maybe they pulled something out the strat book, and I don't hate that.
Maybe they did. The strat book that has been built in the last, what, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
I mean, most teams you would expect to have
call
a
it
pistol round. Let's say that, yeah.
It's maybe a bifold, but either way. Matrix will move in to start things off here. Not finding anything through the first flash, but there are walls up all over the place, considering there's only a Viper to be utilized in terms of obfuscating views. That is quite impressive, and for Shopify Rebellion, as soon as they found that advantage and can buy up some weaponry, it's about over there for Karmine Corp, and a team ace as well as a flawless round from them.
Yeah, not too much Karmine Corp can do there. With the way that those Viper walls as well were kind of like mismatched across, like you just seen Floor kind of hiding behind each of them there and just picking up a couple of kills in between them. And yeah, really just staying put on site and letting Karmine Corp come in, and they're just tapping their heads through that one. So you are going to see Karmine Corp have to buy light shields going into this one, which is a little bit disappointing because it should be their full buy round. And if any of those players on Shopify, I don't believe they do, have the Outlaw, but yeah, it could be a costly one for them.
It really could. And Mel starts things off with a very quick kill onto Glance, which takes down the spike in a really unfortunate location now. They're just going to take full control of this one. That Yoru is definitely not real, although it drew the attention for just a second there from the Shopify Rebellion players, but they have full control of the spike now. They are able to play defensively as much as they want. Fluorescent tries to make a move around from Orange, gets caught out. So for Karmine Corp, just defending a position where they cannot win the round from, but at the very least they can try and get some kills from and maybe make something out of it now. And as Shopify Rebellion have given away 2 frags in this situation, maybe now is the time to make a move, and once again the attack ramps up for Karmine Corp. They find 1, 2 now in a 1v2 for Alexis. Needs to find these headshots. Empress form used out, has to get away but cannot in time, and Kuripuya will be able to get the headshot before she turns around the corner. 8-8 now the scoreline.
Yeah, that was a really nice, like, power of friendship moment from Karmine Corp there to just throw every single flash that they possibly could into Shopify Rebellion's face in that A main position. And yeah, it was just lovely teamwork to see come out from them. That hyper-aggression is what we need to see more of when they're going into these site executes. And even that kill from Matrix getting onto Noya, playing on the op on Bridge, was really, really nice to sort of kickstart things on that round. So yeah, more aggression, please, more confidence. I think that's what we need to see more of here.
I think that might be what we're about to see a little more of. Alexis getting ready to make a move there from doors, but it's the operator of Noya that will find the first frag in the round. And once again, Karmine Corp in a bit of a difficult situation. They're going to reset their sights over towards A. Mel has found the first through the wall there.
Here.
And now it's a 3v5. I mean, they managed to make it work in an even more difficult situation last round, but this time Shopify Rebellion are just attacking on the defense half. Mel finds 3, and it's pretty much easy pickings for them.
Yeah, some lovely teamwork coming out from Shopify Rebellion there. You see that little flash from Floor, and Alexis is able to pick up 1, and then Mel just takes the swing as well onto the second 2. Like, it's just really, really nice to see them playing in pairs, the similar way that Karmine Corp did that previous round to regain that main pressure.
Now in a bit of an awkward economical situation. 2024 in a nutshell.
Here.
having to make do with one rifle on this one, the hero rifle, to stop Shopify Rebellion from getting 2-10 rounds. The double digits so important. Spidovka tries to get the orb, cannot get it in time. The flash is great from Fluorescent and stops any kind of trade from coming through. Sarah and Mel get on the board as well. And as quickly as the round has started, Karmine Corp have been brought down to one player. And I don't think Glance, with the weaponry in hand that she has, is going to be able to do anything about this one. Fluorescent finds the final kill, 10-8 the scoreline.
Yeah, double digits for Shopify Rebellion now. Looking as though they're starting to build up a bit of a momentum, so we will possibly see, yeah, we are going to see that timeout come in. And I'm going to presume it's from Karmine Corp, just to kind of start to get their heads together and figure out their pacing. You know, they were 2-0 up to begin with at the very start of this map, and they're probably thinking to themselves, you know, like, we can't be letting this get away from us. Now that they are reaching double digits, we've got a few more rounds to put in here, and a couple of ultimates are coming online as well. We've seen, I know that Shopify Rebellion, they had quite a few coming online. Karmine Corp, I'm not entirely sure what their alt economy looks like right this second, but they'll be starting to think about, you know, how are we wanting to utilize them more? What are our protocols like when we're looking to play post-plant, for example? You know, they're not even really being able to get this bomb down right now.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that you have to keep in mind with this one. Despite the fact that you have 3 duelists, you'd expect you're going to do really well in your attacking rounds, not so well on your defensive rounds. I don't think that's the case, because getting into a post-plant position is hard enough as it is if you don't have utility like, you know, a flashing initiator, like a second controller, or like a sentinel to help you just have peace of mind getting into a site. And when it comes down to brass tacks, the defensive side is going to win the engagements if it's just a gun duel. You turn around a corner, you're going to get shot in the head. That's just about how the game works if you don't have all of the utility that is used to get you onto site. And with only a Viper basically to get you there, apart from a good reveal from your Sova or a really well-timed flash from your Yoru, there's not much you can do. And that's the wall that Karmine Corp, I think, have been running into in these past few rounds, and what Shopify Rebellion have been taking advantage of for the last little while. So now having to really think about what they're doing, and you can see the hesitance to move up into Pig, just using it as we have this position now. We can use it if we need to.
Yeah, and I think that's really good conditioning on Shopify Rebellion's part, is that they are able to put fear into Karmine Corp, where they don't even know where they can go onto site before having to clear out these players. But we do see that Silver ult invested from Glance, and Fluorescent looking to just punish it here, but quickly gets out of there before any action comes in and knows to leave the fight on its own.
Yeah, brings it down to 4 players for Karmine Corp. Doesn't want to get too involved, not trying to make the full hero play of getting a 1v5 before your teammates can get involved as well. Is going to invest the Dimensional Drift as Mel comes around from behind. The Matrix will be able to find the trade on that one. Floor just looking for a little bit of information here. Finds out all of them are around in cave area. Looking for the TP, does draw the attention away, but Neuer is ready for the first kill. Spidovka gets the trade, but now it is just Fluorescent in a 1v2. Time is ticking away now, needs to get something done. The fake defuse, the first shot is not quite there, and as soon as you miss that first one, the Vandal is pretty much useless. And Karmine Corp take the round away from a good position. That's what happens when you get a good start, and Karmine Corp have been lacking in that for a few rounds now, but as soon as they found it, Shopify Rebellion found it a little bit difficult to take back control of the site.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Nello get that first pick. We've seen Glance kind of force Shopify out of those original spaces that they were playing in with that Sova ult that came in, and it just allowed them to kind of funnel out onto site. Surprising that they decided to all run back to main and play from main, considering that we are playing a 3 duelist tournament at the moment. But nonetheless, it worked out in their favor, and they got the point on the board.
Haven't seen many Viper lineups yet. Not gonna lie, a little disappointed. It's the one thing you can really do from this situation, other than throw out a Hunter's Fury, maybe some shock darts, some fun shock darts.
We need to get the plant down before we can even see those lineups tweet.
Yeah, that's a good point. It has been a rarity so far. And now Shopify Rebellion are playing all the way back. About as passive as you can get here on Breeze. Pretty much just sat in their own spawns, although a move is being made up tube as we speak. while Karmine Corp try and make their move all the way through, getting into a nice angle there for the Hunter's Fury. Finds one frag, does Sarah. Oh, almost taking off the heads of 2 more players from the Karmine Corp side and doing a little more damage, but it is just going to have to be take some space here for Karmine Corp, and it's not quite working out for them. The long shots are doing better for Shopify Rebellion. It's just Glance left. We've seen her in so many clutch situations in this map alone already. This one is not going to be any different from most of the ones that we've seen so far. Karmine Corp now down 2 rounds. Shopify Rebellion move closer to 13.
Yeah, unfortunate. One of those rounds that would make you feel nervous either way. But I mean, for Glance in particular, coming up against her rivals, of course, it's going to put the edge on a little bit more. But coming into this one, you're going to see Karmine Corp with, again, another week bye and not being able to fully invest. Yeah, it's quite sad, isn't it? Hopefully we see Speed Off, but yep, onto these knives this round. And again, just looking to take that early A main pressure, but nothing coming of it just yet.
Saw the head of Mel, not quite able to get the shot before. Floating down below the smoke. Nello is not going to be able to make anything happen with the luck there. Up tube, down goes the Viper's Pit. That should secure a plant at the very least. Now, the task for Shopify Rebellion is essentially just to clear the first couple of members moving through that Viper's Pit. Yori utility utilized to try and keep them away for as long as possible. Obviously, the weaponry not in the favor here of Karmine Corp whatsoever. So just one shot, one stray shot into the Viper's Pit could make things very difficult for them. And in they move now. Pincer maneuver from both sides. Fluorescent takes down Spidovka here, but it's still the Viper remaining on the side of Karmine Corp. And Kurubuya only needs to find one more kill on this one, but out comes the shorty of Neuer to close things out and make it match point, map point.
Aye. Neuer going crazy in that one. Full confidence again, just dashing at Kurubuya, recognizing that, okay, she's taking 2 of my teammates down. I might as well just send it, because hopefully she's reloading at this point, or
I'm hoping
hold out the classic, right?
Hoping the comms were mostly just, she's one, because if nothing else, you need the confidence.
Yeah.
40 HP, 1 HP.
Precisely, yeah, just go for it. And that's exactly what we see from Neuer in that round there, but
Karmine Corp have been struggling for economical stability this whole map so far, and once again now in a situation where they're buying half armor, they're buying suboptimal rifles, especially on Breeze, where you want a Vandal in your hands. You want a Vandal, you want an Operator, maybe, you know, bring out one of the other sniper rifles, but apart from that, it is not fun to have to try and play against a full squadron of Vandals on this map with just a Guardian or just a Bulldog. And that is, for the most part, the situation that Karmine Corp have found themselves in now. Neuer holding guard here with the Operator, finds the first kill onto Spidovka, brings out the Blaze Storm, looking for a little more, but Matrix has already made her way into sight and finds 2. Can Fluorescent get the trade? Yes, she can. But it's going to be a lot more work than just that, because out come the Karmine Corp players trying to clear her out of this position. Decoy sent out, Flash sent out. Looking for a star-studded play here. Trying to just find isolated one of these Karmine Corp players. Kurubuya does a lot of work, but out comes Fluorescent. It's going to have to be a 4K to close out this round here, but Nello is there with the headshot. Does not whiff. In quite a critical position. And Karmine Corp, don't let it end there.
Yeah, Karmine Corp are really looking to keep themselves in here, and honestly, anytime we're left in a floor versus however many, I've said it multiple times already, but it gets a little bit, gets a little bit scary. Could happen, yeah. And even Mel coming through tunnel there to kind of back up Fluorescent on site. You know, there's a world where it does happen.
Yeah.
But today is not that world, and Karmine Corp are keeping themselves still in it for this first map.
You'd hope that at some point today it is that world, but not right now. Not this minute, not this second. Still waiting. Welcome to the Fluorescent Ace waiting room, everybody. That's all we're looking for today. The result already preset, I think, in the minds of a lot of fans. It is just going 4 plays here.
Look at the reaction from Shopify this round, though. Like, they take that early information mid and then know that there's one kind of waiting tube, but they've already decided to rotate towards B. Like, Karmine Corp have 4 players to get through here before they even think about getting that spike down.
Dimensional Drift used for Matrix, going to try and get in towards the backside, take out the operator player there of Shopify Rebellion, and now it's a 2v4. Dimensional Drift used on the other side, try and get some information for Mel to find more than 1 kill there from the window position now. This is very doable, you feel like, for Shopify Rebellion, as Karmine Corp, headless chickens running all over site, not able to get the spike down yet so far. Fluorescent looking for a little information around the corner here, and Mel has repositioned, looking for something from half wall, and as the players try and rotate away from the site, the spray transfer is good, but Koropoya is better! Stopping Fate in its tracks once again. Shopify Rebellion cannot close this map out for the life of them.
And it's not even like they did anything wrong that round, Twiggy. You know, that positioning from Mel to stop them on that rotate back through CT to go to the other site, it wasn't even a terrible round. It was just that they're struggling to close this one out. And I fear now that we might actually see an overtime on the first map.
Yeah.
Which, who would have thought we'd been saying that? A team that's just won contenders to get back into the main league against a team that has just won Game Changers championships.
Yeah, I think the thing is, when we were looking at last series, we were like, these two teams are very close. GIANTX won the group stage flawlessly in the most recent series of Game Changers EMEA. You know, we've seen really amazing runs from them, so it's not surprising that they can take a best of 3 against G2, despite G2 being an incredible team. This time, it's a little different, right? You've got 2 teams that have never met each other. There's 1 player that has played against the other team in Glance. Shopify Rebellion have, what word can I, barnstormed their way through
I think
NA.
that's fair to say, yeah.
World champions, Karmine Corp, no other way of putting it, got dropped down to contenders.
Well, I
to
mean,
fight their way back up through
they didn't win any of their group games in the main split. So, of course, when we went into this match, we thought, this is a team that we need to keep our eye on because it's a team that we've not seen the full potential of yet. And I feel like this map in itself is maybe a taste of what Karmine Corp can offer us.
Oh yeah, has the Outlaw in her hands and finds 1 shot. That's a lot of damage. And the Viper's Pit has been used down towards Cave, and I think fair play to them. Karmine Corp saw that one coming, did not put any pressure down there. Noya's found a 2nd bit of damage, looking for the 3rd, but it's not quite there. Out comes the Sheriff from Fluorescent, looking to finish off one of those shots that has been found, but so far it's not quite hitting its mark. Karmine Corp have taken the positional advantage, playing around the Viper's Spear. Oh no, Mel has come out of it at the wrong time, and Spidovka is there waiting. Karmine Corp can bring it to overtime. Right now, it's going to have to be Fluorescent in an ace situation. 3 players down on low health. But apart from that, the odds stacked against her here. There's no other way of putting it. Down goes the Owl Drone. Out comes the Sheriff once again. And you're going to have to find a lot of headshots in this situation.
I mean, there's 3 players that are relatively low, but yeah, it's a big ask from
Picks up
one
the Guardian. Yeah. And with the time ticking away as well, having to clear every single corner, it is an arduous process. Cannot find the first kill, will not find 5. We go to overtime on map 1.
Yippee! We knew it was going to happen. We just knew it was going to happen. But the fact that it's our first map of the day and we're getting an overtime,
yep,
it just shows, you know, it's the best teams in the world. Down here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, playing an Instalock.
It really is.
You really can't complain. When does it get better? It doesn't. It's the best.
You're generating content right here from this basement in London.
You make it sound so horrible from this basement in London.
Basements can be nice. I've seen basements turned into beautiful places,
yeah, it's all
such as the Red Bull
glamour.
Gaming Sphere.
Yeah, for sure.
But for sure, a powerhouse in this match at the very least, but several powerhouses here today, tomorrow. And if this is a banger of a matchup, then I dare say every matchup we're going to have from here on out is guaranteed to be a banger. Shopify Rebellion finding it a little difficult to find their footing in a game that, on paper, they should be winning. And having to play things a little more slowly, a little more by ear, not just running. To be fair, we've not really seen teams go hyper-aggressive like we might have expected to see with 3 duelists so far today. But it is definitely... look, how much utility can you use? Waiting now down until 50 seconds on the timer. Make it maybe a 40 execute. For Shopify Rebellion here on the A site, and Nello might be able to do quite a lot here. Mel looks away for 1 second, and that's the second that she gets her dome blown off by Nello. The spike is now down outside of Tube, and whether or not it's being held by the Karmine Corp players, that's a lot of pressure. They need to get the information that Nello is not still watching that one, because there is 25 seconds left on the timer. They need to go all the way back out of Cave here, grab that spike, get back to the A site, plant it on the ground, and make sure the whole time that Nello is not going to get another timing on the flank. Now, I think once again, just getting the perfect timing. Shopify Rebellion are relatively sure now that she's rotated back round to her own spawn, and there it is from Nello, taking out Sarah, not before the spike is on the ground. However, Matrix finds another kill. Fluorescent going to have to do a lot of work here. The 2v2 situation now beset on all sides by Karmine Corp players, but it's just Nello left. Starts to go for that defuse, but Fluorescent is right there, finds the headshot, and Shopify Rebellion bring themselves back from a pretty tough situation.
So much on Nello's shoulders there to try and close out that round, and already having the most impact from the get-go for Karmine Corp. Being able to get those kills onto the main players was just timing at its finest.
Just imagine if she got there 2 seconds earlier when they went to get the spike then.
Right?
That's it.
Yeah.
Round over. Man, what a game.
Yeah, it's a tough one for them because Shopify, again, like not even having much time on the clock either to just run in, pick up the spike, and still planting it, even though Nello could have came from main. Like, fair play.
Noya has gone glass cannon on this one. Brings out the operator. Whereas, been seen. Needs to try and get out of that position. Will not get out of that position. And Speedovka finds 2 as well. 2 of the highest fragging members of the Shopify Rebellion side as well. Pretty much puts this round to bed unless something pretty amazing can be done here by the remaining members of this team. They have to make their way back from the opposite side of the map. They have to, you would expect, in just a second, defuse the spike. And they're working from a pretty tough situation here. Sarah not aware that Noya is to the right side. Oh, Nello, sorry, and finds that kill. Nello is finding 2 now. Alexis, 1 versus 5 situation. If there was any time to get it done, this would be pretty amazing, but the Lear does not do enough work to stop Karmine Corp from finding that kill. We move to overtime number 2.
I really like that positioning from Nello as well, like being aware of the fact that she, in fact, pushed down Tube the previous round. So, you know what, guys? I'm going to play back a bit and wait to see if anyone plays our own game as to what we just did. And it plays off for them.
Yeah.
Really, really good awareness from Nello that round, for sure. But going into this one, double overtime, what sort of adaptations are we going to see? I mean, we're seeing a different Viper wall on A this round on the defensive side. And it looks as though this could be a pretty decent gamble.
Yeah. I almost expected, at the very least, an information push there at the start of the round from Karmine Corp, but it does not happen. They back up into their own spawn, and it works out quite well for them now. Alexis taken out once again, spike in hand, has been dropped outside of double doors now, and it would behoove Karmine Corp to move in and try and take control of that location. They try to get that done, but Shopify Rebellion in pretty good trap positions to find those kills and stop any control being gained from the side that got the first kill here.
Planted.
Karmine Corp now having to wrest back control where they once did have it.
One enemy remaining.
Recon does not find information, but it distracts the players long enough that Shopify Rebellion can close that one out incredibly confidently.
Yeah, really lovely stuff from them there. Karmine Corp kind of struggling to come in and retake, as they were already down to few numbers at that moment in time. And I think something else we noticed there was Shopify just changing the pace up. You know, the first overtime round, we see them take it really slowly and being very cautious about where they wanted to push, to the point where they were what, 20 seconds before they had to get the bomb down because they'd lost it in main. Whereas that round just there, you really see them changing up the pacing and going for that fast execute onto A, which we've seen them previously do on B on their attack. So it certainly seems to work out for them when they're on their attack, that they go in for these aggressive rushes onto sites.
Sarah looking to find something early in this round. Gets the information that it's a full tube push at this point. Once again, one player lurking over there in cave. Alexis is going to be trying to find something here, but Neuer's doing so much work from the side. Sarah comes in from the other angle, gets that one done, and now it's a 2 versus 4, and it looks like this might be curtains for Karmine Corp on map 1. Matrix finds one the other direction, but it's going to have to be 3 more to take this to our 3rd overtime. The flash comes through, but there's a lot of empty ground between herself and the spike. It will not happen. Shopify Rebellion take the first map. Look pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, lovely stuff. Of course, not a scoreline that we expected to be that close, but Shopify taking the win on Breeze there. So I'm thinking, do you know what? Like, they look pretty tired after that first map as well, because this, we said it before, NA, they usually dominate their games in NA, so they're probably not used to being pushed to overtime so frequently that I don't know how they're going to last in a best of 3 against a team that they've never come up against.
For sure, we'll find out. I think there's a lot to talk about after that first map as well. Obviously, you know, there were a lot of rounds where, and with a different format such as this, I think a lot of it is going to be, okay, we just kind of got to get used to what's going on here. There's a lot that's not quite what we would expect going into this one. And maybe a lot of it is kind of just, okay, well, you know, this is how this is. It's not exactly the most important games we've ever played in our lives. But there were definitely some highlight moments from them and some lowlights moments from them. And going into map 2, I think there's a lot that both teams can change.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like you said, like having to make these adjustments with the 3 duelist format, like they're maybe a bit more cautious when in reality we want to see them playing with more confidence because they have that firepower in the duelist. But again, we're seeing the lack of initiator kind of making them worried as to whether or not they can play how they would like to play and have that supportive agent. But yeah, I think going into this one, we're definitely going to see some more standout players. I think Speedovka has been one of the players that's been up there for me, and even Noya. In fact, I want to shout out Noya because someone that usually plays Sentinel but has jumped onto this jet for this map was quite exceptional to watch. And as soon as she got her op in her hand, she was kind of a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think the thing here is that Shopify Rebellion have less experience, or a lot of the players have less experience on those duelist roles. Some of them having played duelist in previous 5 stacks and you know, pug teams. But apart from that, there hasn't been a lot of the really dynamic kind of team composition play that we see from Karmine Corp, even to this day right now, where they do have Speedovka going onto Jet every now and then. And so I do think Karmine Corp are definitely in a comfortable position in terms of their own strengths. And I do think that is what we see there in the first map. It does not come to fruition for them, but I think we can definitely see more of it going into Ascent. Breeze, I think everybody is comfortable playing Duelists because it's just, I see a head 5 miles away in the distance and I shoot it. That's what Breeze is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that Breeze is very much like an aim diff map. It's when you see that. And I think one thing that Shopify are notorious for is the fact that they're all very mechanically gifted. So absolutely, I think going into Ascent, it will be interesting because that's one of those maps where you can test their fundamentals and their mid-rounding. And be it will be a bit more difficult having the 3 duelist format, but it will be nice to see sort of the IGL and Mel come into play.
For sure. Well, we will be right back with map 2. Ascent is up next, so don't go anywhere.
How much better is a pro Valorant player than your average rookie? Be honest, do I have a chance of beating you?
No.
Well, because of that, I've given myself a handicap, you fool. The handicap is we're playing gun game. We got 17 total guns. You win with the gun, you get to move on to the next one. The final gun is a knife. And I get to start at level 5 with the Sheriff. What's your starting gun?
I'm on a classic.
Pathetic, tiny, baby. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's just run it.
You nervous?
I'm not nervous at all. Now, for everyone watching, we're playing Ascent mid only. I'm allowed to spawn top cat or cat.
Oh, where you at? You all yet?
I'm out. Okay, all right, you baited me.
All right, go back.
Wait, I died?
Yeah, you died. Go ahead.
Oh my
That's
god.
1-0.
Okay, that's 1-0. That's 1-0.
Go ahead. Wait, I think my game's. Wait, I can't move.
That's crazy! crazy!
Oh my god, wait.
You're camping, bro. That's crazy.
But you know what's crazy? That you tried killing me when I told you I can't move.
Well, I didn't. I was
Go
just
ahead.
trying to check
ready.
it out. All right. Put it up.
That's 2-0. Where's your head start?
You're jiggle peeking in this, bro.
I have a frenzy. What happened?
Come on, peek me.
Okay.
Oh.
You're on a stinger now. Go ahead.
Ready.
Are you cat? I can smell you.
No, I'm not cat. I'm top cat. Oh.
Wait, how'd you kill me so fast?
I went.
What gun are you using right now?
Spectre. Dude, you're gonna be stuck on this for a while.
Go.
Wait, this is gonna be hard.
What? No ability? Alright, you'll be stuck in that one for a while.
This is gonna be miserable.
I'm catching up.
Okay, alright. You gotta peek me at some point.
Oh no.
Oh. Yeah, baby.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Whoa! Oh my god, you're cringe. Okay.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Alright, go. Dude, this is impossible. This is actually stupid. This is a stupid game for stupid people. What am I supposed to do? I have a judge. Go. I thought you were. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Wait, I thought you were like game sense was like immortal. What happened?
Okay, alright.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Hold up, give me a second to spawn where I want to spawn.
Alright, go.
Sorry, hold up. No!
Go back a gun.
No!
Wait, this is scary. You're like hiding in a corner now. What if I hide in a corner like no one's getting a kill?
What are you on right now?
I'm on a Spectre. You're on a Bulldog, okay.
Let's do an honest aim fight. I'm in.
Alright, done. Go.
Fuck!
No!
You're gonna be on this forever. Forever. It's GG. It's a wrap.
That's not GG, though. I'm not moving, so good luck finding me. You're never gonna find me. We'll play hide and seek. I see you. You're in a corner right now, mid. There we go.
Dude! You're. Oh my god, okay.
You gotta, yeah, like, give me a fair fight, you know?
Come on. Oh my god, I almost lost that.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Here's the thing, I got nothing to lose. You got a lot to lose.
You have to come chase me, man.
Dude,
right.
wait, no! You started cat!
You started tiles. You started tiles.
Bro, you're crazy. You're crazy. You started cat. So you're on Bulldog now?
I'm a Bulldog now.
Dude,
right.
no, hold
It's
up.
over. It's over. You have no chance.
Pick me mid.
Why are you cat?
You're so lame. Bro, you're jiggling.
Did you start cat?
No, I cheated a bit.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, wow.
Yo!
Wait, you're on an up now. Wait, I have no chance.
Yo! I actually think it's GG for you.
Where are you starting?
I'm starting where I'm supposed to start.
I'm like walking around and I don't see you.
That's not where you're supposed to start! Bro! You're so cheese!
Hey, leave me alone. Hello?
Oh, I knew it. Swing me, bro. You're a pro. What? No, you ghosted.
I didn't. I did not.
Swear.
I swear. I timinged you.
Fight me mid like a goddamn alpha.
Alright, you ready?
Oh my god, of course he jiggles. No! No! You say start and then you do nothing.
I'm here.
Jiggle.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, you're playing so lame. You're playing so lame. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win.
Apparently.
Don't be nervous.
No. I'm not nervous. I've never been nervous around you.
You're holding with him. I see you.
You can't see me.
I literally see you.
Oh, you can't because I'm not there. I'll let you walk out. I'm off. I'm off. I swear.
Wait, where are you?
I'm right here.
Now you're like looking around all scared.
No, okay. You ghosted.
I didn't.
No, no.
Where
were you?
I just heard you, so I just was playing with you. Oh wait.
Yup.
Wait.
Yup.
Wait, I think you won. Where are you?
Oh, you're saying that you haven't peeked. I'm out mid. No! Wait, you're on Odin or knife?
Odin. I forgot there's a knife. Don't wait till your bullets now. Don't wait till your bullets.
Wow. All right, that means I have to knife kill you.
All I'm saying is you're supposed to go back a gun because that knife dude. Ready? Hey, what is this? What is this?
That's a knife kill where I'm from, kiddo.
What are you doing?
No!
All right, you ready? How was your knife game? Is it nice?
It's actually nice. All right, knife only. Come on. I'm lagging! Yeah! I'm lagging! Come on! Scooby's ragging? Ruh-roh, baby. Come on, that's an easy win!
I hope the people see this.
Well, thank you all for watching. You too can beat a pro. All you have to do is play against them. That's it. They're just people who get paid to play the game. They're not like especially good or something.
I only play 2 hours a day, guys, so if you guys can put more hours in that, you guys are gonna be better than me.
Welcome on back to Red Bull Instalock, everybody. We are live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, and Shopify Rebellion have started off this series the same way we saw last series starting, with it being a very close map one, but definitely finding one favored team. And this time Shopify Rebellion, having made the long trip from the Americas across the ocean, have taken the first one away.
Yeah, and I think it was closer than what we perhaps expected, Twiggy. And I mean, I will give Karmine Corp their credit where it's due. They really did make that a closer series than we initially thought it was going to be. So seeing Shopify Rebellion tested like that, I know we kind of mentioned it before we went on to a break, it's probably not something that they're necessarily used to.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not. And as we move over onto the second map, it is Shopify Rebellion's map pick. If yes, we can see it there, in fact. I think it is going to definitely be theirs. I think it may be a 2-0, but for Karmine Corp, there are definitely things that they can push over the line. And unless something is there from Shopify Rebellion that has kind of a specific effect on this map, I don't see it being too much of a worry for them.
Yeah, no, I think Ascent is a lot of teams' bread and butter. I think a lot of teams know it inside and out, given how long it has been in the map pool. How that looks with this 3 duelist format, though, is what I'm interested to really get our teeth stuck into, and to see how those players are playing those duelists and what players we think will actually be flexing onto those duelists. Is it going to be, are we going to see Noya jump back onto the Jet, or are we going to see her maybe jump back onto that Killjoy, is what she would usually put on Ascent? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of divide these duelist roles up, or if they are going to stick to how they just previously played.
Yeah, for sure. And last time we saw this map, it was last series, it was map 2 once again. G2 won that one with a Raze, Jet, and Phoenix were the 3 duelists they were running. However, I think it was a Yoru instead of a Phoenix on the side of GIANTX. But most things kind of the same, right? Raze and Jet have kind of been the ones that we've seen a lot of. Raze especially, we've seen pretty much on every map apart from the last one. And I think, on this one, you're going to have at least one controller, and then I feel like for both teams, it is going to be, as you say, mentioning the Killjoy there, a Sentinel filling in the second role.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we can theorize the comps all we want, but we won't actually know until we get into Agent Select. And speak of the devil, we're going to see a Clove.
It's them!
We are actually going to see a Clove. As if you couldn't get sick of the Scottish accent enough already, having Cairo on the cast to begin with.
This
and
is
then
perfect.
Me, and now
I was
we have
just
Clove.
saying this before this, right? I was like, okay, yeah, Hazard and Cairo can talk all they want about, they've got a Scottish person on the desk and therefore they need to have the Clove. We've got a Scottish person and a non-binary person on the desk.
We are literally Clove right now.
We are Clove.
Anyway, we're being extremely narcissistic right now and making that about ourselves. It is in fact about the players. It's about the players. So let's look into this right now, right? We're gonna see a Clove. We're gonna see the Reyna on both sides, a Phoenix on both sides, and looks like a Jet on both sides as well, if they decide to lock in.
I would assume so.
But yeah, I'm liking Fluorescent on the Clove, honestly. I really like that.
It's an interesting look, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, okay, obviously playing Yoru on the other one, kind of, as we mentioned a little bit, doing a secondary role as an initiator there on Breeze this time. Obviously, a secondary role as a duelist, I would say, actually. Clove would be, obviously, a controller through and through, but the secondary kind of thing you've got there is it's very aggressive.
Yeah.
And therefore, you know, Clove can be definitely seen as a bit of a duelist. So in essence, are we not running a quadruple duelist composition here on Ascent?
Well, I mean, one thing I will say about Shopify Rebellion is throughout their qualifier matches in Game Changers, sometimes they do actually take Floor off of that duelist and put her into a supportive role to allow Sarah to stat pad. We've seen Sarah play like unorthodox agents to what she normally would as soon as they get into the playoff stage, and you know, it could be argued that it is just stat padding, but we are going to see Sarah come onto the Sova for this one, and we're going to allow Mel and Alexis to have their moment on Duelist, which I'm really looking forward to because this is two players that have been playing together since 2020, so a lot of team chemistry here with those two.
Does mean that they are foregoing Shopify Rebellion, the Sentinel in their composition. Instead, and well, obviously, like an Omen controller in this one. I don't know how aggressively the Clove is going to be played. So far, very aggressively, as Fluorescent runs headfirst into Danger and gets the head taken off by Danger as well in the first round of this one. And you have to say, I think, when I look at these two comps, I do see the Karmine Corp composition as being the more sensible one. I don't think there's any comp you can run in this tournament that is sensible. However, in this, having, I think, the Initiator and the Sentinel makes a lot of sense here. Running a Initiator and a Controller, obviously, a little different.
Yeah, I mean, I think sensible is one word you could use for it, but I want to see the teams having some fun as well, you know? I think that's the whole point of this, right?
All I mean is it's going to be very difficult to hold down sites. You're going to have to commit players to sites. You're going to have to default a lot more. You do not have a Cypher who is able to put up a trip and stop a Jet from getting into site for free. And for them, I do think it is going to be a little more difficult to find success out of this one, and as we see in round 2, that seems to be the case. Fluorescent finds one with the classic. However, the rest of this, the 360, oh low! Nothing more out of that one. And yeah, I think Shopify Rebellion definitely going to need to find something good here in round 3. Obviously, the round win is one thing. They will have the better economy, they will have the better weaponry. You expect them to get the round win, but I think needs to find some footing in this first half quickly, because on this attacking side, with the composition that they have, I do think that it's going to be a little more difficult to find solid footing.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like, the fact that Karmine Corp started on the defense with that Cypher and that Omen as well is really valuable for them. But the same can be said for Shopify with that Sova and with that Clove. The fact that they've started on the attack should be really beneficial for them. So these comps, whilst they don't directly counter each other, they should be most favored on the sides that they have started on at least. So I think it could be difficult for either team, to be honest, to find their footing. And something that we've seen from Karmine Corp in the last map was they picked up the pistol, but then they struggled to convert that into a map win.
Yeah, I do think as well, we're not seeing a lot of combo plays. We're not seeing a lot of interplay between the agents of a team. in this tournament. We're seeing a lot of 1 versus 1s. I think Hazard and Cairo picked up on this as well, that it was mostly 1v1 engagements. Very kind of, if not fast-paced play, then, you know, the individual kind of gun duels were very fast-paced, and not really a lot of stuff happening other than the fundamentals of, as we saw there, you know, a high and low 2v1 there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what we want to see more of, is having these protocols, having these fundamentals. You know, I think, like I said previously, that Ascent is a map where we really see that come to fruition. And yeah, I mean, not too much we can pick apart from that round, to be totally honest, with it being Karmine Corp's bonus round and Shopify's buy round. But going into this one, I do believe that we have rifles on the board for each team now. And it'll be the first full buy round of the map.
An incredibly important one here, as we get a little bit of what we maybe theorized was going to be something last series. The full-on plays, Fluorescent taken down, but moves back round. Try to find something else on the other side of the map, pick up the spike and take it towards A. Already a defensive kill comes out for Karmine Corp there, and they're going to back up and look for a retake in the 4 versus 3. Spike planted by Fluorescent. Karmine Corp definitely with the advantage here, but need to play their cards right.
Yeah, absolutely. And Flora has that ultimate online, should she wish to use it. Almost giving her a bit of extra life, and it is going to come into play here, but Alexis is already cleaning up the other side of the Heaven players, and I mean, the ult wasn't even really necessary.
No, but I like that, you know, Alexis definitely made sure she was on the other side of the site.
Sure, yeah.
Could not get that final kill to make sure that Fluorescent could make use of the ultimate there. That's really selfless gameplay, and definitely thought of in advance.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I suppose we will see a lot of that from Alexis anyway, because they usually are the initiator player for Shopify Rebellion. So they're the one that's going to be kind of, you know, conscious of what the other players are doing and being able to help set them up with situations like that. So yeah, it's not surprising to see that come out from Alexis whatsoever.
More aggressive plays towards mid at the start of the round there from Karmine Corp. And some shots through the wall don't quite find their mark. But the trades favor Shopify Rebellion. At the start of the round, Nello will find one to start off going here, and our feed has frozen, but somebody has won the round. And as I heard a Cypher voice line there, so I'm going to assume it was Karmine Corp.
Yeah, I think I would assume it's Karmine Corp. The feed is in fact frozen on our end right now, but I can hear Cypher setting up their site. So that's fine. That's no worries.
We can theorize on what's going on here.
Yeah, we can.
I'm gonna assume that Scream can actually see what's happening, so maybe we should just be quiet until we know what's going on.
But I think what we can talk about right now, Twiggy, whilst we wait for that to come up. In fact, you know what? It's all good. Forget I even mentioned it.
It is indeed. We can once again see the action just in time. So Shopify Rebellion looking to move towards A once again. Aldron comes out to try and make some space, and the run it back is going to be used by Alexis. She heads in towards site. Location has been revealed. Has to sit in the corner for a while. Nello is going to make sure that door does not close, and the run it back runs out. Sarah stops planting the spike for just a second, gets the 6th sense of a player coming round from behind. Kuropuya having to do a lot now in this 1v5 situation. Gets 3 kills, back around the corner. 2 more to find. And the spike's still not planted for Shopify Rebellion. This could be absolutely massive for Karmine Corp. It's another headshot, and it may just be the ace from Kuropuya. Not quite! Oh, you saw it in your mind's eye, but Mel is able to stop it just in time.
Yeah, that's super unlucky. It was almost a dream round from Curie there, but Mel just deciding to put an end to that.
An incredibly close situation. Once again, Karmine Corp looking very, very dynamic out there. I think is obviously, you know, when we take a look at this format, you're not expecting a specific kind of the same kind of results that you would expect when you look at a regular game with comps that a team has stratted and played in scrims for in some cases, months and months and months, years even. Shopify Rebellion have absolutely run through Karmine Corp there to find that round. 4 versus 3. No, 5 versus 5. That is the general state of Valorant. But 4 rounds, 2-3 now for Shopify Rebellion. And neither team has really felt in control so far.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. These rounds have been pretty back and forth, and perhaps seeing a repeat of what we've seen in the first map, but yeah, again, not expecting these rounds to go as close as they are, but I think both of these teams are still trying to sort of find their footing as to what the other one can do, because of course there's not necessarily any anti-strats or anything that come into a tournament like this. You are just playing it like it's a sort of puggy game, right? Like you're just kind of going into it and looking to have some fun and see what you can do. But Shopify Rebellion deciding to play super passive, which is actually allowing Karmine Corp to get all of this free space up mid and perhaps even isolate this Reyna player who's looking to take up B main. But that's a complete fake from Shopify Rebellion, who are looking to make their way towards A, where in fact the Cypher setup is there, which may slow things down, but 4 players across there,
oh, but this,
I don't think they'll have an issue.
This positioning from... Oh man, the timing as well. The B-lurk is absolutely catching my eye, and Neuer does get caught out before she can turn around the corner of CT there, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion have made their way in towards the A site, as we mentioned earlier. They will be able to get that spike down. And despite being in a 4v5, they do have that post-plant position to try and make things happen. Spidovka now with the run it back, moves on in, tries to get some kills from the flank, not able to find the head of Mel, who's able to save her own life here, and Fluorescent playing Under Heaven is able to get the 2 distracted players of Karmine Corp close out one more round for themselves.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, Floor picked up the op at the end of that round. Did she? Possibly?
Seemed that way?
Yeah, it seemed that way.
We are still trying to fix some tech issues on our side, so we're actually really not watching what's going on between rounds here, but... But either way, both teams resting for control, really. And as we go into a timeout here, I think Karmine Corp are getting so close to getting these rounds done, and it is just the smallest of margins in terms of being able to close out trades, being able to get, you know, a 2K, a 3K when the opportunity is presented to you, rather than just kind of whiffing that second shot. It's not a massive margin that they're losing these rounds, and I do feel like the way things are going, it could run away from them if they don't manage to close up that gap quickly.
Yeah, it's just struggling to find their footing almost, you know, like they can get it so close into these 1v1s or 2v1s even at the end of rounds, and Shopify Rebellion are just being able to clutch them out in most parts. But we are going to see Karmine Corp come onto an eco round here, and although they've got the Marshal there, they do have 4 Sheriffs, which is absolutely no worries for them, and we are going to start to see some ultimates come online as well. Floor has hers back already.
Shopify Rebellion once again using A as that comfort site, as it were. Looking for positioning there, and once again Karmine Corp looking for space on mid, going for that early aggressive play. They're going to make their way now through Garden to try and take things back, but the smoke is already down. Mel looking the wrong way. Scorpio turns around the corner, and it's kills all the way round for Karmine Corp. The ult is going to be used for Shopify Rebellion, but Floor is being chased into wine by Matrix. Does not manage to find any use of it. There's only a certain amount of time that you're invulnerable there, and Neuer now stuck in a 1 versus 5 situation. Odds stacked against you, but we've seen somebody almost come back from this one, and there's the first kill for Neuer. 4 more to get, but now the positioning has been called out. All Karmine Corp players completely aware of where Neuer is, and with time ticking down, 40 seconds left. The spike is down over towards Generator. These players are going to set up, I mean, firing squad, I think is the only way to put that. You see, you know, when it's a 2v1, you see a high-low or something like that. That's just firing squad. There are players just standing there, aim at the corner.
Stand and shoot, yeah.
You know.
Oh, I like that little sound effect that you did there. I could never do that. I can't roll my R's. But either way, I really liked that Karmine Corp are looking to seek that early engagement and get that early information just through grouping up together as a 3 through mids. It's really allowing them to kind of clock on early to what Shopify Rebellion are doing. You know, Shopify Rebellion have kind of done the same sort of round the past couple of rounds of leaving Noya to lurk on B. But again, another adaptation from Karmine Corp. They have in fact moved that Cypher setup onto B here. And again, the 3 players looking to seek early engagements down mid, and Matrix is the one that gets the first, and Speedofka gets the second, and traded out by Mel onto Glance, but it forces Shopify Rebellion into this B main position now.
Yeah, usually by this point, oh man, and the push is coming through from Nello. I'll hold my thought for just a second here. Run it back is used on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Oh no, but the flame is not being protected. And I think there is going to be a nasty surprise waiting for Alexis when she gets back from her ultimate. Nello is going to use hers in turn, knows exactly now where these Shopify Rebellion players are heading towards, and it is Tree through to the A site. Mel, once again, isn't able to flick away from her preconceived thought of where the opposition is to where they actually are, and the high-low mid is able to take out the players. I mean, these fundamentals are coming down to you could write a scrapbook on just what's going on in this game by itself. But you know, what I was thinking of earlier is that because Shopify Rebellion really have not perceived what's going on in mid at any point. They haven't really tried to play mid. They haven't looked for a lot of control in mid. They've gone, we'll leave a player to lurk on B while we go towards A. We won't, you know, touch that area of the map. They haven't noticed that Karmine Corp are just doing the same push on mid every single round, and so it still catches them by surprise this late into the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point to make, and I hope that that is what their coach is saying to them now. I hope that the coach has identified, like, look guys, we're not actually dealing with this mid-aggression, and I think we've seen that round just how good it's been for Karmine Corp because they were able to crunch those B main players through the main, through the mids, like it was fine. And yeah, they need to learn to fight back. How are they going to fight back to that mid pressure that Karmine Corp are creating on Shopify Rebellion? Because at this point, they're just taking the fight to Shopify Rebellion. It's almost as if the CT and T is like completely switched. And I know like initially we had said that Karmine Corp is perhaps got a more defensive comp, but the way in which they're utilizing it and playing it is the fact that they are just showing absolutely no fear. They have no fear towards the Shopify Rebellion side right now, and it's lovely to see a team come in with confidence like that.
Yeah, it's really working for them. Last series we were talking when we got to Ascent, or Hazard and Cairo were talking about Vision Strikers and their aggressive mid plays and how it kind of suits when you're playing 3 duelists. Obviously you're not playing it with the breach and the jet or anything like that, but you've still got those flashes that you can move around corners with. You've got your Phoenix. You can make a push up mid and try and get an early pick towards B main. And it's been working out for them so far. Their mid control has been absolutely perfect, even when it's coming from Tree, and Speedofka is just mowing down Shopify Rebellion players, taking full advantage of the fact that you have a fully automatic weapon. They do not. And now it is just Sarah left. And Karmine Corp make it 6 for the half.
Yeah, I absolutely adore that round from Karmine Corp. Just they're recognizing that, okay, Shopify are taking a timeout. They're probably going to look and see what we do mid here. So let's just play super passive on the tree position. Speedofka, you're going to set me up with a flash, and I'm just going to sit here in the corner, and you're going to flash on my call, and we'll just pair up there. The rest of the players, go and do whatever you want. Like, we got this because we've got this mid control. Yeah, no, just like a really nice adaptation coming out from Karmine Corp there and deciding to play a little bit more passively, knowing that Shopify have now recognized that they're perhaps having that mid-aggression to begin with in the round.
It does look like we're going back to this earlier mid-control push. Maybe not even a push this time around. It is just a default with Matrix watching top mid. Vidovka making sure that no push comes through from B-Link here. As Matrix moves around courtyard trying to pick out a player and may actually just catch the Sova off guard. Sarah turning around the corner. Sarah gets one as Matrix is hunting scopes, but gets right back on that quick scope to find that kill there, that trade. And down to a 4v4 now. Spidovka's run it back, taken away. Nello holding down House, trying to stop players from making their way in. Finds one through the wall onto Mel as a bonus. Makes it 7-5 for the half, just about by the end of the round. Shopify Rebellion still unable to really clear anything. Probably very happy that they're moving to the defending half now.
Yeah, that was a tough one because when you thought all was lost there for Nello on site on their own, you have that ult come out from Curipera as well to just be there, be supportive of Nello on that site, recognizing that, okay guys, this is a hard hit onto B. We need as many troops in here to delay this as much as possible. And the Cypher utility did that really well, and I worry that that's what Shopify are going to struggle with as soon as they're onto their defense. So as much as they're struggling with this right now, I'm worried that, you know, not having that sentinel that we would usually see on Noya is going to be a little bit, you know, it might be a little bit shaky from what they're normally used to.
Indeed. Let's see what Shopify Rebellion have up their sleeves for the defensive half, or rather what Karmine Corp have up their sleeves for their attacking half. So they're going to be the ones dictating the pace of play. Spidovka heavily discourages a push from the Shopify Rebellion players with a well-timed flash. Karmine Corp yet to really make a move. Obviously, you only have a certain amount of utility when it comes to the pseudo-initiator role. Obviously, as they do not have any real initiator on this composition, they really need to make use of the Leers and of the blinds from Phoenix. And seeing as they've used one of those already, just makes things a little more difficult to get anything out of. You need to get a pick from one of these pieces of utility so that you can make something out of it, or they can just walk on through. Fluorescent finds 2 trades for their troubles, and now has control of the spike, and the door is closed, and Karmine Corp need to make their way all the way through CT if they want to get that one back. Unless Shopify Rebellion invite the
30
pressure.
seconds left.
Let them open that door and let them come to us. Fluorescent is turned all the way around, not trying to give any information away. Going to play trades on this one, try and play anti-flash, but gets one before being taken out. That's good enough. The trade is there from Alexis. Shopify Rebellion take the first round very convincingly there.
Yeah, it's a really nice setup from Shopify Rebellion in that market position there. And Floor playing that deep CT with an agent that doesn't even have any flashes to pop out that smoke that comes through for the cross into market was just really nice to see how support that player that was playing in market. So yeah, really, really lovely stuff from Shopify Rebellion there.
Karmine Corp, I do think, are going to very quickly understand why there is a Sova on the Shopify Rebellion side, as I do think it's going to be a lot more difficult to gain value at the start of rounds. We saw it a little bit on Breeze as well. Very difficult to get the spike down. Once you're in that post-plant position, it's a little more simple to get the rounds done. Oh my lord.
There's a lot of flashes coming.
Those hot hands doing a lot of damage, but Karmine Corp just walk on through. Who cares? Alexis not able to find a kill on that one. A lot of damage is done, and the Outlaw might just take full advantage of that. Mel's there with the first. And Neuer's locked down in tree. Takes out that first one. Manages to get the spike secured. In the end, it's relatively trivial stuff for Shopify Rebellion. A little bit scrappy, but made it work.
Is that Mel with a sticker on her face right now? I believe it is.
I was not looking.
Honestly, respect. Respect. Oh, I think it was. I think she had a sticker on her cheek just there. Interesting tactic, but...
You think it's meant to be helping them?
I mean, maybe.
It's like a go faster strike, but for your face.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like a team morale thing.
Team morale.
Do you know what? I'm waffling. I'm actually waffling so bad there.
That's our job.
Okay, so early drone coming out into B main, and Spidovka is still gonna pick up the push off of Mal there.
Yeah.
Did she not have her dash activated? I don't know. I don't quite know what happened there, but
just a little too quick. Run it back gains no value apart from finding out the 2 Karmine Corp players or 2 Shopify players are waiting there. They find a kill onto one of them. But still no positional value gained here for Karmine Corp. They've got the picks that they wanted to off of that utility. Oh my lord. Neuer almost finding a kill through the smoke. But they haven't gained any position yet. And although they have the advantage now in this round, they need to convert it. Ooh, Fluorescent looking for a good pick there. Has to back out of dodge as quick as possible. Neuer doing a good job of putting some pressure on the flank there from mid, and Alexis is going to have to hold down Dice, but Fluorescent finds 3 with the Sheriff. I'm so sad we didn't see that. It's just Karmine left. She's already done so much for the team, but Alexis is there. And once again, Fluorescent is just the hero of Shopify Rebellion, finding 3 from Generator with the Sheriff in quick succession is ridiculous.
Oh, it's just another day in the office for Floor.
Just
tapping
can't
their
say,
heads
but
like
it's-
traffic cones.
yeah.
It's quite literally just another day in the office. I mean,
Nah, I'd win.
I'm sad that we didn't get to see it, but I'm also happy to see that ultimate come out again and Alexis clean it up. Like,
Yes.
I like the way that they're kind of baiting that Clove ultimate.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see.
I think it's difficult. I think obviously, you know, we've already got something like that, the invulnerability in terms of the Rainy utility. And it is confusing sometimes when you see that body come back up out of nowhere, but you can't shoot it, and then somebody comes around from behind. Your brain does not go, oh, I know exactly what to do in this situation. I am going to shoot the person that I can shoot. Your brain goes, and then you die. So that's generally how that works, and Mel is going to make sure that is how it works for the rest of those players. Glance with the long shot there from the Bulldog. Is able to find one and has a lot of aim punch. Nello finds the second onto Fluorescent. Now the hot hands once again doing a lot of damage, and Nello backs all the way up. Going to use the neural theft, but Mel has brought it back to a 2v2. Weapons stolen away. 2 Vandals in the hands of the remaining Karmine Corp players, and the spike down on the ground on the A site. It's going to be a difficult retake here for the remaining Shopify Rebellion players, but if they have a little bit of Soviet utility left, 1 shock dart, 1 recon dart, things could be okay for them. They first just need to figure out where these Karmine Corp players are playing from.
Yeah, Alexis really throwing all of her utility into tree there and hoping for the best. But Mel does dash in here, and she's got the Sova dart to back her up. But Nello looking to possibly poke out of this smoke, baiting the switch, and time is ticking away. And Mel
Good
ends
bodyguarding.
up the round with a 4K. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, and again, fundamentals are what everything comes down to here, and that is as basic as it gets. Bodyguard the player who's defusing the spike. Make sure at the very least you're going to get a kill off the back of that. Mel does really well to find both of those players before any massive damage is done. Had plenty of time left to get the defuse on the spike as well. And they managed to get that round, and that is, I think, where Shopify Rebellion do have a slight advantage over Karmine Corp here, is that on paper, these are the players with the greater mechanical accomplishments, the the accomplishments in international performance. They are really good players, and it shows in moments like those where you need to keep a cool head and just make sure you're playing the game right. Now they are defending the B site, and Neuer once again, I feel like that's the 4th, 5th kill she's gotten through a smoke there, just well timed. Mel finds herself there in logs, but Alexis has found one once again with some utility, and it is absolutely just Karmine Corp running into the hands of Shopify Rebellion here.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify had the read as well, right? There's just so many of them towards this B site, ready for Karmine Corp to execute out onto B just then. So really nice to see them doing that. And yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Like, they just kind of ran into Shopify Rebellion at that point. And that lack of initiator, they didn't really know what exactly they were running into.
Now on double digits here on their own map pick. Things are looking a little dire for Karmine Corp, who have stayed in the game this whole time, who have not been way below this team, unable to keep up. They have been keeping up, and you would think it's soul-crushing for them to lose 2-0 in a series where they have been within 2 rounds of the winning team the whole time. Shopify Rebellion just have that slight edge enough to stay ahead so far. And now that they're on double digits, things get even more tough for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a really good point to make, because, you know, like, it's not like it's been a dominant map whatsoever. None of these maps have been any sort of dominant performance. You know, Karmine Corp have been able to keep themselves in it, and will be need to take this moment to just take a breather and think about things really, truly. And I think one thing we can say about all of these players is the LAN experience that they have, right? Every single player on that stage right now has some form of LAN experience. Of course, Shopify Rebellion have been part of Game Changers Championships, international event, but then you've also got Matrix and Speedofka, who've been in things like Rise to Supremacy. You've got Nello, who's played Spike Nations, and then you've got Glance as well, Game Changers Championships, and Kuru Project Queens. So every single player on that stage has experience of playing on LAN, and we're really seeing that come to fruition.
Karmine Corp do a very good job of finding value here in this eco round of theirs. Fluorescent is cleaning things up, and clean it up she will with those final 3 kills. Shopify Rebellion, a trivial round once again. Oh yeah, there's a sticker. The camera pans away very quickly, but yeah, again, you expect them to win that round, but Karmine Corp, they would have liked to get at least 1 more kill out of that. As you can see, still not looking so great in terms of a buy.
Yeah, and if they lose this one round, Twiggy, it's match point, you know, Shopify Rebellion, match point, series point. It would be a swift 2-0 for Shopify Rebellion, and that's not saying that Karmine Corp haven't put up a tough fight, but we are seeing a bit of a pace change here from Karmine Corp deciding to go into an A split, but Shopify Rebellion just completely shut that down. Mel with 2 on the op here, and looking to seek out more.
The briefest of glimpses of one of the players there manages to find the kill. Puya will use that ult to get all the way in, but distracted by the recon dart. Gets taken out. Mel finishes it off. It's a flawless round in the most base of its meaning. There was absolutely no sweat from Shopify Rebellion there. It is like once they got to 10 rounds, they were like, okay, time to close it out. Night-night. And
do you know what? I was having flashbacks to Mel's chamber that round. Like seeing her on the op again. I was having serious flashbacks to seeing Mel on chamber because she used to be flawless on chamber.
Yeah.
So seeing her pick that up here on the jet.
Still got it.
She's still got it. She has still got it.
1 more round now for Shopify Rebellion to close out this series in much quicker fashion than our first series was closed out. And while, yes, on paper this may be 1st seed versus 4th seed in the competition, it's not felt like it's been an insanely... Oh, a triple collab from Mel! I don't care what I was saying before, it doesn't matter! That's an insane frag! Oh! I really wanted the ace there, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god.
But it might just be Fluorescent to close things out.
No peeking.
As Karmine Corp look like it's just about over for them. There's no way from coming back from that one, whether or not you're gonna win the round. Shopify Rebellion take it away 2-0, and what a round to end it on.
Oh my god, we literally just said at the round prior that seeing Mel on that op is something to be feared of, and seeing it just there in the last round, that triple collat, really showing that they are the competitors to be scared of in this tournament.
Yeah, there is no way you can be looking at that match as any other team, as G2, GIANTX, it does not matter which one you are. You're thinking, okay, if we win our next game, no matter what happens, we're probably going to come up against this team, and I'm scared. I'm a little bit scared after that one. Look, map 1 was competitive. Map 2 was still competitive, but both times it looked like Shopify Rebellion knew what they were doing and were warming up into this format really quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that they were the team that kind of were able to make adaptations on the fly as well. And don't get me wrong, Karmine Corp, they did put up a good fight. Like we've said so many times, perhaps the underdogs throughout this tournament, and one that we've yet to see some potential of. But nonetheless, Game Changers champions for a reason, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way of putting it. That is a team to be reckoned with, and in that series, there is really just no holds barred. They looked pretty comfortable moving around their players onto the duelist roles, and that is the big question when we come into this tournament is, you know, how are they going to manage with this different kind of format? Are they going to go super aggressive? Are they going to try and turn duelists into pseudo-initiators, pseudo-controllers, whatever, what have you? It didn't look like Shopify Rebellion cared. They just kind of played VALORANT.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that that is something with a team that is so mechanically gifted.
Yeah.
They are able to just run in and tap heads. Like, it's what they do in NA. They're going to bring it across here, across
They
the
moved
pond.
their duelist onto the controller on that final one. They were like,
That's how confident they are.
We're not even going to have one change there. We're just going to change the whole team around, and it still works out for them. And whether or not these are comfort picks, it's hard to say that Clove would ever be a comfort pick at this stage in their inception in the pro scene. With any team, you know, you're not going to have been scrimming Clove that much at this point. And therefore, can you call that a comfort pick comp? I don't think so. I think that is just them playing around with something and it working.
Unless they've just been running it down in ranked. I mean, I know that we know that Floor was.
Yes.
You want to tell your story?
Yeah, so we were kind of watching the action from above in the
watch party area.
Yeah, the watch party area while the first series was going on, and Fluorescent was kind of sat there just kind of watching stuff as well. Taking notes, not taking notes. I'm not gonna embellish the story that much, but apparently had been playing ranked all morning upstairs where the teams are practicing. So I mean, definitely warmed up, and hey, maybe was just running it down as Clove all day.
I mean, maybe. I respect it. Like, you love the game that much. Respect. It usually tilts me, but fair enough. But yeah, no, I think even going into the rest of the bracket today, matchups that we probably didn't expect, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see GIANTX come up against Shopify Rebellion, and then we're going to see Karmine Corp drop into that lower semi-finals against G2 Gozen, which, as we know, is probably going to be another difficult match for them. But yeah, I don't know about you, Twiggy, but these were not the matchups that I necessarily expected, and I'm quite sad that we're not actually going to see G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion in that upper final. But listen, the lower seeded teams are proving us completely wrong here.
Yeah, I think when we came into this, obviously there's a lot of question marks in terms of how teams will have prepared for this one, how many hours they'll have invested into making strats for a Mickey Mouse kind of like format, right? In going, it's a funny triple duelist, haha. GIANTX have done an incredible job of dispatching with G2 Gozen. It was difficult, but they made it work. And we'll be coming up against Shopify Rebellion next, and that is a difficult game for them. But I think this is a permutation where we've got a lot of interesting stuff happening, and I don't think there is a team here today that isn't going to create an interesting series, no matter who they're playing against.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, it's so great having like this variation of different teams as well. You know, like having G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion here, both world champions, is amazing. And maybe I was being selfish in the fact of thinking that we would see them in the upper final, being like, oh my gosh, we're gonna get to see them already, and it's only April of 2024. But nonetheless, yeah, I agree. Some seriously exciting matchups, and I think with that duelist, sort of triple duelist, like we are seeing players take initiative and maybe play a bit more different to how they would usually play.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm excited to see how players kind of warm up into this one, how the teams kind of generate strats on the fly, or maybe just learn what the other teams are doing, because I do think there is a certain amount of flippantness that can be brought into this one, going, okay, look, you know, there's only so much prep you can do. Let's just move into it and just see how we do, learn on the fly, and try and take out the teams as we go. So I'm excited to see what goes on later on in the tournament, but for now we have an interview ready with Mel from Yinso, so take it away, guys.
That is right, Twiggy and Billy. I am now joined by Mel from Shopify Rebellion. Mel, welcome to London. Good day in the office today? Have fun?
For sure. It's been a surprising day in the office, to be honest. I don't think we were expecting to do the roles that we did on a set.
I love it. I'm going to get straight into it, Mel. I'm going to quiz you a little bit, you know, see your VALORANT knowledge. Do you remember the last time you played Duelists in an official?
I want to say it was back in like 2021 when I was on Cloud9 with Annie, and I think I played Raze on Haven.
Oh my goodness!
I've never played Jet. I'm gonna be honest. The whole the past few days, Flora's been joking. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna lock Clove," and I'm like, "Do not lock Clove. Like, I'm gonna be unemployed. If you make me play duels, I'm gonna be unemployed. We're all gonna be unemployed." And so I made a strategy before we went into game. I was like, "Okay," I talked to my teammates. I was like, "Guys, you guys need to distract Flora when we load into agent select so I can lock my agent so she doesn't steal it from me."
Okay.
And I'm in agent select and she insta-locks Cloves. I was like, okay. And so I was like, okay, I'll play Jet, because if I can't, I'd rather play Jet over Reyna so I could just dash in and just make space. I could go 0 and 24. You know, I'm not
Which
gonna
you
do
didn't.
4, but
Which
I
you
was going to
didn't.
make space.
Uh-huh.
But it was actually very unexpected.
I'm going to say, first of all, great memory. You're spot on. It was 2021.
Really?
Yeah, February. Back on Cloud9 You played Raze. I think you played Reyna too in the past.
Oh.
Yeah, there was.
I don't remember that one for a reason.
There was a Reyna game in there. Considering that you had to kind of shuffle your roles around quite last minute, why has Floor been so into this Clove thing? She telling you the reason?
She's just a huge troll. That's it. There's no other like motivation. She's just a troll.
I mean, she's played every agent in the game at this point. That's kind of impressive.
She literally has. If you go to her tracker.
Yeah.
I think it literally is every agent, maybe except one. But I think she recently played every single one.
Yep. I had that confirmed. Now with Clove, I think she has officially played every single one.
That's why. I didn't even think of that. Maybe that's why she did that.
What did you make of her, Clove?
I mean, I knew she was going to own on any agent. So it was a matter of, am I able to do my job?
Hey, I saw you dashing into a smoke, cheeky updraft with the ult as well. Yeah, you got it.
And I could die 0-24. Once I get the op up, like, that's really all you have to do. I mean, op is just like you sit heaven and just pop your dash, kill one. So
I want to know Effie's reaction. What was he? How did he react to that Clove?
Effie's was not happy.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! I mean, surely now you win that map pretty dominantly. He's gonna be okay, right?
We'll see.
You ask for forgiveness. You'll be like, we won. It's all good. It's chill. So I don't want you to leak anything, but what would you have played? What was the actual plan? No, for you. You don't have to.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're going there. We're going there. Okay. I didn't realize that was the vibe of this interview. But what would you have liked to play instead of Jett in that situation?
I mean, Clove sounds like the most like obvious thing, but in my head I think, I mean, this can always change, as you can tell. Very adaptable on the fly. Like, who knows what agents we're gonna play? We don't even know. But in like a logical, like with my IGL mind, I think Omen in like a 3 duelist comp makes the most sense as a controller, as a single controller, because you need util for the duelist to actually go in. Like, they do have their own util, but like having like the blind and like the TPs and stuff like that is very useful.
No, just pew pew. Who cares?
I mean,
just pew pew.
I'm
pew pew and then win.
5 duelists.
Yeah. So how do you IGL in situations where every map you have to play 3 duelists? How does that change your IGLing?
It was actually kind of a fun challenge. On Breeze, it was pretty interesting because I was like, how do I want to IGL? We didn't really talk about it too much. Effie was asking me some like thought exercises of like, all right, it's round 3, we're on Ascent, we have this comp, what do you call?
Wait,
like,
beforehand.
He was me on it last night. But we haven't really thought about it super in depth, but it's just been interesting kind of like knowing how you have to adapt because of the lack of tools you have sometimes, like trying to play into your comp's strengths. Because you don't have dart sometimes, you won't have like KO knife, like all the basic tools. So it's been kind of interesting to see like what you can do with like your toolbox.
Is that the motivation and intention coming into this tournament? Are you guys just trying to challenge yourselves, or are you sort of playing what you would normally play anyway, and just to see maybe you can come up with some new cheesy setups and strats?
Mostly comfort stuff. We haven't like really come up with like any funny like let's play Neon Breach Astra, have a perfect Yoru TP.
Wait,
like,
the Ascent comp wasn't funny?
Nah, nothing like that. But it's mostly just to like have fun. We're just here to have fun, like, and like pretty much like pug it out. Like we aren't gonna try and like make the most like insane strats. I think we're pretty good mid rounders like as it is. So I think we can make anything work, just adapting on the fly.
I actually think it's more interesting to see you guys get into situations where you have to adapt, like you said, have to see, you know, because you can't kind of fall back onto that. Obviously, in the past, when you guys go to international tournaments, you have played against European teams before. You're about to play GIANTX, of course, with Smurfette and Ness on the roster. You knocked them out back in 2022 at Champs when they were on Guild. But how different it is to play kind of other European teams you might not necessarily usually go up against. What do you think about them?
It's pretty interesting. I think it's a really cool opportunity because, like you said, there's one international year. We've only really played, like, in total, like 15 different EU players in total. So it is really cool to see other people's play styles. Like, you know, there's players and some of these teams have been hyped up a lot. Like, you see them like farm in GC. So it is really cool to finally get that opportunity and like play against it yourself, even though it is like kind of like a funny format. But in this one, it's like they're definitely shooters. After first map, we went outside, we're like, okay, no, they can definitely shoot back. They're shooters.
EU aim is a full swing. And also, how does it feel? Because I've been talking to some of the players. Obviously, a lot of them haven't been to a LAN before. They haven't had the chance. Haven't had the chance to play against you guys before. And I think unanimously, everybody is very excited to meet you specifically because you've been around for so long, Mel. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT.
Yeah, no way. People are being kind. They're being very nice.
But how does that feel that, you know, coming into an ecosystem and a place where you know that people, they look up to you, you know, they want to be you one day?
I didn't feel that at all. I did not. I probably should say hi to people. I don't know if they're like intimidated. I did not got that. I did not think that whatsoever. But that is really nice if people have been saying that. It's very kind. Maybe
You
I
are
should
the
say
goat,
hello.
Mel. You are the goat. Yeah. I know Sean's watch partying right now. Sean, you'd agree with me. You would agree with me.
Sean's the goat, though. That's the actual goat. He's just super nice to me.
You've won more than Sean. You've won more than Sean.
Cap.
You have. I reckon you have.
But have you really won unless you've seen Sean in the C9 tank top back in like 2015 putting Counter-Strike North America on his back?
Yeah, actually.
Did I really win anything compared to that?
Actually, I think you might have one up on me there. I didn't think about that one. Before I let you go, 2 more questions. You getting your boasties out here?
Oh, I actually forgot this is on. I don't know if
Yeah,
guys
you
can
getting your
see.
boasties?
I am getting my boasties currently. I got this for the match. I was like, okay, wait, let me just put this on for this map because I'll need it, especially when I saw the
No.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need this.
I think you got the debuff, I feel like. The
No,
boasties debuff.
I got the buff. I got like a triple claw at the end. It's all because of this right here. Get your
Oh, don't give him the kudos for that. It was all you. It was all you. And lastly, before you go, obviously you will be playing GIANTX in just a little bit after the next game. Have you had a chance to watch their games or prac against them? What do you think about them?
Not necessarily prac, but we watched their game against G2 Gozen. And like you said, I'm like familiar with a few of their players from a few years ago, but I'm also excited to play like Spidoka, Amy, because I've heard about them and I've watched some of the EUGC games like in preparation whenever we play Gozen at the International, and I've always seen them play well against Gozen in domestic. Maybe not like winning every time, obviously, or else G2 wouldn't be there, but they've always played individually well, so I think it's interesting to play them.
I like how you mentioned Gozen because I feel like you want to play them, right? You want to face them at some point.
For
You
sure.
got your eyes on them.
For sure. I hope they go through the lower brackets so we can play them. It'd be a farce.
Weird,
if we
right?
didn't play them.
A farce?
It'd be a farce.
Wow. How long have you been in London for?
About a week.
About a week?
All right. It's about since Tuesday.
You've been having bottled water?
A lot of bottled waters.
A lot of bottled waters?
A can of water, actually. They don't got bottles here.
Oh my goodness, Mel, you could do my job. You could take my job. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You could play Duelists, you could IGL, you could speak British accent. Oh my goodness. Hey, stop it. All right, Mel, thank you so much for your time. As always, have a good rest for this game and we'll see you in the upper bracket next round. We are going to head to a break now, but don't get anywhere because when we come back, we're going to have an elimination game between G2 Gozen and KC.
What's up, guys? As a streamer, I'm blessed to have a really good PC and play all these games at the highest settings, but a lot of people are not that lucky. Today, Red Bull challenged me to win Valorant games with a limited computer. And what I mean by that is that I'll be starting at 240 FPS, and every round I win, I'm gonna lower it by 40. And on the last round, I'll end up at 10. And on top of that, every 3 rounds, I'll be getting a new challenge. Let's see how I do. It's game time, people. We win this round, my FPS gotta go down 40. I have to throw the round. Turn up, my boy.
One enemy remaining.
All right, that's round 1, baby. Down to the next. 200 FPS. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Also, you can see it on the top left of my screen, so you know we don't have cheating you here. I think that if I had to guess, it's gonna get real hard at around the low 100 mark is what I would say. Let's see here. What's up, my bro? What's up, dude? Come on, bruh. Oh, sh! I actually died. Wait. There's no way that guy killed me. All right, we lost a round, so we don't get to move on to the next level.
One enemy remaining.
Where you at, my boy? Get his. Knife him, bro. Get him. Get him. Ugh. All right. Second round done. 160. Here we come. All right. So I got to challenge this round where I got to half my sensitivity. I don't know exactly what that is, so I'm going to just go 0.23. So let's see. This is the challenge round right here. Okay. That's real cool, man. You're real cool for that. Bro, look at my teammates. What the hell is this elo? I will bet $1,000 he does not win this round. They're believing him. What? All right, we won the round. I don't know how he won the round. All right, 120 FPS. Let's go. This doesn't feel that bad. I'm not gonna lie. 120 is not that bad. This is playable low key.
Spike planted.
There's a gun. You're kidding me. All right, well, we lost that round. Oh. All right, so now we're on to 80. All right, here we go. 80 FPS to start. Let's see how we do. Smoked. Okay, 80 FPS is not that bad. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it'd be worse. It'd probably be harder versus like better players, but I think you can personally hit Radiant with this. What the? Bro, what are you flashing, my dude? Bro, my teammates are working against me. Oh my god, they're so lost. Who are these people?
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Shoot him. All right, round win. 40 FPS. Now it's starting to look pretty bad. And we've got a challenge as well for this round. Double my sense. Double 47. That's got to be like 94. I'm guessing. Pretty fast. Act alive, bro. Oh my god. Wait, this might be my FPS. What if I'm just better on this? Oh yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Damn it, my ace. Oh yeah, baby. Round one. Challenge continues. 10 FPS. Okay, now that's the challenge we're looking for. Okay, if you can hit Radiant on this, then you deserve a medal. All right, if anyone actually watching this video is playing on this, no joke, don't play the game. This is... Wait, hold on. This might be my... Oh my god, hold on. I can do this. Hold on. Watch out. This is quite the experience. This is quite the experience. Oh my god, he's chasing me. No. This is, also with this gun, it's hard. Oh my god. What am I watching? Good half. Oh, a shorty. All right. See if we can win around with this. Should be able to. Low key. Just hard with this gun. Oh, they're coming to me. Are they just grabbing the orb?
Get out of my way.
Dude, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say 10 FPS is the cutoff.
Last player standing.
If you play on 10 FPS, kindly quit. Whoa! It's impossible. No. There's no universe, bro. And they're so bad, too. And it's still impossible. They're just doing the same thing every round. I can't stop them. It's time, bro. It's time. All right. I'm about to lock it down. I'm about to lock it the hell down. Right here. Here we go. That was a bad idea. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I cannot move them if they move. I cannot shoot them if they move.
Last player standing.
I should have just waited, low key. We lost. All right, guys. If you are playing on 10 FPS, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but I think it's time for you to find like a new hobby or something like that because it's just not possible. But if you want to keep trying, who am I to stop you? Good luck out there. Get a better PC. May the games be in your favor.
We are back in the Red Bull gaming sphere after a very close matchup between Karmine Corp and Shopify Rebellion. But Shopify Rebellion did 2-0 and took home the place into the upper bracket finals. How did you find everything?
I was pleasantly impressed by Karmine Corp, I think, to be honest. The fact that the team that's just come out of contenders, say what you will, has sort of pushed them on the first map and then made it a competitive second map, I was impressed by. I would have liked to have seen it gone to a third. I think, you know, the EMEA part in me obviously was a bit sad at that, but we had some great moments.
By the way, I didn't even say, of course we're used to seeing Hazard JC on the casting desk, but I have pulled you in because I want to sort of run through everything, all the ins and outs of the couple of games that we've just seen, because, you know, I would like to say that on Breeze, Karmine Corp really pushed Shopify to their sort of maximum, and they took them to the overtime. So I feel like we definitely have a few bits to go through here. So I'm going to hand it over to Hazard JC now to sort of take us through what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. There were some key moments that we can be thinking about, and a lot of that does stem from the Euros. I was, again, as I say, impressed by what Matrix was able to do. But when you're in the server against a player like Fluorescent on the opposite side, it's easy to find yourself overshadowed at the best of times, and this was one of those moments. A 1 versus 3 with the Sheriff of all guns, but again, you put something in our hands that can give you a one-shot headshot. I think the result is somewhat expected.
Yeah.
A map as a whole, though, as well, you know, this is an agent we've seen her on before, so it was a place of comfort, like what Mel was saying in the post-interview as well. But the big thing for me, as I said before, is Karmine Corp, sure, they made a statement with the roster that they brought in. I think a name like Glance, you put that forward, immediately you have high expectations. But the fact that, again, the series that they sort of struggled to win last time, they're going up against the world's best, you can only think that that is good things to come.
For sure. And I do have to pre-warn everyone at home, the clips that we do have are quite Fluorescent heavy because we are Flow fangirls, I guess you could say in a way here. But, you know, of course, with the Sheriff in hand, I guess, like, you can't count someone like Fluorescent out, of course, with the 1v3 there, with the Sheriff in hand. And I mean, let's swiftly move on to the second map and sort of talk a little bit about that, because this was the first time we've seen Clove be played.
First time that we've seen Clove played in this tournament, and first time that we've seen Fluorescent on them as well. So the Flove, as it has now been coined, is well and truly up and running. And there are a few moments here as well where you can see that she gets really huge value from their ultimate in situations where maybe you go down on a first fight and then suddenly the best player in the server has a second win. So this was a prime example of it. Fluorescent gets taken down and then quickly behind cover has players to support and can just trade off the back of them.
And I think it's really important as well to note here that, of course, it was a 7-5 half, so they kind of go into the next half down. But the way that Clove was played was so perfect from Fluorescent, really aggressively taking those picks to kind of find their way back into the groove on the attack side as well. So yeah, very, very good.
Yeah, and I think it's funny as well because this isn't even the first time that we've seen Fluorescent play a controller. I know Troll is probably the most important part of the word controller there when you think of Fluorescent, though, because in America, in NA, the system's different. So in AMEA, of course, we have two groups. We have a group system. You qualify into it, and unless you get relegated into contenders like Karmine Corp did, you just keep on playing. Whereas in NA, you have to play through a knockout bracket like every single time. So every time that Shopify are in open qualifiers, you always get this funky role swap. Like I've seen Floor on a Gecko before, on a Brimstone. So, I mean, Smokes is obviously a little bit different. It has its nuance, but at the same time, she's just such a capable player that you expect her to be able to pull out stuff like that. And especially in a tournament like this, it's a good place to maybe set some of those foundations and facilitate it.
Well, we have seen Fluorescent play lots of different agents. And of course, the majority of those times, she is on a duelist. And now I would like, because there was too much pressure, me doing the last two. So we're going to go back to the agent tier list here, and I'm going to put it in Hazard JC's capable hands because it stressed me out too much doing it last time. So I would like you, we've picked two agents, and I want to know your positioning for them.
Well, mystery agent, reveal yourself. Agent number 1. We have the Neon, so that is going to be the first agent I have to pick. And I've not really thought this one through, to be honest.
Well, we've not
but I
Neon
think
yet today,
we
no?
haven't, but I think Neon's quite underutilized. We've seen the meta shift quite a lot. There are a few teams at a point in time that were running that fast-paced Valorant, Jet, Neon together, and we'll get to the second one in a minute. But I think some of her utility is really strong. You just have to build a comp that is very Neon-centric for that to work, whereas other agents, like a Jet, like a Raze, they slot in without an issue. So for that reason, I think you've done Yoru so dirty.
Listen. I have method to my madness, and I would like to think that people agree with me at home. But maybe there's still time to change it.
Sure.
We might change our mind, but.
I mean, look,
judge me.
I'm going to go put Neon, or maybe it's easier for you, in B tier. But I would definitely prefer to have Yoru in A.
You're not allowed to say
Okay,
that.
my bad.
Sorry, because that was my decision. Although we could. Do we think maybe it's time? Because we did see Yoru kind of stepping up in those two and being played a little bit more as we've seen Yoru played in previous sort of games. So we could potentially adjust.
I mean, if this is the dosage, the antidote required to undo what you made a decision earlier, then we could. There are plenty more agents. We don't want to play our hand too early here.
Okay, I'm keeping them in C. I'm overruling you. You've made me second guess myself, but I'm going with C. And you do have one more agent to do, so let's see what you do with that one.
I do. I have a Jet here in my hands. And now Jet is kind of like the opposite of Neon, because Jet used to be everywhere. Every single game you went, every lobby, whether that's ranked, whether that's competitive, whatever the case may be, there was a Jet flying around, causing absolute havoc. And while I still think that Jet in the right hands, and as we've seen, is a very strong agent, her utilization, at least in recent meta, has not been particularly great. Even then, it's so boring. That's what B stands for, probably. In the B tier again. In the B tier again.
Guys, we have no one in A yet. I wonder who's going to take that spot. I feel like we should only be allowed to put one in A. Like, that has to be our creme de la creme, our cherry on top, the absolute top Donny.
Top Donny, but it's not a Donny. And that's the clue that I'll give as to who I think the best duelist is.
So we are going to take a quick break now, and we're actually going to head to the pro players guessing some maps on Valorant.
So it's not just... You're different, guys. Oh, it was more difficult than I thought. Okay, wait. Oh, it's so much harder than I thought. Oh, wow. As I'm getting real water. This is so hard, though. Is this split? No. Thought it would be better at this.
Oh, you were quite familiar with this area.
Oh, wait.
No, I was
saying.
You felt this, you're like, I saw
I'm swinging this every now and then. It's Lotus. Yay! This is very difficult. This is so difficult. It's Lotus. Oh, really? This is Did this game it away or what? I think you went for B. Did you notice that? I was like, okay, this is maybe, I don't know, sunset or something. Then I went B. I was like, there's no wall, so it's not Lotus. Oh, there's a wall. This is Lotus. It's Lotus. Yeah, and there's little, yeah.
Man, Lexi, you didn't lie. This is hard. Yo, this map is not in the game, is it?
Sadly, it is. It's not 3 bomb site map. It's like 2 bomb site map.
What? This is Ascent, no?
Yeah. It's not Ascent. It's not. No, it's. Wait. Wait. Like the face is magical. What is doing? This is a map that never left the map pool. This is so hard. You said it, bro. No. You said what? You said never left the map pool, bro. Yeah. It's Ascent then. Are you sure? Bro, it's the only map that didn't left the map pool. No. No? No. No. What? Where do you want to go? B, go B. Go B, B. Okay, I'm going B, going B. Oh, putting turret like here, over here. Oh, the smoke. Okay, I'm going here, I'm dashing. Okay, I'm dashing here, I'm closing something up. I'm going. Oh, 10! Okay, bro, okay. No, I had a feeling it was a 10.
What's this? This is a 7. This is a 7. This is like A heaven?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Come here. Awesome, that's awesome. You think? I think so. It is awesome. Okay, where's City? With the city. Here. There's a site on this map you almost exclusively play. Oh, is this Vine? Yeah, good line. 100% Vine. Is that what you guys lying? We're lying. We're lying. Three so hard. Okay, is this split? Yeah. Nice. Good job.
This is so free. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I don't know why it seems so easy. It's a split. Oh, is it screen? That's heaven. Oh, it's heaven? Yeah. Split?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. This is the bottom of the map. Split. Oh, really? Yeah. Where do you put the camera? On the camera? Yeah. The camera is over there. No! This must be a record or something. There's no way this is not a record.
Try not to think. We are back live in London and getting ready for the lower bracket semi-finals. I am joined on the desk by the one and only Billy IDK to talk a little bit about the matchup that we're about to see, which is G2 versus Karmine Corp. Billy, are you excited for this game?
Of course I'm excited. I mean, swapping out Haza for me, as you do. Get rid of him.
It's like a magic trick.
Yeah, click of our fingers and he's gone. Yeah, no, I'm super excited for this matchup. There's a couple of head-to-heads here that we can dive into in a little bit. So yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting to see these two teams come up against each other.
100%. And let's talk a little bit about G2, because of course we've seen them play already today, and they did unfortunately lose out by a very small margin earlier against GIANTX. So what are you kind of expecting coming into the Karmine Corp matchup?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they've made any sort of adaptations and learned any lessons from how they were playing previously. Of course, with this being a triple duelist tournament, you know, they're maybe having to play a bit different to how they would normally play. So it's been nice to see them challenged by GIANTX. You know, we maybe initially thought that that would be a bit of a storm, and similar to the last matchup just there, it was very close. So this tournament is already proving to be extremely competitive, which is really nice to see.
100%. And of course, we don't know what maps are being played just yet, but it'll be interesting to see now that we've kind of had those first matchups revealed and the compositions that they've been playing, kind of if they do bring in the same compositions into the same maps, if they are played. But yeah, again, a very close matchup between GIANTX. So I do think that they have all to play for coming up against Karmine Corp, and are going to come in with a bit of a bang, a bit of gumption. They want to prove themselves. They want to prove everyone wrong and come back and take that win.
Yeah, I think that's something that we said on the cast just then as well, is that we want to see players playing with more confidence. Like, we're playing triple duelist, guys. Like, let's go and take extra space if and where we need to. But again, like, that's where we've seen the lack of initiation from teams maybe not choosing to play an initiator and opting for maybe a double controller comp and things like that. So yeah, no, I think that we need to see these teams taking more initiative and deciding to take more space with that triple duelist comp. So no, I'm looking forward to seeing if they've made any changes going into this matchup against Karmine Corp.
And again, let's talk a little bit about Karmine Corp, because they did, especially on that first map, push Shopify Rebellion to their limit. And I do think, again, coming fresh off playing, they're going to be warm, they're going to be ready, and again, they could definitely challenge G2 the same way that GIANTX did.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the gaming sphere is set up like an icebox, but it's fair to say that these guys are heated up. Yeah, Karmine Corp really putting Shopify Rebellions through their paces in that matchup just then. And like I said on cast, it's a team that we've maybe not had enough time to gel together just yet. You know, you've got a lot of really great individual players on this team. They just need a bit of time to kind of fill out those dynamics and see how they want to play as a team. And I think this is a really good matchup to test them for how they're going to proceed further within EMEA Game Changers, with both of these teams coming from EMEA Game Changers.
And there is definitely a couple of players that I would like to compare and talk a little bit more about. So of course we have ResQ, who we know absolutely dominates on that duelist role, and then Speedoka as well, who we've definitely seen dabble in the duelist in the usual kind of comps, but of course sort of dabbling in that jet role today. So talk to me a little bit about these stats, Billy.
Yeah, so I think even looking at your first kill percentage, it's really surprising to see Speedofka up there at the 66% compared to the 56 on Rescue. You know, you'd maybe be expecting Rescues to be a bit higher with being the Duelist, the sort of first entry. And as you said, we've seen Speedofka flex onto so many different agents. Some maps she'll play a Gecko, she can play a Sage. We've seen a teaser of her Jet already. Will we see any more of her Duelist? We don't know quite yet. But yeah, I think these two players are sort of standout players for both of these teams that we certainly need to be keeping our eye on going into this one.
I definitely think as well, for me personally, like, I know Rescue quite well and she is so amazing, but I feel like we haven't actually seen her perform to her true potential yet today.
Definitely.
I wonder if she'll kind of come away from that Yoru a little bit, which I know she does play normally, and kind of take on maybe a Raze or a Jet or a Reyna so that she can just get up her confidence a little bit. Because what I've noticed, Billy, I don't know about you, is that Yoru's been struggling a little bit. I don't know if it's because he's not being played in those usual kind of comps.
Yeah, so I think what we've seen from the Yoru pick so far is they're almost playing Yoru as a sort of initiator rather than a duelist, and it's not quite giving me the same sense of a Yoru pick from when we seen Giuliano play it for G2 Gozen back on maps like Pearl and things like that, you know, sort of playing mind tricks. But looking at this map pool here, we are going to see G2 Gozen go into selecting Ascent, so that'll be interesting. It's one of those maps where you can kind of see teams' fundamentals, and then of course Breeze again. So both of these maps, each of these teams have played. So again, an interesting one to go into as well.
I hope that there's a little bit more of a tougher matchup on Ascent, because of course we watched G2 dominate on that map earlier. So it'll be really interesting to see how they do perform against Karmine Corp. And finally, we haven't seen Sunset yet. We haven't, have we?
No, we've not seen Sunset. I hope we get to that point. Maybe that's obviously going to be the decider map. But yes, Sunset, it will be interesting to see Sunset, because the last time I seen G2 goes and play a Sunset, they were playing on Phoenix against the Cypher. I believe it was Falcons Vega they were playing in the main event, and a Phoenix against a Cypher was just a terrible decision from them in general. So their Sunset was just a bit of a shambles. So if we do get to that point, it'll be interesting to see how they play that triple duelist. Obviously, if they're playing against a Cypher, they might be, they might not be. It'll be interesting to see how they take Sunset, because
I really want to see it.
I'm surprised it's not been an insta-ban, considering how awful, no offense to them, but it's really not been a strong map from this team. So if we do get to that, it'll be interesting to see what they've switched
I
up.
wonder if they're going to come out with something surprising though, because you know, sometimes the less people know, the more that you can do with it, especially coming into the Instalock format, running those 3 duelists. I feel like a map like Sunset, G2 could come in and kind of prove everybody wrong and say, hey, actually we know what we're doing here, okay? The Phoenix is good.
I want to believe
kind of situation.
I want to believe it. I want to believe it. But something else I want to just touch on with these two teams in particular is, of course, you've got Glance going up against her ex-team. So that's going to be playing into her mind as well, as you know, she's going to be playing against these guys, Speedofka and Amy as well. They used to play together on Ascend. You know, you've got so many players here that have either played against or with each other that might be bringing in a little bit of pressure, but also a little bit of excitement, because it's time to get a little bit of vengeance and a bit of rivalry going on amongst the players as well.
Yeah, and we did see that earlier with Sarah on GIANTX, and of course they took the win. So there's definitely something there if there is that kind of rivalry between the two teams. So Billy, I would love to ask you now, who do you think is going to head into the upper bracket semi-finals?
It's really hard to say, given how Karmine Corp just pushed Shopify Rebels to their limit. I know that Shopify Rebellion came out in a 2-0, but those were very close maps. And to that point as well, I'm almost worried that Karmine Corp may be feeling a little bit fatigued after that one, with the first map going to overtime. You know, they're really putting themselves through their paces here. Yeah, I don't know. I want to say G2 goes and shoots on paper, have the upper hand, but we've seen some very unexpected things come out from other teams throughout this tournament already, and it is perhaps because of the format. You know, you're really making teams having to use their initiative and make up plays on the spot.
And just a reminder to anybody watching at home, this is an elimination match, so whoever doesn't win this will be going home. So it's definitely a very, very important one, and they will be playing to their truest and highest potential to make sure that they do head into the next games. Let's talk a little bit more as well, just kind of about what they've banned, because I think what's shocking here is I know that they did lose Icebox earlier today, and Karmine Corp have of course banned it, but you would assume, having them both played it, that maybe we'd see it?
I mean,
Karmine Corp didn't play it, did they?
Yeah, Karmine Corp didn't play Icebox, but yeah, I think G2 Gozen banning Lotus is a big one for me because I know that G2 play that in the main season usually. So seeing them ban it on this, they're obviously not too comfortable playing that triple duelist on that map. But then bind this ban coming up from Karmine Corp, they've maybe watched how G2 played it earlier, and they know as well that G2 typically will play Petra on the Reyna and Rescue on the Raze in this map normally. So adding a third duelist shouldn't be too difficult for them to implement. So maybe that's why Karmine Corp have gone for that ban. And then Split as well, another surprising one because there's so many crunch plays you can have on that map.
100%. And like, I do wonder if there's something to do with the sort of 3 duelist format, and that's why Lotus isn't being played. Maybe the 3 sites is definitely a bit more difficult to navigate with this kind of comp coming through. So yeah, anything else that you would like to say, Billy, before we do hand over to the casters?
Not at the moment, to be honest. Do you know what I'm thinking? Like, I'm honestly unsure which team are going to go through. Like, it's been such an exciting day so far. There's been perhaps an upset seeing G2 Gozen in this match in the first place, but you know, it's going to be great.
100%, 100%. Is there any sort of standout performers that you've seen today from these two teams that you think are really going to kind of come in and make an impact and sort of change the game in a sense?
I want to see more from Nello. I definitely want to see more from Nello on that Karmine Corp side. I mean, I think she's been pretty quiet in the server so far, and she's obviously been one of those players that's been on this roster with Matrix for the longest time. So it'll be really nice to see that synergy come out from those two players going into this matchup. Hoping that it's not nerves perhaps getting the better of them, because if there was any time to get nervous, it's probably like you've come up against Shopify Rebellion and now you have to face G2 Gozen, right? That's 2 of the world champs.
Yep.
That's a tough day for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, Karmine Corp, they definitely have the resilience, they have the determination, you know, like you said, sort of making their way through contenders to then win the whole thing. That takes a lot, and especially coming from the bottom and then working their way back up to the top. I feel like, you know, you definitely have the same sort of maybe ego going into it as you would if you were a world champion. So they definitely can sort of come away here with the win. But I think it'll be interesting because I'm a little bit biased. I am a G2 Gozen girly through and through. Of course, I would like to see Mimi maybe perform a little bit better. I don't know if that's the right thing to say or if that's harsh in any way, but when they were on Bind earlier on Gecko, I feel like Mimi didn't really get to pop off as much as that solo initiator, trying to find that information, sort of being abused by those double smokes that were being run on Bind by GIANTX. So I think it'll be really interesting coming into this to see if Mimi stays on the initiator role, which I'm assuming she will, and if she'll find a little bit more impact through it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I was looking at these teams before this tournament and I was trying to like theorize who's going to be on what duelist, I was thinking, do they put Mimi on the duelist or do they keep her on this initiator role? Do they move Petra back onto IGL to allow Mimi to play that duelist? You know, it was all sort of theorizing and figuring out what exactly the teams were going to do. I think how they've played so far is, you know, they're sticking with what they know, and that's totally fine. But I agree, like, we've not really seen sort of standout moments from Mimi just yet. And that's something that we're used to seeing from Mimi. So maybe we are being a little bit critical, but she's one of those players that's kind of hype.
Yeah, very true. And you may be wondering, why are these two ladies waffling for so long? There is a small audio issue that the players are facing. So we're just going to head to a quick video whilst we get that sorted.
Over the last 6 months, I've been building a fully functional VALORANT Killjoy turret. Today I get to finally unveil it and test it out. Keo, a well-known VALORANT streamer who is best known for his fun streams and some insane trampoline jumps, has been interviewing me throughout the build, and I'm excited to finally show it off to him in person.
All right, so we got the turret set up right here. Keo's gonna be walking through those doors any minute now. So the goal is for him to walk in, the turret detects him and shoots him.
Where are we going? Just put it up.
Let's go! What's up, man? Nice to meet you in person.
Sick. This is insane. I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it was really cool.
Yeah, sorry about shooting you before, but you know, had to be done.
Hey, you know, I respect it. This thing is massive. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7 months of engineering work, but finally we're here. We got the final product done.
Oh, let's do this. Well, Thank you for shooting me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Happy to.
Yeah, so 6 months we've been talking about this and you've been building this creation. For some of the people that might not know what's been going on, why don't you walk them through this whole project?
Sure. My name's Danny. I'm a mechanical engineer, and last year I built Raze's Boombot from VALORANT, and that was a big success. A lot of people were paying attention on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And then from there, Jake Lucky found my project and tweeted about it, which was really cool. And then Red Bull found the project and collaborated with me to make this awesome Killjoy turret.
What exactly is your background as a mechanical engineer?
I have my master's in mechanical engineering. My entire project experience and work experience is involved in like product development. So what that means is basically like you come up with an idea or concept for a product, and it's like the full cycle from like designing it and prototyping it and testing it until it's like a manufactured product that's like sold on the shelf.
Can you run us through all of the details that are inside this turret? You did so much in 6 months, but
Yeah.
let's see how much is there.
Sure. All right. First is the shooting mechanism. It's powered by a out-of-darts Jupiter. So that's what's firing the Nerf rival rounds, and it's powered with a proton pack. So basically the proton pack is this thing that you see in the back, and it can store a bunch of Nerf rival rounds. It's like jostling and agitating rounds inside this container to make sure they're like freely flowing. And then there's a brushless motor here that's sucking in air, creating a vacuum, forcing those rounds to go from here through the vacuum tube to the shooting mechanism. Towards the front, there are these super fast spinning motors attached
really
to
fast.
flywheels. Yeah, like 30,000 RPM is how fast they're spinning. And basically they just like propel a Nerf rival round out. The recoil mechanism.
If you're enjoying that video, I'm so sorry. We're ready to go. So we are back and we are gonna get into Agent Select and get the ball rolling. Let's go. Let's find out.
Yeah, exciting, exciting. You know what? We've been theorizing. We've been cooking up, you know, like what they're going to be doing, what we're going to be looking at. Now's the moment. Now's the moment where we get to actually sit back, relax, and try and figure out what these comps, what they're trying to do with these comps, and what they're thinking, and what their game plans might be behind these compositions.
So here we go. We are now going to find out what they will be playing on Ascent, if we're going to see those same comps coming through. Again, we do have sort of ResQ. I can't remember if they did play Raze earlier on Ascent because it was such a stomp.
A whirlwind.
I think I just zoned out and I didn't pay attention enough. But Courier, I'm glad to see them back on the Omen because they did dominate on that role on Ascent earlier. So I do think they're going to come into this very confident on that role.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what we've seen a lot of in the Karmine Corp game earlier was Curie and Speedofka sort of pairing up and playing off of one another with those Phoenix flashes. So it was really nice to see the teams being able to do that. And apparently we're not going to get to see the rest of what the comp is.
That was a big prank, okay? That was a big prank. That actually was not the correct thing because the lobby did fail. So just bear with because you probably will see the exact same agents that did already get locked, but we're just going to go back into it again. So in the meantime, let's just sort of talk about what we did see because we probably will see that again, but just bear with on the graphic for that one.
Pranks. I love how they're really putting us through our paces today, Meg.
I know. We're professional yappers. So
yeah,
it's
exactly.
It's not a problem.
Agent comp, psych.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, from what we did see, though, it looked as though it was going to be an almost mirror matchup from what we could see.
I'd assume
like,
so,
yeah, I
yeah.
would assume it was going to be a mirror matchup. So I think, again, that's where you see players really shine and really come into form because you're seeing who's sort of like out-diffing each other, I guess you could say, and who's going to be, you know, like the agent that comes out on top in those duels. So, yeah, no, it's really nice to see a sort of mirror matchup and seeing them play the game sort of similarly and if they can take anything away from that.
I guess in a way you could kind of say we're starting to find that Instalock meta. You know, we're getting those common picks composition-wise, you know, coming in with the Phoenix, the Jet, the Raze, the Omen. Who's the other one? I guess it depends because previously we just saw a Cypher on defense side starting and then a Sova on attack side. So maybe they are adjusting that initiator depending on their side start. So yeah, we do see Nello coming on to that Cypher role, which they previously played. It's just Mimi. All I want to know is who's Mimi going to play? Is it going to change or are we going to see the same?
I don't know. Are they deciding if Mimi or Vanya? Like I know Vanya's been playing Duelist all day, but are they like, okay, we're going to let Mimi.
If we see Mimi on Duelist, I will run around the studio screaming because I just don't think we will. but I will. Listen, I promise you right now.
Fine, they're just teasing us.
They
like
really
they're just letting us wait. And okay, Mimi on the Cypher is interesting to say the least. I did not expect that coming up from Mimi, but you know what? Respect.
I'm really excited to see Mimi on Sentinel. Actually, I feel like she's gonna do some cheeky wild trips or something, and just kind of go crazy with it. So again, we're just waiting on Vania, but I'd assume we're maybe gonna see that Phoenix, as Vania did previously pop off with Phoenix and do really, really well with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't hate the Mimi Cypher pick. I don't love it either. I think we're so used to seeing Mimi in, say, like Petra or Rescue's back pocket with that initiation util. So to see her jump onto the Cypher here, it looks as though they're going for an almost defensive comp because they know that they can rely on Vania to make those pop-off plays with the way that she's been playing Phoenix. I mean, she's playing Phoenix as if they are a controller almost. The amount of times I've seen her put up that wall to just disappear onto site. Yeah, she's been playing really well on the Phoenix so far.
Like, not to say that I'm always right and I'm perfect in everything I do, but I have been hyping up the Phoenix since the very beginning, and I have been saying that their kit is so good for a situation like this, because you could kind of use your utility for that team play, or you can also use it for your own solo plays. Guys, now listen, we're about to prank you again, because this lobby is also not the real one. Surprise! We're going to a third lobby.
I mean, tech issues.
I just think they like us on the desk so much.
Yeah,
they want
do
to
you know
keep
what?
us
They're like, just let Meg and Billy cast. We don't even want to see Haza and Cairo cast. We'll just let them run the whole show. It's totally fine.
Totally. Yeah. I can see them out of the corner of my eye. They're absolutely gearing up, ready to rumble and get into these games. But, you know, we're keeping it away from them.
Yeah.
We want to take over.
Keep them on their toes, you know?
I think this is a good time, actually. Do you know what? I'm going to break the fourth wall and I'm going to put a question to chat here. Who do we want to see being played that we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen a Neon. We haven't seen an ISO. That's it, right?
Do you know what? I'm actually not surprised that we've not seen an ISO, though, because I genuinely don't think we will see an ISO this whole tournament.
But wouldn't it be fun?
It would be fun, but I won't be surprised if we don't see one. I think Neon is a slept-on pick.
Yep.
I want to see Smurfette play Neon at one point. I think Smurfette would go crazy on Neon because I know that when she was playing Jet she maybe wasn't being activated as much as what we would usually see from Smurfette on the Jet. So yeah, I think her playing into that Neon pick later on could be really nice to see. But that's me getting way ahead of myself and thinking about that game.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just finding out from the man in my ear that this game is actually real. It's just a little tech pause. So we will find out who Vania is playing, and we won't have to go through this whole agent select and lobby again. Something that I do really quickly want to talk to, though, is the fact that we haven't really seen enough Clove. I was so ready when I found out that Clove was being played in this tournament for every single game to be running that Clove with the aggressiveness that we see with those three duelists. We've only seen Fluorescent on them.
Yeah, I think everyone was excited, especially with this being the first sort of competitive tournament where Clove is in play. You would think that players would be taking advantage of that. I know at the Masters Madrid show match, Mimi said that they absolutely loved Clove. So I was expecting to maybe see her jump onto that Clove pick. But yeah, I think Fluorescent on Clove just kind of suits her play style as well. I think it was really nice to see that in the previous matchup. But I don't know if it's just the maps as well, where people maybe feel a little bit like cautious as to whether they want to play into that Clove or not. You could almost argue it's like playing a fourth duelist at that point as well with the way Clove's playstyle is.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I think they're all just stood in a circle jumping. This is their warm-up, you know, this is what's getting them ready to rumble and get into this. But yeah, going back to Clove, I just think their kit and their util is so helpful in these kind of situations. Again, being able to smoke when you're dead as well. I think, you know, obviously that is an absolute game changer. So it'll be interesting. We may see Clove being played today one more time. We may not. Who knows? Because we have absolutely no blooming idea. Do bear with us, guys. I'm so sorry at home if you are waiting and ready. I know Karmine Corp fans are very eager and they want to get into this. So hold your horses. We're making our way as fast as we can into these games. Anything, Billy, that you would like to talk about in the meantime?
No, do you know what? I said it earlier, and I'm just wanting to bring it up again. I think it's so nice to see opportunities for women to play on LAN. I think that we don't get enough opportunities for women to actually play on LAN. So having Red Bull UK put this together alongside VALORANT UK has been really, really nice. Even having like players come across from NA and stuff as well. Like it's really nice to be able to get all these players to come together. And obviously for a lot of them as well, it might be the first time that they're meeting some of the other players. Like it's really, really nice, and I feel like it really is almost rewarding for the Game Changers community as well to kind of have a place to come together, compete on LAN, and meet people that you might not otherwise meet with it being a sort of international event.
100%. I said this yesterday, you know, seeing a lot of these girls come into the Red Bull gaming sphere. This is the first time a lot of them have met each other, you know. Again, I don't think GIANTX or Karmine Corp have played up against Shopify Rebellion, if I am correct. So, you know, it's a lot of new things happening, and it's so amazing to see the smiles on the girls' faces, enjoying themselves as well as being competitive and doing what they do best, which is playing Valorant. You know, I absolutely am a big, big fan and obsessed with the Game Changers scene, and this is exactly what we need. It's so enjoyable and great for the Game Changers community, like you said. Still finding out what's going on with the tech pause here. Maybe we'll go back to the video that we cut and interrupted. Maybe we won't. Who knows? But in the meantime, feel free to sort of say who you think is going to be the top performer in this game in the chat. Do we know who is going to MVP? Do we have any ideas? Who do we think is going to sort of top frag? I'm keeping my eye on Vania again, who I'm assuming, we don't know, but I'm assuming is going to be on that Phoenix because, of course, she did pop off earlier. But yeah, let me know in the chat. In the meantime, anyone else got anything to say in the room? We're having the best time. We're going to open up the caster mics and we're going to get a little bit of input from Cairo and Hazard, because me and Billy, we're all yapped out.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of waffling over here, but you know, it's fine. It's what we're paid for, right?
I'm going to send it over to you, Cairo, our little Scottish caster. Go on.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Tell us what you're thinking, because we've got the time to have a talk.
I generally don't think, to be honest, so I do try sometimes. Oh, there we are. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I mean, I think Vania is quite a great pick, to be honest, in terms of MVPs. You've got to be looking at the stats for the last game, what they were putting forward. Do you want to know what they were? They were 11 and 3 on opening kills and opening deaths, and then went plus 32 in KD. Bit ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, look, I didn't get a chance to ask, but you've humoured me.
Of course.
You're just so excited to say, and like just getting into this one as well. Yeah. I think something we've got to say right off the bat, that this is the first time that these two teams have faced each other post-rebuild. Glance has traded places, and with elimination on the line, there is no better place for the stakes to be that high.
Yeah, exactly. Metrics and Nello, the only two from the last KC roster. The result between these two last time round was 2-0 to G2. It was 13-7, 13-8, I believe. So obviously KC going to be wanting revenge, and there's a bit of a feel-good factor, I would say, about this roster just now. Had a poor split one, and then now from contenders, they've been undefeated.
They have, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, we're ready to go. So with that, Meg, Billy, thank you so much for your time. And the casters will take it from here. Caro, straight into Karmine Corp versus G2 Gozen, kicking things off on Ascent. As you said before, a rematch now, former teammates, made opponents, and with it all on the line.
Yeah, starting off at B main, already you see these teams lining up against one another, but slowly they ready themselves for the engagement coming forth. KC not knowing what's round the corner.
First player taking contact behind the one-way is perhaps an expectation, but the two that follow it up could be a nasty surprise. Paranoia straight in the face, but well dealt with G2. They had cleared the corner for just a moment, but that is where Fury makes matters worse. Matrix to close. One of those legacy players that we were talking about already having instant impact.
Yeah, I mean, you could see G2, they were sitting, they were waiting for the one-way to actually dissipate. And then from that Hazard, that's when they just exploded from then on forth. And I mean, the engagements, they were only going one way once Karmine Corp got that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, G2 into this competition, that first game that we saw, first map, it felt like they were just warming up to our expectations a little bit. Pushed perhaps out of their comfort zone. Something we do have to reiterate here is that 44% of the maps that they played last split were all against Falcons. So terms of different opponents, yeah, nice to get a bit of variation here.
It's absolutely crazy. Just shows you exactly everything that can go on. And Nello from up on high, controlling everything on the site as you'd expect a Cypher to do, but only with the Bulldog, not even with the utility.
Nello's another one of those players as well, which had our moments in the last series, and someone that I want to highlight here as Karmine Corp should be doubling up for rounds. And that is because, you know, she was up against Neuer. Remember, player who was also in EMEA went their separate ways after the first ever Game Changers final in the region back in 2021. And with those split paths now conjoining once more, again, we have to say this is Karmine Corp's first international event. First time playing against an American outfit, now against an opponent which is almost too familiar.
Yeah, exactly. And I love having the Valorant historian on desk with me here.
Hey, anytime.
But like, on top of that, Hazzy, you've got to be talking about like the history. Like, I mean, Karmine, Billy spoke about it earlier. Karmine Corp went up against 2 World Championships in this tournament. Like, if you want to have a bad day, this is probably the worst day possible.
It is exactly that. But they're starting to give themselves some good graces now. Ultimate already picked up. Vanya 2 away from the run it back, and you know, it's sort of every 1 in 3 rounds really that you hope your Phoenix can do it. That's with enough kills and enough orbs, of course.
Exactly, guaranteed at least 4 if that is going to be the game plan, and for now G2's game plan is to take the A site.
Yeah, I mean, look, every death that you go down is an extra one in the back pocket, but you want to be upstanding and have value here. Vanya planting the spike, so now only 1 off into post plant.
It's going to be a big one if it does come online, but I mean, maybe not wanting to use it again, as Billy had talked about previously. The blaze wall being used to stop players actually coming forth. That is not going to be the case, as KC are already on site. Vanya getting first blood, but look at this, it's G2, it's pinstripe, it's going both ways. There's still 2 from Carapuya, and that's massive opening up, and that's a bonus converted.
Brilliant stuff from Karmine Corp. They are back and ready into this second series. Certainly a success story starting to be paved for the blue wall against Shopify, but they couldn't fully convert. Now, against an opponent which, as I said before, they have plenty of experience dealing with, should have just the remedy to see this one through.
Yeah, and I mean, even at that has something that we spoke about on Icebox in the first half for G2 was their inability to actually hold sites. That wasn't the case on Ascent, let's be honest. G2 were 13 and 2, sorry, in the end, but G2 have been known to let their site hold slip.
It's exactly that. I mean, a team which, again, we have such high expectations for. Even then, I mean, really overperforming last year, if you're being brutally honest. Petra straight into the site, though. One of those unchanged players. And the Sheriffs are really digging their heels in here. Glass has got to do the same from backside. Cause some issues. Only good for 1. Down and out. Just like that. It's a 1 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Not a chance in hell. I think we're going to see this one overturned as there is an op being saved.
Let's talk about Icebox. This is deja vu. G2 win the round following a bonus conversion from the other team.
Careful now.
Like, look, it's the exact same thing that I said about G2 with such high regard that we hold them in. Those are expectations they've created for themselves. Yeah. For Karmine Corp, you have to think of the weight that the blue jersey carries as soon as you pull it onto your shoulders. The support that you have behind you. But again, those fans just hungry for the results, and with a flawless run through contenders, 4-0 in the series that they played, you can already see some of that momentum being harbored, despite the circumstances that they find themselves in.
Yeah, I think so far they've been really respectable. You think of any contenders team going up against the world champion. Let's not be honest. Let's be honest here. I mean, against Shopify, they pushed them the distance. Realistically, Karmine Corp, they deserved a 3rd map to be played against the American champs.
But here we are on Ascent, and that will be G2's first collected. And Eco, nonetheless, a thrifty involvement. Matrix holding on to the operator, though, and whether she can find value from it or not is the question on my lips, because mid is the angle she's looking to fight, and there's G2 players on the opposite side.
Not just one. There's about 3, has it, and Matrix being dissuaded by 1 smoke.
I think this is something you said to me after the first game that we saw. In the mid-rounds, there's just no information. Early fights can really dictate the way this pans out.
Exactly, Nello being the first one on the other side. The paint shells bring them all the way down to 12, and they're thinking about swinging out. They've done so, and there's a big entry, and been able to get the Neuro Theft online as well.
Audacious kill from Nello on such low HP, but it's given them a brief advantage, one which will continue to spindle and spiral forwards. Smadovka taken down in the ult, but that's all G2 have to show for in this round. They can get the spike planted, but Karmine may not even allow for that.
That's just up down as well, and KC begin to move the focus towards that heaven position.
They did hesitate for just a moment on the retake, but it's in full force now.
Clear Petra up on Generator. The energy certainly flowing through. Now it's up to Karapuya. Did it before in the round previous, but it's not going to happen this time round, mate. G2, they convert this.
And again, just as soon as we like to try and project the idea that G2 are on a downward trend, that perhaps there's been a dip in form with the tournament that we're coming into, the rule set, and everything else that we've all become far too accustomed to at this point in time, it's a couple of rounds on the bounce like that off the back of an eco, which instantly reminds you it's a difficult sell, and they are, in fact, very capable of turning things around on a dime.
Yeah, it's like having a former heavyweight champion. All it takes is 2 punches and you're on your bum, you know. And not only that, though, you've got to be thinking of Karmine Corp's economy after this one. This is a real swing round between the two, because you can see the defence really starting to struggle, and well, they're going to have to struggle to hold this. That is the case here. Stripe in the feed, and that spike being down. Glance though getting that big entry will give a little bit of life to Karmine Corp's round.
That's what pulled it back into their favour now. It looked difficult on the digest, but Karmine Corp have managed to just about pull things back into a favourable position. Mimi, you can tell it's not her first time on Cypher perhaps, trying to get that trap wire out and make sure that the site entry will be a little bit more difficult, but there's a dash in play and Metrics will waste no time.
Mimi already taking contact, and Mimi still at the back of sight, looking to play together. In fact, it's just Amy all alone, and Mimi comes out at the last second. Just like that, Cloak and Dagger G2, they'll equal the round count.
Again, this is the thing, man, just instantly reminded of the quality that we have in the server. And two complete parallels there, combining, again, the different generations of G2, the old guard meeting the new, Amy stepping into this team, how highly touted she has been at every level of competition and game changers that she has played. But in terms of split appearances, in contrast to everyone else, I mean, way less than most of the other people here. Only 5 campaigns in EMEA.
Yeah, it's funny, it's actually Amy and Mimi who have both only been playing roles outside of the Duelists that combine in that last round has, and as for this round, it seems as if everybody's going to get in the mix, and Karapuya has got an easy one and got out.
That was really nice from Karapuya, and like you say as well, with there being that lack of information, it's either you get it on the side hit running straight into the jaws of the beast, or you find out soon enough when push comes to shove. Rex forcing the issue by herself there. Showstopper coming out, Vanya with another pick. G2 holding down the heavens this time. All of the silver linings for them as the lead is looking to be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, it's now for KC. Do they decide to try something audacious, or do they leave it to G2 to win the round? I mean, there's ultimate orbs that will feed G2, especially you're thinking of that run it back that we've already spoken about previously, Hazza. I mean, G2 have really been farming it up and getting Vania online.
Get out of dodge here as well with another round under their belt. That's a 4th successive pickup now for G2, which puts them in the lead, pushes them in front. And the big thing that we have to say about a situation like this is, when do Karmine Corp decide to call time? When is the strategy that they've been pulling into the last couple of rounds on these retakes, you know, not going to be good enough to outlast the next couple and make good of this half?
Yeah, I mean, one thing for me though, Hazza, this is their last buy round, so if they don't win here, I think that has to be an indefinite timeout. I mean, Matrix again introducing this up, holding down A by themselves. Karapuya focusing towards mid, and G2, I mean, Hazza, they're just going straight for it. That's to run it back online, and I mean, that's Vania with a free opportunity to go and get kills.
Very quickly brought down into a grubby cycle of economy, the doldrums, but Matrix has one of the deluxe picks here, and the operator has already found his first kill from Vania right at the edge of the ultimate ability. Glance goes down, it's a 4 versus 4, and Karmine Corp have all of the space to make this retake happen.
Yeah, but look where G2 have plunged it towards heaven. I mean, it's really far forward, and as for the site, it's completely under siege. And down to 1 versus 1, Petra so low, it would take 1 bullet for Karapuya to win this round, and it's going to be Karapuya. That's all she needs. That's going to be back even between the two, not much to differentiate. KC from G2.
Yeah, Petra back against the wall, trying to jiggle around the dice there, but a quick graze to the ankle is all that was required to take her off her feet. So Karmine Corp, just as soon as we said that perhaps the time bank would be beginning to get eaten into, they felt as if they had the right read, that they could make those retakes work, and finally they do. They had all the space for it. There was no flank coming in, no second facet to the setup from G2. And just like that, the scoreline is level once more.
Yeah, I was also, you know, I was kind of having a look at the stats and stuff like that, Hazza. Do you know Karapuya and Matrix were the only ones who were positive over the 2 maps that they played last series? Glance trying to come up with a positive play, and it's through mid, and they take out Petra.
It's just a spam through the smoke. Simple stuff. No, the market angle exposed, actually. The one that was taken in the end is a spam on the edge of the box, I should say. Nevertheless, you don't care how they come. If you find the kill, that's most important.
Look at the map, has it. On the other side, KC are starting to explore B main. See what's out there.
There is a threshold. As long as that trapwire doesn't get met, and G2 know at the very least nobody's made their way towards tiles. They were holding the mid angles for all intents and purposes. The question is, how diligently do they choose to re-clear main? That's where they found a couple players nestled before, and it quickly made for their undoing.
Nello the only one to hold on towards site, being that sentinel. But as for the other 4 who are off site, Hazza, 3 of them have ultimates, one of them being the big one, the run it back.
It's such an early contact that she's taking with that spy cam as well, so there's plenty of heads up on the Karmine Corp side. Rotation slowly starting to filter through, but G2 are already going to have hit this deck of the site. Glance gets another. 2 players revealed by the trapwires, and 2 kills to go with it.
Spadovka getting that run it back online straight through, hasn't cleared logs, and Mimi will destroy it, saving Amy's life. But as for the rest, they're now coming in, they're now starting to engage, but it's G2 who are winning it all, but it's the ex-G2 player of Glance that wins the round.
Yeah, Glance bites back with a vengeance there. Big kills on the round, a quad in fact for her. And while she may be playing remote, her presence is still felt within the gaming sphere. A little look there from Mimi, even a slight glance, perhaps, no pun intended. It's suggested she wasn't too happy with how that round concluded, but still, they gave themselves a decent chance. Some of these kills didn't look like they should come through any time.
2v5, it's so unlucky. I mean, for a moment, the fact that the G2 have the power to bring that back, and again, has a KC, they've put the focuses towards mid, so they've really closed the map already, and what they want to do with the A site.
Yeah, site's already conceded, but you're already seeing here, like, the early usage of the paint shells just to break a trapwire, something that maybe you would invest usually, but it's a pretty heavy cost. When you have 3 duelists, doesn't matter, just part of how it works. The ebb and flow of this game. A molly kill from Spadovka to open.
Oh, but look at this, KC are trying to flood back through, and it's G2 that are drowning. Petra left, and hell.
Hang on, they have absolutely no idea, and Petra's trying to see how much she can possibly hoard for herself. As soon as she spots the second, Matrix on the swivel will shut her down. A moment to forget for Petra.
Oh, mate, you think you can see it all starting to come together. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, G2 again not being able to hold that A site.
A symptom of circumstance, perhaps. Petra trying to make the most of it, and you would go for 2 or 3 kills there when you're in a 1 versus 3 in such a condemned position as she found herself in. But a couple of wins now on the bounce for Karmine Corp not only puts them in the lead, but it means that they're in good standing with this economy, so it will be competitive down to the very dregs of this half.
Yes, for G2, it's going to be back towards the A grind. Try and get that ultimate or back up for Vania.
The mid-excursion, Mimi with the 1. Hot under the collar, gets a single kill. Spadovka allowed to disengage. G2 making a long rotation through spawn, and Nello is the one to greet them.
Oh, he's able to take the first engagement and get out. Discipline at the highest.
But again, it's not the first time in this round that Karmine Corp have been offered such an opportunity. A poke and a prod. Oh, Matrix went searching for something that wasn't there. Amy taking her down, and that's the numbers now for G2.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I feel as if that first engagement, though, was the false promise. You know, the false information. They saw it was the lurker of the Cypher, and immediately they pivoted towards the other side of the map.
This is such a different round from G2 as well. Rather than just being a default, they're hunting in a pack, trying to see what gaps of the map are available to them. A death ball, if you will. And look, it appears simple on the surface, but when you compare it to the rounds that they've already conditioned, it means you get a lot more favorable fights.
Planted.
All the information known for KC, beginning to get themselves towards A, but it's let G2 set up. They're so slow on the uptake here, and they're at a disadvantage as well.
Spidovka pulls out the flash, maybe looking to curve it beneath, find something. No, looks for a reaction instead. Paranoia back both ways. Nello blinded by her teammate now, but Spidovka makes up for it with the kills that come through. Still, they trail. Karmine Corp needing more. Spidovka delivering to that ambition, that extent, that promise. But Kuripuria in the clutch has to be queen once more. Two players, the first of which tagged, but it is that player, Vanya, again, collecting the kills.
Yeah, Vanya has it. You're talking about the queen of clutch, she's the queen of pain. I mean, a player who can go plus 32 across 3 maps and still not win is absolutely insane.
A queen from a different crown, if you will, but already coronated again by the region's new rulership. She has gelled well into this roster, and with her ultimate ability available, you've got to be fancying the chances of just a quick B play. Nello has got a lot on her plate, and she does not even know it.
Imagine she'll get early info on it though, Hazza, with that spy cam. No one taking that first contact. In fact, G2 are actually going to go towards mid, and it's not to be advised at all. Spidovka turning them away at the door. Glance also helping out, and G2 left scratching their heads.
Yeah, final round of the half. That ultimate is now lost. Forgotten. Nothing to be said of it here. Nello testing the limits all the while. Shots just about connecting. Amy is gone. Another G2 player dethroned in a 4 versus 2 with an ult of their own to chase up.
Oh, Petra has an idea of where Spidovka could be, and it has to be something insane. It's not going to be 7-5 in favour of KC, who started on the defence.
And again, that feels like such a weird final round to tie things up coming out of the half, because G2, how many times when you saw them have an ultimate like that in previous maps, go for a quick fake somewhere else, or just fully execute off the back of it? Felt as if they maybe misplayed the hand just a little bit there, and every advantage will count. Now, 7-5, Karmine get their swing at the attack side.
I was going to say, I mean, imagine Bahaza, all these players playing high intense Valorant. They're going to be helped by our lovely partners of the event, Aegon by AOC. I think it's 36 hertz or something like that.
360 actually.
36,
so multiplied by a factor
oh
of 10.
Yeah.
You're talking a little bit more about what my setup looks like. So if one of them happens to go missing, then you didn't see me walking out of the venue with it. Anyway, walking into the first round of this half, the pistol.
Camera taken out.
G2 on the defensive, and Mimi sat very deep towards B, but not without support.
Those are moving into the Cypher setup. Well, the first trapwire has been destroyed, the second hasn't. Finally, it will be, and G2 has. They're just completely destroying the push from KC. Not a chance. No way, they're trying to get a knife. And Vania, again, popping up in the kill feed.
Look, Spidovka only with a couple of bullets left there, if I'm not mistaken. But both players on the G2 side are low. And to just spin back again, the utility game, no Sova. I feel like Sova on a map like this, you always get so much value, not just from, again, the revealing qualities and what we saw here from the trapwires, but like a shock dart to break them, to stop that from happening in the first place. Whereas your Raze nade is not going to get the coverage that you really want to deal with that kind of a threat.
Yeah, I mean, how many times can you think back to like all the cross-map reveals, etc., to support your sight anchors, etc.? There's so much missing from any comp when you play Ascent if you've not got an info agent.
So G2 having taken the pistol, they flex the Cypher setup towards the other side of the map. Mimi will still be here, watching over it all. And through the enemy cage they go, but straight into her open arms. 3 kills already, and looking to try and find some more. Petra will eat her fill on the Outlaw, it's expected. Vanya flashing around the corner to take her own fight has allowed for a spike plant.
Spike planted.
Yeah, not only that, though, they've got the Reyna online. I mean, only on a classic. That's not going to be the case. Mimi will get the ace, though. Massive from them. And not only that, though, Azza, it's massive from Karmine Corp because they've done real damage to that bonus round.
They have. And something I have to say there as well, G2, you can see a slight hesitation, a moment of it coming out of heaven. They were giving the ace to Mimi, not just for the sort of lightheartedness that the tournament has about it, but also it means the neural theft is now available once that spike has been diffused. So the plant does go both ways. It's given an extra point to both teams.
Yeah, the neural theft, always an interesting ultimate. Not the strongest because of the conditions you have to meet to use it, but a very strong ultimate in the mid-round if you can get it online.
Oh, I'm sure there are a couple members of the VCT EMEA talent team that would say otherwise. But that's something to be brought up with them, not me. For now, G2, really aggressive in this third round. Clearing out all of mid, it's been gutted, the belly of the beast damage. Mimi glances down and out. The captain puts her former player in place.
Spadovka is going to just send it all the way through, see what they can get, and has found Amy instead. Still a 4 versus 4 between the two. G2 still looking for a way back in, and still got some pretty decent guns here. You're looking at the Outlaw, and you're looking at the Bulldog as well.
Lots of damage, but in terms of getting that Outlaw in a strong position, they've already managed to do it. Flash Heaven opens the gates. Petra connects the shot that is required of her. Yet still a 2 versus 2. No scope on the next. Mimi in a 1v1, but Matrix will win out. 3 kills from her on the third round of the second half means that Karmine Corp can keep their advantage.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking, Hazza, about the money that Casey are going to have at the end. 4 rifles lost in the end. Sure, you win that rifle round, but at what cost?
What cost indeed. A couple of these cut very fine between the two. First op in play for Petra, a preliminary inclusion of the sniper. 2 players through middle at her side to support. This is where Karmine Corp will make the fight first, but not without the cam. The limits of the info utility being stretched to the maximum.
Oh, magic from Spadovka. Alakazam, and suddenly you're 2 kills in front.
Yeah.
It's heading straight towards the A site, but this is where Mimi resides.
And she has been the most difficult player to try and uproot from position so far. The utility is just there as a supplement for the rest of the team. Karmine Corp have quite the numbers in this kind of situation. And with the plant coming in, you can already see a flash for a play on the low HP Matrix.
So low. G2 still struggling to get back in, even struggling to find an engagement. A clean one at that glance with the initial information, and they just all swing off the back. Amy left in a 1v3 and already resigns.
Very maturely played by Karmine Corp as well there. You could see the glint in their eyes. Yeah. Matrix queuing up to be teed off with only 4 HP. Look, her value in the round on that much health wasn't necessarily going to be too succinct. But yeah, they call the play off. They decide to keep away Pika's team. They deal with the threat, an empty one of the retake now. 9-7, 2 rounds their advantage.
Another thing to note though, Hazza, was G2 actually lost the operator off the back of that retake. Massive loss.
Yeah, 2 really big opening picks from Spadovka as well. Another name which we have to mention, grinding her way through the ranks. Some of the rosters that she'd been on, that Ascend team with Amy on the other side of the server, that were so close yet so far to making that international event, the Game Changers Champs, at the end of last year. Yeah. Because with G2 absent and having already confirmed their position, whoever won that final would have been going. But again, another player, Vanya on the other side of the server, went the full 9 yards instead.
That's something I guess we can talk about, is the matchup between Amy and Spadovka, ex-teammates, you know.
I mean, Spadovka's just doing a world tour of former teammates. You look at the different aspects of it. Jolina, when she was on Alliance, is now with GX, the same as that guild core of Ness and Smurfette. Potentially a rematch for them later down the line, but now all eyes fixated on this map in particular. The one where they lead up against an eco of G2 Gozen, but these Sheriffs have had quite the fight back before, and they'll be looking to do it here.
Casey, different parts of the map.
I mean, they've already isolated players towards main. This is where they can take favourable fights.
Yeah, it is, and it's already went in favour of Spadovka. Petra, though, she's missed the opportunity. Players had their backs turned, and it's all turned into a disaster for G2. Karmine Corp have held on towards the site with a better weaponry.
And they've made the most of the situation. Double digits now locked in. And again, this bunch of young and hungry players from different places across the region are now starting to culminate in something greater. Whether it's the Duelists or whatever the case may be, you can only beat the opponent that's in front of you. And that one just happens to be the current champions.
Yeah. Spadovka already reaching up towards the 20 mark.
This is a nice spot.
And the rest of the team though has it. Again, it's back to that ultimate conversation where both sides have the same prowess in terms of ultimates. It's just about when you use it. Empress still not being used though, and maybe there's a still opportunity to do so.
Fast fights taken, rescue with the nade. That is Spadovka down and out of the spike in a compromised position. However, ultimate in play, it is quickly recollected. A 4 versus 3 when the dust settles, and Karmine Corp looking to fill that vacuum in middle.
Nello holding on towards middle, not allowing Casey the opportunity to take market. That's a big piece of map, real estate to hold on to if you're Karmine Corp.
Still have the front of the setup towards the B choke though, that singular trap wire which Glance is walking around the side like a tightrope act of perilous water beneath. Yet it's the girls in blue that lead right now. Out of the azure has come a scoreline such as this. And look, spike planted. The market cross is well and truly held.
As spike planted towards backside. The players slowly gathering their forces towards CT. They'll know that market is compromised.
Guillotine is prepared. There are 2 players there, and Amy is hanging back, seeing if maybe it's best to involve herself late, and that will be exactly the case. Glance is the only one left, knows about it, back turned, but Spike ticking, eating away at the time that remains in this clutch situation. Glance is low. Has to play this one smart. Barely a bullet left to call upon. But when she does, it's inopportune. Amy plants her feet at the base of the spike and fully commits to the defuse now. The 1v1 is successful, and that is G2 back on track.
Oh, you just think with a swing out of the smoke that they've caught Amy off guard. But that's not to be the case. No. Being so low, you've got such a hard task ahead of you.
That's the thing about Amy. Nothing gets past her. Typically the Sentinel player. We just saw Shopify playing this map moments ago. They went without a Cypher setup, but I have to say, it's probably the factor that's led to the most G2 rounds we've said so far. You know, the reason why Karmine have been so hesitant to hit some of these sites at the best of times. But to go back on what I was saying about Amy as well, I'm also a little bit surprised that we didn't just see her on a Duelist, because her playstyle is pretty aggressive for an anchor.
I mean, I think G2's playstyle in general, you've got Vania there, you know, like, it just shows you the depth though in roles that they have.
That's true. But then even when you go and speak about experience and your typical Duelist players, Matrix and Rescue, these are both players with only 4 series of game changers in EMEA each, yet there's a stark difference in the success that they have. Matrix has been with Karmine Corp since the beginning of this roster, when it was still a francophone roster, if you will, right, with her hailing from Belgium. Yeah. Now becoming the first time that we've seen someone such as Nello in an international roster. Having won those first 2 titles with 10-star, she comes back to it now.
Yeah, I think something else to talk about is like Rescue's resume, you know, being 17 and how we had our first playoffs last split.
In many ways she felt unproven, but you can certainly see the proof is in the pudding now. G2, this map, the appetizer, the front end of the series, but still, sour taste in the mouth that it's left for now. 2 Jets creating information for their teams. Matrix in towards middle, and Petra still dictating the extremity on B. That's causing for a little heavier of a rotation. They've had their attention swiftly called by Market. This is where the push looks to be coming through, but it's all a ruse.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they've already baited out the ultimates from G2. KC going elsewhere. They're not even going to get the value that they were looking for either. And I mean, those are 2 big pieces used up.
They feigned the pressure and it left a huge gap. Nello filling in, finding her kill through middle. Petra already taken down, and now a late flank to think about. G2 have either got to increase the pace or look for the lurk.
Spike planted.
Not looking for much right now. G2 testing the limits of the site, the extremities, and look where Rescue is. All the way up, flash by their own team, but they're dropped right in front of Spidovka, and KC clear up the site. As simple as that. When you think there's a chance, KC snatch it away.
Yeah, and again, I don't think perhaps some of these players are so used to not only playing with the Phoenix in the comp, but sort of a variety of different flashing agents. You saw a team flash on the way back through there from Vanya as well. It's like the classic, oh, my teammates in ranked comment, but to not disrespect her as a player, of course, you look 10 assists, so the value is there. I think the big thing is on a round like that, they didn't fully commit to the instant retake. The flank made little difference in the end.
Silence is definite. The only contact being taken through a spy camera of the Cypher. Trying to poke and prod throughout. Karmine Corp not giving too much away so far. Again though, the Phoenix and the Jet move up mid. Create a different issue for G2, and look what they've gambled on.
Yeah, oh, look, they've made the decision. That's what the game plan is on this round. Set the numbers on A. You have a cam for B if you need it, and with it being watched over by Mimi, she sees all.
I think as well, like if you're Karmine Corp, you've got to respect G2 and what they've done. Like with nothing happening, maybe they were thinking there's a little bit of a trap play, a stacked site. That will come true if they, once they get the spike down, they realise that B is completely free.
As soon as that contact is hit, Mimi will march her troops into battle, one from which they may never return. 12 rounds will be the case if this one doesn't go their way. How much more do you want to throw at a lost situation and potentially feed it into the hands of a hungry Spidovka? Another player around the edge of the smoke, and sure, Rescue will manage to get the takedown eventually, but the damage is there, and it will continue to be dealt.
Yeah, KC look to reach the first map point of this entire tournament so far. In the third map, they will do it, a flawless round.
I mean, they got damn near close against Shopify.
Yes.
A couple of situations on Breeze where it looked like they had half a chance. It was Shopify that threw away the lead when they hit map point at that point in time. So the question here is, do they have the bottle to see this one through? That wasn't G2's best foot forward. Now they bring out the rifles for the final 4 rounds.
I think the interesting thing for me here, looking at the scoreboard as well, is both Phoenixes are on 10 assists.
Yeah, I mean, look, the value is certainly going to be there. The flash stretches further than most of the other duelists. Yoru, of course, with the most, but we saw that used earlier and it wasn't to the best of effect.
Yeah, Phoenix with the fastest flash that pops.
Yeah.
Pop time.
Thank the devs for that change. Towards short is where Karmine are going to head on this round, and it's not for the first time. Vanya managing to get one on the fadeaway, in through main. One of the arms of this split has now been broken, so all focus can be turned towards tree. That is where Karmine Corp are looking to sprout this push.
Yeah, but look at this. Instantly after getting that pick, he tried to hit towards CT, tried to head towards B, and Mimi's only good for one. Cutting off where they've exited from with the blaze wall. That spike will go down.
They're losing numbers in the process. Shedding the fat around the edges. Down now only to your final 2 duelists. It's all duelists in the server on what could be the last act in this first map of Ascent. Petra's position is key. The possibility of CT being taken is certainly lingering on her mind. She has to make sure that the timing is right, but already the rest of her team have made their way out, and the issue needs to be pressed.
Yeah. The thing is, though, all the duelists disconnected. Dash is traded. And look, that's G2 on the spike. Matrix has to peek out, has to get one more. Pop the blaze, a right click might be all that is needed, but it's not this time round. It's G2 that swipes Casey's chance away and makes sure that they stay alive for one more round.
Oh, man. There are a couple different situations there where it looked like it was a certainty for either team. Karmine Corp derailed on the short push. They head towards B. Greener pastures for some, but it all just decays from within their hands. Some key kills picked up. Petra perfect on the timing. And just when Matrix looked like she would get her moment, gives a haircut to the Dutch duelist on the other side. So here we go again. You are seeing the cost reflected, though, with a lot of those weapons lost for G2. Only one surviving.
Yeah, the defence economy is so hard to keep control of. And again, a change of pace from Karmine Corp as they wait to see what G2 want to do.
Let them have their way with things. If the defenders can gift you some opening picks, then you'll take it every day of the week. But we've seen a lot more discipline as this one has dragged on into the evening. From those first games, the early jitters, the early bird gets the worm. Petra finding the first. It's the head of Nello, which she takes, but nothing more than just that.
Look at the trade and what is being lost though, Hazza. Karmine Corp's flank is completely opened. If G2 should elect to go for it, in fact, no, they're going to elect to try and hold the site, try and hold it fast, and in fact, flood out through that.
Oh, missed Molly means that Mimi has some space for herself. The rest of the team is there, but they've got to land the shots. Running back coming through. Isvidovka safe. May just be in the support of her teammates. KC, you can see there, letting off a roar as they let off steam, built up in the series against Shopify, now released with revenge against old opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think, I mean, they lost to Shopify Rebellion, that is respectable, but at the same time, they're pushing G2 on the back foot, former world champions, champions of EMEA so far. At this moment in time, this feel-good factor doesn't seem as if it's going to be ending for Karmine Corp.
Look, while some of the names on the KC side may not carry the same kind of weight in terms of accolades, they have been active domestically for so long, waiting for the moment when the right group of players can come together and make something happen. And we may just be starting to see the beginning of this now. After the contenders run, qualifying back into the main event, they have that to wait for on the horizon. But now is a chance to prove some people wrong, to silence some doubters, and they've definitely been doing that, Cairo.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, this is something that the KC fans have been on the back of their players. Sometimes we've seen it on Twitter, and undeservedly in some points. Sure. I would say some of these players are some of the best that you can get on GC, and very unlucky that they didn't get picked up sooner than they did.
Yeah, I mean, but at the exact same time, you have to remember that these are performances which they are capable of. Yes. And it's the fact that those ideas have sort of been baited for a while. Were we really going to see the final form of Karmine Corp? But the thing is, it feels as if they've just needed a little bit longer to set themselves up for this kind of situation. We're now beginning to feel the full force of the practice that they've put in over the time that they've had. I mean, coming straight out of a contenders split, or a gauntlet of a bracket that they had to fight through. Honestly, it's impressive that they're in such fighting form.
I mean, that's it. The bounce back, again, we were talking about it before. The bounce back needs to be higher than the fall, and that's certainly the case for KC.
Look, the higher the fall, the bigger the bounce, I guess you could say. Yeah. I don't think that's exactly the phrase that I was looking for, but the heavier they are, the harder they fall, perhaps. Yeah. And look, G2 from the top step, I don't think there is any other opponent that you'd really want to be dishing out the damage on. That's exactly what KC have done. Brick by brick, they continue to build. Are they going to take it in a 2-0? We have the second map for you after the break.
I've been wondering for a while. Can I play in a Radiant lobby? Do I have the skill?
I've never seen you play, so I doubt it.
What do you think my rank is? Just look at me.
I'll say plat.
What the f? We're gonna boot into a game on an almost Radiant account, and we're gonna swap every single round. To make it a little more interesting, we have a bingo board, and we're hoping to complete one set of bingo.
All right, I'm first. Wait, this challenge is looking hard. Did you even try?
Everyone's blinded. The deadlock doesn't push with me.
I got us. Relax, relax. No, please!
Dude, you actually fed. All right, saw me.
Not bad.
Did we hit anything on bingo?
No, we did. Lose 2 rounds in a row. It might be a mid.
I gotta dip and play mid. Check my movement.
You have a nade?
Oh! Yo! Put it down! Mark that sh. Oh! Nice clutch. Win around. Win around. Bang. Look at that.
I mean, technically, hopefully we do good enough. Our teammates ask for our ranks.
Wait a second. Yo, I got a kill. Yo, this radiant ain't nothing.
Alright. Is there anything we can go for, technically? Or no?
Pick up an enemy weapon, yeah.
Okay.
Or just get an ace, bro.
My deadlock's just mid fighting.
Ooh.
Alright, there you go.
Okay, alright.
We got anything crazy?
Okay. I mean, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there.
Oh my god. Your movement was looking like a jellyfish for a second, but our team won.
Pick up a weapon.
That's one. I was gonna ult,
Dude, don't use my ult.
Get your guarantee kill.
That was good, that was good, that was good. Okay. I mean, you're doing what I'm doing out there. Jack.
2 mid, raise your room. You can ult.
No, I can't go through
right
the
now.
fucking
Go
wall.
through
I
mid.
can't go through the wall.
You go over, you can go over.
No, you can't.
Trust, go. They broke it anyways. You not clearing corners?
Let me be me!
You lost a round again.
Is that an award though?
Maybe terrible team rotation from you. Alright, is there anything we can knock down? Anything I have to go for?
Yeah, get aim punched. Alright, this round, too much with the talking,
Alright,
okay?
I'll let you play your game.
Let me play my game.
No words, no words.
Check this out.
You know what they say about this gun?
I play right here. What do they say?
No skill.
There's a lot of skill to positioning.
Let's see.
No!
So give me your thought process there. What happened? You just whiff?
I didn't whiff. Here's the thing. I'm playing excellent.
I don't think so. I think with you alone, we could knock off terrible team rotation.
I didn't even rotate.
Exactly.
Oh, stupid.
Okay,
That was
okay.
stupid swing. Get a 3K,
Okay.
win the round without walking. That's a 2 for
Win
me.
around without walking.
And get a 3K.
Okay. Hopefully we win this round.
You have to win the round, by the way. Oh, what a throw.
Wait.
This deadlock's actually feeding. Oh.
It's okay.
This game's going bad.
We can definitely get clutch around, plant spike, fake a plant, next round, next half. Damn, I'm slow. Yeah, I'm telling you, the higher ranks doesn't get any better.
Alright, Zeb, get a 3K.
Alright. Nobody B? Alright, I haven't stopped running yet. I don't think. I did.
You don't
I
have to
typed.
stop running. You just don't. You can't walk.
Okay.
Woo! Okay. What do we go for?
We have fake a plant. We can go straight across.
You're not carrying your own weight.
Okay.
Can I say that?
Well, you're changing everything. You're
Bro,
changing my
9.
seconds.
I'm not gonna change it. 9 rounds.
Alright.
5 kills. Yikes, bro.
Grab the spike.
Was there even a trip there?
I don't know. You tell me. Did you hear anything break?
Dude, what do you mean?
I should have played pistol.
Oh my. I broke the trip.
Was there a trip there?
I don't know.
Okay, look.
It's looking bad.
We lost, okay?
We did lose, but
Win.
you need to get bingo. Okay. We can do over rotates.
I can fake a plant and win attack without planning. Okay?
Okay, that's
That's
what we
2.
gotta
That's knocking 2 down. Okay,
That's
I need
what we
the ball.
gotta
I need
do.
the ball. I need the ball. What is the sense? I can't even turn the corner.
Dude,
I can't even turn the corner.
It is crazy that your job is to play this game and you're flaming me.
Did you not see? I tried turning the corner. It didn't even turn.
You know what I might have learned is we're both not ready yet.
Do you think you can technically hang in this kind of level?
Can I say it? If my team was better.
Do you honestly think?
I'm gonna play for me this round. I'm gonna get a couple kills.
Are we playing for kills or for the challenges?
I'm playing for kills right here. 3 kills is one of the challenges.
Okay.
Wow!
2 more kills. You did it yourself.
I'm gonna play for me this round if my team was better.
I think.
Dude, admit that was kind of nasty.
This is our last round.
This is our last round.
Fake a plant, win attack without planning. So just frag out.
Okay.
There's a whole mid now.
Please lose. Guys.
Fake plant.
What's one?
And don't plant the bomb.
Wait, this is bad. We have 40 seconds.
You can't
Is
plant.
it worth? Okay.
I mean, just wait.
Yeah.
Where did he come from?
I got jump scared. We won. Okay, that counts.
Wait.
Wait, did we do it?
That's bingo. That's
Whole team
bingo
will
right
rotate.
there. Come on, man. That's bingo.
When was the whole team over rotate?
What do you mean? Every round.
Okay, I agree. Wait, we actually got bingo. That's crazy.
I'm getting targeted.
Alright, at the end of the day, we hit bingo.
How did I play, and what rank do you think I actually am?
3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds, you died instantly. By the way you're moving, I'd say easily bronze.
Welcome back to Red Bull Instalock, live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. We have just seen the first map between 2 teams with very familiar opponents on both sides of the server, yet post-rebuild, this is when they clash. Karmine Corp taking the first map against G2 Gozen, the domestic victors, but in the Duelist department, it's a completely different story, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that KC are not allowing G2 to even get the first map puts them in such a good position. We were talking about it earlier, Hazza, about KC having a little bit of a feel good factor around them, a comeback from how they played in that first split. Going undefeated in contenders. Fair enough, they lost to Shopify Rebellion in the last official, but now coming up against G2, former world champions of EMEA. They are the ones that strike first.
Multiple champions. I think we have some of the most decorated players in Game Changers full stop in the server. Mimi, one of them, of course, as well. You look at her being a 2-time MVP within Game Changers EMEA as well. The first Danish player to win a Game Changers championship, but not the last. That was Neuer in the series that Karmine Corp had just played. And as you said it, 0-4 record in the group stages of main into contenders, 4 unbeaten. Now they find form with that next stage on the horizon.
Next map going to be Breeze, which G2 have selected Hazza, so it's no surprise that maybe G2 did lose out on that last map, and it's Karmine Corp that are going to be starting the attack.
Yeah, look, if you want to start dosing up, ramping up the copium here for G2 that, we're going to get the rematch against Shopify. These guys have both come to an international land. Surely they have to play against one another at some point and not get knocked out. But yeah, like I was saying, the fact of the matter is, Ascent, you can maybe say at times it's a bit of a coin flippy map. I don't know if I want to put too much stock into a narrative like that, but Breeze does require a little bit more nuance, and we've already seen that from Karmine Corp today.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, the other aspect of that, G2 did win it 13-2 in the last series that they played, but listen, listen, we won't talk about it too much, right? We're heading straight in towards Breeze, and something that has been consistent through the all of G2's series, or the 2 that they've played so far, is that Mimi is typically the flex player, while Amy plays in towards the smokes, but they've changed that up. Amy now now, moving in towards the Cypher, and Mimi picking up Viper.
Yeah, this is the role that you would traditionally expect from Amy here as well. If you look at the compositions that G2 typically play, she would be on the Cypher on this map. They typically play double initiator here, Sova and KO. However, you've got to sort of let go of a little bit of that, right? And it's Vanya with the Leers and Rescue with the blindsides, the Yoru flashes is all that you're going to get. In terms of the range that comes with that, not too much, of course, but in terms of teeing up Petra, she has to be pretty self-sufficient.
I think as well, on the KC side, just to draw comparisons, Karapuya is that being concrete smokes player for Karmine Corp. And I think as well, something that we were speaking about Hazza generally is that lack of information for the mid-rounding of teams. We've not really seen any team commit towards an information agent, and that's exactly what Glance has done, picking up that Sova, which I guess you could say, Hazza, when you think towards how Breeze is generally played, this is a big Sova map.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, playing Breeze without a Sentinel isn't something that we see all too often. Yeah. I think it's fair to say. Not unless you're, going deep into a double controller or something of which the like we are unexpecting to see at any point in this competition.
Yeah, I think Breeze, you can be spread very, very thin across the map. You think towards what you have to look at. I mean, you've got double doors and you've got main, and then you've got tube, nest, so much.
And I'm glad that you've mentioned tube there as well, because that's now going to be identified as a bit of a weak point without the Cypher being there. It does require a little bit more proactivity, some presence on the map, and you're already seeing that. In fact, they filled the gap with the other information agent, the Sova that we were just talking about. It's Glance that'll get a first look at Vanya on the other side.
Vanya, what a player to go up against. Like, yeah, I mean, your 1v1 duel is against Vanya.
And look, as she was making her way out the door of the Berlin headquarters, it would have been Vanya walking in, brushing shoulders with her. So perhaps, I don't expect there to be any bad blood of any sorts, but certainly we can say one thing for sure. These players are accustomed to one another, and Glance immediately gets familiar with things. Shot dart back, but players trying to fight main, a fight that they aren't winning out on. Rescue with that first kill.
Still sticking about, still wanting to double dip, and well, you know what they say, Hazza, you should never double dip when you're on your own.
I'm not too sure who's been telling you that one, Cairo, but
I don't know.
To be honest, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
You have to live and die by the play that you make, and they go down with the ship. Glance one back, still a 3 versus 4 situation, and there is a gate crash for Rescue. She's going to be lining them up through the midsection of the map instead, so all over the place right now. Everywhere that you look, you're greeted by a G2 player. Vanya and Rescue, the newest additions, the one that get the job done.
Yeah, I guess as well, we've been talking about across map to map, the Pesto rounds that G2 have been winning, and you think towards the last series, I mean, they won 2 out of 6 across 3 maps. That's really, really poor.
You remember as well, Karmine Corp, how they managed to win so many rounds, and then as soon as they lose an eco, suddenly the heads drop, and you find yourself succumbing to 3-4 rounds in a row. It took a little bit more time before they could steady themselves, and they're just going to fight fire with fire here. Out of the flames and into the frying pan. The other way round, I don't know, they're getting cooked.
They certainly are. But do you know what? I think this is the round to be cooked.
Sure.
You know, like the weapons and the money, it's not your way.
I'm watching
and
here.
G2, I guess they've been showing a lot of respect to their opponents, taking their time, making sure that they're not going to get caught off guard. And not only that, they're making sure that they keep every rifle, every weapon that they've brought up in their hands.
Glance. Hearing all of these footsteps. Here comes Petra, though. And just when she would have wanted it most, the fight is taken and she is out. So that position made redundant. Metrix has a TP, but it's not going to send her anywhere, but straight back to starting point. Do not pass go, do not collect 200. She is jailed in middle right now.
Yeah, man. And something I wanted to talk about quickly was Petra's Outlaw. Something that was seen a few times, man. It hits so hard.
Clay pigeon shooting. She just pulls the trigger and finds the kills. There's been a lot of light armor, honestly. And I think you're going to see that kind of prioritization as well. When you don't have initiator players that are usually heavier on that utility, whereas if you're a Jet, sometimes you can say, okay, well, I can miss a smoke. Maybe I don't need my updraft if it's not part of the set piece. Whereas you end up finding yourself buying into these little extra bits and pieces, especially if you're like a Yoru, for example. You need your flashes so the rest of your team has something to go off.
I mean, the utility is so important. And I guess this is something that Euro fills quite nicely, is that initiation.
Yeah. But then it just comes back to being on light shields, and then the Outlaw finds more value. So everything's cyclical.
It is. It truly is. And it's nice to see that KC did fully invest in getting those heavy shields online. In fact, Karapuya is maybe dancing with the devil a little bit by buying those light shields.
Yeah, true, but no, she does fully stock up in the end. And again, as the Viper player, you're not expecting her to be taking the first fight every single time. You've got to be a bastion of the side of the map which you choose to command. Karmine Corp straight down the center this time, though. It's Matrix and Spidovka to try and do it. One of them playing the Duelist most of the time. The other, Spidovka, she's known to have her place.
Oh, and Amy's place is back in the spawn. It's already taken out. Chipped down, and so are all of G2. Apart from 2. That won't be the case for much longer, though, as Vania is left with it all to do. Has the Vandal to pick up, but is all the way in CT and facing up against 4, awaiting her arrival.
Got a minute to play around with, though, and she's going to change up the positioning here just a little bit. We saw Miori, another Turkish aimer, on the Reyna earlier, breaks the TP just to make sure. But Matrix, it doesn't matter how close or far away you are, still she will be taking the kill, which confirms the round. For that reason, Karmine Corp will continue to march forward, or I should say, find the first round of this map.
That's it. Get themselves on board when they need to. That is the rifle round. Nello having to reinvest as the only player that got picked off. But again, you're bolstering your economy. Only issue is you're coming up against G2's rifle.
And Yoru in play the opposite way, so Rescue already fast-tracking herself to getting this one available. Diving straight in to put the mask on, but there is no facade about this one. Looks to be a pretty straightforward B execute. Every player accounted for. It's a who's who of G2.
And it seems to be a who's who in the kill feed. Nearly everybody getting in on the mix. Mimi getting that spike down, but the last 2 remaining players on KC have still to make their arrival. Very late, delayed, and it's allowed G2 to just sit and wait. The deck cheers are out in KC. I mean, they're nowhere near, but they finally are.
Solo fight taken, and the toxic screen stops a player swinging off the side of it as well. Vanya takes it to an extra extreme, tries to walk to the half wall, can't. Mimi in the clutch. First player found, a headshot through the box. Needs more and fakes the jump to go with it. Glance on the other side. She knows her old captain's tricks too well, yet still bested in the 1 versus 1. A clutch for Mimi to carry things forward for G2. That will be their 4th. There is no respite for this Karmine Corp side.
I mean, Hazza, there's nothing more safer than a clutch in Mimi's hands. So calm and collected. You can see the decision making, taking the time, dancing between the angles. The G2, I mean, such an experience that they have to hold back on, rely upon.
Brilliant stuff from Mimi there. Now Nello needed the shot, but Vanya will find it for her. Cuts her work out for the rest of this round. Straight up tube G2, and they continue to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, straight on to the site. The only issue they have is Spidovka down on double doors. Finally dealt with them, well, so is anybody near the site. The last 2 remaining players, it's Matrix stuck in a dimensional drift, and Karapuya up on bridge, trying to find a way across into the site, and has done so with taking out Vania.
Lots of ultimates invested into this round, but for G2, this pit is just coming from a place of security. It felt like Karmine Corp had a good position to try and win some of those fights. The main push was a little segregated from those coming out from atop the stairs. But as Karapuya is going to assess her options here, she thinks better than to take these kinds of fights and disengage. Rescue had the jump on her, but still couldn't find the kill. For that reason, this Vandal will be collateral into the next.
Yeah, Karapuya playing the lunchtime bully, taking pocket change out of G2's pockets, but that's all it's going to be, Hazza, as they are forced to buy up once again. Spike down round one. They're going to continue to build that up. All they're doing is almost stopping an inevitability in the economy front as of right now. KC need to change it up and actually be posing threats in rounds.
You can still see smiles on the faces of the G2 players, something that's always been prioritized by them in, you know, the trialing process and really making this team work, is that there is a sense of family amongst them, and you do feel it in moments like that as well. Petra, Amy, while they may be sharing 2 kills at the bottom end of the scoreboard, it doesn't look to have dissuaded them at all. Up 3 rounds to the good now, into the next when guns are available. Mimi is just early utility on the A front, but getting ready to join the rest of her team for the push.
Well, Karapuya's taking first point of contact on the B site. The player straight in, and that's for right now. It's nothing really in terms of engagements.
Yeah, no.
Site's been taken for free.
Not too much going on. G2 still haven't planted the spike. Perhaps just looking to bait out an engagement, but Karmine Corp giving nothing away, not allowing them to take it on their own terms and conditions. Already the TP towards the backside, Hunter's Fury coming in, but Metric's not allowed to close the gap.
No, and Petra is closing or making massive gaps between the count of players, and Vania doubles down, helps out. 1 player left, Glance. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get much from this one. Perhaps already thinking about resigning and maybe heading back to save that rifle. We'll stick around for a little bit more, but that's all it's going to be. Goodbyes are being said and the round's over.
Smoke from the barrel, but as soon as she finds the first fight, 45 HP isn't going to be enough to get her through this one. And yeah, G2 straight onto the site. All of the duelists, Vanya, Petra, they cut holes in Karmine Corp like Swiss cheese. Serving up another round. 5-1 on the attack side, but still, look, a few more rounds here for Karmine Corp, and they are still within this game.
I mean, but the thing is, though, mate, right? You think towards that last round, it was 5v5, the site was vacated, KC gave nothing away from G2, but at the same time, they still allowed G2 to make up a plan where you're seeing Petra going and taking 2, Vania is like going and holding on towards B main. No wonder they're timing out off the back of that round.
Yeah, it's just fights out in the open, right? And you can already see the coach getting involved here on the other side. Tibo's got to be the coolest guy in a very cold gaming sphere right now. He's got the sunglasses on. I'm seeing him dripped out with the chain as well. It's just looking all too casual. And this is the funny thing about G2. If they do win this map, sure, maybe not in as dominant fashion as we saw last time out. It's going to be another situation where they were slow to start, but built themselves back into another series.
Yeah, and perhaps this could be a common issue that they've been finding. I mean, you were already speaking about like Mimi and how like she was feeling generally, the fact that she felt in a bit of a rut, etc. I mean, sure, this is a good time to face these teething issues in officials in a off-season tournament.
And again, she's been a professional player for 11 years. You're always going to have those peaks and troughs.
Yeah, of course.
It's that professional mindset which helps you to identify these kinds of things. For G2 as well, you can already see her impact is still here in the server with clutches like that. And yeah, they're keeping things simple. They're just playing their own game, and they are getting the rounds.
I mean, I think as well, when you put a team like G2 in a matchup like this, you know, on Breeze as well, like, so dependent on, I guess, the mechanical ability, the gunfights that you take. I mean, it's like when you when you're in a mechanical fight and your opponent is G2, you know?
Yeah, no, you'd be sweating bullets in that kind of situation. I've certainly been there as well. I was just going to bring out an anecdote of my own. You remember when Breeze first came out and there was the Breeze exclusive queue where you could play it, right? Just by itself. And this is looking at a time as well when I think it was sort of like the newest map in the pool. Maybe we'd had Pearl at that point. I can't exactly recall. But the big thing was the map was huge. There wasn't anything of the sort. Fracture hadn't come in just yet. I went and queued up a bind immediately afterwards, and it felt like someone had put you in a matchbox, honestly. So ranged fights being taken. Petra one of them. The Outlaw is back. And it's already got a player pinned to the corner.
Already. Seeing one of the players, it is Glance. And Petra not knowing about Nello so close. He's in the top of the orb. And the hill drone coming out needs to be broken by Mimi. That's the only player they've seen.
You were thinking for a moment there it was to clear Nello, but that's the thing. G2 don't have this kind of utility to expend, so it's a difficult one to try and take. It's these ratty positions which will give you the most.
Yeah, but look at Rescue. Look how far out they've found themselves. All the way out to bridge. G2 waiting, and the activation. There goes Nello. There goes the clear. But here comes Glance. Finding 2 on the entry, and finally they'll be traded out. It's 3v3 and the player count for the time being, but Spike yet to go down.
Again, just the agents that are missing are the ones that are creating the gaps. No clearance, but it's your bridge player that finds the first pick round the corner. Now the retake's starting to come through. Still rescuing an island, but they have to make sure that they're looking for her here, and they won't be. She's back with the rest of the team. Still blind as a bat, but still finding kills.
Still, the G2 players hold on. It's Matrix that's given an opportunity for KC to win this. In fact, it will have to be them to clutch up completely. And it won't come through. It won't come to fruition. G2 head to 6.
And as good as the Yoru flashes are, as that player, you don't always want to be the one that has to tee up every single play that you're making. Even in that last fight there as well, you see it, the bounce off the floor. It's easy enough to look away and, you know, it not get that same kind of value. Rescue, however, just, again, playing a lot more individualistically there, though, in the way that she set things up. This time, the point woman of the push with the ultimate again towards B.
You've got to be thinking as well, G2, iconic comebacks, their championship grand final and the Breeze game that they played there. I mean, it was an iconic map for them then. Will it be an iconic map for them now in a comeback? It certainly seems to be the case, despite going down easily enough in KC. They're trying to be chaotic, they're trying to force G2 into fights, and when you do that, it's only going to go one way, and that's flawless.
Yeah, you cannot take G2 down to the bare bones because they will grind you to bristle. Brilliant stuff from them there. But look, the guns weren't in play. They are now. Curious brought out the op. There's no outlaw to be accounted on G2's side, so light shields will be the going rate for this defensive half. There's not too much left of it. Only 4 rounds left to play, and this is where you need to start picking up the pieces, because the next one isn't going to be a bye round if you lose.
Back soon.
Even if you win, what can you keep?
I find it really funny that in the end, Hazza, it's actually the Viper that picks up the op and not one of the 3 Duelists that got in the server.
Yeah. I mean, how many points of ways to disengage do we have here? A dash, a TP, a dismiss, doesn't matter. Just set your feet to the ground and do your job. Anchor, that's what they get. Again, Tube is open, and for that reason, G2 are going to be called over to this side of the map. Mimi once more pulling the strings, the puppeteer that props up this attack has been dealt with.
Yeah, well thought out by Karapuya. Knows exactly what is afoot. And that's the barrel just been seen by Vania. Glance has an idea here.
Quickly draws the bow. Players revealed, and one that isn't, again, is Nello, just tucked towards bricks. Glance can play off the contact. That's not if Nello finds the fights herself. Flash into a quick trade. The follow-up is fantastic. There we have it. Karmine Corp get their 2nd round on the board, and it comes at just the right time. They keep all of the guns, and they've got 3 more chances to make it look better.
Yep, Hazza, they get 1 round, and you've doubled your round count. That's good for KC.
Yeah.
At the same time, they've got to keep building here. That's the key point. Build on the back of your momentum, and a key point for that was the operator.
Sure. I mean, maybe that's what the 2 in G2 stands for. Do you know what the G stands for?
Gamers?
Gamers, yeah. Gamers 2. Gamers 2. There's 5 of them here, though, and 10 in the server.
Time to
Everyone accounted for on the V push, though. Look, it's rinse and repeat for G2. If it ain't broke, no point fixing it. Smidovka, however, has very quickly plugged the gaps that were required.
I think it's funny that you've got... Oh, I was just about to say a point there, but Karapuya decides to move, try and take an engagement by themselves, punished for it. G2 still lying wait.
Yeah, it's, again, like, a player on the op, but it's your Viper.
Yeah.
So they're going to be pretty steadfast in how you try and open those up. Players getting revealed. The enemy's now downloaded through the hat that's left Amy's head. You can see the reposition from the Rainer on the other side as well, right? They've completely vacated. B is the play that they go into. And Spidovka will get the rest.
Yeah, I think it's funny that we were talking about Rescue earlier being that 17-year-old Turkish duelist that's been insane. For G2, it can't be said enough. But you've also got Matrix on the other side, you know, who is also being introduced to this. So young on the Karmine Corp roster.
But that's the big thing. At the exact same time, they just don't have anywhere near the same kind of experience. And towards the top level as well. Youngest player on the team, as I said before, having played under Kurapia back in early 2022, back on foot female at the time. So much has changed since then. Yet much remains the same. Spidovka on site. Only one kill on this occasion, however. It's quickly put to rest as G2 have managed to fix things themselves.
Oh, but Mimi lies in wait. A predator with their prey nearby, and they can smell it.
It's the cam to then take the fight off the back of it, combining 2 and 2, putting it together, but deducting the fact that mid is clear means that they know everyone is going to be coming from towards the archives.
Yeah, Vanny is just repositioned on the back of the wall, going up as it drops. This easy collection and a dismiss away.
Bullseye.
Just Glance once again in this position. And how many times can you say that Glance has found themselves in this position? Has to send it, has the money to buy for next, but unfortunately for them, there will be no value off the back of it. 1 round away from the cursed scoreline.
Oh, look, I don't know if I even dare tempt fate. Lisan Al 9-3. As it was written, I don't know, man. I don't think so. But G2, again, look in a strong position here. They're going to go B again. I don't really know what else there is to say about this one, Cairo. You either do or you don't. And when you look at the ultimates that are here, quite a few big players on the Karmine Corp side, but I don't think you can really say that the pit's going to count for much if it has to be brought into the late game.
Big F has it. That's if we even get there. Already the players take these gunfights, and KC absolutely swat G2 out the sky like a bug on their windscreen. But the thing is though, has it, you've got to be thinking about Nello.
Again, Nello remaining in the back of the minds of all of these G2 players could quickly be taken to the forefront. Amy has just about seen her in the rear view mirror. There is Nello. A car crash of a round for G2. It could result in finishing flawless. That is not unless Mimi has something to say about it. She's been good in a clutch before. With a pit surrounding her, can she pick this one apart?
It's not only her pit though, here comes her opponents as well, all the way out towards the pit, and now her health begins to tick down, all the way to 0. It is going to be 8-4, we will not find the 9-3 curse. And KC, I think they set themselves up pretty well for the next half.
Yeah, I'm glad that we can tear up the June references nice and early here and see that one out. The script still being followed along. Karmine Corp, 4 rounds for them here, and finding 3 of those in the latter end of the half, even with a loss in the mix as well on the B defense, and still being able to rebound and shore things up. They seem to know where the mistakes lie, and they seem to have a pretty good read of what the situation is, but now everything changes, and it's another pistol round where you would start to favor them again.
Yeah. Remember, G2 so far in this tournament have not been good at the pistol round.
Sure.
And they need to win this realistically and push themselves towards double digits. Push KC on the back foot, because if you allow KC to win it, that gap gets halved.
That is very true. Karmine Corp, you know the score. Be on the menu. That is where they will head. Amy breaks the dart. Spidovka is well ahead of the curve though, and as I said before, those flashes not looking as good as they were. Amy still the golden standard for a site defense. 2 back of her own, but Spidovka's not done yet. The pole will prevail in that fight, and there's more left to be found. Hotline Vania's got her eye on the case though.
Spike's still not being found by KC. They're in a really awkward position, and Mimi, flanking round, has eyes on, and is not allowing KC to get near it, not without her knowing.
Knows about the spike, tucks in the corner, and now it's a waiting game. Can G2 hold their nerve, or will Karmine Corp force their hand? Glance is certainly thinking about it. The Recon will reveal her own position instead, but knows about Vanya, and has a teammate to fight alongside her. A dismiss away. Brilliant stuff from Vanya. Panic button pressed. They don't know about Mimi. Her arrival is impending, as is the doom of Karmine Corp. The pistol round is exactly when they need it.
Yeah, Mimi, I mean, so patient and disciplined, seeing that the spike's there, knows not to peek, knows not to give away. And Vanya as well, I mean, after getting the first kill, doesn't even dismiss, doesn't use it to heal up either. Again, like, the decisions are just so on point.
The bloodlust was continuing. She wanted that second fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Finally, it got to a point where it's like, oh, I've actually missed a couple of bullets here. That's not normal. Let me get out of this fight real quick and wait for my teammate to come. And yeah, the captain will close 9-4, and no spike plants, so it is down to the classic. Available in store now. Allez le bleu.
Right, okay. You've got to be looking towards mid as well. Glance is holding on to that. This site is just so under lock and key. It's not even the Cypher, it's Rescue that's doing the business.
Brilliant stuff from her. And looks so cool while doing it. A slick back of the blue hair. Mimi on the blue Marshall. Not quite getting it done, but the rest of the team will fall in place and make sure that the pieces are picked up. Flawless. Every single part, every component of that purchase will be carrying on into the next one here. So the bonus is as good as you could possibly have wagered.
On the other hand, Hazza, you've got to be also thinking about the fact that as KC moved on towards the attack, you begin to favour them more. The only issue that I would say with that is that they also favour G2 moving on to the defence. Cypher sitting in the back lines, gives you that extra information.
I mean, that's the thing. No Sentinel as well, though. So we want to see Glance really have her mark made with the utility that's there. Drone coming out, and sure, players starting to follow up behind it. Backside is where the brawl will begin, though.
KC holding on towards the other side of that attacker's wall.
And neither team really has too much stake in this area. They're out in the open and a little bit stuck, so G2 will have their way with things as long as Nello can hold her own, which she does for way longer than she should.
Petra on the spike, tapping away, trying to bait out a peak, and does so. There goes Glance, continuing the assault on towards it. Karapuya having to hold on, and it's Vanya that actually trades it out. Sure enough, the lineup is good, but unfortunately, the post plant isn't.
Yeah, for a moment there was sheds of doubt that began to get cast. You saw the toxic screen was up. Karmine Corp forced to try and clear that. Check, oh, are they still defusing? Is the wall up? Is there anything in front of this? But the wall very much pulled over their eyes. And even just the minute details there, Petra with the dash across to confirm Karapuya's position and the follow-up then coming through. 11-4, and no real way back through, it feels like, for Karmine Corp here.
I think we're going to head into a quick tech pause here while we get Petra back in the server. And yeah, I mean, we're starting to reach the point though, Hazza, where it's do or die for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, on this map specifically, as Petra is out of the server, I think it would be nice to have a little talk about her here.
Yeah.
She did an interview that you can find, esports.net, before this one started, and had quite a bit to say about the tournament, to be honest. Sort of mentioned, right, like it's just super important that these Game Changers players, that they have a platform. And it's events like this which facilitate that. So, of course, all credit to Red Bull and the sponsors as well for making it possible in the first place, right? And we just say that out of a place of loving the scene and wanting to see more things like this.
Yeah, 100% Hazza, because like it was even something that Meg, sounds like Egg was saying, you know, that a lot of these players hadn't actually got the chance to meet each other, which is crazy for how long they've been competing against one another.
Speaking of meetings, something else that Petra mentioned was the fact that their biggest rivals coming into this one, they would consider, of course, to be the champions teams from last year, Shopify. And if they can't make it out of this series unscathed, we don't get a look at that. We have to wait until December, most likely. That's when it was last year that that it all went down. I think that's the big thing, right? As soon as all the list of teams were released, all eyes went straight to that one.
Yeah, and it's funny to think about it, and we're straight right back into it. Yeah. Petra getting it starting off with a blistering start. The AWP working out.
She commands the attention. We were just talking about her, and it's less than 5 seconds in. We've already seen it. Nello, one of her own. Vanya dealt with 4 versus 4.
Spike not even committed towards the site here by KC. They were trying to make up their minds. Default, it will be A, and Mimi's actually isolated at the back of site. Also picked up, known about. There needs to be a plan, there needs to be an idea, and there certainly is. It's actually going to be Matrix Sheriff.
Yeah, it was a glance there that had to make the decision as well. Being low on HP and still a possibility to get taken down in the cross towards site. Waiting for a recon or something of the sort to come up to give herself extended use and availability in this round. She now finally disengages, and Petra won't pull the trigger.
Okay, Nello will. Tries to dip in for an extra bit of information and has to dismiss out. Still the ops going on, and well, Petra won't be going on any further. Amy trying to disengage, trying to get out. There's lineups, that's what KC have been trying to play for in their post plan, specifically on 8, but it won't be needed. It's already won. Amy has vacated, and it's a 1 round.
It is nasty from Nello. You can see why she carries the number 9 on her back. That was a striker's performance. Send her straight up top and she'll get the kills.
Yeah.
Even with a Sheriff, that wasn't a round which Karmine Corp had any business being involved with. But Thrifty is the conversion. And now a difference of 6 between the two. Do we tempt fate here, Cairo?
Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure it out very shortly, I'm pretty sure. I love that Karmine Corp have numbers on the back of their jerseys as well, mate.
It's the classic, man. Like the football ultras as well, the fans.
Yeah.
You can see here in the venue, look, it only takes one singular moment to really change things. And a couple of them may just be coming up. Some extra time, some last-minute winners. We'll just have to wait and see. G2 for now don't want to leave anything out on the field. They're straight into a fight and right through the middle of it.
Yeah, taking the middle of the map as well, but Petra's the one that gets caught.
She's lost her support network. The other 2 players were there. It was just a flash, a means to an end to get her on the angle, but taken off it. And now G2, that line of defense is pushed so far back.
KC are just basically doing another round like the previous. I mean, they're doing a variation of it. The spike's still not committed. It's all the way back in spawn. They're just defaulting towards mid, or the top of mid.
You finally see that window open up. Realize what your win conditions are, where you're able to collect picks, where it's a bit more reusable, where there's life to it. And A is where they're going to ultimately finish up. They've managed to navigate the Cypher setup pretty well. They had a rough idea of where it would be based off previous trends. And yeah, just like that, it should be a spike plant.
It's actually quite a nice little
cool.
trick. Yeah, using
Recon.
the info dart on the Euro clone.
I mean, look, we said that the players' jerseys have numbers on the backs, and look, maybe the Euro clone is fitted with a recon dart on it there. It clears the site, but look, Karmine Corp still now anticipating players coming back through, and you even have lineups from Curie deep.
Yeah, that's the big point to be thinking about. Time slowly dwindling down, and so is the numbers of G2. Vanya posing a different threat, but it's not going to be the case. Amy, again, having to dip out.
That was really nicely played from Karmine Corp as well, because you had Curie there for lineups, and something I failed to mention is the fact that Vanya was in hot pursuit. She was closing the distance through tube to make sure there was no post plant. Karmine Corp, of course, they have the Sova as well, so their shocks, a Hunter's Fury, up and available. Ways in which you can really grind this down to a snail's pace for G2's retakes. Just layering the players, though, and making sure that that trade comes through was the most important part. Even going to call a timeout off the back of it themselves.
They had to. A few rounds being slipped. And I think as well, after a few rounds not going your way, it's nice to get that momentum break as well. I think G2 they've had such a good time of it that they will not really have much to change.
Yeah, you could say that. It's more about just getting an idea of where can we actually punish Karmine Corp, because now you get an idea that the defaults have been working for them. They've been trying to look for overextensions. You have a couple of options. You play a little bit more disciplined, or you just take some heavy map control. Fight for A main, for example, an area which they've been coming into late round, trying to re-clear. Maybe if you've got the money for it, just sit and op there and see if you can get it on a really offensive angle, because while they have that clearing utility on a Sova, you're probably not going to expect them to be dropping it straight at the spawn barrier.
You're really not, and you don't want to either.
No.
But why would you waste such a powerful and important ultimate, and especially in I guess a tournament where you're guaranteed to have 3 duelists, and some of those ultimates aren't the most impactful.
I mean, look, as a Sova player, that's all you've got at the best of times. That is your Roman Empire, if you will. And sometimes a deep drone really does it to you.
Yeah. How many times do you think about the Roman Empire a day, has it?
I don't know. I think a lot more about the focus roster that was 2 rounds away from knocking Gentlemates out of Ascension, but that one's for the Karmine Corp fans probably
please
as well.
don't. Oh, you're going down a deep rabbit hole.
Pandora's box.
Yeah.
I think G2 may have just done the same. Karmine Corp on the opposite side, but that wall will not hold them back.
Yeah, G2 do have a hero rifle to play through, but I don't think it's going to come to fruition here. As you see, KC taking that extra space. Finally, the reinforcements come in, but they're far too late. And Curie is actually still holding down mid, where Petra has caught them off guard.
Melee out. She's just got to get away here as much as she can. Lure Petra in. Make her take a fight that, quite frankly, she didn't need to. She does win it out. But the big thing is, it's the amount of damage that it's cost her in the process. The rest of the teammates going down on site while all of this was happening. 5 points of health in a Vandal.
Yeah, I think at this point.
She's giving it a look.
Why?
What did she see? We'll just have to find out. It's a 1 versus 3. Look, you even have the Hunter's Fury. If it gets that bad, which I don't expect it to, and it won't, there's multiple layers to this. Insurance policies yet to be elected, yet to be brought up on by Karmine Corp. A sudden feel of comfortability has come about things for them. I said brick by brick, and they are building now.
Yeah. KC starting to become the door-to-door salesman, but one which will not take no for an answer. Chapping consistently at G2's door, and if they don't answer this time round G2, well, they're going to be in a really tough spot.
Yeah. Difference of 2 rounds in it should this one slip the net. Fade into obscurity. We've seen choice saves here and there, but nothing much more than that. Rescue gets a good look in, still has a TP, so just continually funneling information back and taking some space off it. Didn't stay main though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get that extra main space, but dip off from it. So you're just allowing Karmine Corp to re-clear it, and they can choose to go elsewhere, or they can hit this site.
It's a double-edged sword. You could soon find yourself cut from the same blade. One that served you well. G2 take some of that main space, like I said. Petra's op now revealed, but the information is there. G2 have them cornered, Karmine Corp.
Did they think that maybe there's something up mid? You can see Amy dancing between angles, clearing out holes all the way to the back side. The dimensional drift is going to be the big aspect here as they look to just try and hit out Vania.
That is beautiful team play. A combination of ults. Glance's position revealed. The Hunter's Fury doing all of it. Here comes Rescue. Something of her own. Still not enough. The numbers in their favor. The spike not yet planted. 30 seconds is when it goes down.
Yeah, but it's Curie again through mid, has it. Need to be wary of that position, and G2 have no idea.
The cross is held. It's Curie's chance to come up clutch. 2 big kills, and Glance confirms off the back of it. A couplet for her as well, and the dynamic duo deal the damage. You have to think about Matrix's ult as well. Just pinging out those player positions, and then the Hunter's Fury off the back of it. A very well-crafted result for a situation which did not best suit them.
Yep, look at this already. G2, full arsenal of sheriffs. They're really scraping their money together. You think towards that last round, they even had an op invested, Hazza. They're allowing KC in here.
How many times did I say a flash in the pan can really make the difference? As good as it is, Karmine Corp coming back into this game, G2 can very quickly prop up a map point. They will look to take the fight to them with this. Petra gets her first.
Yeah, but Matrix completely shuts it down, mate. Petra's holding on towards the back of site, has disengaged successfully, but it's unfortunate for them, or you should think, that they're going to have to take on Kuri. The rest come in at the right time, though. And G2, well, you're looking towards Mimi and Amy, and they're so late to the party.
Still a 3 versus 2, but Guns lost to the wayside. If Amy can manage to pick this one up and beat Glance in the process, there's half a chance, but not against Glance. Matrix cleans up, that's her third. That's the round done, and that is Karmine Corp on the 9th, as we expected.
Yeah, next round, again, is the next opportunity for G2 to take it to the French opponents. That's going to be the big one, because if you lose this, it's equal. The pressure's on.
French opponents, but Nello, the only national player, still sisters in arms. I forgot the word, but I know that Spidovka loves to say mon frère, so that is my brother, close enough.
Yeah, well, G2 have been saying je ne sais pas because they have got no idea. They do not know how to come up against KC for the past few rounds. That's even after a timeout.
You could even say that mid is a little laissez-faire, which means leave alone. Pardon my French. Matrix up ahead, but has been beheaded. Amy on the angle, very swiftly dealt with. That's exactly what G2 would have been looking for in a round like this.
Especially after the last round where Matrix got fought. Vania knows that Kuri is out on A main.
Just confirms that information as well, and with the bubble-wrapped peak of the Lear in play as well, it's always going to give you a helping hand. G2 have 3 players towards the A site, a pit and a trapwire in the choke of the left-hand side on B. The only real way that you can make it in is going to be through tunnel, and that is exactly where Karmine Corp begin to stake their claim.
Oh, Amy's peeked out again and decapitated another. KC not even with a chance. Spidovka tries to insert the blade between the shoulder blades and not even given the opportunity. Glance on the other hand, though, has proved to be a different threat. Spidovka swivels round but doesn't get the kill they're looking for. Time getting low, Glance forced to try and get the spike down, and finally G2 find that map point.
Maybe with a silent jump up around the side of the pit closes, but like you say, Karmine Corp there, that one falls flat after the first pick. It didn't feel like they had the answer. Absolutely no idea what they wanted to do, and with the commit towards B, Amy getting more, now their chance to bring out another timeout. Their second of which, and something I will say, they found big value from these so far.
They have. Last time that's really started their tirade in the rounds. Something else I'll say though, Hazza, is that this is the last opportunity that we'll see the KC coach being introduced for this map until they, and if they reach that overtime.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got 3 rounds to play with. You wouldn't expect too much more from the coach in that kind of situation, right? It's just the right amount of breathing room to set up your end game, find what exactly it is that you can do to manipulate G2. Because right now, I think that they've just sat back on what they had working for them before. You've got an op towards an extremity. Maybe you're starting to layer that Viper and Cypher utility a little bit more as well. Mimi and Amy coming together, the different generations, both new and old, but everything finding its place for G2 as they look to find their place on a decider map and in that next stage of the competition through lowers.
Listen, just because G2 have won 1 round does not mean that this is over just yet.
Context matters. They only need 1 more.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, out of 6, KC have won 5. It's now an engagement on A-main that decides it all, and it's G2 once again. It's even the utility getting in on the mix, the Viper making a difference. KC, just when you think they're going to be able to bolster themselves back, they've also gave G2 a chance to talk, and the talking matters in the server.
They knew that A had a chance to take a fight, and they've started to do it now here. Poison Cloud covers the left side, the cross. Petra has all the rest. It will finish flawless. G2, they move on to a third and final map. There is no way we were going to see them go out the competition in that kind of fashion.
No way. Of course, we had to be pushed towards a decider map between these two, Hazza. I mean, it's thoroughly deserved, especially after the start that G2 had on that attacking half. As we move in towards that final decider map for G2 and for KC, you've got to be sitting thinking about how their mentality state is coming out the back of this map.
Yeah, Karmine Corp, of course, eliminated from the main stage of VCT Game Changers EMEA last time around with Mad Lions Koi, and they could very soon be swimming with the fishes. That's not unless they have any more left in the tank, and that's the big question for me, because we've seen a couple of these teams, G2 included as well, look, you know, lackluster at the start, grow into the series as it goes on, and then just fall short at the final mark. That's exactly what happened against GIANTX. It could happen again for Karmine Corp. This is probably the most that they've, you know, really got out of a series. They're really digging into it now, and to let it slip at the final moment would almost be poetic.
Yeah, it would be, but at the same time though, Hazza, they still have that final chance, that last map to bounce back and find a way. I mean, again, it's the same thing that we thought of G2 in this series and in the last, about getting themselves back into a map. You just take the wins that you can from this, and the fact that you are so close to bringing it back is massive for them.
Yeah, I mean, you look across the board, in terms of experience though, something that we do have to mention here, Karmine Corp amongst their players have an extra 12 Game Changers EMEA seasons, campaigns on G2, which feels like a strange statistic, but when you look at some of the names in there as well, players like Glance, which certainly had their moments in this map, wasn't quite adding up to what you would have hoped. The Sentinel-less comp didn't pan out for them this time.
Yeah, and you knew the ideas, you could see it come to fruition, but again, it was just the difference of a cipher. You know, the map is so big. The fact that they were able to hold down more lanes and have more general idea of what G2 wanted to, of what KC wanted to do across the map, G2 were able to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, look, as I said before, similar to what we saw, slow to start, but they did grow into the series. And from that attack side, there are certainly plenty of positives that we can take heading into a deciding map now. It's just, again, a question of how much further can they carry this one on? How much life is left in Karmine Corp in this competition? And G2, are they the final team or the first team which will be crashing out here against their opponents? We'll have to see, but not before a break.
Valorant player than your average rookie. Be honest, do I have a chance of beating you?
No.
Well, because of that, I've given myself a handicap, you fool. The handicap is we're playing gun game. We got 17 total guns. If you win with the gun, you get to move on to the next one. The final gun is a knife. And I get to start at level 5 with the Sheriff. What's your starting gun?
I'm on a classic.
Pathetic, tiny, baby. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's just run it.
You nervous?
I'm not nervous at all. Now, for everyone watching, we're playing Ascent mid only. I'm allowed to spawn top cat or cat.
Oh, where you at? You all yet?
I'm out. Okay, all right, you baited me.
All right, go back.
Wait, I died?
Yeah, you died. Go ahead.
Oh my
That's
god.
1-0.
Okay, that's 1-0. That's 1-0.
Go ahead. Wait, I think my game's. Wait. I can't move.
That's crazy!
Oh my god, wait.
You're camping, bro. That's crazy.
But you know what's crazy? That you tried killing me when I told you I can't move.
Well, I didn't try.
Go ahead.
I was trying to check
I'm ready.
it out. All right, put it up, put it up, put it up.
That's 2-0. Where's your head start?
You're jiggle peeking in this, bro.
I have a frenzy. What happened?
Come on, peek me.
Okay,
Oh.
okay.
Oh!
You're on a stinger now. Go ahead.
Ready.
Are you cat? I can smell you.
No, I'm not cat. I'm top cat. Oh! Oh!
Wait, how did you kill me so fast?
I went.
What gun are you using right now?
Spectre. Dude, you're gonna be stuck on this for a while.
Go.
Wait, this is gonna be hard.
What? No ability? Alright, you'll be
Dude,
stuck in that one for a while.
this is gonna be
I'm catching up,
miserable.
I'm catching up.
Okay, alright, alright. You gotta peek me at some point.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, baby.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Wow! Oh my god, you're cringe. Okay.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Alright, go. Dude, this is impossible. This is actually stupid. This is a stupid game for stupid people. What am I supposed to do? I have a judge. Go. I thought you were. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Wait, I thought you were like game sense like with like immortal. What happened?
Okay, alright.
I'm ready.
I'm also ready. Hold up, give me a second to spawn where I want to spawn.
Alright, go.
Sorry, hold up. No!
Go back a gun.
No!
Wait, this is scary. Like hiding in a corner now. What if I hide in a corner? Like no one's getting a kill.
What are you on right now?
I'm on a Spectre. You're on a Bulldog. Okay.
Let's do an honest aim fight. I'm in.
All right, done. Go.
Fuck!
No! No!
You're gonna be on this forever. Forever. It's GG. It's a wrap.
That's not GG, though. I'm not moving, so good luck finding me. You're never gonna find me. We'll play hide and seek. I see you. You're in a corner right now, mid. There you go.
Dude! You're. Oh my god. Okay.
You gotta, yeah, like, give me a fair fight, you know?
Come on. Oh my god, I almost lost that.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Here's the thing, I got nothing to lose. You got a lot to lose.
You have to come chase me then.
Dude,
right.
wait, no! You started cat!
You started tiles. You started tiles.
Bro, you're crazy. You're crazy. You started cat. So you're on Bulldog now?
I'm a Bulldog now.
Dude,
right.
no, hold
It's
up,
over,
hold up.
it's over. You have no chance.
Pick me mid, pick me mid.
Why are you cat?
You're so lame. You're so lame. Bro, you're jiggling.
Did you start cat?
No, I cheated a bit.
Oh, wow. 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 Oh,
Yo!
wow. Wait, you're on an up now. Wait, I have no chance.
Yo! I actually think it's GG for you.
Where are you starting?
I'm starting where I'm supposed to start.
I'm like walking around and I don't see it.
That's not where you're supposed to start! Bro! You're so cheese!
Hey, leave me alone. Hello?
Oh, I knew it. Swing me, bro. You're a pro. What? No, you ghosted.
I didn't. I did not.
Swear.
I swear. I timinged you.
Fight me mid like a goddamn alpha.
Alright, you ready?
Oh my god, of course he jiggles. No! No! You say start and then you do nothing.
I'm here.
Jiggle.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, you're playing so lame. You're playing so lame. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win.
Apparently.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous. I've never been nervous around you.
You're holding with him. I see you.
You can't see me.
I literally see you.
Oh, you can't because I'm not there. I'll let you walk out. I'm off. I swear.
Wait, where are you?
I'm right here.
Now you're like looking around all scared. And...
No, okay, you ghosted.
I didn't.
No!
Where
were you?
I just heard you, so I just was playing with you. Oh wait,
Yup.
wait.
Yup.
Wait, I think you won. Where are you?
Oh, you're saying that you haven't peeked. I'm out mid. No! Wait, you're on Odin or knife?
Odin. I forgot there's a knife. Don't waste our bullets now. Don't waste our bullets. Wow.
All right, that means I have to knife kill you.
All I'm saying is you're supposed to go back a gun because that knife dude. Ready? Hey, what is this? What is this?
That's a knife kill where I'm from, kiddo.
What are you doing?
No!
All right, you ready? How was your knife game? Is it nice?
It's actually nice. All right, knife only. Come on. I'm lagging! Yeah! I'm lagging! Come on! Scooby's ragging? Ruh-roh, baby. Come on, that's an easy win!
I hope the people see this.
Well, thank you all for watching. You too can beat a pro. All you have to do is play against them. That's it. They're just people who get paid to play the game. They're not like especially good or something.
I only play 2 hours a day, guys, so if you guys can put more hours in that, you guys are gonna be better than me.
Welcome back to Red Bull Instalock, live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, where we have gone to a third and final map between 2 of our EMEA frontrunners. Many of these players you would have seen brought into this world on the same roster, and now one of them's got to go.
Yeah, Hazza, we have to let go of one team. Will it be the world champions, or will it be the contenders champions? Both respective champions in their own right, but one is at a higher level than the other.
Yeah, honestly, man, this is starting to feel like home comforts. When Norwich City beat Man City from the Championship to the Premier League, not exactly a difference in class as vast as that, perhaps. However, it must be said, Karmine Corp is certainly up to the occasion, and it's that that matters most.
Yeah, I think it has been a real difference for the French organisation. I guess it's been a mixture of players on the team for nationality front. But yeah, Karmine Corp look like a rejuvenated roster, it has to be said.
100%. First time that we see Sunset in the competition, it makes its debut, and already Rescue locking in the race. Something which looked so good for her on previous maps. Now an opportunity to take it one step further, and Vanya hovering the Phoenix as well means that I think we're in for a treat.
We certainly are. Again, I think when Sunset was being created, this was something that was prophesized, is that we could see a Phoenix come to fruition. Just because of how the geometry of the map works, the 90-degree angles, the way that you can bend those flashes round, it's not came to fruition. But yeah, I think Vanya can very easily contest for these orbs and really make it work for them.
G2 with the record being undefeated of EMEA lands on their back. Karmine Corp, their first real outing in a situation like this. Sure, they have names that have been there and done that before. However, it's as a team, as a unit now, where they need to show that togetherness in the server when they have this opportunity right in front of them to seize the chance to take down the Goliath that is G2.
Something to note as well, Hazza, going back into it, just to keep, I've been keeping a note of, Mimi and Amy still have yet to play a duelist, and that can be said the same for Karapuya. 3 players only not played duelist so far in this whole tournament.
A statistic which will be put to bed for one of these sides by the time this game comes to a rest. Looking at it here now, though, Karapuya has locked in the Jet, as you might seem quite surprised that we are seeing her on something different.
Yeah. Didn't expect it, but listen, I welcome change.
And at the same time, you've got Glance on a controller on the Omen, Nello on the Cypher. I couldn't think of any other agents which fit better for these players.
Oh, I've just noticed, Hazza, when you look towards this, I mean, both teams have to be using that raise to break the trips, especially on B main, where all the engagements are taking place first.
As they expire, so will G2 predominantly. 4-on-3 situation, single man advantage for Karmine Corp. They're starting to now make inroads towards the A site, but it's that Cypher utility that you spoke about, and there is nothing that they can do to break it without getting up close and personal.
Yeah, and look at them. This kill trips. It's not even just normal trips either for information. Vanya will take care of the first, the one-way going up, but Nello not really wanting to dance that dance and lets G2 have the site for free.
Now, how do G2 try and approach this situation? On the back foot, got to try and take a few liberties. A couple of fights, and on the fadeaway, Kirapuya makes her first involvement on the Jet. The Sheriff lands the shot, the all-important one, to give them twice the numbers, but there's a smoke on the spike, and Mimi with a chance, perhaps, to find something around the edge, and she will.
It's such an awkward one to try and navigate, and KC do it so well. Radar for exactly where G2 want to be, and they land everything that they need to.
Yeah, I thought that the spike was in a much more open position than it ended up being there as well. Pushed right to the corner. They had a player elbow, but again, not too much that you can do in a position like that. It's the VCT EMEA Karmine Corp team, which we see usually spamming through smokes on here. So whether they've had a one-to-one with Eng or not, well, that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, could you imagine just Eng emotionless giving the comms?
Put smoke, shoot smoke, win. I think, you know, it's a lot more profound if you actually had the chance to speak with the guy. I can't call upon personal experience, and for Kirapuya, look, it's just more of the same. You reap what you sow, and success is the name of the game for her on this outlaw right now.
Oh, big flash, and Spidonka, not even moving, gets caught, and so does Matrix after a right click. Gladstone having to try and find a winning solution, will only find one.
And it's just a disengage towards market, and Karmine Corp have all of the space that goes with these positions as well. Glance even denying the possibility of a spike plant there. It's got to be towards the pillar. But this could bait out a fight or two, which G2 were going to be looking for. They double up instead. They take the duel onto Glance. Nello goes with it. They both fall in line. An opportunity for Vanya to heal.
Joke's over!
For the spike to be planted. They were expecting Kirapuya to be a little quicker off the mark here. They want to take the fight to her.
Yeah, they run it back, taking the... And going so far as to backside. It's the outlaw that stops Vanya going any further. And with spike down, Mimi needs to be wary.
She's still so healthy, but it's this drop that matters most, and that's what Mimi will do onto her. Vanya was ready for the swing as well, and a situation which didn't favor G2 is one which they will convert. Second round goes their way, and already you can see the drop in mood on the KC side.
Yeah, I mean, Hazza, that's a big round to lose, a thrifty. The anti-eco, that's a round that is 90% towards KC, and only 10% of the time do you see your opposing team catch you off guard like that.
There's stuff like Mimi just dropping little smokes that can cause problems. Spanner in the works towards the open mouth of B. And they lost most of their engagements towards the start of the last. Still, Cypher in the hands of Kirapuya, and look, she'll get the tag this time, but it doesn't deal enough damage. Insufficient to see Rescue out the door.
Rescue needs to be wary for the next couple of engagements. 2 Vandal bullets, 2 Phantom bullets. She's gone.
The pacing is just so slow in these mid rounds. It's very different to what we've seen before.
Towards the KC stack has it. G2 walking into what is a trap.
Again, G2 do like to be the ones that take their time with some of these fights. Flash from Vanya has hard cleared Matrix. It's the first of the kills that she'll collect. Rescue straight in, but everybody knows about Glance. It's the worst kept secret of the B site. She's gone. And just like that, it is the advantage now for G2. Another secret which, look, everyone knew was going to be coming up sooner rather than later.
It's a Name Labs warm-up routine in the end there, has it? For KC, or sorry, for G2 as they enter the KC stack. And again, it's that, as we spoke about earlier, it's that 10% chance that that stack's going to end up working out. G2 walk into it, but the engagement just do not work out. Something different though. Rescue vertically looking to challenge A main.
Yeah. Trying to just fly straight through, perhaps. You can see the flashes here, the contact taken. They shouldn't get caught by this. But as much as I want to talk about something happening, it only takes one look at the map to know that it's not. There's a Cypher set up towards A, and it's B main again, which Karmine Corp are going to be looking towards early on. G2 can just expand upon those ambitions. Mimi's not going to get cleared here in the ult either, so already as far as elbow.
Yeah, but the thing to note here is as Mimi TP's forward, it's actually Amy that's going to have to pick up the spike on rotation, which allows more time for KC to get in spot to take these engagements. Nello already finding the first and puts them in prime position for a retake.
Nello back of the net. First one goes in
No charges left.
without a hitch, and there's damage onto the second player. Petra's grouped up with Vanya again, trying to make something happen off the back of the flash for the Catalyst. Plenty of different pieces of utility that G2 are looking to profit off here, and the first of them has come out there as an equal response. Petra caught in the face by her own teammate, naded the feet, and it's not quite enough to take her down.
30 seconds left.
Nice. Spike still not committed towards this one, and it's a nice re-engagement towards the back of site, but it's still an advantage KC, and especially in the health count.
G2 need to try and find a way out, but both players in a perilous position. Petra to step on forward, crosshair towards the boxes. Curie wasn't quite expecting it, but readjusts the sights just when required. Amy, nothing that she can get done from the corner, so Karmine Corp will be queuing us up to a tied scoreline.
Yeah, really nicely done. And it comes all from the Cypher at the beginning of the round, or at the beginning of the take. And still G2 has, because they've lost that player, they're baiting the spike, they're trying to see and force KC out, get something, but nothing happens at all. A nice discipline from the defense. And as we move in towards the next, that's again a heavier stack towards the opposite side of the map of the Cypher.
My spot. That goes there.
Two ultimates in play. Of course, the showstopper, the bigger of the two of them, just in the fact that it deals damage, if you want to look at it that way. Very situational. The hat off the head.
3 players in B main though, Hazard. This showstopper could be huge.
Could. Matrix needs to know when it's the right time to pull the plug to get G2 gone. Just found the previous round. Now Nello wants in somewhere else. Her trips are for mid more than anything, and you have an aggressive A angle that's really bailing you out of this lack of map pressure elsewhere.
Disengaged from G2 as they look to go elsewhere. It's actually pointing more towards mid, and this is playing into the Cypher setup.
Yeah, they may be just faking the runaway for a second, but instead it's Kurpia on the angle, and you have Spidovka taking first contact. Still trip not broken, so big heads up here for Karmine Corp. They've not reacted their A players just yet, because it is a fake.
Yeah.
There's nothing to this. It is lifeless.
The thing is, though, at the same time, Karmine Corp, they've got the camp to completely clear. Spidovka taking first contact, and they've baited for Curie.
That's still available, and it will be. Just as long as is required, she will not disengage. Holds on to bite down for a little more, won't go her way. The ults are still in play, though, at the top of the board. Karmine Corp can make something of this if they've got the players to do it. Glances flash, but not fully cleared. One kill for her. Showstopper back in to bring this one to Karmine Corp's favour, but instead it's G2 that'll get it done. The lead is theirs once more.
Petra well aware, Hazza, of what is going on site and knows they need to get into position to trade out. Spike was down. G2 let KC have a chance in the end. Doesn't come to that spot. KC having to force back in with a heavy punishment from the last.
You can see it there from the player cams as well. Conviction in the conversation. Spidovka really making her point, you know, letting herself be said for in the comms. And in terms of accounting G2, it's all towards B side. It was the late play that they made towards mid last time, so Karmine Corp have taken their chance to get here early doors.
Kill trips that we're seeing on the B side. The player's already out. It's a retake, and Spidovka is taking the head clean off. Neuro theft invested, and the players all known about it. They can spam through the smokes, KC, but it's not working out. It's G2 that's returning the fire.
Spidovka still here, a target-rich environment, which she continues to empty her magazine into. 3 versus 2, Karmine Corp, they've got the numbers. In terms of positioning, it's heavy towards the Boba side. Vanya up close, wins out the duel, Glance is now gone, and they've got even numbers. They can play off the contact. Difficult clear, the smoke will help it, yet still, Vanya with a lethal dosage of her own, and Mimi taking the head clean off the shoulders means that G2 are starting to win round after round.
I mean, that's the thing, man. You put Vanya in a 1v1, I mean, you still favour Vanya to win it, no matter the health. Just completely so clean. In fact, do you want me to tell you a statistic just before we go on?
Yeah, let's hear it, man.
Last series, what do you think the headshot percentage for Vania was?
38.
41%. Pretty decent, mate. Pretty decent.
Difference of 3, I'll take it, to be honest. But yeah, you're looking towards the upper echelons there. If you want the statistics of what the best are, and I already mentioned it before, that focus team that nearly made it.
Yeah.
Mate, I check your boy Lewis's headshot percent every other week, and he is about that number, so I don't call him the headshot king for nothing. Here is Nello, though. Her chance now to add some sovereignty to this site hold. Oh, flash in the face. Petra, easy pickings.
Yeah, all the utility goes down as well, and Amy's well aware of this flag. Here comes 1, 2, and make it 3. It might be a little bit hard in the end, but she'll still get it done. The round, well and truly G2, and it's made to look so easy.
You make it sound so easy, simplistic, just counting them up. How many players dare to peek me, and how many bullets have I got left to kill them off with? G2, now the lead continuing to build, and as I said before, Karmine Corp have got to make sure that they don't lose their heads in a situation like this, because they've looked so damn good up until this point. You can't help but feel it's a missed opportunity.
I mean, that's the thing though, Isaac. As you start to move through Sunset, the question arises about G2 and their attack prowess here. They've been able to dismantle most of the Cypher setups just because of how small some of these sites are.
I mean, look, I think any opportunity that doesn't land against G2 is a missed one.
Yeah.
Any chance they give you, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Especially in this environment.
As they say, if you come at the king, or I guess the queen's in this aspect, you better not miss.
You're exactly right, and this showstopper is certainly looking to try and make his way through. A bunny hop over the trap wire. Rescue, again, finding Nello, the first player down on this sinking A site.
KC, the rest of the players slowly coming in, and still Kuri is nowhere near the site. Just to note, KC, they want to get things done before that, and it is so individualistic, so disconnected from the main push, that it's just left 2 players in towards CT.
A powerful position though. Petra plays it well. How many times have we seen her bunker up somewhere where there isn't the utility sufficient enough to clear it and win her fight? Curity on the exit, glance another one, make it a third. Now a 2 versus 1 with time ticking low. Rescue's on another planet, and she's got to try and rescue the round from the jaws of defeat. A shot through the smoke may just have been enough. And while we invited the possibility, it will end a done deal. G2 take their 6th, but at a hefty cost.
Yeah, a real hefty cost. But for a minute, I'm thinking that is a KC round. The fact, though, that Kuri is so far away is what costs it. A bit lucky on the spam, it has to be said for Rescue.
Sure.
But hey, listen, that was an inch away from being KC's.
Look, it was like a spy movie. And well, you could see on the player cams there, G2 looked shaken. They were not stirred by the situation, if you will. Managing to see that one through. It's brought the first time out from Karmine Corp, however.
Yeah.
And already you can see Mimi getting to work. Is there anything wrong with what we're doing? Because there have been a couple which have been way closer than they should have.
100%.
And that's talking the opposite way. Karmine Corp should have walked away with, you know, at least a few more.
Yeah, that's the thing though, Hazard. I mean, KC are really, I guess, at the back end of some really harsh rounds, harsh consequences. They should probably be a bit closer, but at the same time though, you give G2 an inch and they will take a mile.
Again, you can't exactly say that they're not the creators of their own misfortune. A couple of these positions that Nello has played, okay, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe jumping over the trap wire and killing her in the corner was a little unjust. And,
yeah,
you know, only given a sheriff on the one before, you'd hope that someone walks into the trap.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, she was first down in a couple of those rounds and currently sits at the bottom of the scoreboard. So if you're one Sentinel player, which you've picked into, by the way, it's one of the pieces that you keep when you bring the 3 Duelists in, isn't clicking, then G2 have spotted a weakness and they found a way to exploit it.
100%. Another thing to also think about, Hazard, it's still the second half, you know? There's always the side bias that could just be attacker-sided with the triple Duelists, you know?
But again, it's just a case of making sure that you don't give up too much before you get to that point. What is the point of no return? Difficult to say.
I wonder, Hazard, if the real difference between the two will be that Phoenix versus the Reyna.
Yeah, maybe. Glance a whisker away. Another possibility to which we will never have an answer. What if? Masters of their own destiny, G2 right now though. 6-2 is the lead, a difference of 4 rounds, and 4 of those players making their way through market. The first of which has gone down. Kurapoya with a kill, backside control, KC.
Oh, it's tough for Matrix. The line up, but it just does not hit. It's not as good as what you'd want it to be. You run it back, lines up Vanya for a 4K on the round. It won't be that at the end. It'll just be a firing squad waiting for the glance to peek out.
And as soon as you think they've got the read, the play, the positioning, it all crumbles between their fingers for Karmine Corp. There were 2 players backside there. They take individual duels. Sure, perhaps that's a little symptomatic of the operator being in play, but Vanya, pretty quick on the uptake, ult in there as well, and just happy to throw absolutely everything but the kitchen sink at this Karmine Corp side to get the control that they need.
Pings going out towards A main for Karmine Corp, and that's where the majority of G2 lies, so an idea of how the map could play out.
That's exactly what we were saying on Breeze though. Nothing left in the locker room, and I tell you what, Kurapoya sent Amy to the shops there. Talk about Cypher's going down early. She's managed to cut her way through the defender's side of the offense.
And G2 might feel as if they're forced into hitting this A site. You can see them exploring the idea, the fact that they've lost B main.
And look, if she did want to take it a step further, Kurapoya with the blades could be creeping all the way through spawn at this point in time. They just have no idea, G2. Their hands are tied, hoping that Mimi can maybe give them a little bit of luck, or a kill through mid, in fact. That'll do quite nicely, because it means that the rest of Karmine Corp now need to move around and deal with this issue.
Yeah, it's a bit of respite in the round, because look at this already. G2 begin to move towards the B site, pivot elsewhere. An engagement in mid gives up Kuri's position. That's massive for G2's pivot.
She was in just the right spot to be taking tiles as well, but went back to give the teammate her rifle, and in the process, rather selflessly, gives up her own life. Glance with the flash, in behind, double backstab, make it, no, not a triple kill, shut down, but it plays in Nello all the same.
Teed up, ready to win the round. Petra stuck on the spike and gives themselves up. Mimi knowing about time is low and needs to get a move on. Has to get this spike down or just take the kill. Just so good, just so experienced, just G2.
Not even a fight that Nello needed to take. A lack of composure perhaps in that kind of situation. Mimi, you'd have to double check the health bar, but it wasn't too far off the halfway mark, and the Sheriff should be surplus. Brilliant from Glance here to start things off, and with the time so low, you could see Nello making her way back in. Should have been the winner, but it's not. And how many times can we say that about this final map?
That's a big thing.
Something's got to give.
Something does have to give. Well, there you go.
Kurapoya's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, mate, it is so good. But the thing is, though, we've been here before. We've been in pole position, prime position, and suddenly G2 catches you looking for kills.
It was a 2 versus 5, which cost G2 their first map. Can they try and unravel this one? Change the dynamic for themselves. The flash is above the head of Amy. Top-down positioning. She is still pretty strong here.
Predator's swirling the prey within water. Amy knowing about the noted. Kuri's off, hasn't hit, but G2, Amy's rifle dead. It's up to Mimi now. Captain, leader, legend, perhaps, but not for this round. Glance will shut it down, and they will reach 3.
Maybe legendary in status, but the clutch would have had to have been the same if that were to happen. Again, you can see how involved Spidovka is in the communications on the KC side of things. I've spoken so many times about how her journey as a player has started from a place such as the university circuit, the Huntress trials with Portsmouth Paladins, for those who are familiar, through the ranks on Alliance, Guild, Ascend, you name it, she's been there.
A journeywoman, you could say.
You could. But looking to find her home, find her place in all of this madness, get them out of the woods. be not exactly the fairy tale ending, but certainly getting them on their way. Kurapia right to the last legs of the tailwind, but the dash, not enough to dish out.
Has to be said as well, Kurapia's op has been pretty good.
Yeah. I'm just starting to think, why didn't we see her on it sooner? But at the same time, it's not exactly like Karmine Corp have played badly.
There's a surprise. Vania has the champion's knife out, and it's glowing, meaning that they are the VIP in the server. You know, the top fragger.
I mean, look, it means that she gains access anywhere on the map, whether that's through brute force or not. KC trying to do the exact same. Here it's Metrics, the duelist the other way, which will get it done. But for every push, there is a pull. Rescue's found another, and all of a sudden, A site is open for the taking. Nella 1v1, a key 1v1, which she wins.
Big stuff, and already begins to ping out across the map with a neural theft. Look at Mimi, actually towards on site. Nello known about and stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will find Vania. Oh, Petra finding KC the fourth. Unreal.
And when Nello is put to the test, she will excel. She passes with flying colours. The ground around her felt hollowed, that it was sinking beneath her feet between Karmine Corp's fingertips. That, you know, this one would be a lost map for them. But that fourth round, that final round at the end of the half, as it was on Breeze, another similar scoreline gives you a glimmer of hope to turn this one on its head. And it's the attack that they bring the three duelists to.
Yeah, I know it's another organisation that says this, but the KC fans, you know, they like to believe, and they'll be believing right now. The hope is what kills you. And they'll be hoping that it's not a repeat of the last map. Starting off on B main, KC look to slowly creep up. This is where the Cypher is set up. G2, on the other hand, are doing the same thing, but on the other side of the map.
Such a pivotal pistol, as they all are. Kurapia has done a brilliant job so far, but a missed shot for both Jet players on the A side of the map. Duel taken between them, but maybe footsteps heard here. Still, Petra, persistent as ever, will not be taking any additional space from this. No committal made, but it's looking like a 4-1 split.
To be the case, the Cypher to push through mid. Still nobody's found a way out, and finally there it is. Vania being the key player to do so, and G2 have absolutely swamped KC. The Cypher all the way in the back lines. Nello is able to cut off Petra, but it's just cutting off the head of the Hydra. Cut off one more and two appear. The spike nowhere near for Nello to pick up.
The smoke is salt in the wounds. Sure, she has a cage, but there's only 20 seconds from left to play with. 3 kills to find a 4th round. She needs 4 to take 5.
Here.
Time is already ticking down to a bare minimum. It may even just be a case of a sheriff for the next one here. Tinfoil it. Look for a rainy day, because the downpour is torrential. G2 carrying onwards where they left off. As soon as Karmine Corp find that little bit of inspiration, it's quickly snatched away.
That's exactly it. I mean, you think, like, as they start to re-entry in towards the site, it's just using KC's smoke against them. You know, I mean, that's the worst part about it. They bust out, and the punishment is there.
It plumes quite wide. There's an easy way to just sort of peek around the side of it. Up against a Phoenix as well. You've got to be expecting that. Karmine Corp on Classics. Once again, there is a Sheriff in play that I can see. It's the
cover going out.
And on our Reina player, Curie first in. Bucky in the face. BB1 flash away. Nothing left to be said of this. Got to be careful. KC managed to take every last scrap with them, and Petra's left a crumb or two.
This is actually really, really awkward here. You see the post plant already beginning to get set up, and the Cypher traps are completely gone. Mimi's out the server.
They know that players made their way towards the site, but is there anything left? Are there any leftovers? Petra missed her first on the Outlaw. Is there anything left to be said of this? Only glance on site. Now they know.
Yeah, isolated as well. Paint shells pushing them off, and actually into Rescue's arms, but a punch in the face is what stops them from going any further. Glance dancing, and it seems to be Petra trying to take the fight on the front lines. On towards the Spike Vania goes, but they have to hold, and it's a 30 round that KC convert.
Oh, KC nailing the key shots there. Glance doing a salsa dance around the pillar and staying alive way longer than she had any damn right to do so. Keeping KC alive longer than maybe you would have thought towards the latter end of this game. But again, it doesn't feel like any more than they deserve. There were a couple of opportunities that had gone against them, but still plenty of time to rectify that now.
I think the crazy thing is as well, you look at the scoreline and think, well, it's been not a little bit one-sided towards G2, but in terms of the kill department, it's pretty even across the board.
And both of these teams have now won their second round, so you can throw that pistol statistic somewhere else, because it doesn't look to be too much here. Kurapuya now, the outlaw, repossessed and reaping the rewards of it. Vanya down, but do they expect any more behind this? They've already made their way towards spawn side.
Oh, it's getting close to the line up, but it's still KC that come out on top, and you'd expect that to be the case with the weaponry that's in pocket, or in hands I should say, more importantly, as we move now into what is essentially a bonus round for KC.
And look, again, KC a little temperamental right into this next round. It's all sunshines and rainbows, 3 rounds to the gap. They got the guns, they kept the majority of what they were able to recollect, repurpose, and purchase for themselves. I mean, that is a really strong buy, to be honest. They've just done away with the majority of the Spectres and said, you know what, we were lucky to come onto this reserve of guns. Let's reinforce it a little bit, because this round is mega important.
Says G2 are trying to take the fight on the front lines. Rescue doing so successfully. That's 2 big pieces off the board. The entries, the movement duelists.
Damage dealt in the process, still 4 on 3 numbers. Spike far from being committed. This is Karmine Corp trying to play G2 at their own game. A slow-paced attack round and administer the dosage where it is required. Spike picked up. They know that there's no challenge for B main. They know where their Cypher setup is. It's time to try and reclaim some lost ground.
Rescue just shoulder peeking. We'll be looking to try and get away cleanly here.
Still has the nade as well, and you see the pin pulled. She can delay this a moment longer, and already the rotate starting to come through, chopping further to the backside, making it difficult for Karmine Corp to get an inch here.
Yeah, but it's essentially a crossfire setup with Petra here, although wants to take the engagement in towards elbow.
First fight will be hers. It's a one-way smoke straight in the face. Nothing that she can do except drop down onto the site where Spidovka will reveal that positioning. 2 more players through Link. That's Amy, that's Petra, and that's going to be another G2 round.
Double digits finally reached. I think Spidovka is just a little bit too eager on the reposition with the dismiss. KC forced to try and fight with her, and I think that's where the punishment comes.
Yeah, look, they wanted to try and take the site, and she collects the information in tow, but G2 so quick on that rotate as well. Rescue doing her job to shut down the early round and see them through the late game. Similar positions taken up, and the same cast of players on the Karmine Corp side as well, trying to undo what we've just seen.
Seems as if Karmine Corp have an idea about Rescue. That's G2's ideas. Pinging out towards elbow. That first engagement, and Petra's taking a real load of damage.
Also saw the Phoenix molly there early, so they know that there's at least a couple of players in this position. Just the ones they've already spotted.
Nello's escaped, but can't escape much further. Oh, it's easy. A TP up to 10s and a punishment straight on that. G2 aim getting in on the mixes. Vania tries to clear the space.
Ooh, hang on a minute. They've not spotted Glance here. Petra won't either. The traffic warden, the lollipop lady, allows them to cross the road, but only for a moment because she can hit like a truck on a moment's notice. Petra, what a shot! That could have just been enough. It's a 4v2 now.
Yeah, and look at this. The neural theft investing, everybody known about, but Spidovka does have the Empress online and looks to be queen in the engagement, but no, Amy comes in at the right time, 11-6.
I mean, look, you want to dismiss, that is the last position to take on the B site because there's no way in hell that you can get out there. Karmine Corp with the next round going against them, the next couple. G2 checks and balances, getting all that they need. Kurapuya now puts that faith in the Outlaw one step further. The tag that she got early in the round would have been a kill had it been the operator, and now she has that chance. Will G2 give her the same kind of fights?
That's the question you've got to ask yourself. A one-way pushes Karapuya back, but most importantly, towards this side of the map, Hazza.
Does she have the audacity to take that kind of fight on the other side of the smoke? Aid is invested here, and the trap placed after it. That's really nice from Nello in the mid-round. Not sure if G2, Karmine Corp, I should say, are going to have heard this.
And it's not only that, though. Oh, I was about to say, Petra is starting to push 8. Karapuya picks that up. But again, the ultimate front has a neural theft is there. Not only that, a showstopper, but it's the re-clear from G2. Oh!
Big kills that go with it. Exactly. Amy had the setup, like I say. The trap was placed after the util came out, but then they took the duel with it. Spike on the back of Glance, and she quickly heads towards the A site with the rest of her team. Boombot there actually tracked onto her as well, so a bit of damage in the process, I believe, and at the very least, slowing this one down. Spike's still not planted.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia is available to get back in, so is the showstopper. It would at least get a trade in the end. And in terms of the health pool, both teams are actually quite equal. Finally, the spike being attempted, and Mimi's caught Nello out.
They just had no idea, and they won't now. Mimi from up on high takes Glance down. A mirror pick of two players who know each other far too well. But it's not the first time she's been bested in that kind of a situation with the outplay. You can even see from Nello an elbow there too. Just had no idea where the retake was coming in from. Caught herself overexposed, and that is the difference ultimately coming into a situation which still favoured G2.
Again, Sliggy Pen out has it. 6 chances that G2 have, and no wonder we're seeing Karmine Corp introduce their coach, which could potentially be the last time.
Is that what we're calling it now? The Sliggy Pen?
Sliggy Pen, yep.
Sliggy Pen, all right. I think with the amount of rounds that are left, Karmine Corp starting to go into shock. Maybe you need an EpiPen rather than an Epic Pen. But jokes aside, they need to try and get back into this one. I have a question for you. Okay. You see that big thing in the middle of the stage? I think that's a spike.
See, you said it was a spike.
I think it is.
I think it's just a chamber or something that's in, like, you know, not as in.
I was going to say he's French, mate. Yeah, you know, I know that Karmine Corp are playing, but
not the chamber, a chamber. And I think at the end of the day, it's just a prop on the.
Yeah. Look, right. Just another leaf in the wind. But speaking of spikes, right, Karmine Corp with quite the situation to try and defuse. 6 rounds the gap now. In terms of what they've talked about, I'm sure it'll be a lot more serious than what we've said, because this is the moment that can make the difference, the ones that matter. 10 seconds left on the clock before we're straight back into the thick of it. G2's defense has looked strong enough so far to see them through. One more round to send them to the lower final.
In terms of ultimates that could decide in this round, Hazza, you're more looking towards Karmine Corp's showstopper. Mania, though, just playing off the contact of the cap. Hello? Matrix blind, still wins that. And Karapuya out of nowhere. Amy's trying to run for their life, and they won't be able to hold on for long. KC, blistering start for this one.
Oh, the timeout seems to have worked. You know what they say, form is temporary, class is permanent, and all of those girls can shoot, and you've seen it just there. I mean, both ends of the split push held up. Kurapuya in through middle, the player's main catching out Vanya on what looked to be a nice set piece from G2 to react to some of those B fights that we've seen taken early. I'm wondering if they want to continue being aggressive in these last few rounds, because very quickly this gap can close. You're looking at some of the money there as well, and some of those purse strings now getting a little bit tighter. Rescue only got a Sheriff. Petra's on the Blades. What kind of result do we get?
That's the issue. Petra initiating the Blades, knowing that they'll have a good chance to take it on. Two layers used in the uptrap. Oh, the smoke. Immediately punished.
There's only one place that she was going to go, and only one place that she'd end up. That's a takedown. G2 shutting the market push. 3-on-3. There is life left in this hold yet, and Amy is trying to play it ahead of time. Taken out. Curie collect and plants the spike.
Those rifles can be picked up though, and it's two big ones as well. Vania does have the shields to back it, and is 2 off of the run it back.
Trip going to reveal one of the two players making their way back through the Gozen. Two samurais by themselves, and made to be Ronin, a solo warrior. It's trying to take a fight which they just can't win. Not today. This is Kirapia's day. Her round, in fact, taking that one by the scruff of the neck and taking Karmine Corp one step further to making this one a possibility, a real possibility.
At this moment in time, Hazza, it is just a splash of water in a big pond. Still 4 rounds to go before this gap is closed, and it is a timeout from G2, by the way. Well, they sit and think about everything that's gone on. And you can respect that. I mean, they're immediately putting the brakes on after KC did.
You collect that many rounds without a sweat off the brow, and you find yourself in a situation like this. G2 Gozen, their first timeout so far in this map. They have plenty more momentum blockers that they can look to invest if they so choose. And Mimi, again, just calling things from this kind of position. We've already seen Karmine Corp burn through both of theirs. So she's had a couple of minutes worth of talk, spiel, you know, in the server as to what it is that she thinks needs to change. On the Karmine Corp side, deadly silent seems to be the coach preaching to the choir instead.
Yeah, exactly. I think as well, though, you've got to think this is just one of two which G2 can use. A second perhaps can be introduced towards the second or the latter stages of this half, if so they need.
There's not too many rounds left, though. There's only 4, Cairo. And I think if you don't do it in the next couple, which I don't expect you to, and you go into an overtime, for example, not to tempt fate necessarily, then it's a position where, you know, you're not going to have an extra one to use anyway because it doesn't carry over. Karmine Corp will be thinking, hang on a minute, these guys are actually starting to worry a little bit about the situation. It almost gives them the justification that they need.
Sound of silence is deafening. Well, in fact, it's been broken by gunshots, and Casey luck up towards top mid. G2 have read this well, respecting what's coming through. A pop of the run it back, and a go button being pressed. There it is, G2 in a moment's notice will snatch away this map, snatch away this season, snatch away this tournament. G2 will survive, KC will drop out.
Yeah, the blue wall has collapsed in this lower bracket semi-final. The Revolution seem to be coming, but they'll have to wait longer for their renaissance in this one. Out of the competition, without a win, yet still, they pushed 2 of our world champions to the limit, and for that, you can give plenty of credit.
Yeah, I think as well, Has, you've got to be thinking, this is just an off-season tournament at the end of the day, and you'll be looking towards the next split of GC that's upcoming. What, I think we're less than 3 weeks away. In fact, we might be just exactly that. Away from the next split, and that's where the eyes and the focus will be put on for KC. Again, as we've already said, there'll be a feel-good factor, and not only that, one which they can take a lot of promise from this tournament. Again, as you said, push Shopify. They have now pushed G2 to a 3rd map. What does that look like coming in towards the next split of Game Changers?
G2 with nerves of steel, the samurai suit up in their plot armor, the possibility of a rematch against Shopify still on the horizon. Both world champions remain in the competition, and it's fist bumps all round. Both teams played their hearts out, and as I said before, for Karmine Corp, you've got to be proud of that performance. You're looking now towards coming back into a tournament where a main stage that you didn't pick up a single win in last time out. However, you've pushed two of the deadliest teams that you could possibly ask for to their limit, and that is a pretty strong stock to be holding on to.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you're KC, like last split, you couldn't win against some of the meagerest teams that were in EMEA, and then you're taking like some of NA's best to overtime on some of the best maps.
Yeah.
Like, it's absolutely insane. And then, of course, like G2 champs last season, I think they dropped like what, 1 or 2 maps in the end. Like, and the fact that you can come back from that, yeah, it's so good.
Plenty of quality in the server on display, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to one of those teams. Karmine Corp, the first to be eliminated from this competition. G2 will carry on in the lower bracket. Their next match will be taking place tomorrow. Of course, we still have one in the uppers coming up later, but the big takeaway from this series again is just the quality that we have on show. There's a lot to be said of the girls in the server, and again, I think they'll be happy with this one. It's a bit of a twist. You didn't get to play the game that maybe you're so used to. But again, silver linings for certain.
Yeah, I guess that's it. And for G2, they'll be watching the next matchup with bated breath. They'll know exactly who they have to come up against. And I mean, as for the next matchup looking forward, you've got Shopify Rebellion up against GIANTX, which I mean is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, again, another situation where we've seen a team go against international opposition when, for Karmine Corp as well, this was their first time today against an NA team, for example, if you discount Glance, which you know, it's not exactly easy to do when you look at the quality that she brings to this roster. Yeah. But again, like I say, another one of those takeaways is that there is plenty of quality on show here. And for G2, those foundations have managed to survive the test. The earthquake was coming. We knew that Karmine Corp would be here in their forces, but they've managed to outlast it this time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. All Karmine Corp could do is to pose a threat. I mean, G2 were always going to be the favourites, but unfortunately, there is that, as you said, the blue wall is going to fall. It happened. It had to happen at some point, and yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. And I guess it's real compliments that we can give to Karmine Corp that they were able to feel hard done by at the end of that series.
Yeah, G2 moving on in the lower bracket, and one advantage that they will have is now they can wait. They can take their time to digest what it is exactly that we've seen before that match against one of their opponents from the upper tomorrow. But until then, we do have an interview as we have Meg standing by.
I am joined by, obviously, the amazing Nello, who unfortunately has been eliminated from the competition. But I have so many questions to ask you because, of course, that comeback on that last map looked very, very real. And unfortunately, we didn't quite make it all the way. But I would just love to know from you, what were the vibes like when you were down and then you started to kind of get back up again?
I mean, the thing is, like, we like just have official, like, and we already like did like come back. So like the metal is never down, like in our team. We know what we are capable of, so we just are trying our best and like keep everything up, like comes everything. Like we try to stay alive. Like it's just a way to say that we need to like keep trying everything. And I mean, it just the vibe need to still be like keep being up, and we know we are capable of.
Yeah, no, 100. I mean, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of meeting you, Nello, and I have to say, like, you are so amazing. And the minute I saw you, you had a smile on your face, and the vibes are so good from you. So I can imagine it helps the team a lot in those kind of situations. What's sort of been your highlight from this event? Because this hasn't been like a lot of other tournaments. Of course, we've seen those 3 duelists kind of coming into play. So what's the highlight been for you?
Like my highlight personally?
Yeah, your personal highlight.
When I knifed Alexi.
I have to say,
it has to be that.
I was like, chef's kiss, so perfect. So yeah, you smashed that. And how have you found playing 3 duelists?
I mean, I actually like find it's hard because I'm not a duelist main at all, and even though I can be good on it, like it's not my play style at all. And I also don't like playing against it because it's just hard to adapt. And I mean, just about aim, about like, and who shoot back most likely. and communication. I mean, of course, there are like multiple things, but like I find it hard, and I find it very. I mean, still like take it as official, like Loki, and I was trying my best, but yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I
It's
feel
hard.
like it's almost, you're so used to that kind of traditional comp as well that it's like you feel like you're missing something all the time, kind of having those extra duelists on the team.
Yeah, like finding solution when you are down. Like when you want to do a comeback, you like trying to find solution, trying new stuff. But when you have like 3 duelists, it's like you don't have that many solutions.
No.
Like it's just okay. Where do we push next? next?
Exactly. Where should we push now? Where should we get aggressive? What does it mean to you to have opportunities like these to play on LAN?
I mean, it means a lot because we don't have that much in Game Changer at all. So it just like make us having more experience because it's not like I mean there is like tech issues. There is like you need to get used to the sound on stage. There is like stuff that you cannot experience if you don't play on LAN, and it's like helping us a lot. Like everyone here is like happy to have LAN and to play it because you have to meet the like team you're playing against, see their face, like the screaming is also important.
Yeah.
Like, there is so much going on that you're like it's very nice to have that.
It's a totally different vibe, 100%. Who do you, now you guys have been eliminated, personally think is going to take the Instalock trophy?
I mean, we played against Shopify and G2. I personally think, like, even if G2 like lost against Giant, I think it was just because it was like first game, stage, and everything. And I personally think that they will win because they just like keep finding solution. And I don't know, I hear them on the stage. They're like very punching and everything. So I think that they will be the one winning. Shopify are like they will be good. Giants will be good, but I think G2 like will dominate.
Yeah, I mean they're always adapting. You know, they're kind of used to those situations. I think when they're down and they kind of need to find a solution and adapting. So I do agree with you 100%.
Yeah, like if you look at it, like G2, even if they're like down one map, I see them like coming back from that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Is there anything that you would like to say to sort of all of those who have supported you and your fans?
I mean, like from Karmine Corp, there is like so many fans. So like again, like thanks to like all of them for like following it. Like even though it's like not official, like thanks for like being there, being following us, like all the message and just like I hope you enjoy the moment because we did, and we'll be back soon.
100%. I mean, the Karmine Corp supporters are so proud, and they're always showing up in masses and kind of showing their support. So thank you so much to Karmine Corp fans, and thank you to you, Nello, as well for being amazing as always. We are going to head to a quick break now, whilst we get set up for the Shopify Rebellion and GIANTX match. So stay tuned.
Over the last 6 months, I've been building a fully functional VALORANT Killjoy turret. Today I get to finally unveil it and test it out. Keo, a well-known VALORANT streamer who is best known for his fun streams and some insane trampoline jumps, has been interviewing me throughout the build, and I'm excited to finally show it off to him in person.
All right, so we got the turret set up right here. Keo's gonna be walking through those doors any minute now. So the goal is for him to walk in, the turret detects him and shoots him.
Where are we going? Just
put it up. Let's go! Power down. What's up, man? Nice to meet you in person.
Sick. This is insane. I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it was really cool.
Yeah, sorry about shooting you before, but you know, had to be done.
Hey, you know, I respect it. This thing is massive. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7 months of engineering work, but finally we're here. We got the final product done.
Cool, let's do this. Well, thank you for shooting me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Happy to.
Yeah, so 6 months we've been talking about this and you've been building this creation. For some of the people that might not know what's been going on, why don't you walk them through this whole project?
Sure. My name's Danny. I'm a mechanical engineer, and last year I built Raze's Boombot from VALORANT, and that was a big success. A lot of people were paying attention on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And then from there, Jake Lucky found my project and tweeted about it, which was really cool. And then Red Bull found the project and collaborated with me to make this awesome Killjoy turret.
What exactly is your background as a mechanical mechanical engineer?
I have my master's in mechanical engineering. My entire project experience and work experience is involved in like product development. So what that means is basically like you come up with an idea or concept for a product, and it's like the full cycle from like designing it and prototyping it and testing it until it's like a manufactured product that's like sold on the shelf.
Can you run us through all of the details that are inside this turret? You did so much in 6 months, but let's see how much is there.
Sure. All right. First is the shooting mechanism. It's powered by a out-of-darts Jupiter. So that's what's firing the Nerf rival rounds, and it's powered with a proton pack. So basically the proton pack is this thing that you see in the back, and it can store a bunch of Nerf rival rounds. It's like jostling and agitating rounds inside this container to make sure they're like freely flowing. And then there's a brushless motor here that's sucking in air, creating a vacuum, forcing those rounds to go from here through the vacuum tube to the shooting mechanism. Towards the front, there are these super fast spinning motors attached
really
to
fast.
flywheels. Yeah, like 30,000 RPM is how fast they're spinning. And basically they just like propel a Nerf rival round out. The recoil mechanism that allows this whole shell to move forward and back as rounds are fired. In the front of the barrel, there's NeoPixel purple LEDs that will shine and flash, just like the tracer bursts in the game when they like shine purple when a shot is fired. You have motors in each of the arm to move up, and then there's a motor under here that allows the turret to swivel left and right. In here, this little dome structure, there's a Husky lens in here, which is a smart vision sensor, and through machine learning, it like understands like, okay, this is a human, this is not a human. Basically, that's talking to a board that tells all of the motors like where to move the turret in order to get it to shoot. Oh, and then the wristband is like maybe one of the coolest features, I think.
Yeah, this is awesome.
So there's an automatic sentry mode where it's like looking for people, right? And it's like scanning around. And then there's the manual mode, which is, I'll power it on for you.
Oh yeah.
Get the lights going.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this is the RC wristband. You got the antenna
Nice.
sticking out. Basically, yeah, I hooked up like a GameCube controller stick, and then you got the big red button to shoot once you're locked onto the target that you want to fire at. So a lot of features. Took me a lot of time, but yeah, I did get most of the things that I wanted to be in there.
You didn't cut any corners in terms of like trying to be like, nah, I didn't want to do the recoil is a lot of work, or like anything like that. You just were like, no, this needs to be exactly as close as I possibly can get it. Mad respect for that, because this is impressive.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, so have you built anything like the Killjoy turret or Boombot in the past, or is this like a new passion in mechanical engineering for you?
Yeah, I'd say no. I think my passion lies in like 3D modeling, and then in college I got really into 3D printing as well. First thing I tried to make was I tried to 3D print my own Iron Man suit, and then from there I tried to teach myself about robotics because I have this like engineering background, but I never really did robotics or anything in high school. VALORANT has like really good projects for that between the Boombot and the Killjoy turret.
Combine the passion and interest together.
Exactly, yeah.
Works out. What exactly inspired you to build the Killjoy turret out of all the things at VALORANT? I know you did the Boombot before, but what made you pick the turret specifically?
First off, I'd say because I'm a Killjoy main. I play Raze a lot too, but I'm a Killjoy main, just like Keo. I'd say the Raze Boombot is like a pretty small scale project. You know, it's like something that will like bump into walls and like back up and turn around. Like I was thinking in my brain, like how do you graduate from that and like still challenge yourself to like learn new things?
How long did this take to build, and how much did it cost?
It took me about 6 months, and I've spent like, I don't know, like 1,500 or $2,000. There's a bunch of different things that like add up over time, like shipping, like all the hardware. There's a bunch of screws on this thing that like really add up.
This project is incredibly impressive. Did you build it mostly by yourself, or did you have any help?
Yeah, so for all my projects, I build it like entirely on my own. It's like sort of a challenge of mine. And on top of that, I have to thank my community, because a lot of times I don't know how to solve this. I don't know what to do. And a lot of times in engineering, it's really good to brainstorm with other people, and just like, it kind of feels like I have my own little like team helping me behind the scenes to like tackle all these problems that maybe I haven't encountered before and they have seen.
All right, now, were there any ideas or concepts that you came up with that didn't make it into the final build that's in front of us now?
So in the game, when the Killjoy turret sees something or someone, like a little exclamation point like pops up above it, and I was like, I wonder if I could get somehow like a hologram to do that.
AR thing? That'd be
yeah,
so cool.
Yeah, that would be so cool.
What are you like most proud of or most happy with the result of this?
I'm not that great at painting, and I think I did a pretty good job with the paint job, specifically specifically the face.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
So what's your ultimate goal with creating inventions like this?
So I think I sort of like found my niche in content creation, and like it's really cool to show people how cool engineering can be. Like I feel like not a lot of people realize. I get a lot of comments on my videos that are just like, this is so cool, like how do I get started? I want to do exactly this. And like I've kind of shown them that engineering can be cool, and then like now they kind of have their path to pursue.
With the Killjoy turret complete, do you have anything on your mind for your next big project?
I got a few ideas cooking. If you have any cool ideas about what I should make next, make sure you comment it down below.
All right, this thing is awesome, and I'm wondering, when do I get to shoot you with this?
Oh, it's so fun to control. You can definitely try it out after.
Sweet. It's so scary.
Wait for the...
Good, we're in. We're in. Oh! That's awesome.
Uh-oh.
Ah, this is great.
Yeah.
Danny, thank you so much for walking me through everything. It is awesome.
And thank you guys for watching. See you guys later.
All right, peace.
Welcome back once again to Red Bull Instalock, where G2 Gozen live to see another day. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Meg. Now, G2 Gozen, I feel like kind of a small upset to get themselves into that lower bracket, but this is why they're the best, Meg. You know, when their back's against the wall, they just whip out every single headshot that is known to everyone, and they managed to secure them another round.
100%. I think, you know, when G2 first kind of started to pop off, a lot of people would talk about how Petra and Mimi really have that experience and all of that under their belt, and I think it really comes to light in the situations when they're down and maybe out. They always bring it back, and they always seem to come back.
Yeah, they've been in this position a few times. You know, they've had to maybe go to map 3 and get themselves out of a hole again, and I feel like they did it brilliantly. But this is the thing. KC made it hard for them. They made it very, very hard for them. And I think a lot of the KC fans I saw on social media are very proud of the fact they managed to at least take one map.
100%. You know, we kind of spoke at the very beginning about how, you know, going into this, Karmine Corp really were the underdogs coming up against, you know, a couple of world champions and GIANTX who have been performing very, very well. So, you know, I think they performed amazingly. They really pushed all the teams that they played today to their absolute limit, and they proved themselves on the stage. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy to see this kind of version of KC, because I think the fact that they had to play contenders, a lot of people had maybe question marks about how good this roster is. And I feel like with the experience they got here today, being able to kind of put themselves in positions where they were able to face those challenges is going to be very, very scary for some other teams, I think, going into next split.
Definitely. And I think, you know, listen, I'm a fanatic girly, so coming into this, I always have that grudge over Karmine Corp. You're not?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, me neither, actually. I'm
buy the Sentinels bundle.
But yeah, coming into this, of course, because of the other VCT matches, I did have this small grudge against Karmine Corp, but now I've met the girls. I have absolutely fallen in love with them, and I feel like I'm going to be rooting all the way for them in future tournaments as well.
I feel like sometimes it's so hard to root against them.
I know.
They play very, very beautiful VALORANT, you know, in a format where they had to play 3 duelists as well. But this is the thing with G2, I feel like on the last map, I was saying this to some of the other girls from GIANTX when we were watching this game, if they go to a 3rd map, they are in their comfort zone. They just come alive. I mean, they managed to secure 7 out of 11 first death conversion. As in, when they died first on this map at Sunset, 7 times, they still won the round. That is absolute insanity. And it just felt like once they got the plant down, they couldn't really do much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see them kind of coming back in to the competition. I always feel like it's part of the script when sort of G2 does go into those lower brackets. They seem to make their way out and then make it all the way. So I feel like, you know, could we see G2 take that trophy? 100%, we definitely could.
I think they just want to play Shopify. I feel like they don't want to leave until they play Shopify.
No, 100%. I mean, of course, they've definitely faced Shopify before, so I feel like they definitely want to take them on again.
And with this, we've unfortunately had to say goodbye to KC. This competition has been so close. Every single map, barring maybe the one Ascent that we saw, has, I feel like, gone down the wire. We've had OTs, left, right, and center, and I've been pleasantly surprised by KC.
Yeah, I do feel like we've been incredibly lucky in this tournament. tournament, because you don't know what it was going to be like coming into this playing 3 duelists. Could it have just been absolute stomps, really sort of quick matches, 2-0s? But we've been really lucky. We've kind of seen many OTs, and we've definitely seen a lot of gameplay from the girls.
And like I said, they were also doing some cool stuff. I know the Yoru didn't really impress you that much. I'm looking at the tier list next to us. It's still on C. That's going to change.
We thought about it.
That's going to change in a second, but I felt like they had this cheeky little Yoru Sova set up on Breeze.
I was going to say,
yeah, that
the
was
Breeze
nice.
performance changed my mind, because I feel like that's the first kind of time I've seen Yoru like really go ham. Like, we've obviously seen Yoru played a lot today, and I feel like it's kind of been very underwhelming, whereas of course we saw a lot of rounds where that Yoru had impact.
Have you moved any of this yet?
No.
Has that been moved? No one's executed the power of moving their tier list?
No, I just think go with your gut and don't change your mind.
Am I allowed to move anything?
Do you want to move my Yoru?
It's the Phoenix that I'm offended by. However, Vanya, I think Vanya should just sack off the whole controller thing. Like, I know, good for the team and all this stuff, but just play Phoenix.
Yeah, I was saying to Billy earlier, I think obviously this isn't the normal format that you would kind of play with your team. However, I think someone like Vanya is so good at using utility to help assist their team, get onto sites. That's why they're a controller main. You can kind of control the map. However, it's also great to also see Vanya have that kit to then also use for their own kind of plays and pop off with as well.
Yeah, she's a menace, I feel like.
So
okay.
you want me to move Phoenix up? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying the Yoru has to be moved up. But also, why is Jet in B? What am I looking at?
That was Hazard JC. I don't take any responsibility for that.
I mean, I'm going to come in and actually do this properly.
We rejig the whole thing?
Do this. No. It's okay. This is what we built, and it's a team effort. It's a team effort. So I have the pleasure of tier listing Reina, Raze, and ISO. Okay, first of all, can I just... yep, that doesn't exist. So
for anyone wondering, that was ISO. It wasn't Reina or Raze.
No, that was ISO. Never seen him. Don't know who that is. Yep, not gonna go on the tier list. I hope you're okay with that.
I would love to see an ISO ult. Just one in a professional kind of format.
With an Odin?
Yeah. Odin v Odin.
That would actually...
ult.
Okay, let's bring him back. No, I'm kidding. You can stay there. Let's bang Raze on A. The A's looking kind of lonely up there, I think.
Raze's performances today have been very, very high quality. I think she's kind of proven why Raze is an OG and always will be.
Ultimates have been landing. No roses. Not many roses. Reina, this is where... Now, what would Marcus do? What do you think he would do?
I feel like he's over his Reina days. He's been to therapy and he's over it.
Okay. I don't like this pick, maybe with the exception of like 1 or 2 maps. However, in this format, I think this is a nice little agent to throw in there. It's pretty self-sufficient. You can probably stick one of your strongest kind of aimers on this. You can also, we saw that ace from Mayuri earlier today, the Reina ace. I feel less offended by Reina in this current format, in this meta. So do I do something funky?
Put them on D.
Do I funky funk out of this? I think I'm going to put this... I want to put it on B, but I feel like B is such a cop-out, right?
We've got a few
very
on B
populated.
already. So unless we move Phoenix up to A, I think B is out of the question.
Do you know what? Do it. Do it.
Come on, for Vanya. I feel like...
Do it. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, our London boy.
There you go. Stick Reina on B.
There we go.
Poor Yoru. I'll come and bust you out tomorrow. I'll come and bust you out. We happy with this?
No, I don't think they are, but I think it is what it is.
You ready for people to take a screenshot of you next to it? Yeah? This is your chance, you guys.
Responsibility for this tier list.
Yeah, I'll take Raze and nothing else. Nothing else is remotely me. And the ISO,
I'm here to shake things up, okay? I'm just a humble ascendant / Diamond 3 because I'm having a terrible time in ranked gamer. So, am I maybe the best person to trust in this situation? Absolutely not.
Honestly, I think what we should do is if anybody plays ISO today or tomorrow, which I don't think is going to happen, maybe in the creative match, maybe, who knows?
Maybe.
Then let's dig him out from the back of the couch and rescue him and put him back up there. Yeah. The fact that we haven't seen Neon yet and it's just chilling on B as well.
I know. I do hope that we do see the Neon B played because I feel like it's another kind of play style that we haven't seen yet. So
yeah, I think it works too. I don't think it's a troll pick. But yeah, that is all almost our list. Almost. I think we're going to just wait and see if ISO gets played. But who cares about what we think? You guys want to see what the pros think. And this was their tier list.
B?
Yeah.
I think a C.
First, we have ISO.
D.
D. Wait, it's D for Duelist. Woo!
D. It's pretty useless. I actually agree with you guys.
D. I'm gonna say D. You cannot do anything. We have Neon. I would give it a B.
B? B?
Yeah.
I think a C. Yeah, sure. Let's get it.
Call on.
So like B or A?
That's fine. It's just
A or B. B, bro.
bro. No, it's the A. High up B. We can change it later.
Yeah.
B or A? B or A?
B or A.
Yeah.
Like she's played on like boom maps.
Raise, bro.
Raise.
Of course, it's A, bro.
Say, come on.
A.
Yeah.
A. A. Damage and Roomba. Where you go? 3 against 1. So
Whatever.
this is surely the S tier. Like if we can only have one, this is the S tier.
The maps both work raise.
So based on vibes, yeah. We would put in A.
Sure.
I'm down to put it in
If you have a good Euro,
yeah.
you will always get outplayed.
You know, like it's like oh.
I would give Euro an A.
Sure. Yeah. Agree. Yeah.
Do you think he's better than Neon?
For sure.
You think?
Okay, so we can change it.
It's Euro now, guys. It's time to decide.
I feel like we can't put a character in S that pro teams don't even play.
We can put him in A and put Raze in S.
Yeah. We can put him in A for now.
Now we have Phoenix.
I think Neon is better than Phoenix though. I put him on C.
I would also put Phoenix on C.
So like, so you put Phoenix on C. I see. Yeah. I would do that.
What? Bro, in the childish. B, bro.
Yeah, B is fine.
Not A.
He doesn't create any space. I'll play him with C, sorry. Which S?
That's probably the S tier.
Yeah.
You don't want it.
I would put this on top, bro.
What?
Of
Nah,
course.
there is nothing. Jet.
A.
Yeah, for sure.
Next up, Reina. We do that. Yeah. C or D. Can go.
I would put Reina on.
I mean, C, I think. Then I would put Phoenix on B and Reina on C. Oh wow, now we can change Phoenix.
Okay, like this.
Yeah.
Putting Reina on C, I guess.
I'll probably C. Really funny rank.
More neutral than
Okay.
ISO at least.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Renox, and I'm here to help you get better at Valorant. I hear you. You're already pretty solid, but have you ever wanted to get to Diamond? We can help. Now, as a member of Cloud9's Training Grounds coaching team, I'll be walking you through everything you need to know to get good at Riot Games' tactical shooter. This is Class in Session. Class in Session is all about teamwork, so we need to have a team to work out with. So let's meet the squad that we'll be taking into matchmaking.
Rolling the drone.
Hi, I'm Chris. My current rank is Silver 1, and I hope to hit Plat 3.
Hi, I'm Natalie. My current rank is Gold, and after this session, I hope to hit Diamond.
Hi, my name is Edward. My current rank is Gold, and after this, I hope to be Diamond.
Hi, my name is Chris, and my current rank is Gold 3, and I want to be Diamond 1.
Hi, my name is Courtney. My current rank is Plat 1, and after this, I wish to reach Diamond 3.
Before you ever get into the game, the first thing you'll see is the agent selection screen. You need to be able to choose wisely while you're there. So, how do you do that? First, you have to understand all the roles. Sentinels are good at controlling spaces and gathering information. They have cameras or the ability to manipulate terrain to create space for their teammates. These are your Cyphers, your Sages, or your Killjoys. They're not the first ones in, but they enable those who are to do their jobs. Those first ones in are traditionally either initiators or duelists. They use their abilities to force enemy players to move from their safe locations or to back off to avoid getting blown up. Breach, Sky, KO, and Sova will be your initiators. Alternatively, duelists are a great way to get in and win a fight, putting your team into an advantageous position. Usually, they have abilities that allow them to get in and do their damage and either get back out or heal up afterwards. Think about Phoenix, Jet, Reyna, or Raze, or potentially even Yoru. And finally, you've got your controllers. Once you're in or on defense, these agents excel at controlling and denying vision and making it very, very difficult for incoming teams to be able to get a foothold. Brimstone, Viper, Omen, and Astra are going to be your controllers. what we're gonna focus on today is actually building out an ideal team composition. You probably know why you shouldn't have a full team of duelists. You'd have no utility and no way in. If you had 5 sentinels, you'd have no kill pressure, so you need a mix of both. You should be working on building out a composition that has a solid balance of everything you need to win a match. Right now, the standard composition looks a little something like 1 sentinel, 1 controller, 1 initiator, and then 2 duelists. But remember, compositions are flexible, and you need to play to your strengths. Let's ask our players, what roles do you guys enjoy playing inside of Valorant?
I like to play Duelist.
I like to play duelists as well.
Typically, I'll be playing controllers, so like Omen and Viper.
I usually vibe with initiators, mainly KO.
I like Sentinels. I really like Killjoy.
If you're noticing that you're missing flashes, grab a Breach or maybe a Sky. Phoenix could even work. Missing smokes, Astra, Omen offer great options to control that space. Need crowd control? Sage, KO, and Killjoy are great at making sure enemies have no chance whatsoever. Feel like you're not going to be getting enough information? Cypher, Sova, or potentially sometimes Raze can be solid options too. And obviously, they have a ton of overlap in their abilities. So if you can cover multiple cases with one pick, go for it. Cypher, for example, can cover light smoke needs as well as crowd control and some gathering of information through his camera. That's pretty simple, but things get a lot more complicated when you start thinking about combining abilities for great results. Consider using Sage's Slow Orb with Brimstone's ultimate Orbital Strike. Or how about using Omen's Paranoia to cover Jet's dash ability, Tailwind? Or even using Jet's Tailwind and Phoenix ulti to get into the same location and double peek an enemy. Think about how your abilities are going to combine as you are building out those team comps. Talk to your teammates about what do they like to play. What are some ability combos that you guys have discovered while playing Valorant?
I really like when you use Sky's Trailblazer and then you can enter with a duelist dash like Jet's.
Astra's Gravity Well and Raze's Grenade seems really OP in my opinion.
Now we can talk about taking advantage of your team's abilities. Did you know that peeking immediately after your teammate Phoenix flashes is actually a lot faster than forcing Phoenix to flash himself into a corner? Or you can use something like Astra's Smoke to fake a lurk on the other side of the map. Or you could actually lurk, you know, mess with the enemy's heads a bit. So let's finally talk about team compositions. Now that you know what you like to play, let's figure out something to play in some games later today. All right, I know that was a lot of words, so let's put some of this stuff that we've talked about into practice. We're gonna be hopping into a drill with 2 attackers versus 3 defenders. The attackers gotta do their best to push onto site with the utility that they have and make it there. The defenders, do your best to hold them back. We're gonna be on Ascent. The attackers are gonna be able to use A main and A catwalk in order to try and get onto site. Defenders, make sure you stop them. So got a good combination here. You guys are going to be able to do pretty well at making sure that you can get onto site and just helping prevent them from having too much control over some of those angles. Remember, you know where they have to attack, so you don't have to try and peek as much as you don't have to peek really at all, because you just have to wait for the information until that they're actually into site.
I'm playing box.
Also, don't forget that as KO, you have a lot of times where you can just toss a flash over the walls on a map like Ascent. You know, it doesn't have to be directly through corridors, it doesn't have to be through doorways. You can jump throw a bunch of stuff on this map.
Dog on site.
What do you think we should do about the turret, though?
The turret you can honestly ignore, because essentially what Killjoy does with the turret is just to try to get you to shoot at it, right? Because she's trying to draw your crosshair away. It does very minimal damage. It's not going to kill you as long as you're not very low HP. Don't be afraid to smoke off angles and then just immediately push through them. That's what jet smokes are best for. Or potentially put a cloudburst down on site, tailwind into it. So that way, as you're finishing your animation of tailwind, you still have that smoke as cover. And instead of them being able to just like headshot you immediately, they kind of have to spray through the smoke. It allows you to close that distance, and it also allows you to be a little bit more aggressive in those situations. I think we are going to swap teams. So you two will be the attackers, and then 1, 2, 3 will be defenders. When you're putting down Viper Molly, pull it out behind cover, get the lineup ready, peek, put it down, swing immediately back into cover. Because that way you expose yourself for the least amount of time possible, and it won't allow you to get spammed like right there.
That makes sense.
All right, that was it for that one. We're going to go back real quick and do a replay of one of the rounds, just going over them. All right, the attackers may not have been able to win a round, but that being said, there were still a lot of interesting situations. So let's go take a look. So, as you guys can see, we have the 2 attackers pushing up catwalk here, and they get first contact on the Sage, and she immediately has to back off and throw down a slow orb. That shows the defenders that the attackers are pressuring over towards catwalk, and as the attackers are now rotating over towards A long, this gives them a lot of opportunity to use their flashes or to use their utility really effectively right here. For example, Phoenix can quite easily flash around this corner and then have his teammate peek off of it for a really easy way to convert a kill right here. The Sage ended up backing off, so that flash wouldn't have been effective if it had been put right there, but it's a really easy way to get control of that area. Viper wall goes up, splitting the site in half. Once that Sage wall goes down, the attackers can once again use that flash technique of Phoenix flashing through the smoke and then teammate pushing in this case Viper, in order to take control of that space and force the enemies to fight the attackers while blinded. So you can see Phoenix goes for the flash, but Viper isn't quite there to assist him with it. Phoenix has to flash himself into the corner, which is slightly shorter than if Viper had been able to peek off of that flash right there. And then it ends up being that the defenders dodge the flash or are not able to get run down because of it, and it ends up going to 1v1 duels where, since the defenders have the man advantage, they're able to come out on top. All right, so I wouldn't be a great teacher if I let you go without some homework. Today, we focus a lot on the theory, but we can't forget about our mechanics. Hop into a third-party aim trainer or into the range on Valorant for even 15 to 20 minutes before you hop into your first ranked game of the day. Trust me, you'll thank me later. All right, so this all sounds great in theory, but it's time to put some of this into a real game. Let's not focus on winning. Let's try to make sure that we use our ability combos to the best that we can. Let's get into it.
Go. There you guys go. Oh. Ascent.
Is there?
Oh, give me Grease, give me Grease.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh, no way.
I'll play Viper.
I think Reina's good.
Yeah, Reina's great on this map.
Let's go!
Oh.
Oh, we're defending.
Oh my god!
They're pushing through.
Blinding for you?
So 54. Molly, go entry. 120 on stage, she did.
Nice!
What?
Nice! Nice! That's good.
Nice, good pick, good pick. There's more. There's overdarted, but I'm not flattered by it. I didn't see one mid window. Or B window, sorry.
I'm gonna rotate to A now.
Yeah. I'll stay. I'm alling main.
I'm gonna stay all then.
Poison's on.
I don't know anyone. Where?
Careful.
I am getting destroyed. Where was that? Where was that? Okay. Finding.
Spike planted.
Right side.
One enemy remaining.
Last game.
Nice!
Oh.
She can't be backside.
I'm gonna flash out high. Flashing out high now. Came through. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, yes, oh,
Nice.
Let's go. I didn't hit her? Mad lad.
Okay.
I'm flashing you through. Flashing. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, right.
I'll go again. Flashing. 3, 2, 1.
No, box.
Yeah.
No,
Can I get a molly?
Yeah, I got it. Molly.
One elbow. Go.
Spike down.
Okay!
Oh my god!
Okay,
Oh, unless?
They did that on purpose.
Defenders win.
That was a warm-up game.
That was a warm-up.
Warm-up, yeah.
Of course. Freeze did.
All right, everyone, I know there's a lot of things that we talked about today, but here are the main takeaways. 1, you don't want to have too many agents of the same role on your team. 2, you want to make sure everyone on the team is comfortable with the role that they've been given. And lastly, you want to make sure that everyone on the team is also comfortable with the positions that they'll be playing.
Coming out today's session, I think I really got insight on how to contribute to my team and how to think about how to play around my team and try to get more rounds on the board.
Renox's lecture today has been really helpful in teaching me how to use agents' abilities together with my team, and it's really shown me how exponentially stronger agents can become if they use their abilities in tandem.
After today's class and session, I feel really good. I feel like I can make that improvement towards my end goal.
I definitely call out my abilities so that I can combine them with my teammates.
All right, everyone, thank you for attending class today, and I hope you all learned something new. Class in session, dismissed. Let's start with the basic movements. I know you all know how to press W, A, S, and D, but here's the thing. You have to press them in the right order. I want you to practice on working on your counter strafing and your jiggle peeking while we move through this map.
No. I'm hiding, I'm full hiding. No time.
Dragon. I'm running.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get into our final match of the day, we would like to give our thanks to Aegon by AOC, our official monitor partner. All of the monitors have been popping off. I believe at 360 hertz. We've been seeing some great Valorant gameplay as well today, and I'm sure we're going to see even more great Valorant play because we're about to see the upper, not quite upper final match, but the one before that, of the two teams, and that is Shopify and GIANTX. I feel like Shopify, maybe we expected them to get here. Maybe not as difficult as the journey has been.
Yeah.
But I think no one is really surprised.
No, 100. I think a lot of us expected to see G2 Shopify in this kind of upper semi-finals. But I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it. I like a little bit of a switch up. And again, GIANTX's performance was so amazing on their first best of 3. So I think they fully deserve to be here. And I'm so excited to see how they kind of test Shopify Rebellion. Have they been watching what they've been doing against Karmine Corp? You know, are they going to be able to take and push them to the limits the same way, I guess, Karmine Corp nearly did?
This is the thing. This is a grudge match because Smurfette and Ness, they were eliminated by Mel and Co back in 2022 when they were still Cloud9 White here, champs in Berlin at the time, and they finally get another shot at the Queens, I guess, this time around. But the thing is, again, against G2, they played well. I feel like a lot of the roles that they ended up putting their players on made a lot of sense. And Miori's having a day.
Miori has been absolutely popping off on whatever duelist she's been on. Of course, we saw her pop off on Bind on that Raze, kind of coming in with those no scopes, the Buckies, any weapon in her hands was dangerous. And then, of course, you know, we have seen her on the Yoru, and I'm guessing we will be seeing her on the Reyna again as well with that ace on Icebox.
ISO. Then she can do it all.
Please, I would love somebody to have played every single duelist over this tournament.
I feel like they could, and I feel like it would be fluorescent if it was anybody that would do it. But GX, they're coming in with a lot of firepower, even though in comparison to Shopify, they haven't been together for that long. But given the fact they haven't been together that long, I think they've done brilliantly.
100%. And I think, you know, we kind of spoke to this at the very beginning, how they are kind of like the newbies in the game changer scene, but they don't look like it at all. They look like they are very, very sort of well gelled together as a team, and they've been performing like they've been playing together for years.
To be fair, Ness and Smurfette, they have. I feel like they're that duo. They're the dynamic duo.
And that's it. Like, you could say that they're a new team, but they're all sort of professionals and they've all been in the game changer scene for a long time. But as a whole, as GIANTX and as a squad, you know, this is all quite new. So yeah, but you definitely also have that experience and that team bonding from previous teams as well.
Well, the question is, they've taken down one former world champion. Can they do it back to back and actually take down Shopify Rebellion as well? We heard it from Mel. They didn't even mean to play that Ascend comp. That came all from Flo just going in there and locking in the Clove straight away, and everybody else had to kind of adjust. Obviously, Mel playing Jet for the first time as well. If they're able to have that kind of challenge ahead of them and still win that map so dominantly, I mean, there's a reason why they're the best in the world, I feel like.
Because of course they will have done a little bit of prep and put their thoughts into how they're going to play this kind of format and these comps. But the fact that they could just adapt like that on the fly to Fluorescent going, I'm going to play Clove this time. You know, it kind of does show their sort of skill set and their plethora of knowledge in playing these agents, and they're comfortable kind of doing that little switch through last minute.
I mean, this is the thing. Mel is a great IGL. She was talking about how it actually made it a little bit more interesting for her, being able to think on the fly a bit more, learn how to kind of core around 3 duelists. On the other side, GIANTX they don't have an IGL. They just kind of pug it like Paper X style.
Yeah, and I kind of like that. I'm not mad about it. You know, I was listening to them on stage earlier, kind of in the background, listening to how they communicate, and they do seem to have a very comfortable flow. So it doesn't sound messy or chaotic or like they're butting in at all. I think it's just in those moments where maybe they kind of want a bit of team input, they're happy to do so.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the maps and see where we're going. GIANTX have actually decided to ban the Ascent. I guess they don't want to see Fluorescence Clove. Again, Shopify, of course, they permaban the split. That's not really big of a surprise. Lotus, finally, Meg, we get something that isn't Breeze or Ascent.
Thank God. I mean, Lotus is actually my favorite map currently in the map pool. And that's
based.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
based.
not hard, is it, though? Because I have to say the maps at the moment aren't the best. But the exciting thing about Lotus that we were just discussing, are we going to see Mel on that chamber?
Oh, this is the other thing. On the other side, though, GIANTX, they do play chamber here. The two teams have such a weird kind of philosophy, it feels like, when it comes to this map. You have Shopify, that they lean into the Fnatic comp, they lean into kind of the nerdy things, the defaulty way of playing, and then the other side, GIANTX, they go, I believe, Breach Sova with the chamber as well, but obviously, I mean, they have to sacrifice something.
Yeah.
They can't rock all three of those agents, but hear me out. Neon.
I do think if there is a map to see Neon played, it's Lotus. And obviously we'll find out very shortly. But of course we also have Breeze, which we're finishing on, which we have seen. Have we seen both teams play Breeze today?
I believe so.
Yeah, so I think that'll be interesting to see if they change anything again, or if they switch it up, or if they kind of play the things that they've already played, knowing that they work already.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we are going to get a chamber, if we are going to get something funky. Again, I think the Neon mini boost showing us it can work here. Smurfette! Smurfette is an absolute god. And Ness is moving over to the Phoenix. They're playing 4 duelists. They're not playing 3.
I also feel like Fluorescent is teasing us here. She's kind of going in between Clove, in between Deadlock, in between ISO, please. I would die.
Is this the SMG comp? Am I looking at the SMG comp at Game Changers where they accidentally locked in 4 duelists? Actually, I'm not sure if they had
they had an Omen.
No, they definitely had Cypher and 4 duelists. That was there.
Really?
Yeah. That was a beautiful Lotus map we saw, and they absolutely banged. They pwned on this map with 4 duelists, and I love GIANTX for this. You know what? 3 is not enough, Meg. We're gonna win with 4.
I also knew Fluorescent was teasing us. I think she was listening in and wanted to be like, maybe I will be that person. But no, she is on the Raze as well. And again, we're seeing those 3 duelists played alongside Fade and what looks like will be Omen too. So obviously they have the smokes. Is that going to be their advantage kind of coming into this?
Yeah, this is the thing. I feel like they've just played what the comp they normally play as well, and they've just replaced Killjoy essentially, and one other thing. I can't remember what the other agent is, but I like it.
Me too. Well, I guess we are going to find out how Lotus goes. Our first time playing Lotus today with the Instalock format. So it's going to be interesting to see how we do.
I cannot wait. GIANTX really out here putting Instalock in Red Bull Instalock with 4 duelists. I'm going to throw this over to your casters. Twiggy and Billy, what do you make of this?
Thank you very much, Yinsu and Meg, of course. And yeah, I mean, we'll get to the comps in just a second. I just wanted to say, you know, obviously, I'm sure the fans over the pond quite happy that the final game today, the later game in the chilly evening here in London, is going to be Shopify Rebellion. And maybe if they're still a little jet lagged, they'll be a little happy about it as well. But yes, this is in fact the well, I was going to say infamous, but definitely not infamous. This is a famous.
Honestly,
SMG comp.
I am obsessed. I literally said on the desk before, if there's anyone I want to see play Neon, it's going to be Smurfette. I want to see Smurfette popping off on that Neon and getting active in the server. So I am so super excited to see Smurfette flexing onto that Neon rather than the Jet than what she's been playing recently. But for anyone that maybe doesn't know GIANTX so much, obviously it's a sort of newer org in the scene. Obviously there was the merge with XL and Giants. And XL are a team that were notorious for always having Game Changers teams within Game Changers anyway, so it's no surprise that GIANTX have actually entered a team into Game Changers. If you don't know them from looking up GIANTX, or it looks as though there's maybe not as much of a match history as you'd expect, that's because they actually played a Scooby-Doo mix in the open qualifier, which absolutely adore that name, but they are a team to be reckoned with, so this game is certainly going to be interesting going up against the defending world champs.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these comps here, and obviously Shopify Rebellion opting for making use of the two non-duelists that they have available to them here, while GIANTX are going with the SMG comp. 4 duelists, 1 Cypher, no controller whatsoever, which a bold move, a really bold move, and maybe you do need to make bold moves against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Precisely, and I don't hate it. I mean, the fact that we've seen SMG do it before, maybe unintentionally, I think it was.
Yeah, there was some debate about it, whether or not it was actually unintentional, or whether or not that was just some talk for the interview, but in the end, it worked. So it doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. And hey, look, Shopify Rebellion ran an unintentional composition when they played Ascent last series and won 13-7. So who knows if it'll work out for them. However, Shopify Rebellion are not a team to be messed with, I don't think. And GIANTX are still going to definitely have a tough time getting anything out of this. We set up the stakes for the last series, Shopify Rebellion versus Karmine Corp, as, you know, Karmine Corp the underdogs, obviously. And I think there is not going to be a team that Shopify Rebellion come up against in this tournament where you can't say that technically. Now, yes, they are not as much of underdogs as Karmine Corp were, but GIANTX still do not have a world championship, so
Yinsu said it on the desk, right? Shopify have actually put Ness and Smurfette out before, and to be honest, that was just an absolute blitz of a round. So yeah, like any team that comes up against GIANTX, of course, we are probably going to be like, okay, bit of an underdog story. But you know what? I like an underdog story, Twiggy. I feel as though you have nothing really to prove, do you? Because you have nothing that's expected of you. So I think going into this one, they can have full confidence. You know, they made it all the way to the lower bracket finals, unfortunately getting knocked out by Falcons in the most recent EMEA Game Changers of Split 1. So yeah, it's certainly a team that has a lot of great individual players that are looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and again, you know, undefeated in the group stage, 4-0. Did incredibly well to begin with there, and obviously getting knocked out by the second place contenders is not anything to scoff at whatsoever. And so, yeah, this is definitely a team to be reckoned with. And if they're going to be confident running a comp like this, then who is to stop them from doing that? Probably Shopify Rebellion, but we are yet to find out. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion's bonus round now, and Empress has been popped. So looking to invest some amount of play into this one. A little bit of hesitance towards the Cypher utility here from Shopify Rebellion as they move around the map, but they do have rifles to play with. So they'll probably be looking for some long-range engagements. Obviously, those first 2 rounds really went very quickly because a lot of the game plan on the defense with this kind of composition from GIANTX is run directly at them on the A site. And that either works or it doesn't, and it didn't. But either way, it's going to be a quick round. Fluorescent hunting for kills here. One caught in the tether. Oh, sidestepping the bullets from Miori, but not quite able to get away from them. Brings it down to a 5v3, and Smurfette makes it even more of a deficit. Mel finding 1 in return, but that should be about all she wrote. Juliana takes out Mel, and GIANTX get the round that they were hoping for with only 1 casualty.
Yeah, really, really nice. I think Shopify Rebellion kind of started to put that pressure towards B after the initial C push, and obviously Fluorescent looking to get someone that may be overheating towards that CT side. But all in all, switching it back to the C side and unable to close it out. But I mean, it's to be expected when Shopify are on a bonus round there. So nothing to look into too much, but we are going to see some full buys come out now, and we can really sort of start diving into how these compositions are going to play out.
Here we go. The sole non-duelist for GIANTX going to be heading over towards Mount here. Gets the first pick as well, and that's a valuable one onto Neuer too. Gets out scot-free too. No trade coming out from Shopify Rebellion, and in fact a little more damage done to Fluorescent. It's going to make her job even more difficult.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion looking to just take up that space after the initial engagement from Sarah, the side of GIANTX. Bear in mind, we do have, in fact, 2 Sarahs in the server right now.
And both of them are fill players, which is really useful. Both of them are
flex players, indeed, yeah. But yeah, Shopify just looking to take that sort of early aggression, but Mel might have possibly found a timing on A. Does Miori figure it out? She does, and Mel's just going to cautiously and Yeah, gets it. But Ness looking to take this early fight out B main, recognizing that Mel is taking that space on A, and they really need to try and punish Ness here before they even try and cross towards A.
Well, they could do that. Just avoid conflict.
No worries
completely.
at all.
The pacifist run towards A. Through door. They'll get the spike down, but Miller's made so much space here, but it was a little jiggle peek round the corner unintentionally from Sarah there that allows them to see Mel round the corner and will probably win them this round off the back of that now. Alexis in a 1v4, and there's really no way to do that when neural theft is on your back. Ness finishes it out with the 3K. GIANTX making good use of this comp so far. No notes from me as far as we have gone. Obviously, we're only 4 rounds into the game, but things are looking good.
Yeah, I think the confidence coming out from GIANTX, even having Sarah as the solo Sentinel player, taking that early information on C long, not even with her camera, by the way, like just deciding to swing out solo was really, really nice to see them having that confidence. You know, they're not letting the fact that this team is a world champion get them down whatsoever. They're going into this one really strong so far, and it's actually forced Shopify Rebellion onto a light buy now.
I mean, if nothing else, with this composition, with 4 duelists, 1 Cypher, you're going to be looking at it like, hey, we can do whatever we want, because if we lose a player, we don't lose insane amounts of utility anyway.
Precisely.
All we do is lose a player, and that's, you know, you're not losing a controller who has 3 smokes that they can throw down. Shopify Rebellion doing really well, though, start of the round to soak up pressure. They'll head back towards A here, where only Smurfette is waiting. The primary duelist of GIANTX, usually playing on that duelist role, is going to be pushed back to back of sight and all the way up into heaven as well. Fluorescent with a well-placed showstopper, though, will be able to catch the back of Smurfette and make sure she does not get out of there without taking her own life. And now, for GIANTX, the 3 versus 4, and they need to try and retake this one. The tether is so important there from Alexis. She'll finish it off with the ghost, knowing that Sarah is down to low HP off the back of that, and it is just Ness left. Definitely clutchable, but not if Alexis jumps around the corner at Mach 5 with a ghost in hand, takes off her head. Shopify Rebellion bring things back a little bit.
Yeah, and that was just a really nice reaction from Shopify Rebellion that round as well. Noticing that, Karmine Corp? I'm way past in the previous map. Noticing that GIANTX were taking that early C aggression and just choosing to react. Like, okay, guys, they're pushing C heavy. Let's just react A, knowing that they would have to deal with the sort of minority on that A site with that stack towards C. And it's nice to see GIANTX switching up their paces as well, whether they're going for a C push or an A push. Like, they're kind of switching up whichever sort of main area that they're looking to fight for to get that early information.
You know, once again, Cypher taking a hold of C, just making sure that nothing is going on there. You can see there's also a trap wire over towards B as well, but the push is on A main once again, and GIANTX make real good use of it there. Miori takes down 3 with the Guardian, 1 assisted from Ness as well, and Alexis left on her lonesome.
Bring them down.
But look at the position.
Already used.
Left it in a 1v1 here.
Miori has not run forward and picked up a Vandal either, so staying with the Guardian in this fight, and it will aid her well. The 4K for Miori here on the A push from GIANTX, and that's what you got to do with this comp. Run head first into them, and if you win the fight, you win the fight. There's really no other way of putting it. It's a great flash to start things off. It sets them off tempo completely, and they can't quite recover from any of this.
I think what we need to point out as well that's really worth speaking about from that round in particular is the fact that Alexis has used that Fade ultimate, onto the C site. She's invested that ultimate as though it's a fake onto C, but it doesn't even matter because GIANTX have played so aggressively onto that A site there.
Precisely, and once again it is going to be that A push. Out comes the showstopper, it's well placed, it takes out Fluorescent, but there are trades back and forth all over the place. Alexis finds one with the classic, 2 with the classic. Alexis has got 4 kills on gun rounds with pistols already in the first 6 rounds of this game, and it brings it to a 1v3, and Sarah cannot do anything against Sarah.
Wow, I feel like these rounds are just getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Like... I mean, look, the name of the tournament is Red Bull Instalock, and the whole point is that we have rounds like this, and yet it still doesn't come as any less of a flashbang to my psyche.
I think, again, as well, we've seen Mayuri invest that Raze ult that round. So, like, an ult for an ult, you know, they used the Fade on Shopify Rebellion previous round.
Yeah.
They used the Raze one on that round just then, and none of them really finding a whole lot of impact. I mean, I think the Raze ult could have gone big there, but I don't know what happened. Alexis give her a pistol and she just goes crazy, apparently.
Apparently, Smurfette looking for one. Jelena is there with the trade in the end, but the damage is done, and with the tether, out comes the Boombot. Jelena cannot get away even if she tried, but she's down on 1 HP, so it doesn't matter if you're... Well, I don't know exactly what the range is, but it's pretty far doing damage with the Boombot there. Shopify Rebellion, still 2 ults to play within this round, 3 ults to play within this round, and now with the spike down, all of the time in the world in their hands. Showstopper is utilized. Forrester's just going for it. Why not? Send that up. Missed. The door's right there. That's unfortunate. You know, it is what it is. -8. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. All good. Begin. They'll still win the round, right?
Yeah,
it's not like that's going to lose them the round. There's no way. That would never happen.
That does not happen.
Run it back is invested from GIANTX. This could go very badly. Mel finds one, and things look like they're still in hand here for Shopify Rebellion. The half has been done by Ness, but she cannot get back to site. And damage control for Shopify Rebellion there. It was their round to lose. They didn't lose it. All is well in the world.
I mean, perhaps a little bit of trolling there.
We do a little bit. We do a little bit.
I mean, it is the Instalock tournament. It would be rude not to. And if there was one person that was going to do it, of course, it was going to be
You're not going to come all the way here to London and not have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, of course. It's the point, right? It's the whole point.
Exactly.
The whole point. So, not too much to read into. Of course, they did kind of force the Phoenix ult run it back from Nest there to get back into the site, but other than that, I don't think there's too much to look into. Just trading out these ults if and where possible now that we're getting halfway into the game, but this C site is completely empty, and GIANTX are completely aware of it because of that push onto A main, and they're just going to completely flank behind them. Shopify Rebellion are going to get in here and get the
good info.
down, and that is a great ultimate from Mel. She has all the info now that all 5 players will be flanking, so they can set up this post plant to take on CT space and just fight opposite.
Mel's sitting on the box. That's going to be the first corner cleared from these players, and out goes the camera. I don't think that is going to clear Mel, but it's going to give them good info about the rest of the site here. Let's see, the flash is good. They check it, but they do not go for the kill, and Mel finds that first shot. Alexis gets hit by the Boombot because Sarah is reloading, and now it's a 3v3. Over towards site, looking for kills left, right, and center. Alexis finds the first, Sarah finds the second and the third. And now it looks like it might just be a Shopify Rebellion round there, closing it out 6-3, and things really keep getting hairy here. But in the end, it seems like it's always Shopify Rebellion just about on top.
Yeah, I mean, GIANTX had the right idea there. You could see what they were trying to do, but that ultimate, that from the shadows coming out from Mel, proven to be really valuable and used at a really good point in time for Shopify Rebellion that allowed them to have that plant for CT and fight that way and just take that extra space. You know, they had it, so they might as well use it. And yeah, it's forced GIANTX into a light buy, despite having the right protocols and the right ideas in mind. This composition is really kind of forcing teams to go out of their comfort zone, perhaps.
Smurfette has that ult and is going to use it at the start of this round, moving up through B here, and the paranoia is good to slow her down. Obviously a time limit on that ultimate. You do need to start using it, and there's the first kill on it. Onto Mel. They know now that no other players are towards C. They've got to set their sights elsewhere, but Sarah is able to cut that out swiftly with a shot to the dome. Finds Sarah as well. Looking for maybe for an ace in this round. There it is from Sarah. They line up, and the bullets, they find their marks. All 5 headshots, all 5 beautiful kills. We'll be reeling from that one for a while.
I mean, that's got to be satisfying, right? It's got to be.
Yeah.
Although, I have to say, when I'm playing Reyna, I'm instantly dismissing and trying to do all the fancy things. Sarah just played that, like, absolutely perfectly. Just waits there and just lets them all line up. And it's unfortunate for GIANTX, because these are just 1v1s at this point. I mean, the last 2, they kind of line up towards the end, but maybe a little bit nerves coming in now, losing rounds, letting the game get away from them a little bit.
Possibly, possibly.
And Shopify Rebellion sort of turning the heat up and fighting back to this aggressive push that GIANTX have been playing on the defensive so far.
Yep. Shopify Rebellion have kind of read the play. They've gone, okay, they've gone A twice now. So let's go A this time. I don't think they're going to do it this time, and it's worked out for them. Smurfette taken out immediately. Sarah, 6 kills in a row now. See how many we can make it. Get that kill streak up. Tactical UAV will be inbound. Mel finds the first kill there. Sends out the paranoia. It's good. The shot quite a little bit to the right. It's 5v1. Surely Jolina can't bring this one back.
Yeah, she's got a lot of
They said
responsibility on her
foreshadowing the rest of the round.
here,
Never mind.
but yeah. Yeah, that's a lot to take on for one player when you have 5 Shopify Rebellion players running right at you. But yeah, it's nice to see the pace change. It's nice to see Shopify not being scared of the fact that GIANTX have just been sending players at them despite being on the defense. And
17 and 5.
Are we going to see 3 ops on the attack right now? That can't be right. Twiggy, tell me.
I don't think we're going to see it. We're going to see 5 though.
Okay, yeah, of course. Yeah, I shouldn't
makes
have
sense.
even batted an eyelid at that, right? It's totally Instalock, Duelist, why wouldn't you?
This is going to be fun. Out they come. They've
through your
actually
head
got a
right now?
high-low on A and C. They missed! Yeah! Neuer has missed the shot with the operator. It's okay, they still have 3. Fluorescent picks up a Vandal and goes, okay, enough silliness, but it's too late. The silliness has been done. There are operators all over the floor, and you're going to lose the round with GIANTX. Why have you forsaken us? We do a little bit more trolling.
A little bit more trolling?
Little bit more trolling.
Oh, I think we're going to be in for the long haul, you know? If we continue the trolling this way. I mean...
Maybe.
I'm not mad about it.
It happened. It's in the past.
Yeah.
You know, that's a significant chunk of money down the drain. But it's okay because it was the last round of the half. So it's fine, you know.
Yeah.
It's like using all of your ults at once, except your ults are just very expensive boomsticks that if you miss the shot, you die.
At these stats right now, by the way. Like, I know Sarah aced 1 round, but to be carrying the team on your back that much is diabolical.
It's diabolical. By the way, diabolical, in brackets, Scottish, that's a good word. Just so we're aware, guys. That's
probably
not diabolical in the sense that it's
crazy.
horrific.
It's crazy.
Yes, diabolical is crazy in a good way. Anyway, just doing a little bit of translation for the Shopify Rebellion fans as we move on forward here. Sarah once again adding to that tally, looking to make it 20 in quick succession. Taken out for her troubles, but has already taken down 2. And all of the GIANTX players getting on the board pretty much. It is Fluorescent. 1 versus 3. We've seen her get a 1 versus 3 already here. The flick is great. Oh, it's so close. Ah! We almost saw it. Every time Fluorescent is in a 1vx, you're like, okay, it's not going to, it is going to happen. It's going to happen. It didn't happen. It was close.
She's just one of those players that just keeps you on the edge of your seat. Like, it's not over until it's over. As long as Fluorescent's in it, the round is not over.
I mean, what is that?
This flick is absolutely disgusting. And if Maori doesn't peek onto her there to trade those 2 kills, I worry for how that round is going to end up for GIANTX.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of this tournament, that has been me, speechless. So
I feel so blessed that we've been able to do the Shopify Rebellion games. Like, we every single team that's played this tournament so far, but this gameplay.
I hecking love this
right?
team.
Like, yes.
Right. 4 GIANTX, all mounted. Nobody is looking behind them. They have a Cypher and nobody's... Okay. It was a classic. There's only so much you can do at that point in time. Neuer isn't able to find anything with the Sheriff either. And GIANTX will move now in towards C. Waiting at the door here is one of these players. And Alexis, really consistent with the classic. Commendable.
Spike
2v5 though. Bulldog in hand, obviously doable, but armor on the side of GIANTX, not on the side of Shopify Rebellion, makes that fight a lot more difficult. Alexis goes for the kill, it's not quite there. And Mel left to clean things up. 1 versus 4, classic in hand. The Karmine Corp skin as a send-off, I feel like. I can't tell. I'm gonna choose to assume that's not toxic, and that's
Yeah, I would assume
that's
that
like,
that's
you know,
a salute to Karmine Corp. Yeah, you would like to
sisters
think so,
in
right?
arms, you know.
Surely, yeah. Oh, I love that, sisters in arms. I love that. That's a cute little thing. But yeah, Bull can't really look too much into them having an eco here, can we? Like
In the arms of the angel. Bye, Mel.
I don't quite think that that's what the viewers at home were
It's reached
expecting.
10 p.m. here in London. We were allowed to be a little bit silly. We're past the
We're
watershed.
getting a little bit silly with it.
I'm not going to swear, but I will get silly. Okay, this is our version of the
I'm gonna lose my
watershed. What a reference! What a reference!
Oh, it's
I wonder
very
how
British
international
for
that
other-
video is. That's
I
that's.
was just waiting to say, I don't know if the Shopify Rebellion fans will quite know what that's in reference to, but
I feel like we're not giving them enough credit.
yeah.
We're not giving them
I
enough
imagine
credit.
they will. I imagine they will.
Yeah. Either way now. Shopify Rebellion looking to make a little push over here towards 8. Something like what GIANTX were doing, but that is not where the GIANTX players are. They have congregated outside C. Neuer takes a second to get out of there, but does get out of there in the end. Not going to fall to the paint grenade. GIANTX, it's their turn to get on the attack, and this comp is really working out for them. Their play style is very good around this one. Out comes the run it back. They're going to move on in and try and make use of the weaponry that they have in hand. No, those shots did not hit. Alexis will take down the run it back, but you get a second chance at that one now, and they have moved in towards site. They've taken the space. Jelena has taken the head off of Fluorescent, and that's half of the work done as you move on through. Shopify Rebellion have moved into that empty space as well, but GIANTX keep just chipping away at that armor, making sure that they get this round in hand. Jelena, the 4K to finish things off, and it's looking really solid from them now.
Yeah, really nice aggressive round there from GIANTX. It's really nice to see. But one thing I will say is I'm still not quite seeing that impact of the Neon pick from Smurfette on the attack so far.
Yeah.
Like, again, like just still kind of sitting bottom of the leaderboard, like
Sure.
not yet active on the server right now. And I'm not sure what that is, because Smurfette is usually obviously the core duelist of this team. So I'm just waiting to see her be activated in the server.
I think that's a little bit of a trend that we've seen today, is that
Yeah.
the core duelists of these teams generally are taking a little bit more of a backseat, and you do love to see it. But the other players are shining on their duelist roles as well here, but GIANTX are just going to sweep their way through. Rubble here. A couple of casualties, nothing too bad there. And it is just left in a 1v3 here. Checking their backs. But Mel is coming from CT. Just waiting for some information. Judge in hand. She will be unhappy that this is going towards B in that case, but can pick up a weapon from one of the fallen soldiers here over towards Rubble, or just go through it. Or just... No, that works too.
I don't hate it so much because she's going into a sort of close proximity location, so this might actually be in her favor.
Oh no, they ran straight into her! What are you doing? Why are you doing that?
I told you I was not against the shotgun. I was not against it.
The S button on your keyboard moves you away from people.
Listen, I respect the
We
confidence.
had the Cloud9 Trading Grounds video before this one. They didn't mention that. They didn't mention that.
Honestly...
You know what? Fair enough. I rate the
close.
confidence from GIANTX to move in towards that.
Did they...
Advisable?
Did they realize?
No, but I like the confidence.
It's the fact that you were questioning having the judge in the first place.
No, and then it works. You know what?
That's what I mean.
I have been made a fool of. As with every day of my life, I have been made a fool of, and I'm not mad about it. We get content. So what? We get content. So what? We see good Valorant. GIANTX taking it in stride at the very least. They have started out this round with a bang. 5 versus 3 now. And ultimates to play with. Empress, Showstopper, Neural Theft. I love doing that. I love flexing my name of the abilities, my knowledge of the abilities names. But only agents before the release of Yoru.
Spike down A.
Because I don't remember any of the ability names after that, really.
I don't know why you're admitting to that on cast right now, but you know what? Respect.
Look, if I'm nothing if not an honest person, I admit to my flaws.
Once again, Mel in a 1v3, we just seen this in the previous rounds. Can she do it again? That is the question that lies on her shoulders.
She's not got a judge this time.
She does
It's going to make things
significantly
more difficult. Operator.
She's going to pick
No,
up
I'm just
the
going
op,
to
and
save
in
it.
fact, yeah, she is looking to save it here. And honestly, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I feel like the universe has served you enough karma last round that maybe it's not best to push your luck this time. Just get the operator and leave. But they're going to chase after her. They're like, come on.
They've clocked on.
Just like they did last round. Didn't work out so well for them that time. And you remember when Mel got a 3K with the operator in one shot last time she played with it?
Oh,
Foreshadowing! No, not this time. The round is over. Everyone will survive. The good ending. It's really silly today. I don't know what happened
It's
to me.
gotten silly. It's gotten quite silly.
Yeah. My bad.
Alright.
My bad, gang. My bad.
We're going to take a timeout just so that Twiggy can calm down on their silliness. That's obviously why this timeout has
Yes,
come into play.
they knew. To be fair, I'm probably sure they heard me screaming at the 3K from Mel from the other round. They are not that far away from us. The noise-cancelling headphones can only do so much against my Banshee wail, so...
funny.
Apologies. I will be more serious from now.
Oh, professional.
Yes,
Professional vibes.
very professional.
No, it's funny. It adds to the stream, I suppose, but...
I'll let the viewers decide on that one.
Yeah, we'll let the viewers... we'll let chat decide on that
I
one.
look at all of your comments and I take them into account.
Ha ha ha. Anyway, so some exciting VALORANT so far, no?
Actually, genuinely very
It's
exciting.
been pretty close. I think comps as well have a lot to play into how exciting this map has been so far, and it's the fact that it's the first Lotus that we've seen of the day. It's been spicy so far.
Yeah, and I like that you know, this is not only bringing out more aggression, just in terms of actual gameplay style from the players, but it's bringing out a little bit of that fun and a little bit of the joyous whimsy of the teams. And actually, they do want to do things. It's not all about winning. It's about, you know, making a good show, having a good time. And sometimes that means you lose a round here and there. Oh, well. Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure they're not too worried. Still a round up on GIANTX. GIANTX now making an attack towards C. I'm sure the call will come out from Mel very quickly, and those rotates will come on through. That Boombot does not get anything, but the shorty only does some damage. Smurfette takes out a lot of damage there from the paint grenade, but Alexis has once again taken out that run it back before it can do too much damage. Miori and Jolina get on that kill feed, but Sarah's there with the Sheriff once again. It is now a 1v4 though, and Ness will close it out. We level things up here on our first map of Lotus. And I still love this comp. I love the SMG comp so much.
Yeah, I really like it. And although it was argued,
it's like
maybe perhaps
10 layers of irony.
But yeah, it's just so nice to see other game changer players in the scene take inspiration from that and to decide to bring it into this. So I love that. I love that so much. And yeah, well, we're even scores on the board now, and
Cage triggered.
As if it couldn't get any more spicy.
It definitely can. It definitely can. We will find out. Mel has taken up an advanced position there on mound, but out comes the showstopper over towards B. Fluorescent get out of there, and does. Nightfall comes on through as well. Shopify Rebellion want to take this one back, or at the very least, just make GIANTX worried. Showstopper is going to be used just to zone out some of those players. Nobody was there. Mel finds a first. Showstopper in turn! I thought that was going to get 3. It still gets 2. That's a massive showstopper. It doesn't matter. Jolina can't get out of there. Fluorescent makes it 3, and Alexis will close things out. Shopify Rebellion with an explosive retake.
Yeah, I was a little bit cautious of them funneling into B there, realizing that Fluorescent actually had her showstopper as well, and they just thought, no, it's all right.
Hold on.
If
we have
pull
made a
ours
mistake.
First, surely they can't pull theirs. But
That's
yeah,
how it
no,
works.
Fluorescent popping off,
Yeah.
helping out the round
As per usual.
there. Yes, well.
I mean, to be fair, taking a little bit of a backseat this map. Just a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, she's still up there.
Yeah.
Noya with the op in hand now. It's
When I say backseat, referring to Fluorescent, I mean not being 30 and 10.
not going. Yeah. I'll find you. Not. But just even what I said previously, like Noya with this operator, we've seen her go crazy on the breeze on Jet with the operator. So It's going to be nice to see her get active with it here. Just looking to hold that A main pressure. And it looks as though she's going to get it as well. Just funneling down, and she gets the first pick on Smurfette. There goes any Neon sort of stuns to help them entry into sight. And Maori looking to continue this pressure up here. Shopify Rebellion have the read and have started to come over towards A. But still, they have that early pressure on C main that allows them to just be aware of this A push coming in now.
Noya gets the second with the operator. Oh, almost the third. Sarah is able to make sure that does not happen, but GIANTX only have 2 players remaining now, need to hit their shots, and there are the shots that they needed to hit. Mel once again in a clutch situation, and this time around will probably fancy her odds in this one, the 1 versus 2, with one player over towards tree, jump spotting for the other on the spike. It's going to be difficult to retake this one properly. Out goes the cam. Now you don't even need to jump spot Jelena. Turning around that corner. Mel is not ready for it. Ooh. You could see a world in which Mel pulled out the gun, turned, got the headshot, won the round, but it did not happen. It is 10-10 over here. GIANTX doing really well just to manage what is going on. I think, you know, there is a lot of chaos happening. And sometimes I think as a team that is difficult to deal with, even if it is in your favor. You know, even if the opposite team is doing things that don't necessarily favor them, I think sometimes it can actually be difficult to keep a level head and not get caught up in this whirlwind of weirdness that is going on.
Yeah.
Especially when you're running comps like these.
I mean, yeah, the comps are weirdness in itself, but like Shopify Rebellion getting a taste for playing against more EMEA players, against more EMEA teams that maybe perhaps have different play styles to how they're
Sarah.
used to in NA, but Noya going to be looking to get active this round again, unfortunately being shut down by Smurfette there, and looks as though Mel is playing in that same position that she's been notorious for playing in with the judge
again.
in hand. Could this be a wild one? Oh, she does in fact get taken down, but Floor with the first shot with the second. Can she get the third? Not quite. Maori going to be coming in, and Smurfette again getting active with those stuns on Neon like we wanted to see, and it does look to be going in GIANTX's favor this round.
A good wall there. Neon in this composition, essentially a controller. And really only one piece of controller util, so difficult to play with in that sense.
One enemy remaining.
Trades all around the place, but it is Shopify Rebellion that take it away just about every single round coming down to the wire, it seems like. With Sarah defusing that one.
Thrifty.
Does mean Shopify Rebellion make it to 11. Thrifty round. They did invest a little bit of economy into that one. Should still be able to full buy into this next one, though.
And I like Maori's idea towards that. The end of that round is picking up that judge and thinking, oh, actually, do you know what? You guys are going to play judge? Well, I'm going to pick up your judge and play you at your own game. Of course, Smurfette had to trade it out, and it doesn't work out in their favor. But yeah, I feel like although the map is not going terribly quickly, I feel as though the rounds are going very quickly and they're very like back and forth. And it, like you said, it's really coming down to the wire as to who's going to win out the rounds, because there's no clear... I mean, I think the only player that we've really seen from Shopify Rebellion side having to clutch is Mel in these clutch situations.
Yeah. I mean, look, generally it's going to be the Sentinel player that is in a clutch situation.
For sure.
They do not have one. And therefore... the onus falls onto the controller most of the time here. And that's what happens when you're playing a very aggressive comp a lot of the time. And for them, it is a lot of standout plays that are getting them into positions where they are winning rounds. It is not a lot of, you know, well-formulated rounds. How well-formulated can a round be when you have to have 3 duelists? I know, we're harping on the fact a lot, but... you know, it's something you've got to take into account here, and the operator is now out for Shopify Rebellion, but it looks like it's going to be a coordinated hit once again. I think that's the only way you can play this comp from GIANTX, is leave the Cypher somewhere. Everybody else uses all of their util to get into a site and hold it. It seems like it is going to be B this time around.
I think that's a great point as well, because I think what we're not really seeing from Shopify Rebellion is punishing that solo Cypher Lurk player at the moment, which is allowing GIANTX to have numbers when it comes to the end of the round.
Fluorescence just going to throw the nade onto the flame. Oh, that'll still do damage. Oh, yeah! Okay, she gets a kill with a gun anyway. It didn't really matter. But either way, very cool idea. The spike is down. Now needs to find the players. Smurfette in the corner, taken out. Fluorescent's aim crisp as per usual. Her teammates also coming in to make her job easier. As the showstopper once again here for the final round, and we've also got a couple more ults coming up. Shopify Rebellion, I can't really tell if they always had the control and they just gave it away for a bit, or whether or not they have wrested back control now, because there was some silliness, and I don't know how much of that was intentional and how much of that wasn't, you know?
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, yeah, because when it comes to rounds like that, you can see that they are very much in control of the situation. So when you see them doing these sort of little like troll rounds, it's like, are you letting GIANTX?
Yeah.
And that's no disrespect to how GIANTX are playing, because I think that they've been playing a really great attack so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to say.
Well, we'll see anyway. Oh, that's a beautiful showstopper. Once again, Fluorescent getting the 2K with it. Moves herself in with the satchel pack. Miori does not let that stop her from getting the kill. What is that? I don't care that Shopify Rebellion won. What is that? Oh! Okay, chill. Shopify Rebellion. Win Lotus. I've forgotten what map it is because my head is in space. That was the quickest end to a map I've ever seen in my life. I am... Yeah, go Shopify Rebellion. It's very difficult to be like, from Shopify Rebellion, incredible. That was such a sick 3K from Miori. Anyway, all that aside, that was one of the best maps of Valorant I've seen in my life.
Yeah, it was so back and forth. It was so like intense, I want to say, if you can even call it intense, considering the amount of duelists that were going on throughout that map. But I think it's really great seeing comps like that because it forces teams to be innovative and take sort of initiative with the lack of initiator, no pun intended. But like, yeah, it just forces them to kind of get out of that comfort zone and really play into perhaps their personalities by being more aggressive, because obviously, as you said previously, these players don't always get the opportunity to make those aggressive plays and get those sort of clips for their high rate reel and things like that, because they're so busy focusing on being that supportive agent. So seeing Alexis, for example, she's usually an initiator player. So seeing her, even these pistol kills were like crazy that she was getting. It's nice to see these players have their sort of pop-off highlight moments.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, highlight here, I think there's no two ways about it. Sarah, Shopify Rebellion Sarah, insane stuff. You're generally going to see her, you know, filling on initiator, right? That is the kind of flex thing. Sometimes you're playing a Sage, sometimes you're playing a initiator, you know, all over the place. Being able to lock it down on Reyna, shun, absolutely shun in that map.
Yeah, Sarah definitely had some pop-off moments. And one thing I think as well that we should maybe quickly highlight is the lack of IGL from GIANTX's side. I don't know if that was maybe something that was perhaps playing into this. I know that they've said that they're very comfortable as a team to just have that trust within each other. You know, Ness and Smurfette will maybe make those sort of pre-round calls, but very much everyone contributes to the ideas of the team. And of course, with this being your Unorthodox 3 Duelist tournament, they're going to have to be listening to each other as to how they'd like to play that. But of course, you have the side of Shopify Rebellion where Mel is known for being like, you know, just an insane IGL. So it is worth as well considering, you know, is that perhaps coming into play of battle of having an insane IGL that's obviously won an international tournament, or having no IGL whatsoever and just listening to every single contribution of the team.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what is coming up next after seeing that one. Obviously, a lot of the bans in the map veto were based off of GIANTX's performance before. That's why we saw Ascent banned out. They had a pretty tough time, 2-13, against G2, obviously. They'll be playing against them again if they get knocked down out of this series, but we're going to have to find out how that turns out. We're going to map 2 in just a little bit, but we're going to head to a break for right now. That was a very good.
That was really good, wasn't it?
Really good.
That was really good. I was a lot happier with that cast.
Yeah. I think the silly works a little bit.
Yeah, I think
in this tournament, yeah. I think it's oh god. Oh, if I see Ludwig and Zeppa one more time, I swear to God, man.
One set of bingo. All right, I'm first.
Wait, this challenge is looking hard. Did you even try?
Everyone's blinded. The deadlock doesn't push with me.
I got us. Relax. No, please!
Dude, you actually fed. All right, saw me.
Not bad.
Did we hit anything on bingo?
No, we did. Lose 2 rounds in a row. It might be a mid.
I gotta dip and play mid. Check my movement.
Okay. You have a nade? Oh!
Yo! Put it down! Mark that Oh! Nice clutch. Win around. Bang. Look at that.
I mean, technically, hopefully we do good enough. Our teammates ask for our ranks.
Wait a second. Yo, I got a kill. Yo, this radiant ain't nothing.
Alright. Is there anything we can go for, technically? Or no?
Pick up an enemy weapon, yeah.
Okay.
Or just get an ace, bro.
My deadlock's just mid fighting.
Ooh!
Alright, here you go.
Okay, alright.
We got anything crazy?
Okay. I mean, nothing there.
Oh my god. Your movement was looking like a jellyfish for a second, but our team won.
Pick up a weapon.
That's one. I was gonna ult.
Dude, don't use my ult.
Get your guarantee kill.
That was good. Okay. I mean, you're doing what I'm doing out there. Jack.
2 mid. Raise your room. You can ult.
No, I can't go through
right
the
now.
fucking
Go
wall.
through
I
mid.
can't go through the wall.
You can go over.
No, you can't.
Trust. Go. They broke it anyways. You not clearing corners?
Let me be me!
You lost a round again.
Is that an award, though?
Maybe terrible team rotation from you. Alright, is there anything we can knock down? Anything I have to go for?
Yeah, get aim punched. All right, this round, too much with the talking.
Alright,
Okay,
I'll let you play your game.
Let me play my game.
No words.
Check this out.
You know what they say about this guy?
I play right here. What do they say?
No skill.
There's a lot of skill to positioning.
Let's see.
No!
So give me your thought process there. What happened? You just whiff?
I didn't whiff. Here's the thing. I'm playing excellent.
I don't think so. I think with you alone, we can knock off terrible team rotation.
I didn't even rotate.
Exactly.
Oh, stupid.
Okay,
That was
okay.
stupid swing. Get a 3K, win the round without walking. That's a 2 for
Win
me.
a round without walking.
And get a 3K.
Okay. Hopefully we win this round.
You have to win the round, by the way. Oh, what a throw.
Wait.
This deadlock's actually feeding. Oh.
It's okay.
This game's going bad.
We can definitely get clutch around, plant spike, fake a plant, next round, next half. Damn, I'm smart. Yeah, I'm telling you, the higher ranks doesn't get any better.
All right, Zeba, get a 3K.
Alright. Nobody B? Alright, I haven't stopped running yet. I don't think. I did.
You don't
I
have to
typed.
stop running. You just don't. You can't walk.
Walk. Okay.
Woo! Okay. What do we go for?
We have fake a plant. We're gonna go straight across.
You're not carrying your own weight.
Okay.
Can I say that?
Well, you're changing everything. You're
Bro,
changing my
9.
sentence.
I'm not gonna change it. 9 rounds.
All right.
5 kills. Yikes, bro.
Grab the spike.
Was there even a trip there?
I don't know. You tell me. Did you hear anything break?
Dude, what do you mean?
I should have played pistol.
Oh my. I broke the trip.
Was there a trip there?
I don't know.
Okay, look.
It's looking bad.
We lost, okay?
We did lose, but
Win.
you need to get bingo.
Okay.
We can do over rotates.
I can fake a plat and win attack without planning. Okay?
Okay, that's
That's
what we
two.
gotta
That's knocking 2 down. Okay,
That's
I need
what we
the ball,
gotta
need the
do.
ball, need the ball. What is the sense? I can't even turn the corner.
Dude,
I can't even turn the
It
corner.
is crazy that your job is to play this game and you're flaming me.
Did you not see? I tried turning the corner. It didn't even turn.
You know what I might have learned is we're both not ready yet.
Do you think you can technically hang in this kind of level?
Can I say it? If my team was better.
Do you honestly think?
I'm gonna play for me this round. I'm gonna get a couple kills.
Are we playing for kills or for the challenges?
I'm playing for kills right here. 3 kills is one of the challenges.
Okay.
Wow!
2 more kills. You did it yourself.
I'm gonna play for me this round. If my team was better.
I think.
Dude, I admit that was kind of nasty. This is our last round.
This is our last round.
Fake a plant, win attack without planning. So just frag out.
Okay.
There's a whole mid now.
Please lose. Guys.
Fake plant.
That's one.
And don't plant the bomb.
Wait, this is bad. We have 40 seconds.
You can't
Is
plant.
it worth? Is it, okay.
I mean, just wait.
Yeah. Where did he come from? I got jump scared. We won. Okay, that counts.
Wait.
Wait, did we do it?
That's bingo. That's bingo right there. Come on, man. That's bingo.
We count. When was the whole team over rotate?
What do you mean? Every round.
Okay, I agree. Wait, we actually got bingo. That's crazy.
I'm getting targeted.
Alright, at the end of the day, we hit bingo.
How did I play, and what rank do you think I actually am?
3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds, you died instantly. By the way you're moving, I'd say easily bronze.
I have made a serious and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I would like to make a formal apology to Mr. Ludwig Agren and Zeppa Cloud9 for my comments about their content piece that has been played 10 times today.
Multiple times throughout today's stream, yes.
I did not mean what I said, and I meant what I said. I didn't mean what I said.
It's valid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, map 2 coming up right now. Shopify Rebellion versus GIANTX, and Shopify Rebellion took map 1 relatively convincingly. I think there was a bit of silliness involved, so whether or not we can judge the scoreline fully at its face value, I don't know. But it was GIANTX's pick. They ran the SMG comp, it didn't quite work out for them. Shopify Rebellion had control of the game. I'm not quite sure how much of it was them being a little silly, how much of it was them actually just being in control and, giving away rounds here and there. But
I like it though. It keeps us awake. It keeps us energized.
Absolutely.
We're getting pretty late on into the day, so it's nice to have the sort of entertainment come on, even if there is a little bit of trolling. And just for the viewers at home,
production,
maybe for the viewers at home that might have forgotten what next map we're going on to, because Twee and I did have to have a quick discussion about that before.
I mean, there's been a lot going on in the break.
It's been a long day, but we are in fact going on to Sunset next, and we've not actually seen any of these teams play this map yet.
No.
This tournament, at least.
Neither of these teams. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, obviously we saw it in the last series. I was like, oh, how bad is your memory?
No. Just these two teams.
we have not seen GIANTX or Shopify Rebellion pick or play Sunset yet. So I'm excited to see how that goes for these two teams. Obviously, the agent select is going to be another big question mark for them. Are we going to see Neon again? There we go. Now we just need ISO. Somebody, take the bullet. Let's go. Come on.
Any ISO enjoyers? Any ISO enjoyers?
Breach enjoyers, apparently.
I like a breach. I don't hate
like
that.
A breach.
I quite like a breach.
A breach, however, in a tournament where you have to run 3 duelists is a bold maneuver.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. Is Floor going to jump onto... Okay, the Phoenix, we're going to see a breach and no raise. Interesting.
Breach with no raise?
Huh?
Yankee. Okay, no, I'm not going to... We've tired out the old references.
Yeah, it's a little interesting here. And yeah, even on GIANTX's side, you know, you've got the Viper, the Cypher. I mean, are we gonna see? Okay, we're seeing that Phoenix locked in. These are very different matchups right now, like extremely different. I'm wondering how exactly Shopify Rebellion are going to counter that Cypher that GIANTX are trying to use in this matchup, because that's got a lot of stalling power. Even the Viper pick as well from them. They're choosing to go for sort of stalling power here, which is interesting.
I have a stat for you that I just realized right now. Shopify Rebellion have not run a single Sentinel in this competition. Not once. A single one. They don't care. They don't want a Sentinel.
Respect.
Turn their nose up at it. No, don't want it.
I mean, I don't think that's such a bad thing, because I think what we've discussed previously as well is the fact that when Shopify Rebellion play their qualifier matches, they have Sarah, their usual Sentinel player. Noya's their usual Sentinel player, but they do have Sarah being able to flex onto different agents. And I think what we've seen from Noya so far this tournament as well, to even make that point about a Sentinel flexing onto another agent, is that Noya is pretty hot on this Jet.
Yeah, indeed. So I am excited to see how this goes once again. I mean, the thing is, they really haven't changed anything per map. I feel like, you know, obviously Breeze, they played Jet, Reyna, Yoru as their duelist. Makes sense for that one. Obviously, long-range engagement. You're doing that. You have the Yoru and the Reyna both as initiators. You're playing your Viper and your Sova on that one as well. On Ascent, they played Jet, Reyna, Phoenix. Again, makes a lot of sense. You're playing Phoenix as initiator that time alongside Reyna. You got your Jet there. They keep playing this Jet. They keep playing things that work for them. And honestly, I like the fact that they're not catering their composition to specific maps. They're going, okay, we're going to lean fully into the spirit of this competition. We're just going to go with what works for us. It is an Instalock competition. We're not going to make a strat book the size of the Silmarillion here. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know. I'm not really I'm not a massive Lord of the Rings person, so I wouldn't know. They've just gone, yeah, we're gonna Instalock, we're gonna comfort pick.
I mean, Mel said it in her interview that Flora just locked in Clove on that Ascent game that we've seen, and they just had to build around that. And honestly, I respect that. I respect it, absolutely.
We are 1 minute and 10 seconds into this round, and the first shot has been fired. Mel finds the first kill. Jelena is there with the trade and a second. A little bonus goodie bag for you as you enter towards the B site now, and it's a 3v4. Shopify Rebellion have seen themselves in this kind of situation, being one player down so many times in this competition. It has not mattered once. Well, maybe once. I don't know. You're going to have to check the stats on that one. That's not my job. That's the desk's job. Miori able to make it a 2v4 though. And this might be where the breach comes in handy. Retakes is going to be the name of the game here, but Fluorescent is caught looking over towards the side, and it is now a 1v4. Out comes that first flash. Everybody is blind, but Smurfette is able to find the kill still. GIANTX have a very convincing pistol around there.
Yeah, sort of slow in finding their foot into that round, though. And honestly, it's fine. Like, they take it dead slow, decide to funnel into that site, and they're just kind of gauging an interest to see who's playing where and how Shopify Rebellion are looking to play their defense, and that's totally fine. You know, just getting a little taste for how Sunset might end up. But nonetheless, being able to win out that pistol round, and of course they're going to buy up into this one, and it's an interesting angle from Mayori. Just going to sit and hold.
You remember when you could just walk up that?
She's just going to hold for any pressure.
Didn't used to have to use a sexual for that. I don't know. Did they patch it, or did everybody just go, I'm not going to do that? It's kind of weird. Oh, Fluorescent. Oh, gets out of there. You know what? Fair enough. Didn't bite off more than she could chew there. Missed a couple shots. Went, nah, not for me. Let's see if she can have another go at it. No. Shaking her head no, in fact. On that one, Smurfette slowly turns around the corner. Alexis cannot find the kill this time with the classic that she has been absolutely on fire with so far, and Sarah able to guard the back from Sarah. 4 versus 4 now. Shopify Rebellion, I think, playing this well. Obviously, need to be very careful up against the better weaponry. But there's Fluorescent with her second. Sheriff in hand. You really just can't counter out. What is that shot? That's a third. Looking for the fourth now. Out goes the paint grenade. It's right on top of Jeleena's head. She's going to have to run right around that corner. Getting chased down, but players are there for a bodyguarding. Smurfette finds two, but Mel is able to get the trade. And suddenly GIANTX not in the driver's seat anymore. Bulldog remaining for Jaleena. Doesn't know if she can get the spike down yet, though. It's a safe position, and you're still checking all your angles to try and make sure you're not going to be caught off guard by the Shopify Rebellion players. Where is Jaleena going? The site is the other way.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. But that's... Oh, Neuer's gone in. There it is. There it is. I mean, you got the feeling there, just from the way GIANTX were playing, that they didn't like the position they were in at any point in that round.
Yeah, and I think Shopify Rebellion as well, they're like having the right protocols in that situation. Of course, you see the Raze and the Breach like pairing up together, but the fact that the Raze and the Breach and the Omen choose to fight that late player that's coming from main and just let the tunnel players funnel through and face them after isolating that solo player was just really nice fundamentals to see coming out from Shopify Rebellion there. So hopefully a taste for what we're in to see for the rest of this map.
I mean, you make a good point there, Billy, that I think has just been the biggest factor in this tournament so far is the fundamentals from Shopify Rebellion are infallible so far. Really, really, genuinely, every time you see it's possible for them to play a high-low, they will play a high-low. Every time it is possible for them to get a trade, pretty much they are getting a trade. Neuer is there, case in point, to find one onto Miori here. And just trying to burn down the timer for our teammates to get there, and there's Fluorescent. Now it is just Ness left, doesn't really know where to aim. Oh no, can't go anywhere. Stuck in a corner. More like stuck in the middle. Can't remember who sung that one.
I thought you were going to start singing it. I'm quite...
I'm not gonna.
A little sing
Clowns
song
to the
for
left of me, jokers to the right. It's like you're right here in the Red Bull gaming sphere. That was poetic that you showed the coaches when I said clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right.
Yeah, that was quite poetic. I'm not entirely sure that that was intentional, but
but I'm going to choose to believe, based off of the actions of production over the course of this series so far, that they actually do have it out for them. They have it out for us, that's for sure. Anyway, Fluorescent's going to make our way down through mid. Out comes the showstopper. The Aftershock has really stunted her flow, though, and she won't find anything with it. Going to back up. We'll call it a zoning ult. Now, Neuer needs to find something here with the operator just to make this fight a little bit easier. Oh no! All of those particle effects got in the way of the shot. Distracted a little bit. GIANTX now have control of the site, and Neuer is down to 3 HP. At the very least, still has the boomstick in hand. Jaleena not going to be able to make use of the run it back. GIANTX have a very, very nice default here. They're able to hold nice positions in this post plant. It's going to be difficult for Shopify Rebellion to get this one going. They're going to need to use that breach utility very nicely. They get on through, but it is not enough. The crossfires are good from GIANTX, and Smurfette will deliver a swift... not an uppercut, the opposite of that. When you sweep the leg. Because she slid in.
I can't say I know much fighting terminology,
no,
but...
I was kind of like...
Yeah.
Red Bull does a lot of fighting game stuff, right?
Yeah, they do, they do, to be fair to them, they do, yeah.
Somebody can fill in the blanks there.
I really liked that round from GIANTX. I like that they're kind of taking this aggression. Like initially, I was a little bit cautious of the fact that they were just funneling into a site and really hadn't gathered that sort of early round information. But I feel as though Shopify are giving them the information in a way by just charging out of these main sites, and it's given GIANTX that realization that, okay, well, this player is towards here and here and here. What utility do we have to actually isolate these fights, and what is the preferential fight that we want to take in these situations as well?
Yeah, for sure. It's 2-2 now. Shopify Rebellion have an opportunity to get back at them with this one. Things just haven't really fallen into place for them so far. But it's not the end of the world whatsoever. Neuer holding stalwart behind the box, knowing that her teammate has her back on that one. Sarah gets the, gets the vision. Oh, Miori has found the second still whilst blinded up. Barely even takes any damage whatsoever. Out comes the showstopper. Let's go. Let's find more kills. Nope, she just does more damage to herself. Mel will find the headshot onto Ness. And although brought down to 26 HP here, Stars a fighting chance in the round. Nope. Sarah is in mid. And now that makes it a 2v4. Make that a 2v3. Alexis, headshot onto Sarah from long distance now. Fluorescent definitely could do a lot of work in this retake. It's a breach and a raise. These two have worked together since the start of time. They have voice lines together. Smurfette finds one. It doesn't matter. There's Fluorescent with 2! I've already said she is inevitable. I'm not going to do it again.
I mean, I said it as well earlier. Another day in the office, Fluorescent. For Fluorescent. That was quite the tongue twister for a Scottish accent, but nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, confidence coming out from Maori at the start of that round, I just want to say. And that is a player that historically we've only really known that's played for Navi before this team. And again, a young Turkish player. So we're really seeing that aggression come out from Maori. And I think in every single map, she has been the player that shows up for her team where it matters most so far. And genuinely has been someone that I maybe wouldn't have looked at and thought that initially because of perhaps not playing for the big names that her other teammates have. You know, Sarah playing for G2, Ness and Smurfette playing for Gildan. But
sorry.
That whole
bloodbath.
No, do you know what? The point doesn't even matter because the round is already cooking.
Nothing even happened. I just interrupted you for no reason. That's wild. I suck anyway. But Fluorescent is taken down in the end. Smurfette will find 2. In they move. GIANTX cover going out. Definitely good in the first half of each round, right? They're getting onto site really nicely. They're getting opening frags really nicely. It's closing it out, which has been the teething issue at the moment. But I'm sure with the start of a round like this, there is nothing that can go wrong for them. 5 versus 2 now. And the wraparound here from Sarah is looking real good. Oh, does a lot of damage to Neuer. At the very least, they're just going to make sure she's not killed from behind. Miori will finish off Neuer there, and now Mel left in another position where it's save or 1v5.
Yeah, and I think even this round, you've seen Smurfette taking those early fights, getting those first 2 picks, and then GIANTX deciding where they'd want to go out to. But again, we're going to see Mel in this clutch situation. Words are not worded right now. And she does get the first. Second, she's not, unfortunately, good for. But yeah, again, we're finding Mel in these clutch situations, and it possibly is, I mean, it most likely is, because she is on that controller role.
Indeed. Things are difficult here for everyone involved, us included. But Shopify Rebellion, again, they've had tough starts to every round. I don't think they've really been able to deal with pressure so far. And they are running a comp with a breach where really the only thing you can do is aftershock and run away if you do want to soak up pressure. Other than that, you have to either take the fight to GIANTX, or you have to be getting the opening frags as they're moving in towards site. That hasn't really happened for them so far. Their ability to clutch, their ability to retake a site has kind of carried them to the 3 rounds that they have at this point, and they need to make a little bit of an adjustment, I think, if they want to be winning this half. Now, does that matter in the end? Would they win the attacking half? Probably, but we'll see. It may become an issue for them as we move further down the line, but there's Sarah starting things off. Neuer has the Blade Storm, finds 2. Gonna find the head of Duelina as well. Hold on. No. Sarah is there to finish things out. And again, GIANTX get the first pick, move in, and this time it didn't even matter. You didn't have to face a retake against Shopify Rebellion because you'd already done all of the hard work. They were running at you with less util, less weaponry, and it was pretty easy in the end.
Yeah, and I like the kind of initial point that you were making towards the start of that round there as well, but having this breach, I can't see in what way that they're trying to use the breach at this moment on their defense. I know that we've seen a couple of rounds where Alexis was stunning down tiles and Fluorescent could double satchel into there and get that early aggro information, but right now it's not even really being used for crunch sort of setups or crunch plays to kind of stall out these just aggressive pushes that are coming in from GIANTX. Like, GIANTX are just storming into site and not letting anything stop them because there is nothing there to stop them.
Yeah, no, it really does feel that way. Oh, I'm gonna let that one sit for a while.
That's a raise out moment.
You can play that one back in reverse. 0.5 times speed, 0.25 times speed. Just let that one marinate for a bit.
Spike planted.
That got nobody. It did peanuts damage. Very cool.
Rito, please fix. Takes out the cam. Sarah is now in a 1v4, and that is not going to work out. GIANTX starting to gain momentum here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, again, coming on to that point about what are they doing with the Breach right now? You know, they've got the Breach ultimate in hand, and they choose to use Fluorescence with no sort of backup or crunch. Granted, obviously, Alexis is still having to rotate from A onto B, but it feels as though there's no sort of protocols or any sort of pre-round plans or structure that's going into Shopify Rebellion's gameplay right now, where they can decide, okay, this is the ultimate that we have online, this is what we'd like to do with it, we need to get a round on the board here because they're starting to have a snowball effect on us.
Yeah, and I do think that's worked out for them up until this point, so I don't hate that they are doing that. Now that it's not, a change does need to be made, I do think, as we move on through. Never mind, Fluorescent can just kill them all. That works too. Satchel is good. Oh, not quite good enough. Oh, Mel. Oh. Hold it. Let's calm down. We're almost getting carried away with ourselves there, Mel. That is a millimeter away from the most insane flick we've ever seen in our lives.
Yeah, that was scary.
I saw somebody out of the edge of my Aegon by AOC screen at 360 hertz and 1 millisecond response time, and I flicked to their head. The next content piece from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, genuinely, that's what it was.
Yeah,
the edge inch of your screen, and you're like, yes, right over there. But yeah, I think this is a good timeout from Shopify Rebellion. I think they need to have a little bit of a think. A little bit of a talk with Effie's there about exactly what they need to be making a change to here, because so far things look unstructured, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing as well that they'll maybe be cautious of is how are they need to get rounds on the board, put it that way, because the composition of GIANTX is, I think we could say, a more defensive composition. So the fact that they're getting this many rounds on the attack, they're just going to let the map get away from them at that point, because to be honest, this defensive half should be their strong point with that composition that they're running, the same way that GIANTX's composition should be more strong for them on the defensive half as well. So yeah, they're really letting GIANTX get a lead here and build up that bit of momentum that they kind of just need to put a halt in now and think, you know what, guys, what do we actually want to do? How much early information are we getting? What are our protocols when they're funneling into sites? Because right now it's looking a little bit shaky and it's looking a little bit lost.
It is. I do hope that timeout has made some changes here for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, already lost 6.5. There's only so much damage control you can do at this point, but I do think they will be more confident on the attack, just based off of the plays that Fluorescent has been making. They have been very much, I want to take space, I am going to take space, I am going to use both of my satchels, you are going to die, and it hasn't really worked out all of the time. I think on the attack that is going to work out a lot better. Obviously, you'll have to get rid of the Cypher util before you get that done, but that's fine. Niori takes out Mel to begin with. Viper's Pit utilized by GIANTX as they move in towards site. Fluorescent looking to get something nice here out of the paint grenade. Oh, never mind. Just kill the Viper as they move through. Very good. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'm gonna hold my hands up in a minute. Don't murder me with hammers. I don't know what happened.
There was a lot to digest there. It kind of all happened at once. I mean, you had Sarah.
Is that Mew?
Oh, very cute.
I didn't
very
see
cute.
the plushie.
Yeah, GIANTX providing a whole lot of pressure in that CT, but Shopify Rebellion happy to take that pressure on their shoulders and fight back and come out swinging, and kind of were happy to take the fight to deny that Viper Pit that was going down, which is nice. It's more proactive from Shopify Rebellion.
Now, would I say that it is a massive adjustment from what we've seen so far? No. It is much like the rounds that they have won so far in this half. I don't think they need... nothing was forced out of them that round. They were pretty happy to just play it the way they've been playing it by ear in that one. So I think we're going to see more of a change in these rounds as we come on through. And to be fair, they are forcing a little bit more resistance out of GIANTX, who are taking things slightly slower as they group up outside A this time around. They're not playing a luck with a Cypher, and it looks like that has been noticed by Mel on the other side of the map, who is going to... let Sarah take that advanced position in B, drop back and try and help out the team here. Out goes the showdown there. It's going to be told about to the rest of the team, but left alone as it stands. Miori has control of the site, but can't really do anything with it unless the teammates can get there. And Shopify Rebellion have moved to cut off that movement to help the teammate out there. Fluorescent gets rid of the player on site, gets rid of about everybody else, and that'll be it. Mel will take out the final player. That's more like it from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to see. These ultimates coming out, these sort of crunch plays coming out. Miori was left on site there and didn't really have a choice on what to do. You know, she was crunched with that breach done, with that raise nade that was coming in, and Mel just spraying down the right side, forcing her into the peak. More of that kind of gameplay is what we need to see from Shopify Rebellion, and I think that they had a set idea in motion that round. You know, you've seen them take that early aggro space on B main and just leaving Sarah up there to disclose any information to the rest of her team.
Yeah.
It was lovely.
Oh, here it is again. Fluorescent has used the ultimate. Hold on. Hold. Use. Nope. Okay.
Oh.
Unlucky. Not much you can do about that. But
I know
elsewhere, Alexis has taken out Smurfette, and that is a lot of the punch that GIANTX pack in their attack taken away. And so they're going to have to rethink this. Obviously, Ness has made space over towards A, has set up a full setup. She's got the interior design going, all of the frills that you might want on your A site. Set up a couch, set up a TV, everything.
And she's made the
Just
call to
chilling.
the rest of her team. She's like,
Yeah.
hey guys, come over here.
Come over.
We can...
I just moved house. I have moved to A on Sunset. And everybody will come and join, and it's working out quite well for them, although it is a 2v2 now, and Neuer has an operator, so you can never count them out. It is just Sarah left for GIANTX, trying to make this one 7.
Twiggy.
Yeah, that is not in a nice place. They know exactly where Sarah is. She's just going to walk on out of it. It was never in her favor. It's a 6-6 half, and you got to say that timeout did something.
Yeah, for sure. There's certainly been some adaptations here, and that's the thing. I think they switched up from that round to the previous round as well. You know, the previous round, it was the early aggression, but this round, you know, very happy to just kind of give them that A site there and just let them come up. I felt as though that was just GIANTX's flaws and mistakes in that round. You know, why on earth they were taking the spike up to that position in the first place, I'm not entirely sure. Especially when you had Nest like setting up on the site already. I don't even want to say that Shopify Rebellion played that in necessarily a different way. It was more just the flaws in GIANTX playing out that round.
I do think, you know, when you're running a composition like this where you have two supporting agents, there is a necessity to take space. You only have so much util to stop a retake from happening. But yes, bringing the spike that far up, I think a little unnecessary from the team. It's a small mistake, honestly, and could even be considered not really a mistake. You know, there are ways to justify that one happening. I'm sure they'll think about it in their own time. I don't think there's going to be much VOD reviewing of this tournament, I'm really not going to lie, but either way. Smurfette making that flank happen. Shopify Rebellion, good adaptation. They've moved around to the CT side of the site. They've made sure that that's not going to impact them whatsoever. Mel still around the corner, is able to find that kill. Neuer is there with the Ghost. Alexis is there with the Ghost. And it is just Sarah left. Has done a lot of work this game. Will do a little more, but no more than that. Fluorescent able to find this one, and you do get the feeling that now that Shopify Rebellion have not only switched onto the attacker's side, but got a little bit of momentum under their wheels, they will start rolling down that hill at an accelerated pace.
Yeah, definitely. I think now that they're on the attack, we're really going to get to see what we can actually make of this comp. I think on the defense, there was a lot of potential. We maybe just weren't getting to see the full potential of that composition. But now that we're on the attack, I think this is a really aggressive composition, Twiggy, and I can't wait to see us getting into these next few rounds.
And that's the thing with the Breach, right, is that no teams have really thought of picking them up in this format because you've already got such an aggressive lineup by default. There is no way to get around that. Adding a Breach to that is basically doing what GIANTX did in the last map and running 4 Duelists. You then have to push, you have to use those flashes in a way that is conducive to winning early fights. And that's what they've been doing so far. Honestly, the usage of it is perfect. Fluorescent moves in with the Judge, finds 2. It's over. It is over. Yep. Yeah, you can look at the kill feed for that one. I don't need to play-by-play you.
Fluorescent is activated.
Yeah, they walked in and they shot the opposition team.
Yeah. Again, nothing really to be looked into so far for GIANTX's defense, though. With
He's starting to look relaxed there. Too relaxed.
Well, I mean, as well, can we talk about the time zone difference, perhaps? That's
They're
maybe
both
worth
in London.
mentioning. Yeah, but I mean, like, NA, right?
I understand
like,
what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
They are
like,
used to being up at this time in the global.
Perhaps, yeah. So maybe that could be. I mean, it's perhaps a bit of a reach, but it could.
I had to check. I don't know how long they've actually been in the United Kingdom, so I can't be sure if they're still jet lagged. But if they are, that might play a part. I don't know. I don't know. We're theory crafting to the max here. We've got to find some justification for what's going on, because that is unreasonable. 4 versus 2 now. And you can see GIANTX are starting to scramble to come up with answers to what Shopify Rebellion are giving them problems with here. And so far, not quite working out. Shopify Rebellion going to move on in. It's a good flash to open up Neuer in towards the back of the site. Now it is all up to Jelena. Vandal in hand. I mean, we've seen a lot of 1vx's go, if not the distance, very close. But this is a difficult situation against a Breach and an Omen.
Going up.
It is a big ask, but if we look at Jelena,
Okay, wait. That's big brain.
she is the most clutch player in EMEA. 45% clutch rating, by the way.
Damn, your iPad is stacked with... That's wild.
So if there's one person to do it, it's unfortunately not Jelena
No,
today.
it's
You
not.
know, she is against
Make that 44%.
against an NA team. I don't think it counts. It's fine.
Oh, I see.
You know,
Yes, of course.
it's all good. It's
It's
all good.
a good way of looking at it. It's not an official. I don't care. But it hurts the ego. It hurts the soul. That's what matters. And for GIANTX, what may hurt the soul further is that they are running 4 sheriffs in this round. 1 Marshal. Nope. 5 sheriffs. Sorry. And yeah, we have seen sheriffs pop off. I don't look. It's the game changers thing. I feel like it's like you know, sheriffs are really good in game changers. Everybody can hit heads for some reason a lot better. Who knows? It's a yet unexplained mystery.
Yeah, who knows?
But Shopify Rebellion's still playing it very structured, making sure that they're clearing everything before they move on in, especially against an eco comp. You really don't want to be giving away unnecessary risks and having those weapons taken away from you. They're going to get in their post-plant positions. And for GIANTX, you get the feeling this is going to be a little bit explosive, but it's going to have to be really impressive with the weaponry they have in their control. Smurfette moves around the corner first, doesn't really use any of that util to clear anything. Aftershock is thrown out, which is a significant piece of utility taken away from the Shopify Rebellion side as they move in. So trades are coming on through, and this is good for GIANTX so far. Can they hit the shots they need? There's one mesh through. Sarah has done massive amounts of work, but out comes that, you know, I was going to say, yes, discouraging utility.
It all got a little bit chaotic there, Twiggy.
It was, things are going a bit wrong. I have a big rocket launcher. Go away. And it worked.
Just a bit of a warning signal
Jedi
for
mind
them.
trick.
Yeah, no, I like it though. And one thing as well, the Cypher from GIANTX doesn't really prove to be too much of a problem here for Shopify Rebellion. They're like, Cypher? Nah.
Yeah.
I wish my ranked teammates had the same mentality and the same attitude, but as soon as someone sees a Cypher on site, Cypher's here, run to the other site. So yeah, no, like not really proving to be too much of a stalling problem for them. They're just kind of getting into sight already. And
I mean, that's the thing. Look, if they can do it without a Sky, they can do it without a Fade to clear the traps. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's stopping you? Huh?
Exactly.
Maybe the fact that you're not a Valorant professional, but, you know, who am I? You might be. I'm not, you know.
And I loved, do you know what? I loved as well that you made the point about Game Changer players being so insane with the Sheriff. And we just see some insane Sheriff shots come out from Sarah that round. It was almost in GIANTX's favor.
Almost.
And I mean, that was a round that they probably really needed because Shopify Rebellion are now on that double-digit scoreline and looking to make this a pretty swift 2-0.
Yeah, move themselves into the grand finals position. Obviously, GIANTX will have to battle G2 once again if they lose this one in the lower finals to decide the ultimate finalist against Shopify Rebellion. If that does happen, it does look like that is the most likely course of action here. Shopify Rebellion have made relatively quick work of everybody they've played against so far. It's Karmine Corp to begin with. They've been knocked out of the competition now by G2 themselves. This time, GIANTX really didn't pose much more of a challenge to them as far as we have seen. Round by round, they've been looking good, and there's some more from Jelena. A quick 3K to start things off. 2 players left to deal with. Neuer will be coming around from tiles looking for something. Brings out the dash. Things slow down a little bit. Ness will be first contact, but Ness will take him out, and Smurfette has found Mel over towards bottom mid as well. So much better from them. I want to see more of that from GIANTX. You know what? When we started this, I was like, it is 9 p.m. I do not want to do a 3-mapper. I want to see a 3-mapper now. I'm not going to lie. I'm invested.
I respect it. I respect it. Honestly, I think the first map gave us a taste of what this series could end up looking like.
Yeah.
And despite this one being a bit more, you know, swaying in Shopify Rebellion's favor right now, GIANTX are not going out without a fight.
No, they're really not laying down yet. And that was a really instrumental round. The amount of players that they kept alive in that round was absolutely perfect for them. It means that they really don't have to worry about much in this round. They need to build up that economy because that's the main thing that Shopify Rebellion have been keeping in check, I think, for GIANTX is just their economy, making sure they don't have a lot of money to work with, making sure that they are consistently going on ecos or half buys or anything that they can take advantage of, because they know when they have the weapons advantage, they are going to win the round. That is almost a certainty when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. The info has been gathered there from GIANTX with the run it back. They're content to just leave themselves in passive positions now.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the space that Smurfette perhaps has and just thinking, okay, like Smurfette can just get a little min boots on and run out of here as soon as she gets a bit of contact. And they've got that Cypher camera as well to kind of help support there. And Jelena just holding the sort of mid pressure, but do they decide to clear Smurfette here? I want to say yes.
They do indeed. Oh, and Smurfette decides to go for the stun instead of keeping that gun activated. Sarah will find 2 off the back of that. Empress activated, so regaining that health rapidly as well. Fluorescent will help in clearing the back of sight. Sarah gets in with a third. Now there's only 1 player left to deal with. 13 seconds left on the timer. If she stops the plant from happening, ooh, anything could happen there. But Sarah is able to find that final kill, making full use of the Empress. Getting back on the board with those big rounds there, as with last map. And now 11 rounds in hand. And again, just as with last map, even though, excuse me, things fleeted out of their control for a moment, they take it back quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day for these players as well. We have to remember 4 best of 3s in one day. Of course, these teams only playing 2 best of 3s, but still, it's a long day of sitting around and waiting for your matchup to go ahead. And
yeah, exactly. The waiting is part of that.
Yeah, perhaps fatigue is playing a part in this now.
Keep in mind, they have been upstairs pracking for a lot of that.
Exactly.
Some of them have been watching the games that have been happening, but a lot of it has been, I assume, VOD review or going over things or just, you know, keeping your skills warm. So they have been playing Valorant this whole time, and it has been, what, 14 hours so far that they have been on site now. So yeah, that is definitely a factor as we move on through here.
I love that breach ult as well that's come out from Shopify Rebellion, just giving them all of that market control there to start funneling in and get this plant down.
Oh, Miori is able to find the kill there. The trade comes through from Fluorescent as per usual. Ness makes an incision into market. But the Shopify Rebellion players have already taken control there of CT. They can relax up there as Jelena moves on through. Alexis taken down. It's a 2v2 now. We're going to have to see some more consistency from Fluorescent if they are to take this round. Just going to retake that fight, wait for that wall to happen. Just has to wait for the defuse to start, but gets taken out. It's only Mel with 19 health remaining. The fake is there once again. The high-low is good. They have just about enough time to get that defuse done as well. And GIANTX, again, still fighting for this one, and still a team that can take this back. We cannot understate this. They're only 3 rounds down, and despite the fact that Shopify Rebellion have overall looked on top of things, you know, this has been a much less silly map, and they have still had a little bit of trouble keeping GIANTX fully at bay.
Yeah, you can tell no team really wants to go down to that lower bracket. They want to get that slot in the grand finals tomorrow, because of course, if you do go down to that lower bracket, you've got one more best of 3 to play tomorrow morning, and then you've got to go into a best of 5 grand finals right after, right? So they just want to get this one over and done with and guarantee their spot in that grand finals. And this is a nice bit of aggression that we're going to see from Maori early on, and GIANTX really just fighting back tooth and nail to get themselves back up into this one.
Very much mirroring that of Fluorescent on the defensive half as well. Same in the fact that it got no kills. But either way, Miori cuts her losses, gets out of there for the time being, keeping the space though, making sure that all of that hard work was not for naught. Jolina is taken out by Neuer, and that is a big amount of space, but Miori is making use of that space she created, despite the fact that the ult may not have gotten direct value. It definitely made the space to apply for more kills there on the board. Smurfette is going to look for something a little more, but Neuer sidesteps those bullets, finds the head of Smurfette. Now they can move in towards A. GIANTX are going to be anticipating this. They're going to be ready for this. They have Viper's Pit. They have Neural Theft. They need to have a corpse nearby for that one. But these are useful ults in a retake or in holding down the site here.
Spike down A.
Well, they found the corpse, but they could not give it to Cypher. Ness is going to have to run away now. That's a good distraction for Miori to come through, and you could have almost seen it happening, but it's Mel that comes away with the round victory there. It was on a platter for GIANTX, but they just couldn't quite wrap their mouth around it.
Oh, that's so painful for GIANTX there, because Miori proven to be a nuisance through the whole first sort of half of that round, and then picking up those kills towards the end, and unfortunately not being able to close it out. Again, Miori just like showing up when it matters most, but Mel being able to get those 2 at the end, like just really proving how badly she wants to get through to that grand final spot tomorrow. So match point now, Twiggy, and it's almost looking like a 2-0. GIANTX really need to bring something
Take away
out
the
here.
leaderboard! I want to see the gameplay! Viper's Pit is used. Neuer takes out the first player there in Ness, and that Viper's Pit is going to come to nothing whatsoever. Miori is taken out through the box. It's going to be down in very quick fashion if we keep this one up. Fluorescent takes out one. The run it back is gone. Sarah is domed, and it's only Jolina left. Showstopper is out. Every piece of utility, every ult on the side of Shopify Rebellion. There is absolutely no chance Jolina brings this one back. And Shopify Rebellion will be moving to the grand finals as Neuer finds the head with the Blade Storm.
Wowee, that round was over before it even begun. It was, do you know what, GIANTX again, proving time and time again that they had the right ideas and how they wanted to play out that map. But Shopify, mechanically, just insane. And I think that we can like arguably say that and confidently say that because this is a 3 Duelist tournament. So you're really seeing the mechanics from these players come through, and it's what's found them in the grand final is that each and every single one of those players are just so mechanically talented. They're just aimers.
Yeah, and on a serious note there as well, at the start of that game, they were not really getting anything together. It was 6-3. They had a timeout. They had a chat about it. Maybe one round, which was just kind of in their favor. And then after that, they had an answer. They started to come back. They got it back to 6-6. It was a really nice half from them, really brilliant adaptation. And Shopify Rebellion, you can see that they are just a well-rounded team. They know what to do when they're faced with adversity. And it's worked out so well for them here. You can only commend the team plays that go on there. While we have seen so many star plays from Fluorescent, from Sarah, from every player on this team, from Mel, as well as we've seen throughout this one, it has been just a brilliant team effort, and Shopify Rebellion making the long trip from North America have shown why they are the world champions right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that maybe most of the talent were concerned about was, is Floor just going to go crazy for the Shopify Rebellion? But we've not even really seen the extent of what Floor is capable of in this tournament so far, I don't think, Twiggy. I think it's fair to say that. I think we've seen Sarah activated, we've seen Alexis pop off on pistols for a lot of the time, and then Mel, of course, in these clutch situations, being able to IJL her team to the grand finals. Yeah, I mean, there's been some particular standout moments from every single one of these players. I wouldn't say that anyone is out fragging each other, considering it's been a duelist majority tournament. Yeah, it's just been really nice to see the team come together and allow individuals to have the pop-off moments on agents that they maybe ordinarily wouldn't play on this team.
Yeah, I do think that is my favorite part of this tournament so far, is being able to see everybody's mechanics shine. You know, yeah, you've got players that are staying on your initiator or your controller as we've moved on through this one. A couple of players moving to a Sentinel as well, but for the most part, you're just seeing everybody brought down to their base mechanics. This is Valorant, you shoot the enemy. And everybody is good at that. And especially on Shopify Rebellion, everybody is good at that. That's what's so impressive to me. That's what I love to see. And Shopify Rebellion are moving to the grand final. Now, GIANTX moving to a second matchup against G2 Gozen. And G2 Gozen looked fired up against Karmine Corp. I wouldn't say they're to their full potential yet, but possibly tomorrow we could see that. So I'm excited to see if they can bring things back against GIANTX and move to, I mean, the matchup that we've kind of all wanted to see since the start of this tournament, which is G2 Gozen versus Shopify Rebellion. Either way, it's going to be a great game. I don't mind who wins in that one, because as we've seen, even GIANTX versus Shopify Rebellion is a great game which we can all look forward to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think most people, I would agree, would say they were looking forward to a G2 Gozen Shopify Rebellion. We might not even get a G2 Gozen Shopify Rebellion game here. If GIANTX come out tomorrow and play how they've been playing today, you know, they've already taken down G2 Gozen, so they're going to have that confidence going into this one. And yeah, it's just going to be exciting to see. So I'm excited for us to tuck right into that one tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and that will be when we resume things. Tomorrow morning, we're getting back into the swing of things. Luckily, once again, for the American viewers, you're not gonna have to get up too early for the Shopify Rebellion game. That will be later on in the afternoon. The grand finals, a best of 5 going on for those players, and I can't wait to see what tomorrow holds. We've got a repeat matchup of our first game that we had in GIANTX versus G2 Gozen, and then we are, no matter what happens, going to have a banger grand finals and a creator clash in the middle of the day as well. So I hope you will join us for that. I hope you enjoyed today's action. It's been exciting, it's been silly, it's been beautiful, no matter what way you spin it. So thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.